Chapter 1. The Ultimate Passive System. Lin Yu, you have been fired. Leave the conference room immediately, and do not ever appear in my sight again. The scouting director, Ben Juz, was infuriated as he observed Lin Yu, who appeared to be dozing off, clearly struggling to stay awake during the ongoing monthly summary meeting of the NBA's Washington Bullets. It was February of 1997, merely 2 months before the regular season would conclude, marking the peak of busyness for scouts. In the NBA, the role of a scout is often overlooked. Many fans can readily name their team's players, coaches, general managers, and even assistant coaches, yet it is exceedingly rare for someone to recognize their team's scouts. Even within this seemingly inconspicuous profession, there exists a hierarchy. At the top are seasoned scouts like Ben Juz, who oversees the scouting team at Bullets and leads a group of 8 full-time scouts. The next tier consists of scouts with guaranteed contracts, categorized based on their responsibilities. Potential scouts who seek out promising young talent, trade scouts who assess potential trade targets' performance, and tactical scouts who analyze the strategic weaknesses of opposing teams, often providing insights akin to those of assistant coaches. At the bottom of the hierarchy lie scouts like Lin Yu, who work on a contract basis without guarantees. They are compensated based on their output, traveling extensively to record footage of college players' games, which they then submit to Ben Juz. Upon being berated by Juz, Lin Yu was jolted awake. His intentions were not to disrespect Juz, rather, he was burdened by an unspeakable dilemma. Lin Yu was a time traveler, having arrived in this parallel world just 3 days prior. Over this brief period, his mind had been inundated with fragmented information about this body, leaving him utterly drained, which accounted for his drowsiness in the meeting. Mr. Juz, I apologize. Lin Yu managed to muster a weary smile. Apologize? Do you have any idea how many people on this planet aspire to enter the NBA circle? Lacking innate talent, the most accessible path into this world is through scouting, gradually progressing to assistant coach, then to head coach, or even general manager. I could easily recruit dozens of young individuals who are more resilient and capable than you. Get out. Leave my conference room at once. Having recently assumed the role of scouting director, Juz seemed intent on asserting his authority by making an example of Lin Yu, refusing to accept his apology and relentlessly pursuing his dismissal. In his previous life, Lin Yu had been known for his fiery temperament, unafraid to confront his superiors. Witnessing Juz's attitude ignited a surge of anger within him. Does he truly believe anyone would value this miserable job that demands 250 days of travel a year for a mere 20,000? I am still young, with grand aspirations ahead of me. Remaining under the command of a fool like you is nothing but a waste of my life. Next time we meet, it will be I, Lin Yu, who looks down upon you from a position of power. With that proclamation, Lin Yu rose from the conference room and headed towards his residence, guided by the memories of his former dwelling. Once Lin Yu departed, laughter erupted among the attendees, finding his youthful bravado rather amusing. Their understanding of Lin Yu's circumstances was limited, however. They recognized that, as a person of Asian descent, he lacked any significant backing within the league. Had Lin Yu been the offspring of a prominent figure within the alliance, his grandiose claims might have held some semblance of credibility. The NBA is, after all, a microcosm where connections reign supreme. The stronger the ties, the swifter the ascent. Many influential individuals have their children entering the sphere as assistant coaches right from the outset. Alas, Lin Yu possessed no such privilege. He was merely a nameless pawn, and no one would believe in his potential for greatness. Like a soulless automaton, Lin Yu returned to his abode, his spirits plummeting to an all-time low. The sense of unwillingness permeated his being. Why was it that others, upon transmigrating, either became formidable stars or astute coaches, while he found himself merely a scout, and a rather inconsequential one at that, residing in a dimly lit basement that would prompt even Liu Yushi to shake his head in dismay? To make matters worse, he could no longer even claim the title of scout, having bid farewell to the NBA. With a previous salary so meager, the currency in his wallet could sustain him for no more than a fortnight. Should he fail to secure employment in the near future, Lin Yu risked becoming a homeless vagabond, akin to a primitive digital pet. What path lay ahead? Surely, he could not cross over only to tighten screws once more. In his former life, he tightened screws. To do so again after his transmigration would render the entire experience futile. His mind, fatigued to the brink, succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber fraught with uncertainty about the future. This slumber extended for a remarkable 14 hours, and at the witching hour of 2 a.m., Lin Yu was jolted awake by an ear-piercing mechanical voice. Congratulations, host. Identity verification complete. The super all-passive system is successfully bound. The host possesses 4 slots for passive skills. The first slot is a permanent passive skill, while the remaining 3 are randomly assigned passive skills each week, with a selection date on Sunday at 8 o'clock. Detection indicates the host lacks player talent automatically adjusted to the coaching route, with the passive skill modified to passive aura. The total number of passive auras amounts to 10,000, primarily drawn from War 3, WoW, LOL, Dota, and other similar platforms. The coaching route necessitates the host to cultivate relationships with players, continually enhancing their favorability. The higher the favorability, the more profound the effects of the aura. Binding successful gift package dispatched. The package contains a permanent passive aura pinnacling into potion of camaraderie. With sleep now a distant memory, Lin Yu sprang from his bed, his expression a bewildered mix of joy and disbelief. Upon hearing the system prompt, it became apparent that this was originally a player system, which would guide one along the path of an athlete if endowed with the requisite talent. Well, at 26 years of age, standing 182 centimeters tall and weighing 75 kilograms, my vertical leap hardly surpasses that of a matchbox. It seems I truly lack the aptitude for being a player. Being a coach is preferable to being an inconsequential scout. Why does the setting for this affinity sound so lewd? It resembles the design of female characters in Western SLG adult games. The Treasure of Nadia? Having accepted reality, Lin Yu began to examine the 2 items acquired from the gift pack. Pinnacle, a permanent passive aura that, when placed in the passive slot, allows a rookie player on the court to attain peak battle prowess. This effect can only apply to one rookie at a time. If there are multiple rookies on the court, the aura becomes ineffective. Lin Yu was left speechless. This item was rather impressive. A rookie debuting at their peak, akin to the likes of Tim Duncan, is a rarity. Most rookies' abilities, when compared to their peak performance, fall short by at least 2 tiers. The rookie Kobe and the peak Kobe, the rookie LeBron and the peak LeBron, are certainly not comparable concepts. Even if the pinnacle aura only affects one rookie, its value is nothing short of extraordinary. In that moment, Lin Yu's uncertainty about the future dissipated. Even if this system, arriving 3 days late, possessed only this single function, he felt assured of a lifetime of comfort and security, at the very least freeing him from the drudgery of menial labor. After perusing the pinnacle, Lin Yu eagerly turned to the other item, Brotherhood. Brotherhood, designate a target within a 1-meter radius, allowing the target's affinity towards the host to reach its maximum value of 100 points. This item is unique and special, so the host must choose the target wisely. The item is valid for 24 hours and will automatically be destroyed after expiration. Lin Yu was astonished. He had just been fretting about how to re-enter the NBA sphere. Though he had acquired the system, without access to the NBA, the system's power would be rendered futile, much like being exceptionally tall, yet still without a girlfriend. Now the dilemma was resolved. This item made Lin Yu's return to the NBA seem effortless. Shall I target Commissioner David Stern? Have him assist in securing a coaching position for me? Or perhaps aim straight for the vice presidency of the league? Or should I designate the basketball deity, Jordan? This man has yet to retire and still wields tremendous influence. Surely I could displace Phil Jackson with the Bulls? However, the item is only valid for 24 hours. Where would I find these 2 individuals? Lin Yu quickly realized the impracticality of his fantasies. Currently situated in Washington, he was not far from the NBA headquarters in New York or the Bulls' home in Chicago, both of which are eastern cities, thus making it feasible to arrive within 24 hours. Yet upon arrival, what could he do? As an unknown, how could he possibly come within a meter of either individual to utilize the item? One must find a member of the Bullets, and undoubtedly the most powerful is the owner, Abe Lin. Unfortunately, he rarely makes appearances, and it is uncertain whether he is even in Washington. How about approaching the team's leader, Chris Webber? He is the absolute core and cornerstone of the team. If he intervenes, he could certainly help me secure a position as an assistant coach. A flicker of joy crossed Lin Yu's face, only to be replaced by a frown the next moment. The Washington Bullets were currently on an away trip, playing a game in Los Angeles, leaving Lin Yu at a loss as to where to find Chris Webber. After contemplating several candidates, none seemed suitable, which left Lin Yu feeling anxious. He understood the significance of camaraderie and the importance of choosing his target wisely, as the system had advised caution that a poor choice could lead to Lin Yu becoming nothing more than an electronic pet. With a furrowed brow, he tapped his forehead, racking his brain for a solution. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lin Yu leapt from his bed, trembling with excitement. He had thought of it. A perfect target, even more suitable than Chris Webber. Chapter 2. Do Not Shout at Me. Bone Crusher Wes Unseld. A superlative center from the NBA's 1960s and 70s, a member of the top 50 players in history, and a Hall of Fame superstar. Currently, he serves as the general manager of the Washington Bullets, the true helmsman of the team, a totemic figure overseeing all matters large and small. This was the exceptional candidate Lin Yu had in mind. The Bone Crusher led a remarkably regular life, commuting daily between his home and office. Lin Yu was aware of the location of his office. In fact, he had passed by it just yesterday while leaving the conference room. Within the Washington Bullets, Unseld wielded substantial authority over personnel decisions. That it is no exaggeration to say that if he wished to dismiss the ever-arrogant Gels, he could do so with a mere word. He was undoubtedly a more perfect target than Chris Webber. At that moment, it was still the dead of night, and Lin Yu could not return to sleep. He lay awake, envisioning his ascent to dominance in the NBA, patiently awaiting dawn. Tomorrow was Friday, and even though the Washington Bullets would be playing an away game, Unseld would surely be at the office. Lin Yu's plan was to enter during working hours and appeal to Unseld's sense of brotherhood. By 7:30 in the morning, Lin Yu had tidied himself and donned the most presentable suit from his modest wardrobe, striving to appear as polished as possible. He rode his creaky old bicycle for an hour to reach the Bullets Club building. The security personnel at the entrance recognized Lin Yu. They were unaware that he had been dismissed the previous day and allowed him to enter without question. Fearing an encounter with Gels that might complicate matters, Lin Yu hurried upstairs towards the general manager's office. Inside the general manager's office, Unseld was sipping coffee while perusing the day's newspaper, completely unaware that the next few minutes would irrevocably alter the course of his life. "Who are you?" Lin Yu pushed the door open and entered, catching the attention of the unfamiliar young man, Anselm, who frowned and inquired, "Good morning, Mr. Anselm." Lin Yu strode into the room as if it were his own home, offering no pleasantries before swiftly approaching the desk. Within a meter's distance, Lin Yu silently invoked the bond of brotherhood in his mind. "Are you certain you wish to designate Wes Anselm as the target for use?" The system's prompt echoed, and without hesitation, Lin Yu confirmed, in the next moment. The previously displeased expression on Anselm's face softened, and he regarded Lin Yu with a warmth reserved for old friends. "Good morning, young man. Are you Chinese?" Anselm rose from his seat and approached Lin Yu, smiling as he posed the question. "Indeed, a true and authentic Chinese." "Mr. Anselm, do you have some knowledge of China?" Lin Yu was testing the effectiveness of their newfound camaraderie. Of course, I dare say no one in the NBA circles understands China better than I do. 18 years ago, our Washington Bullets were the first NBA team to visit China, playing 2 games there. As our then Vice President Jerry Sachs put it, every day was a new exploration. I remember a player named Iron Pillar. The name resonates deeply with me. He was an exceptionally talented athlete. 18 years ago, in 1979, following the ping-pong diplomacy, the Americans sent the Washington Bullets to initiate basketball diplomacy, with Iron Pillar among them. Although Lin Yu worked as a scout for the Bullets, he spent most of his time away and had little opportunity to interact with someone of Anselm's stature. Thus Anselm did not recognize him. Nevertheless, under the auspices of their newfound bond, Anselm developed an inexplicable fondness for Lin Yu, engaging in lively conversation that spanned topics from basketball to everyday life for several hours. "What? Lin just has fired you. What a damn fool. To dismiss such an outstanding young talent. Does he think he's the team president?" "Lin, just wait. I shall restore your position immediately." With that, the veteran grabbed the phone on his desk, intending to summon Juz for a scolding. Lin Yu was thoroughly pleased with the effect of their newfound camaraderie. Just hours prior, Anselm had been unaware of Lin Yu's existence within the Bullets, yet now they were fast friends, sharing open and candid dialogue. "And oh, Mr. Anselm, I no longer wish to continue as a scout. Could I perhaps serve as a coach for the Bullets? How about head coach?" Lin Yu spoke in jest. While he aspired to ascend directly to the position of head coach, he was aware of the impracticality of such a leap. "I'm growing increasingly fond of you. Lin, you are indeed a humorous young man. A 26-year-old head coach? What a splendid joke. However, given your remarkable talent and insight, it would indeed be a waste for you to serve merely as a scout. You should directly join our coaching staff and assist Jim as an assistant coach. With a few years of experience, perhaps before you reach the age of 30, you could truly become a head coach." Ansel decisively confirmed this arrangement, granting Lin Yu the position of assistant coach. Lin Yu was overwhelmed with joy. From this moment on, he would possess a formal identity within the team. With the aid of the system, ascending to the role of head coach and reaching the pinnacle of his career, ultimately winning the heart of a beautiful and wealthy partner, was merely a matter of time. "Thank you, Mr. Ansel. I assure you, I will not disappoint you," Lin Yu declared, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Indeed, during our previous discussion, I could distinctly sense your unique perspectives on the game and the players. This insight is truly invaluable. Perhaps your unique perspective will aid our Bullets team in overcoming the current challenges." And Zelda shook the newspaper in his hands. The headline boldly proclaiming the Bullets' unfortunate streak of 4 consecutive defeats. Basketball tactics and philosophies undoubtedly evolve with the times. Lin Yu, a fervent fan in his previous life, effortlessly recalled certain transcendent concepts and strategies. Notably, the future Sun 7-second offense appeared particularly fresh and exhilarating to the old bone crusher. The other two individuals also engaged in a collaborative analysis of the strengths and weaknesses of the predominant tactics employed by the league's powerhouse teams, such as the Bulls' triangle offense, the Jazz's pick-and-roll, and the legendary Edelman's Princeton system, among others. Many of Lin Yu's perspectives, in the eyes of the old bone crusher, may not seem particularly mature. Yet his ideas are refreshingly novel. Come with me, child. There happens to be an internal team meeting next, and I will introduce you to everyone. After the meeting, we can conveniently finalize your assistant coach contract. With that, the old bone crusher led Lin Yu towards the conference room from the previous day. Upon entering the meeting room, Lin Yu immediately spotted Ben Gels, who, as the head of scouting, was undoubtedly qualified to attend this gathering. Gels, upon seeing Lin Yu, appeared utterly bewildered, particularly when he noticed Ansel engaging in jovial conversation with Lin Yu, leading him to question his own perception. After Lin Yu's encounter with the phrase "don't underestimate the youth" yesterday, Gels had even lost the desire to mock him. He believed that in the future, he would never cross paths with someone as ephemeral as Lin Yu. However, merely one day later, Lin Yu had somehow aligned himself with the most powerful figure in the Bullet team. How could this be possible? How did he achieve this? Hello, Mr. Gels. I did not expect to see you again so soon. My apologies for the disappointment, but I cannot remain out of your sight forever. You may find yourself encountering me daily from now on. By the way, I am now the team's assistant coach, with a contract to prove it. Lin Yu fixed his intense gaze upon Gels, igniting an unnameable fury within him. Although he held the title of a supervisor, his standing within the team was arguably inferior to that of an assistant coach. This disparity was evident in their salaries. As a scouting director, he earned a mere $150,000, while the lowest paid assistant coach on the Bullets coaching staff surpassed $200,000. To make matters worse, a young upstart whom he had dismissed had managed to ascend to a position above him in just one day. How could he not be infuriated? Lin Yu, refrain from your incessant babbling and do not revel in this minor triumph. You are merely an assistant coach. Gels retorted in a low, furious tone, his face flushed with anger. His words bore truth. The NBA is a realm governed by prowess and capability. I am at a loss as to how you secured your assistant coaching role, but I am convinced you will not endure beyond this season. The rate of attrition for coaches in the NBA is staggering. Nearly half of the teams dismiss their head coaches each year due to unsatisfactory performance. Lin Yu shook his head and laughed heartily. Mr. Gels, whether I can endure this season is not a matter for you to fret over. What you ought to be concerned about is whether you will still retain your position once I ascend to the role of head coach. Perhaps I shall dismiss you the moment you set foot in my office. Just as Ben Gels was preparing to retort, the old grinder summoned Lin Yu over to introduce him to the team's upper management. After the meeting concluded, Lin Yu signed the first contract of his career in the general manager's office, securing an annual salary of $220,000. However, as nearly two-thirds of the season had already elapsed, he would only receive approximately $70,000. Chapter 3, the unbelievable random aura with the system successfully bound and the assistant coach contract signed. Lin Yu suddenly realized he had nothing to occupy his time. The Washington Bullets were currently playing an away game and would not return until next Monday. Not only were the players absent, but head coach Jim Lynam and the assistant coaching staff were also away. At 8 o'clock on Sunday evening, the weekly random passive aura would be activated, leaving him curious as to what it might yield. While awaiting the team's return, it was time for him to contemplate the path that lay ahead. Lin Yu lay quietly on the bed in the basement, deep in contemplation. After binding to the system, he had already acquired 2 invaluable items through the starting gift pack. One of these, Brothers in Arms, had been utilized on the old warhorse, Anselm, granting Lin Yu a legitimate military identity. Naturally, this was not his sole gain. The solid friendship he forged with the team's general manager would facilitate his future endeavors within the Bullets organization. Additionally, he possessed the passive aura known as Pinnacle, which allowed one of his rookie players to bypass the arduous growth phase and ascend directly to their peak. Upon acquiring this item, a name instantly sprang to Lin Yu's mind: Ben Wallace, the sole rookie on the Bullets roster. It is common knowledge that the 1996 draft was a golden era teeming with talent, yet the Bullets made no significant impression during this event, as their draft rights had long been traded away. Following the draft, Anselm, perhaps sensing a lack of fresh blood within the team, took took it upon himself to scour the undrafted pool and sign Ben Wallace. The rationale behind his choice was singular. Wallace bore an uncanny resemblance to a younger version of himself. Both were diminutive centers, with Anselm standing at a mere 196 centimeters, while Wallace was only slightly taller at around 2 meters. Both possessed imposing physiques, brimming with muscle, resembling heavyweight champions more than basketball players. Little did Anselm know that his seemingly casual selection would yield a future Hall of Famer. Wallace would go on to secure 4 Defensive Player of the Year awards, 2 rebounding titles, 6 selections to the All-Defensive Team, and 5 All-Star honors, establishing himself as the epitome of a blue-collar center. As the only rookie on the Bullets, Wallace left Lin Yu with no alternative. His passive aura could only be activated for Wallace. At present, Wallace was merely a fringe player on the Bullets, having participated in only about 20 games this season, averaging around 5 minutes of play time, a situation reminiscent of Sun Yu, who was later drafted by the Lakers. Essentially, Lin Yu had unearthed a DPY-caliber interior defender for the team, and the fact that he was on a minimum salary made this acquisition even more extraordinary. Just this aspect alone could grant Lin Yu considerable leverage within the team. However, it appeared that the effectiveness of the aura might be linked to the level of affinity. It remained uncertain whether Wallace could indeed transition directly into his peak. Lin Yu frowned. This cursed system lacked a more comprehensive and detailed introduction, leaving him to explore gradually and methodically. Time flew by, and soon it was Sunday evening. In his quest for a more formidable passive aura, Lin Yu even donned a pair of red undergarments, hoping to attract good fortune. Ding dong. The quartz clock on the wall chimed melodiously, signaling that it was precisely 8 o'clock. During the weekly random aura draw, the system announced, "Please wait 30 seconds, host." The jarring system notification resonated, prompting Lin Yu to perk up his ears in attentive anticipation. Passive aura, strong strike aura, which enhances the 3-point shooting attributes of all players on his side by 5 points. Passive aura, indomitable spirit, which boosts the strength attribute of players in the center position by 10 points. Passive aura, focused aura, which elevates the concentration level of players on the court, thereby aiding in predicting rebound trajectories, timing for steals, and block opportunities, enhancing attributes related to rebounds, steals, and blocks by 3 points. Player attributes are categorized into fundamental and advanced attributes. Strength, speed, and jumping are fundamental attributes that determine a player's athletic prowess on the court, whereas advanced attributes include mid-range shooting, 3-point shooting, free throws, low-post offense, rebounds, and steals. The higher the attribute values, the more pronounced the related performances on the court. Lin Yu was utterly astounded. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the extent of the extraordinary system he had acquired. The weekly random aura skills proved to be far more practical than Lin Yu had anticipated. For instance, the second passive aura astonishingly enhanced the strength of center players by 10 points. Strength is the very foundation for a center. Without it, one cannot establish a presence in the paint. A center incapable of standing firm in the key area can hardly be deemed a center at all. With a strength attribute of 90, bolstered by the unyielding aura, this figure surged to a maximum of 100, allowing for impeccable positioning under the basket. The third aura was equally formidable. In confrontations between titans, the slightest increase in prowess can make all the difference. An unexpected addition of 3 points to both defensive and rebounding attributes could mean the difference between thwarting an opponent or securing a rebound that would have otherwise slipped away. The first aura, without a doubt, serves as a nuclear weapon in the small ball era, where everyone can shoot 3-pointers and enjoys an additional 5 points to their 3-point attribute, resulting in a visibly enhanced shooting percentage and making victories almost effortless. Regrettably, we are not currently in the small ball era, and the randomly acquired strong strike aura seems rather inconsequential, particularly as it holds no utility for the Bullets team. Presently, the core players of the Bullets include Chris Webber, Juwan Howard, Rod Strickland, Girgim Urin, and Calbert Cheney. This quintet represents the Bullets' starting lineup for the season. Among them, only Webber possesses 3-point shooting capabilities, while the point guard Strickland and shooting guard Cheney are notably incapable of shooting from beyond the arc. This is almost unimaginable in the small ball era, where the backcourt duo lacks any ability to shoot 3-pointers. Even Webber, as a forward, does not frequently attempt 3-pointers. Thus, it can be said that the Bullets are currently the team with the poorest 3-point shooting ability in the league, perhaps without exception. Not only do they shoot infrequently, but their shooting percentage is also alarmingly low, with players possessing generally low 3-point attributes. What use could there be for these additional 5 points? An increase from 60 to 65 points still fails to make a significant impact. Thus, this powerful aura can be deemed rather inconsequential, flavorless to consume yet regrettable to discard. Fortunately, the second and third auras prove to be immensely beneficial. Lin Yu even perceives these two passive auras as tailor-made for the formidable Big Ben. Known for his extraordinary strength, Big Ben holds the record as the first in NBA history for bench pressing, capable of lifting 200 kilograms when in peak condition. It is reasonable to surmise that his strength attribute, while not reaching the maximum of 100 points, surely surpasses 95 points. With the fortitude of the indomitable aura, Lin Yu can scarcely envision the scene of Big Ben positioning himself against adversaries beneath the basket. In addition to his formidable strength, rebounding and shot blocking constitute Big Ben's signature skills. Though he has only claimed the title of rebounding king twice and shot blocking king once, his rebounding prowess pales in comparison to that of Rodman, and his shot blocking ability is outshone by the three-time champion, Mutombo. Nonetheless, Big Ben's attributes in these areas must be estimated around 93 points. With the additional 3 points from the focus aura, once his attributes exceed 95 points, his rebounding and shot blocking capabilities will undoubtedly reach historic levels. While he may not be the greatest of all time, he would certainly rank within the top 10. Should Big Ben harness the permanent aura to attain his peak performance, he is poised to become a superlative force in the paint over the course of the following week. Alas, the duration is somewhat brief, lasting merely a week, with new auras to be randomly assigned next Sunday at 8 o'clock. However, a shorter time frame may not be entirely disadvantageous. The next random selection could yield even more potent auras. Lin Yu pondered with fervor. Tomorrow marked Monday, the day the Washington Bullets returned home after their away game, and Lin Yu retired early to bed, rejuvenating his spirit for his inaugural day as a coach. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yu arrived punctually at the club's headquarters. As he passed the general manager's office, he was met with the resounding roar of the irate old bone crusher. For consecutive losses, you damn fools have delivered a dismal record of 4 straight defeats. Is the roster I provided you so inadequate? Weber, Howard, Strickland, are any of them not top-tier stars in the league? Yet you have presented me with such a disgraceful report card, rendering me the laughingstock of the entire league. Old Bone Crusher was seething with rage, his voice nearly breaking from the intensity. The roster of the Washington Bullets was a painstakingly constructed masterpiece. Having dismantled half the team during the 1993 offseason to trade for Weber, and again in the 1996 offseason, immediately after last season concluded, acquiring Wallace from the Trail Blazers for Strickland. Judging purely by the roster's strength, the Bullets were undoubtedly the Eastern Conference's elite, boasting 3 All-Stars in their prime. It was no wonder Old Bone Crusher was in such a furious state over their 4 consecutive losses. Chapter 4. Reforging the Glory of the Fab Five West. This series of 4 consecutive losses is an extraordinary circumstance. George Murison has sustained an unexpected injury, even if it is not severe. He will need to rest for a week, and we are left without our starting center, significantly impacting our overall strength. Moreover, our recent road trip has seen us face formidable opponents, including the Bulls. Head coach Jim Lynam's attempt at justification did little to quell Old Bone Crusher's wrath. Rather, it only fueled the flames. Excuses. More excuses. My team does not require a coach who merely seeks to justify failure. Jim, you are fired. Old Bone Crusher's fury intensified, the veins in his neck bulging. Outside the door, Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. The casual dismissal of staff seemed to be a tradition within the Washington Bullets. Lin Yu meticulously rummaged through his memories of the Washington Bullets from his previous life, and after a brief moment, he indeed unearthed some valuable information. Ordinarily, this marked the Bullets' final season, as the following season would see the team rebranded as the Washington Wizards. Given that it was their last season, Lin Yu held vivid recollections of the Bullets during this time. The team had undergone 3 coaching changes this season, the first being Jim Lynam, who had just been dismissed, followed by Bob Stauffer, who coached only a single game before the third coach, Bernie Bickerstaff, took over. Both Stauffer and Bickerstaff were former assistants to Lynam. At that moment, they were both in the office, standing beside Lynam, not daring to breathe a word. As Lin Yu contemplated this, his eyes sparkled with a newfound brightness. Both of them were assistant coaches, and with the possibility of taking over the team's reins, Lin Yu, also an assistant coach, wondered if he might have a chance to vie for the head coach position. In terms of experience, Lin Yu certainly could not compare to these seasoned assistants who had served the Bullets for no less than 5 years. However, Lin Yu possessed his own advantages. He shared a camaraderie with the team's leader, the old bone crusher, that was akin to being inseparable. Additionally, Lin Yu's vision and insights of the future undoubtedly surpassed those of his contemporaries. Bang! I quit. Linham, with his extensive experience, had been an assistant coach in the league since the 1970s and became the head coach of the Clippers in 1983. After being berated by the old bone crusher, he felt humiliated and stormed out. Lin Yu? Come in. The old bone crusher noticed Lin Yu standing at the door, his expression softening considerably, the tension dissipating as he gestured for him to enter. Stark and Biscuduff exchanged puzzled glances at the youthful-looking Lin Yu, unable to recall this individual from the Bullets, who had somehow managed to calm the furious old bone crusher. Bob, Bernie, let me introduce you to your new partner, our team's new assistant coach, Lin Yu. With Linham now departed, we must swiftly identify a successor for the head coach position. You two, no, all three of you should come to my office at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The owner will be present to determine who will take over Linham's role. The bonds of brotherhood were evident, for with Lin Yu's qualifications, he would not have ordinarily been considered a candidate for head coach. The old bone crusher likely, out of consideration for Lin Yu's dignity, afforded him this opportunity. However, the old bone crusher did not dwell too much on this. Despite his optimism for Lin Yu, he did not genuinely believe that Lin Yu could impress the owner, Bolin. Having known Bolin for over 20 years, he understood well that Bolin was an exceedingly traditional businessman, unlikely to appoint a mere 26-year-old as head coach. The opportunity he extended to Lin Yu was more about allowing him to become familiar in the eyes of the owner. Lin Yu, however, held a different perspective. He sensed that an opportunity for his meteoric rise was at hand. If he were to consider the owners of other teams, his thoughts would align with those of the old bone crusher, believing that at the tender age of 26, he was far too young, so much so that not even an assistant coach would be that youthful. Yet, Bolin was unlike other owners. His character epitomized the essence of profit-driven motives. A few years later, when Jordan retired for the second time and subsequently returned to join the Wizards, fans were certainly familiar with the story. Jordan invested in Bolin's 5% stake in the team, becoming a minor shareholder and witnessing the Wizards' struggles. He decided to roll up his sleeves and make a comeback, due to regulations prohibiting players from holding team ownership. Jordan struck a deal with Bolin to sell his 5% stake back to him at the original price upon his subsequent retirement. During the 2 years of Jordan's return, the Wizards' market value skyrocketed, doubling in worth. When Jordan sought to reclaim his 5% stake at the original price, Bolin turned his back and refused to honor their agreement. What was once a stake valued at approximately $12 million had now surged to around $25 million. Driven by greed, Bolin was unwilling to forfeit a profit of $13 million. Remaining impervious to the public outcry and scorn directed at him, Lin Yu was acutely aware of Bolin's nature. For a sum of $13 million, he would readily sacrifice his own dignity. If Lin Yu could bring him substantial profits, would he truly concern himself with Lin Yu's age? Whether he was 26 or even 16, as long as Lin Yu could generate significant wealth for him, he would unhesitatingly appoint him as the head coach of the team. After departing from the general manager's office, Lin Yu returned to his residence, contemplating how he might captivate Bolin through lucrative incentives. To amass great wealth, one must create a buzz, generate excitement. To achieve that buzz and excitement, one must engage in sensationalism and undertake bold ventures. Lin Yu meticulously analyzed the existing conditions of the Bullets team, and his thoughts gradually crystallized. By 1:30 in the afternoon, he arrived at the office of the team's general manager, where Stark and Biscuduff had already gathered. With everyone present, it was time to commence the interviews. As the boss awaited in my office, Ansel remarked to the 3 assistant coaches outside the door. The first to enter was Bob Stark, who had been with the Bullets for nearly a decade, resulting in a well-acquainted dynamic that allowed their interview to last merely 5 minutes. Following him was Bernie Biscuduff, whose interview extended to 15 minutes. Upon his exit, he bore a countenance brimming with joy, suggesting that his discussion with the boss had gone exceedingly well. Or perhaps he had received some form of assurance from the owner. Lin Yu remained unperturbed, fully aware that once he unleashed his forthcoming ace, the position of head coach for the Bullets would undoubtedly be his. Lin Yu, come in and relax, Ansel gestured warmly, personally ushering Lin Yu into the office. Before him sat an elderly Caucasian man, on the brink of death, his hair nearly gone and his face a canvas of age spots. Lin Yu recognized him as Abe Polin, the owner of the Bullets. Polin had purchased the Chicago Packers for a staggering $1 million in the 1960s, over 3 decades. Not only had the team's name changed several times, but the home arena had also relocated thrice, now known as the Washington Bullets. Upon Lin Yu's entrance, Poland exhibited no remarkable expression, seemingly oblivious to Lin Yu's exceedingly youthful visage. "Young man, tell me, if you were to become our head coach, what could you bring to the team?" Poland inquired with a gentle smile. "Money. A substantial amount of money." Lin Yu's response resonated powerfully, leaving both Poland and Anseld momentarily taken aback. This answer was rather fantastical, entirely unforeseen by the two. Stark had previously stated the aim of leading the team to the playoffs, while Biskarduff had suggested advancing to the second round. Enhancing the team's performance was a coach's primary responsibility. It was unheard of for a coach in an interview to proclaim they could generate significant profits for the team. "Lin Yu, let's be serious. This is not a joking matter," Anseld cautioned, concerned that Lin Yu's response might offend Poland. Poland waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, Wes. This answer is quite intriguing. Young man, share your plan. Wes has mentioned you are an interesting young fellow, and it appears to be true." Lin Yu cleared his throat, stating, "My ambition is to restore the former glory of the Fab Five with the Washington Bullets." Just envision the astonishing spectacle of the Fab Five gracing the NBA courts simultaneously. How many ardent NCAA fans would enthusiastically waive their cash to secure tickets for our home and away games? Our average ticket prices could surge by at least 20, and attendance could increase by 15, potentially yielding an additional annual revenue of $10 million. Bowling exchanged a glance with Anseld, recognizing that if Lin Yu's plan were to succeed, it would undoubtedly elevate the Bullets' attendance figures. The Fab Five had dominated the NCAA landscape in previous years, reaching heights of popularity that could only be rivaled by the trio of Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman from the Bulls. Their immense appeal stemmed from two factors: the sheer number of NCAA fans in America, far surpassing those of the NBA, and the heart-wrenching narrative of the Fab Five, who reached the finals twice only to suffer bitter defeats, leaving a lingering sense of regret among fans. Currently, the leaders of the Fab Five, Chris Webber and Juwan Howard, are both part of the Bullets. If the entire Fab Five could be assembled, there would be no need for the Bullets to engage in marketing. The nostalgic NCAA fans would naturally gravitate towards us. Perhaps, in the NBA, the Fab Five could finally rectify the disappointments of their NCAA journey. Chapter 5. The new head coach. Lin Yu, your proposal is indeed enticing, yet the practical challenges are immense, if not insurmountable, Anseld remarked. Jalen Rose, part of the Fab Five, entered the league as the 13th pick in 1994, averaging 10 points and 6 assists in his sophomore year with a shooting percentage of 48. He is a player of boundless potential. Our team lacks the assets to trade for such a high-value rookie. Anseld quickly pointed out the flaws in Lin Yu's plan, while Bowling remained silent, wearing a knowing smile. Lin Yu, unperturbed, interjected, "Indeed, the value of Jalen Rose is substantial. However, we could potentially exchange him for Georgi Murin, a historically unparalleled center, averaging 14.5 points, 9.6 rebounds, and 2.3 blocks per game, and remarkably still youthful. Acquiring Jalen Rose would not pose a significant challenge. As for the other two prominent players, to my knowledge, they are currently without employment, and we could secure their services for the minimum salary. Georgi Murin is the starting center for the Bullets, standing at an impressive 7 feet 7 inches, and last season he nearly averaged a stat line of 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Even amidst this era of prolific centers, he undoubtedly merits a place among the top 10 centers in the league." Bowling could not suppress a laugh. "Child, exchanging George for Jalen Rose is certainly feasible, but what happens afterward? We would be left without a center, and the team's performance would plummet. You cannot possibly believe that those fans come to watch the Michigan Fab Five lose, can you?" Confronted with the consecutive doubts from Anseld and Bowling, Lin Yu remained unflustered, fully anticipating such skepticism. It is indisputable that Murin does not fit within the Bullets' offensive and defensive system. His mobility, whether lateral or in retreat, is alarmingly sluggish. How many possessions in a game are lost due to Murin's inability to position himself promptly under the basket, allowing opposing centers to score? At times, his poor lateral movement even hinders Webber's ability to drive to the basket. I do not deny that Murin is a commendable center. He simply does not align with the needs of our Bullets. Lin Yu's words were both reasonable and well-founded, leaving Anseld and Bowling utterly incapable of rebuttal. "Lin, do you know the reason I selected Mutombo all those years ago? Indeed, it was due to the formidable presence of Mutombo. I had faced him on the court and was well aware of the intimidating defensive prowess his physique commanded beneath the basket. History has proven that my judgment was not misguided. With merely a second-round pick, I secured such an exceptional center in Mutombo. I concede he is not without flaws, Yet his rim protection capabilities rank among the top 5 in the league. The dismal streak of 4 consecutive losses we endured in his absence is a testament to his value, which you witnessed firsthand. In truth, no player in this world is entirely perfect. Mutombo is the best solution we have. Unseld patiently elaborated to Lin Yu. And had it not been for the profound camaraderie they shared, his typically fiery temperament would likely have led him to brandish a broom and eject Lin Yu from the premises. As his words settled, Lin Yu burst into a hearty laugh. In fact, we do possess a perfect center, at least in the context of the Bullets. Who? Bolin inquired with curiosity. Ben Wallace. The name uttered by Lin Yu provoked a bitter smile from Unseld. Was he not aware that the player known as Big Ben was personally selected by him? Whether perfect or not, Unseld certainly understood the reality. Possessing no discernible offensive prowess, his ability to score in the paint was almost negligible, and his free throw percentage paled in comparison to that of most high school players. With a stature decidedly inadequate for a center, Big Ben was, by all accounts, far removed from any notion of perfection. If Shaquille O'Neal's innate talent for the center position could be likened to a divine providence, then Big Ben's was akin to a farcical misfortune. My dear child, times have changed, Unseld reflected. When I signed him 6 months ago, it was with a tinge of selfishness, for I saw in him the echoes of my own youth. Alas, the era of the ancient and untamed has long since passed. The age of power forwards and diminutive centers to which we belonged has conclusively drawn to a close. His tone was laden with resignation and melancholy, tinged with envy towards his contemporaries, who at least had nominal successors. For instance, the successor to the legendary Nate Thurmond, known for his quadruple-double, was the early career dream, Hakeem Olajuwon. In contrast, Unseld had no such legacy. He felt akin to a bereaved widower, forgotten in death, with no offerings of remembrance. Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly, insisting, "No, my lord, the times have not changed. Grant me just 1 week. I only require a week to demonstrate that even shorter players possess a stage in the inner court. I can prove that if Mr. Unseld were to reclaim his prime, he would still be a terrifying force in the paint." Unseld gazed at Lin Yu in astonishment. Despite believing that Lin Yu was utterly delusional, he felt a warmth in his heart. Clap, clap. Bolin struggled to rise from his seat, applauding Lin Yu's words. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Now I understand why Wes regards you with such esteem. Child, you have ventured into the wrong profession. Had you pursued politics, perhaps there would have been a seat for you in the Washington state legislature. With Murin injured and requiring at least another week of recovery, Bolin found it difficult to conceive of any reason to refuse Lin Yu. In the upcoming week, we have 3 home games. I hope you can bring some surprises to this old man. After uttering these words, old Bolin wobbled away. Is this tantamount to the boss's consent? Lin Yu's heart raced. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, it still exhilarated him. He was on the brink of becoming the head coach of an NBA team. One cannot help but wonder whether to commend your cleverness or criticize your folly. Do not rejoice too soon. Have you contemplated the repercussions should you lose all 3 home games? Bolin is no philanthropist. His finances do not support idleness, and you may find yourself without even an assistant coaching position. Unseld's face reflected concern. He was deeply worried about Lin Yu's forthcoming circumstances. Lin Yu, however, exuded an air of carefree optimism. 3 consecutive defeats? How could that be possible? With a stellar lineup boasting the talents of Weber, Howard, and Strickland, it would be inconceivable to lose 3 games in a row, even if one were to leash a dog on the sidelines. Alas, you, my friend, have yet to experience the harsh realities of life. If it were truly as simple as you suggest, why would we be enduring a 4-game losing streak? For now, we can only pray that fortune smiles upon you, for that would at least allow you to continue in your role as an assistant coach. Come, let us take a stroll. Your attire is rather disheveled, and I would prefer that the fans do not perceive me as having appointed a vagabond as head coach during our home games. Lin Yu glanced at his wrinkled suit, the cuffs frayed with loose threads, a clear indication that it was a discounted item from a bargain store, costing no more than $100. He did not decline the old man's kind intentions and followed him to Washington's most bustling commercial street. Initially, the old man intended to have a tailored suit made for Lin Yu, but with a home game scheduled for tomorrow, time was of the essence. Instead, he purchased a ready-made suit priced at $1,200. Indeed, youth has its advantages. This suit exuded an aura worth $10,000 when worn by you. However, it seemed to lack something essential. A watch. Precisely, how could a man be without a watch? Without waiting for Lin Yu's consent, the old man led him into a luxury store, selecting a basic model Rolex, spending an additional $5,000. In the 1990s, over $6,000 possessed remarkable purchasing power, sufficient to acquire a well-maintained used Cadillac. Lin Yu gazed at the robust figure of the elder before him, his heart brimming with gratitude. A small favor deserves a grand return. The old bone-crushing machine had assisted him immensely, and he vowed to repay this kindness in due course. At 9 o'clock the following morning, under the guidance of Anseld, Lin Yu arrived at the team's training ground. That evening, they were set to face the Boston Celtics in a home match, and the Bullet team was engaged in their routine training session. "Come over and meet your new head coach," Anseld bellowed, summoning the players to gather around him. Lin Yu focused intently on each unfamiliar yet familiar player, including Chris Webber of the Kings, Juwan Howard, the speedy Strickland, and General Harvey Grant. The towering George Murison was, of course, the most striking presence, despite his injuries. He still graced the training court. In the NBA, any player with a nickname undoubtedly possesses some degree of talent. Take General Grant, for instance. He is the brother of the renowned power forward from the Bulls' first dynasty, known as Cobra Grant, and had once averaged 18 points and 7 rebounds as a near all-star. Then there's the sharpshooter known as Legler, who played a rather inconsequential role with the Bullets, his status on the team akin to that of Ben Wallace. Yet, he triumphed in the All-Star three-point contest, and, in 2011, was honored alongside legends such as Larry Bird, Ray Allen, Steve Kerr, and Reggie Miller as one of the top 10 three-point shooters in NBA history. This perspective reveals that the Wizards are not inept in three-point shooting. Rather, they simply do not prioritize it. But where is Ben Wallace? Lin Yu furrowed his brow, for all his plans revolved around DeBen. At this moment, the absence of DeBen among the players left Lin Yu in a state of disarray. Chapter 6. Strategy for DeBen. Mr. Anseld, has April Fool's Day come early? Is he truly our new head coach? He appears to be even 2 years younger than I am, Chris Webber remarked, openly voicing his discontent before Lin Yu. Standing beside him, Juwan Howard promptly tugged at his arm, urging him to moderate his words. Lin Yu, in his current state of turmoil, paid little heed to Webber's opinions of him, as he anxiously searched for the presence of Ben. Without Ben, his plans would be rendered futile, and achieving a satisfactory record to appease Bolin over the coming week would prove exceedingly difficult. Anseld cast a glance at Lin Yu and noticed the unnatural expression on his face, igniting a fire of indignation within him. Shut your mouth and show respect to the coach. Such is the professionalism expected of a player. He bellowed. Every player present, lend me your ears and listen carefully. Should I catch any of you showing disrespect towards the coach, I shall strip you of your dignity and cast you into the slums of Baltimore to feed the wild dogs. The visage of the bone-crushing old man was filled with ferocity as he raised his enormous hand, forming it into a menacing fist. The older one grew. The more he valued rules, witnessing Webber's attitude towards the head coach, he was unsparing. Moreover, his fondness for Lin Yu was unwavering, and he felt compelled to defend him. Anseld wielded considerable influence within the team, and upon his wrath, all players dared not utter a sound. Webber, frightened, shrank back, refraining from uttering another word. The floor is yours, Lin. Disperse and engage in free training. Anseld patted Lin Yu on the shoulder, his gaze imbued with encouragement, before turning and departing the training ground. The players scattered, embarking on their independent training. Lin Yu's previously serious expression softened as he spotted Ben. Murray's imposing figure was truly colossal, and Ben, being a peripheral player, stood at the back of the crowd, entirely obscured by Murray's bulk. Hey, Ben. Lin Yu wore a radiant smile as he briskly approached DeBen, officially commencing the plan to conquer DeBen. Coach, greetings. It's a pleasure to meet you. DeBen, still shaken by the earlier fury of the old bone crusher, forced a smile that was more akin to a grimace than genuine joy, fearful of incurring the wrath of disrespect. Happy. Indeed, you should be. For tonight's match, I have decided to assign you as the starting center. You certainly have ample reason to be delighted. Lin Yu gazed kindly at DeBen, who appeared utterly bewildered. He contemplated whether it was an early April Fool's joke, yet the earnest expression on Lin Yu's face indicated otherwise. Coach, are you truly serious? He inquired. I am not particularly astute, and at times, I cannot discern when they are jesting with me. Upon uttering this, he bashfully scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. As a rookie, especially one who went undrafted, he was undoubtedly the perfect target for teasing in the locker room. And it seemed that DeBen had often been the subject of Webber and the others' pranks. Indeed, it is absolutely true, more genuine than gold. I swear upon my career that you will definitely start tonight. My friend, seize this opportunity. I am confident that after tonight, your value will soar astonishingly. As soon as Lin Yu's voice fell, a prompt sound echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The favorability progress for Wallace has commenced, with the current favorability standing at 50. Detailed information can be viewed in the player attributes panel. 50. Lin Yu was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that merely promising to start Wallace in a single match would elevate the favorability to such an extent. In truth, he had underestimated the fervent desire of lower-tier players like Wallace for a starting position. Once elevated to the starting lineup, it signifies a dramatic increase in playing time. Originally, Wallace averaged a mere 5 minutes on the court, but as a starter, that could soar to at least 30 minutes. With an escalation in playing time, personal statistics are bound to improve. Enhanced performance naturally elevates one's status within the team, thereby opening doors to lucrative contracts in the future. Additionally, this would bolster his standing in the locker room, ensuring he would no longer be at the mercy of those who once bullied him as the lowest tier. Lin Yu eagerly examined the player attribute panel of Ben Wallace. With peak aura enhancement, his attributes were as follows: strength 85, speed 70, vertical 76, low post offense 42, low post defense 85, rebounding 81, shot blocking 82, stealing 62, mid-range shooting 37, three-point shooting 11, free throws 39, passing 35, ball handling 22, driving 23. His current favorability stood at 50, benefiting from an aura effect of 50. Lin Yu was taken aback, sensing an unsettling discrepancy. The attributes of Ben were far inferior to his expectations. He was not surprised by the poor offensive and passing attributes. Had any of them surpassed the threshold of 60, Lin Yu might have suspected he had traversed into a non-parallel universe. What truly perplexed him were Ben's rebounding and defensive attributes, which were alarmingly low. The peak version of Ben could not possibly possess such limited prowess. In an instant, Lin Yu discerned the root of the issue. The low affinity score rendered Ben incapable of fully reaping the benefits of his prime. He needed to devise a strategy to win over Ben, aiming to elevate his affinity to at least 90. Tonight's match marked Lin Yu's career debut. And the better Ben performed, the more secure Lin Yu's position as head coach would become. Presently, however, Ben's attributes were evidently insufficient, making it challenging to deliver a truly astonishing performance on the court. In the subsequent hours, Lin Yu transformed into a solicitous companion. Ben, you must be tired. Why not take a moment to hydrate and rest? I brought you this drink from outside. Others won't be getting any. Lin Yu even unscrewed the cap of the beverage before handing it to Ben. Ding. Ben Wallace's affinity has increased, current affinity 55 points. Ben, seeing you sweat so much. Come over and wipe your brow. Ding. Ben Wallace's affinity has risen, current affinity 60 points. What a splendid shot. Out of 100 free throws, you made 36? There is considerable room for improvement. Ding. Ben Wallace's affinity has increased, current affinity 62 points. In the span of several hours, Lin Yu consistently surrounded Ben, expressing concern for his well-being and occasionally showering him with compliments. When Fei Yang arrived, he couldn't help but scold Lin Yu for being overly sycophantic. Lin Yu perceived nothing amiss. After all, isn't it customary for coaches to care for their players? Ben, somewhat slow to grasp the situation, also found nothing strange about Lin Yu's behavior, believing that Lin Yu was genuinely kind to him, which in turn significantly heightened his fondness for Lin Yu. The other players on the training ground were utterly baffled, unable to comprehend Lin Yu's intentions. Was he, due to his youth and inexperience, attempting to secure a patron among the players? After all, when Lin Nam first arrived, he had engaged in similar conduct. However, why was Lin Yu so fervently enamored with the relatively obscure Ben? Shouldn't he be fawning over Weber or Howard instead? After the morning training session concluded, Lin Yu wore a troubled expression. Winning over Ben proved to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Gaining affection points below 60 was a relatively simple task. Yet once surpassing that threshold, the difficulty escalated dramatically. Lin Yu expended considerable effort to raise it to 70. Frustratingly, after reaching this milestone, no amount of concern or flattery seemed to affect the affection score. By afternoon, Lin Yu decided to examine Ben's attributes, eager to ascertain the current state of his affection levels. Upon inspecting the affection section, he was taken aback to find that the score of 70 was now accompanied by an additional phrase: no black man can resist fried chicken, Rolexes, and Cadillacs. If there are, then give him double. Lin Yu felt as if his eyes were about to pop out. How could the cursed system still engage in racial discrimination? Fortunately, the attribute panel was not visible to outsiders. Otherwise, Lin Yu's coaching career would be at an end. The NBA, often referred to as a league dominated by African Americans, has seen instances of discrimination against them, with former Clippers owner Sterling serving as a prime example of such hypocrisy. Was this an indication? A hint on how to enhance my favorability? This is troubling. It has truly devolved into a simulation game with adult themes, complete with strategy tips. Lin Yu inherited the memories of this body and understood clearly that the system, though blunt, held a profound truth. No black man could truly refuse a Rolex or a Cadillac. During their conversation, Ben's gaze frequently drifted to Lin Yu's new Rolex. Ben, do you fancy Rolexes? Lin Yu asked with a smile, pulling Ben closer. Ben, scratching his head innocently, replied, of course. Every child emerging from a black neighborhood dreams of owning a Rolex. Unfortunately, I am too poor. With a salary of $150,000 after taxes, I have less than $100,000 left. I have 11 siblings, and my mother is aging. I need to feed them all. Once I manage to save up, I will definitely buy one. Hearing Ben's words brought a pang of sorrow to Lin Yu's heart. Even now, having entered the NBA, Ben's life remained exceedingly challenging. Living in Washington to play basketball, he faced rent costs of at least $1,000 each month, along with the burden of supporting his family. Here, take this. Lin Yu removed his barely worn Rolex from his wrist and pressed it into Ben's hands. Ben, like a startled rabbit, looked alarmed. Coach, how can I accept this? Why not? I have plenty of Rolexes at home. This one is just a basic model and isn't worth much. Consider it an early congratulatory gift for your upcoming triumph against your opponents tonight. As he spoke, Lin Yu's heart ached. He was even poorer than Ben, living in a basement infested with dead mice and cockroaches, far from possessing a Rolex. Yet, in his desire to enhance Ben's abilities, he set aside his own concerns. Coach, do you truly think I am worthy of being a starter? Ben asked, trembling as he held the Rolex. The value of this watch surpassed all the gifts he had received in his life combined. Starter? Can't you aspire for more? You are destined to become the next bone-crushing machine, a formidable beast dominating the paint, and a top-tier star poised for a multi-million-dollar contract. This Rolex is my investment in you. Ben, stirred by these words, nodded vigorously. Ding. Ben Wallace's favorability increased, current favorability at 90 points. The sharp notification rang in Lin Yu's ears like heavenly music. Success. After all that effort, he had finally raised Ben's favorability to 90 points. Even after parting with his most valuable possession, Lin Yu eagerly revisited the attribute panel of Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace, peak aura enhancement status, possesses strength 95, speed 75, jumping 80, low post offense 45, low post defense 90, rebounding 89, shot blocking 89, stealing 66, mid-range shooting 38, three-point shooting 12, free throws 39, passing 36, ball handling 23, and driving 24. Current affinity level stands at 90, enjoying the effects of the 90 aura. To further elevate the affinity, specific scenarios must be triggered. Lin Yu's expression radiated with delight. This was precisely what he had hoped for, even if he had not entirely reached his peak. His attributes were still capable of overpowering the majority of centers in the league. The crucial aspect was that this was not the final attribute of Ben once he took the court. He would also benefit from Lin Yu's random aura effect. This week's random aura would enhance Ben's strength by 10 points, along with 3 points in rebounding and shot blocking attributes. Even if the effect remained at a mere 90, it was still astonishing. Ben would possess an impressive strength of 104 points, along with 91, 7 in rebounding and shot blocking, truly a terrifying force beneath the basket. Everything was in place, and Lin Yu could hardly contain his excitement for the home game to commence that very evening. He was eager to present a little shock to the NBA alongside Ben. Chapter 7. You are worth my all-out effort at 7:30 that evening, within the Verizon Center. Home of the Bullets. As one of the largest arenas in the league, the Verizon Center could accommodate 21,000 spectators. However, the attendance that night was disheartening, perhaps only reaching 60% capacity. Boasting a commendable roster yet struggling with an undesirable record, having faced 4 consecutive defeats, the home team's fans had lost interest in attending the games. In the home team's locker room, Lin Yu held the tactical board, announcing the starting lineup for the night. Center Ben Wallace, power forward Juwan Howard, small forward Chris Webber, shooting guard Calbert Cheney, and point guard Rod Strickland. As Lin Yu's words echoed in the air, discontent brewed among the players. With Murray's absence due to injury, many had their eyes set on the coveted starting position. The player most deserving of stepping into Murray's shoes was Lorenzo Williams. Last season, while playing for the Dallas Mavericks, he averaged approximately 3 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game. Although his rebounding numbers did not reach double digits, he boasted an impressive 3.6 offensive rebounds per game, placing him 6th in the league, trailing only behind the likes of Rodman and Robinson. This season, upon joining the Bullets, he had been relegated to a bench role behind Murray, resulting in a significant decline in both his playing time and statistics. Nevertheless, Lorenzo felt justified in questioning Lin Yu's starting lineup. After all, his playing style mirrored that of Ben Wallace, and he possessed far greater talent. Why then was the starting position not his? Just as he was about to voice his grievances, Unseld, standing beside Lin Yu, cleared his throat and shot him a glare. Unspoken words should remain unuttered. This decision was Lin Yu's, and mine as well. Should there be any objections, you are welcome to discuss them in my office. If I do not crush your ego, then I, Wes Unseld, am unworthy of my title. Unseld was well aware that Ben's starting position would stir dissatisfaction among certain players, which is why he had come to the locker room tonight to support Lin Yu. Lin Yu found himself in a perplexing situation, pondering that the nickname given to Unseld, Bone Crusher, was indeed a misnomer. It ought to be Egg Crusher. The pressure on the players of the Bullet team was immense, as they were frequently subjected to Unseld's commands. Lorenzo, on the other hand, dared not utter a word, burying his head in silence. Even if he possessed 100 times the courage, he would not dare to defy Unseld, the merciless Egg Crusher. Traditionally, the head coach would outline the offensive and defensive strategies in the locker room prior to the match. However, on Lin Yu's first day in office, he had no opportunity to practice any tactics. When he inquired with Unseld regarding the game plan, the response was simply to adopt an egg strategy, relying on the players to perform as they saw fit on the field. Interestingly, even when Linham was present, the Bullet team could hardly be said to have a comprehensive tactical system. Murray's sluggishness rendered any defensive strategy ineffective, as players could not retreat to defend the front line in time. Was it feasible to defend against the void? As for offensive tactics, they were even more haphazard. Weber would swing a hammer, Howard would swing a hammer, and the fast-paced players would take their turns swinging hammers, scoring if they could. And if not, so be it. Lin Yu had previously harbored doubts regarding why the Bullets, despite their illustrious lineup, failed to deliver commendable performances. After conversing with Unseld, he comprehended the situation fully. The Bullets' defeats were indeed not unwarranted, for they were a team of reckless brutes devoid of intellect. 15 minutes later, Lin Yu led the players of the Bullets onto the court. Upon seeing him, the fans were engulfed in despair regarding the team's prospects. Earlier that afternoon, the Bullets' official announcement revealed that Jim Linham had departed and Lin Yu had been appointed as the interim head coach. The team had descended to the point of employing a mere 26-year-old novice as their coach, leaving the fans despondent. The owner, Bolin, was present in the stands, and a faction of fervent supporters had begun to hurl vitriol at him. Damn miser. What a penny pincher. You might as well hire a 3-year-old from kindergarten as a coach. A single game would only cost a bottle of milk. You stingy old miser, sell the Bullets already. We have had enough of your parsimony. For consecutive losses. And you're putting this kid in charge? At this rate, we'll suffer 10 straight defeats. Refund. Refund. In the face of the cacophony of insults, Bolin appeared utterly unfazed, wearing a serene smile as if he had not heard a word. Lin Yu felt an immediate surge of pressure. Bolin was being mercilessly criticized. How could he not be infuriated? If the Bullet team were to perform inadequately tonight, upon whom would his wrath fall? Undoubtedly, it would be directed at Lin Yu. The promise of a week's time seemed utterly trivial. Lin Yu might very well find himself packing his belongings and departing by nightfall. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded, and the starting lineup for both teams began to take the field. Lin Yu took a deep breath. His coaching career officially commenced at this moment. The opponent was the Boston Celtics, and defeating them was not an insurmountable challenge, primarily due to their current state of disarray, as they sought the coveted first overall pick to select the highly regarded Duncan from the NCAA. In theory, their disarray should have been a boon. Yet Lin Yu found no joy in it. The Celtics' struggles implied that winning against them should be expected. A victory by more than 20 points would be deemed commendable, while a 10-point win would merely be considered average. A narrow victory within 5 points would be regarded as a dismal performance. Should they suffer a loss, Lin Yu would face the grim prospect of only one more chance. A second dismissal would leave even Unseld unable to protect him. Remember, your performance tonight not only determines your future position within the team, but also dictates whether I can continue as your coach. If we falter, You might never see me again after tonight, he urged, compelling them to unleash their full fighting spirit. Before Big Ben took the court, Lin Yu grasped his arm and spoke softly. Big Ben's expression was grave as he embraced Lin Yu. Coach, I have never fought for anyone else in my life. But you are someone worth fighting for. Tonight, I will give my all, even if it means exhausting myself on the court to secure your position. With that declaration, Big Ben stepped onto the court with unwavering determination. Lin Yu gazed blankly at Ben's retreating figure, overwhelmed by a profound sense of security. It felt as though it were not he who was pursuing Ben, but rather Ben who was pursuing him. How could anyone not adore such a steadfast and sincere individual as Ben? Despite his own financial struggles and the responsibility of caring for his mother and numerous siblings, he chose not to indulge in a life of carefree solitude. Since starting a family, he had never been embroiled in scandal, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to his household. As a player, he served as the team captain and a leader in the locker room. Whenever his teammates clashed with opponents on the court, Ben was always the first to step forward. After retiring, he lived a life of seclusion, never leveraging his status to criticize others or to seek attention through sensational television appearances. Ben's character was as solid and dependable as his defense. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded once more as Ben and the Celtics starting center, Dino Raja, approached the center circle to execute the jump ball. Although Ben's leaping ability was not particularly remarkable and he faced a height disadvantage, he ultimately could not outjump the towering Raja, who stood at 211 centimeters. The Celtics secured the first offensive possession. Mickey Mouse, David Wesley, led the fast break, and upon reaching the front court, he passed the ball to the Celtics star, the hefty Antoine Walker. Walker made a slight adjustment to his stance before attempting a three-point shot. Bang! The sound of the rim echoed as Walker's shot failed to find its mark. Lin Yu was instantly invigorated. The moment to test Big Ben's combat prowess had arrived. In the next heartbeat, not only Lin Yu but also the referee and the spectators on the sidelines were left astounded, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed toward the basket. After Walker took his shot, Big Ben and Radia contended for position beneath the hoop. With a simple lean of his back against Radia, devoid of any superfluous movements, Radia staggered backward a few steps and fell to the floor. A flopping act? This was the first thought that crossed everyone's mind. However, upon reflecting on Radia's prestigious standing in the basketball realm, such a notion seemed implausible. Radia was no mere nobody. He was a global basketball superstar, often regarded as the foremost player beneath the legendary Sabonis. In 1989, he was selected by Celtics mastermind Auerbach. Yet he did not join the team until 1993. Last season, he averaged an impressive 19.7 points and 9.8 rebounds per game. Had he been a decade younger, Auerbach might not have even considered tanking for Duncan. His teammates hurriedly assisted Radia to his feet. Rising, Radia gazed at Big Ben with a look of sheer terror. Throughout his decade-long career, he had encountered many eccentricities, yet the sheer force of Big Ben left him utterly astonished. Initially, upon seeing the unfamiliar starting center from the Bullets, he had anticipated a delightful evening of easy scoring, perhaps racking up 30 plus 15 points. However, after just one encounter, he became acutely aware that he might be in for a challenging night. The referee had not witnessed any foul committed by Big Ben, even if Radia had flopped. It was unlikely a call would be made, leaving the officials inactive. As Radia fell, Big Ben had already secured the rebound, and noticing the referee's silence, he passed the ball to Weber before swiftly advancing toward the front court. During the Bullets' offensive possession, the speedy player faced off against Mickey Mouse, utilizing his superior height and strength. He forcefully backed down his opponent near the free throw line before executing a stylish fadeaway jumper. The form was impressive, but the result was disappointing, as the shot barely grazed the rim. Once again, Big Ben exerted his strength, displacing Radia and leaping to snatch the rebound. Radia felt the overwhelming force of despair as he found himself deprived of any chance to jump. After securing the offensive rebound, Big Ben glanced at the approaching Radia, opting against a hasty second attempt and instead passing the ball to Weber nearby. Upon receiving the pass, Weber immediately went for the shot. Bang! Another miss. With his muscles taut, Big Ben's back surged with power, sending Radia flying once more. With a resounding thud, Ben secured his third rebound of the match. Observing that Radia had yet to regain his footing, Ben leapt once more from his landing position, effortlessly grasping the ball and thrusting it into the hoop. There was no elegance in his execution. Even a randomly chosen 2-meter amateur from a local court could perform a more aesthetically pleasing dunk than Ben. Nonetheless, Lin Yu, stationed at the sidelines, was exhilarated, applauding with fervor. How long had it been since the game commenced? A minute? DeBin had already registered 2 points and 3 rebounds, including 2 offensive boards. What defines a ferocious force in the paint? This epitomizes it. Chapter 8. The legged brother with a masochistic tendency upon witnessing DeBin's strength attributes soar to an impressive 104 points. Lin Yu was convinced that DeBin would dominate the evening's contest. To comprehend the significance of 104 points in strength, it far exceeds even the peak performance of DeBin himself. Such primal power ensures that DeBin remains invincible in positioning battles, perpetually securing the optimal spot. Even without surpassing a 90-point rebounding attribute, he could outmatch the majority of centers in the league at the boards, with formidable rebounding and shot-blocking capabilities now augmenting his prowess. Lin Yu was certain that, aside from the league's 4 premier centers, any other center facing DeBin would inevitably falter. Boom. Just as Lin Yu pondered these thoughts, during the Celtics' offensive possession, DeBin delivered an astonishing block against Radia. Radia, having endured a series of setbacks, sought to reclaim his dignity by demanding the ball during the offensive play. Unfortunately, he underestimated DeBin's dominance beneath the rim. Upon receiving the ball and attempting to back him down, he found himself utterly unable to displace DeBin. In desperation, he resorted to a close-range jump shot, only to find his position obstructed by DeBin, suffocating his leaping space. He barely managed to elevate before DeBin's hand rose to deliver a resounding rejection. Feiching seized the opportunity from this remarkable block, leading his backcourt partner on a fast break, ultimately assisting Qian and I for a successful layup. What a splendid play. Unseld, situated not far from the bench, was present to witness Lin Yu's debut and was keenly engaged in the game, observing DeBin's dominance in the paint. Unseld's excitement surpassed Lin Yu's, his face flushed as he stood to cheer for DeBin. The astonishing block had ignited within Unseld a nostalgic illusion that the player commanding the paint was a younger version of himself, 30 years prior. Since the game's inception, the Celtics had yet to score a single point, while the Bullets, despite their players struggling with their shooting touch, managed to establish a 4-o'clock lead. Thanks to DeBin's control in the paint. Following Qian Ni's successful basket, the Celtics continued their offensive efforts. Wesley, seeing his teammates fail to convert, decided against passing the ball. Upon reaching the frontcourt, he executed a pick-and-roll with his backcourt partner, Rick Fox, and launched a 3-pointer. Bang! The game remained stagnant, as both teams struggled with their shooting accuracy. Ben, resembling a relentless rebounding machine, methodically maneuvered past Radia and leaped to secure the rebound with a single arm. After gaining possession, he swiftly passed the ball to the nearest teammate, Weber, and then charged ahead to set up a defensive position. The Bullets' offense finally found its rhythm when Juwan Howard executed a mid-range jumper, sinking it effortlessly. As the seconds ticked away, the contest unfolded as a one-sided massacre. With Ben dominating the paint, the Bullets enjoyed an overwhelming advantage in rebounding, and despite their poor shooting, they managed to score significantly through second-chance opportunities. For the Celtics, the rebounding deficit was certainly detrimental, but their shooting woes proved even more catastrophic, as Radia struggled to penetrate Ben's formidable defense. It wasn't until 3 minutes had elapsed in the first quarter that they managed to register their first 2 points. Lin Yu's once taut nerves began to relax, as the situation had become exceedingly clear. Following the conclusion of the match, a resounding victory awaited the team. While triumphing over the struggling Celtics may not constitute a glorious achievement, utterly dominating them would indeed be a different matter. At the very least, the fans present would refrain from casting vicious curses upon old Pollen. With leisure time on his hands, Lin Yu began to contemplate his next strategic move. Uncovering a formidable interior player earning a mere $150,000 annually, what a fortune that would save Pollen. This season, Rodman's salary stands at $9 million, while Mutombo's is $8 million. Both are blue-collar centers. If Big Ben can sustain tonight's performance, he might even surpass that valuation, given his youth. Essentially, Pollen is spending a paltry $150,000 to enjoy the prowess of a player valued at a minimum of $8 to $9 million. This is merely for 1 year. Big Ben's contract spans 3 years. By merely discovering this gem, Lin Yu has already saved Pollen over $20 million. Pollen, willing to risk $13 million in defiance of Jordan, would undoubtedly be inclined to favor Lin Yu, formally appointing him as the head coach of the team. Currently, Big Ben's favorability rating is at 90. He has yet to fully reach his peak, yet due to the benefit of a random aura, his combat effectiveness rivals that of his prime. After facing the Celtics, the subsequent 2 matches will be against the Charlotte Hornets and the Atlanta Hawks. Unlike the Celtics, both the Hornets and Hawks are formidable forces in the Eastern Conference, particularly the Hawks, boasting talents such as Mutombo, Steve Smith, Lettner, and Burloak, coupled with their well-established 32 system, possessed tremendous strength, even managing to secure a victory against the Bulls this season. Although the Wizards' strength has surged, Lin Yu senses that the likelihood of defeat against the Hawks remains significantly high. Lin Yu understood that as long as the first two games were won convincingly, even if they were to lose against the Eagles, as long as the defeat was not too severe, his chances of becoming the head coach of the team would remain high. However, he still aspired for perfection, wishing to present an impeccable report card. Conquering a formidable opponent was merely insufficient. He must also strategize to engage other players. But whom should he choose? Lin Yu gazed at Weber and the others on the court, shaking his head. These were all renowned players, impervious to Lin Yu's trifling gestures of goodwill. Moreover, the random halo of the week offered little enhancement for them, even if he managed to elevate several of them to a score of 90. It would scarcely improve their chances against the Hawks. Lin Yu resumed his search from the bench, and upon catching sight of Leg Brother's delicate visage, one even more refined than that of a young maiden, he couldn't help but smile. Could there be a more enticing target for strategy than Leg Brother? This player has been recognized by ESPN as one of the top 13 shooters in history. What is the most formidable weapon for overcoming stronger opponents? Undoubtedly, it is the three-pointer. Last season, Legler attempted an average of 2 three-point shots per game, boasting an astonishing shooting percentage of 52.2 in the season prior. His three-point shooting percentage was also an impressive 52. If we were to consider the modern era of small ball, Leg Brother would undoubtedly be a coveted asset for numerous teams, rather than languishing in a situation where he could only participate in around 10 games in a season, averaging less than 10 minutes on the court. The two guards of the Bullets are incapable of making three-point shots, rendering their presence extraordinarily explosive even in this retro era. Fortuitously, Lin Yu had randomly obtained the Strong Strike aura this week, which could enhance his three-point attribute by 5 points. After successfully strategizing with Legler, while it may not guarantee a victory over the Hawks, it would at least increase their chances significantly. Tim, come sit over here. Lin Yu patted the seat beside him and beckoned to Leg Brother. Leg Brother quickly bent down and jogged over, asking, "Coach, is it my turn to play?" Lin Yu shook his head, unhurried, suggesting they engage in conversation first. "I am quite curious. Do you harbor any animosity towards Linham?" This question caused Brother 2A to tense up, utterly at a loss on how to respond to Lin Yu. Primarily, he was uncertain of Lin Yu's background, in his eyes. A person of such youth elevated to the position of commander at Bullet must certainly possess some influential connections. Was his relationship with Linham positive or negative? As he found himself on the fringes of the team, he pondered the consequences of speaking carelessly and potentially incurring Lin Yu's wrath. "Coach, I do not fully grasp your meaning," Brother 2A replied softly. Lin Yu waved his hand, urging him not to overthink, expressing his curiosity as to why. Despite his remarkable performance last season, he had been marginalized this season. The only reason that came to mind was that he had offended Linham. The legged brother shook his head vigorously, denying, "No, Coach, I absolutely did not offend Linham. I am an undrafted player, not from one of those prestigious NCAA schools. And my overall skills are quite limited. My only forte is shooting three-pointers. I completely understand why Coach Linham does not grant me opportunities. If I were the head coach, I would make the same decision." This statement left Lin Yu in awe of the vastness of the world, astonished that someone could voluntarily subject themselves to such self-deprecation. "Tim, I'm not a crude person, but at this moment, I truly wish to curse at you. What nonsense are you spouting? If you hold such disdain for yourself, how can you expect others to regard you with esteem? So what if you are an undrafted player? Even the great Ben on the court was undrafted. Do you see him lacking in any way? And what does it matter if you come from a prestigious school? Just look at E.D. O'Bannon from the basketball mecca UCLA. The 9th pick entering the league 2 years ago. Now, he is unwanted even if offered for free. I had initially thought to give you another chance to prove yourself. But it seems you are utterly unworthy." Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. If only he possessed the talent of Legler. Perhaps the system would have guided him down the path of a player, and the beginning would not be filled with such hesitation and uncertainty. Yet, here was Legler, wallowing in self-pity. Truly, comparisons can evoke deep frustration. "What? Coach, are you truly willing to give me a chance?" exclaimed the enthusiastic Brother Legs, grasping Lin Yu's arm with palpable joy. "Congratulations, host. The affinity progress with Tim Legler has commenced, currently standing at a level of 40. For further details, please refer to the player attribute panel." Lin Yu did not anticipate that his casual tirade would unexpectedly enhance the favorability of Leg Brother. Could it be that this fellow possesses a latent penchant for masochism? Tim Legler, strength 47, speed 67, jumping 62, low post offense 31, perimeter defense 61, rebounding 32, shot blocking 41, stealing 68, mid-range shooting 81, three-point shooting 93, free throw 95, passing 48, ball handling 52, driving 31. Current favorability 40, enjoying a 40 aura effect. After examining the attributes, Lin Yu fell into contemplative silence. It appeared that Legler was not merely engaging in self-PUA. He genuinely lacked in every area except for his three-point shooting. Aside from his impressive three-point and free throw attributes, his mid-range shooting was merely adequate, while all other attributes failed to surpass 70. Chapter 9. Only the Bulls are worthy opponents. With a three-point attribute of 93, enhanced by the 40-point strong strike aura effect, it could soar to an impressive 95. In his previous life, Lin Yu engaged in games such as 2K or NBA Live, where a singular attribute rating of 95 was considered legendary, capable of securing a place in the annals of history. Regrettably, what appeared to be formidable attributes in the hands of Legler seemed rather squandered. His ball handling skills were subpar, and his three fundamental attributes were equally lacking, rendering him incapable of evading the defensive prowess of his opponents. When faced with formidable defenders, he found himself unable to even release the ball. Nonetheless, solutions were not entirely absent. Employing pick-and-roll strategies could potentially create shooting opportunities for Legler, thereby maximizing his three-point shooting capabilities. However, what kind of team were the Bullets? Even Weber lacked a corresponding tactical system to complement his skills. Would Linham truly invest effort in devising strategies for Legler? Even if Linham were inclined to create such tactics, who would provide Legler with the necessary screens? Morning certainly would not suffice. It would be a feat for him to simply position himself correctly on the offensive end, let alone execute complex plays. As for Weber, Howard, and the like, they were all-star players in their own right. Could they merely serve as facilitators for Legler? Lin Yu cast a glance at Leg Brother, silently sighing, truly a little unfortunate soul. Had he been in the Jazz, a team proficient in screen and role plays, his circumstances would undoubtedly be far more favorable. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity, but not at this moment, after we return tonight. I will meticulously devise a tactical plan tailored for you. Lin Yu patted Brother Leg's shoulder and sighed. Ding. Tim Legler's favorability increased, and the current favorability stands at 60 points. Lin Yu muttered to himself that marginal players are easily deceived, casually drawing a grand vision, which unexpectedly elevated his favorability by 20 points. As the first quarter of the game approached its conclusion, Lin Yu refrained from making any substitutions, opting to keep the starting five on the court. The players from Weber's team were all youthful and vigorous. Even playing an entire quarter posed no significant challenge for them. Furthermore, Lin Yu was confident that the game would descend into garbage time by the third quarter, at which point both teams would deploy their bench warmers, allowing Weber's players ample opportunity to rest. In the first quarter, DeBin played the full 12 minutes, independently achieving 5 points, 13 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 blocks, and 1 steal, completely overwhelming the season star, Radia, on both ends of the court. Continuing his dominance into the second quarter, DeBin stifled Radia, who was rendered powerless, adding another 6 points, 12 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks in that period. By the end of the first half, DeBin had amassed an astonishing total of 11 points, 25 rebounds, 5 assists, 6 blocks, and 1 steal. Thanks to DeBin's explosive performance, the Bullets held a commanding lead of 56-31 at halftime. The Celtics, being a team that had already resigned to mediocrity, recognized their substantial disadvantage and, rather than futilely persevering, surrendered as the second half commenced, substituting in a purely reserve lineup. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming sense of regret as he glanced at the statistics of Big Ben. Had he been able to continue playing, he would undoubtedly have shattered the single-game rebounding record held by the legendary Oakley since 1985. Oakley's record was merely 35 rebounds, and Big Ben had already amassed 25 in the first half. Given his current form, securing another 10 rebounds in the second half would have been a mere trifle. There was even a faint possibility for him to attain a quadruple-double. Alas, the game had entered garbage time, and accumulating statistics at this juncture would not only lack honor, but also tarnish his career. As the match concluded, the crowd erupted in fervent cheers for Big Ben. They had not relished such a resounding victory in quite some time, and his extraordinary performance instilled a sense of hope for the future of the Bullets. Unseld and Bolin had not ceased smiling since the game's inception. Unseld was exhilarated by the striking resemblance between Big Ben and his younger self. Perhaps Lin Yu was right. If he could reclaim his peak form, he would still be the formidable force in the paint that sent shivers down opponents' spines. Bolin's joy, however, was rather pragmatic. Within the next 2 years, he would only need to invest $150,000 annually to secure a blue-collar ceiling in the league. He felt the premonition that Lin Yu's assertions about generating substantial revenue for the team might indeed come to fruition. Saving a significant sum while having the potential for great profit, a low investment with high returns, would delight any businessman. "Coach, can you keep your job?" Big Ben approached Lin Yu post-game, breathless and earnest. Throughout his time on the court, he dared not relent for even a second. Safeguarding Lin Yu's position had become his sole conviction. He poured his heart and soul into every possession, fearful that, as Lin Yu had suggested, he might never see him again after tonight. "We did it, Ben. We succeeded." Lin Yu embraced the Ben with a smile, saying, "That's good, coach. Will I still be able to see you tomorrow?" The Ben sighed with relief, having not glanced at his own statistics since halftime. All his thoughts were devoted to Lin Yu. "Of course you'll see me, barring any unforeseen circumstances. You'll be able to see me every day until you secure that maximum contract." "I would rather forego the maximum contract. I simply wish to play under your guidance." The Ben replied in a deep, resonant voice. While such words might seem insincere coming from others, they resonated with genuine sincerity when spoken by the Ben. "Hey, you two. Could you refrain from being so sentimental? Are we staging Romeo and Juliet here?" The old bone crusher, having approached seemingly from nowhere, was in remarkably high spirits and chose to tease Lin Yu and the Ben this time rather than unleash his usual wrath. "Good lad. I knew I wasn't mistaken back then. Signing you was perhaps the wisest decision of my life. Your talent undoubtedly surpasses mine in my youth." The old bone crusher offered to Ben an exceedingly high compliment, leaving Lin Yu astounded. Typically, these veterans prefer to extol the past while dismissing the present. Few would concede that modern players are superior. It appeared that the old bone crusher genuinely held the Ben in high regard. "Lin, don't celebrate too soon. You still have 2 games ahead. Losing to the Hawks won't be catastrophic, but you must secure a victory against the Hornets, and it must be a decisive one. I want to make that old coot Dave feel the heat." The old coot Dave referred to by Onseld was none other than the legendary Dave Cowens. Their careers nearly overlapped entirely, both playing the center position and having faced each other countless times. In terms of both winning percentage and personal statistics, Cowens consistently outperformed Onseld. To add insult to injury, after Cowens took over as the coach of the Eastern Hornets 2 years ago, the team's performance has significantly surpassed that of Onseld's Bullets. Having lost during his playing days and continuing to lose post-retirement, the old bone crusher harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Cowens. However, in 20 years, when the NBA celebrates its 75th anniversary, Onseld will have his moment of vindication. He ranks 48th among the 75 greatest players, while his rival Dave Cowens sits at 61st. As per tradition, a press conference followed the game, with Onseld leading Lin Yu and De Ben to attend, leaving other players behind. Upon arriving at the press conference venue, before any questions could be posed by reporters, the old bone crusher seized the microphone to extol his own praises. "You must all be astonished as to why the Bullets appointed a 26-year-old as the interim head coach. Tonight provides the most compelling answer. Young individuals possess an edge over us old-timers. Their vision and perspective continually bring me unexpected delight. I firmly believe that under Lin Yu's leadership, the Bullets will achieve remarkable success this year." As soon as Unseld's words faded, the journalists eagerly raised their hands to pose inquiries. "Wes, how commendable is the achievement you speak of? Tonight's resounding victory seems insufficient to signify much, especially considering your recent string of 4 consecutive defeats. Currently, the Wizards are positioned 10th in the Eastern Conference, with only 1/3 of the season remaining. Is there a possibility that you may not even reach the playoffs this season?" The reporter's disheartening remarks visibly unsettled both Unseld and Lin Yu. Having just celebrated a significant triumph, they found themselves confronted with questions that only highlighted the negatives. Were it not for the presence of the public media, Unseld might have resorted to a more colorful expression of his frustration. Lin Yu grasped the microphone before him and cleared his throat. "The playoffs? That is certainly not our objective. Our aim is the Eastern Conference Finals. Only the Bulls are worthy rivals for us. Just half a month. I merely require half a month's time to substantiate my claims." Initially, Lin Yu had no intention of making a grand statement. In his previous life, He adhered to the philosophy of quietly accumulating wealth. However, the words of the reporter earlier had enlightened him. Having already traversed the bounds of life and death, should he still live in humility? What joy would remain in such an existence? It would be far more exhilarating to embrace life wholeheartedly and passionately, after all, with the system by his side. How much worse could his circumstances truly become? Lin Yu's audacious remarks left the reporters below exchanging bewildered glances. The NBA has never been short of brash individuals. Yet few possess the audacity of Lin Yu. A team ranked 10th in the Eastern Conference dares to proclaim that only the Dynasty Bulls are worthy adversaries? Who would believe such nonsense? Even Unseld found it hard to swallow, though he certainly could not undermine Lin Yu's bravado. With a shrug and open palms, he remarked, "Whether you believe it or not, I, for one, do." Chapter 10. Establishing authority. After the press conference concluded, Unseld refrained from chastising Lin Yu for his arrogance. In his view, a touch of youthful hubris was hardly a grave flaw. During his own youth, he had boasted annually about being able to outshine Dave Cowens, only to be consistently outmatched. At 8:30 the following morning, Lin Yu arrived at the training facility, where a team practice awaited. As he approached the locker room, he overheard Lorenzo's sarcastic banter within. "Look, our superstar has made the front page. Mr. Wallace, you've hit the big time now. I hope you don't look down upon us mere mortals. From now on, I suppose I can no longer bully you in the locker room. If you go crying to the coach, I may never see the court again. By the way, what is your relationship with our new coach? I've seen less camaraderie in the flesh trade with Georgetown." Lorenzo unleashed his tirade mercilessly upon Ben, like a scorned harpy. "Enough, you coward." The sound of revving engines echoed from within the locker room. Lin Yu restrained his fury, continuing to listen intently to the unfolding commotion. "What did you say?" Rod Lorenzo glared at the motorcycle racer. "I called you a coward, only daring to play the tough guy at this moment. Why didn't you speak up yesterday before the race when Anseld was present? What, do you intend to bully me as well?" The racer scoffed mockingly. Having just been traded from the Trailblazers to the Bullets this season, he had no prior acquaintance with Lorenzo. Hearing Lorenzo's sarcastic remarks aimed at Batman early that morning, he instinctively leapt to Batman's defense without a second thought. Lin Yu previously harbored little fondness for Fei Che, recalling him as a drunken and indolent player. However, his recent actions and words have evoked a profound respect in Lin Yu. With Anseld absent, it is improbable that Fei Che would defend to Ben merely to curry favor with the higher-ups. It is even less likely that he would seek to please Lin Yu. The new coach, as he does not even know Lin Yu's full name and doubts his longevity in the head coach position, when he boldly confronted Lorenzo, it was a spontaneous act of righteousness. He is indeed a player imbued with a strong sense of justice. Many fans are unaware that Fei Che Strickland is the godfather of the illustrious Irving. With such a virtuous mentor, it is no wonder that Irving possesses such remarkable resilience. Lin Yu strode into the changing room, observing Lorenzo as he sneered and clapped his hands. Upon seeing Lin Yu, Ben's face flushed crimson. As he stood in the corner of the changing room, nervously rubbing his hands, at a loss for what to do. "Are you curious about why I am so close to Ben? Very well, I shall reveal the reason to you. Now, get yourself to the training ground." Lin Yu's roar reverberated throughout the locker room, drawing the attention of everyone present. Lorenzo, however, felt no fear towards Lin Yu. His true apprehension lay with Anseld. As for Lin Yu, he was merely an interim coach. Unfazed by Lin Yu's furious admonition, Lorenzo sat on the bench with a bemused smile, showing no inclination to move. "Not coming, are you? Ben, I grant you 1 minute. I care not what means you employ. Bring that wretched thing to the training ground." Lin Yu cast a glance at Ben, his eyes filled with exasperation akin to that of a mentor witnessing a promising student falter. Could it be that Ben was incapable of confronting Lorenzo? Even 3 Lorenzos combined would pale in comparison to Ben's, especially with his strength having surged to an impressive 104 points. Yet, at this moment, Ben stood before Lorenzo, rendered mute by the latter's humiliation, which ignited Lin Yu's fury. Upon receiving Lin Yu's command, Ben inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and charged towards Lorenzo, without granting Lorenzo a moment to respond. Ben swiftly lifted his arm, pinning Lorenzo's head under his armpit, and proceeded to drag the formidable figure of Lorenzo, who weighed no less than 110 kilograms, towards the training ground. This utterly absurd scene caused the onlookers' expressions to shift dramatically, even leaving the motorcycle riders in disbelief. How could such a preposterous act occur without a hint of resistance? Lin Yu turned and exited the dressing room, following Ben. In this world, who could resist the allure of excitement? The crowd in the dressing room hurriedly made their way to the training ground as well. Coach, shall we give him a good thrashing? Ben asked, his expression one of naive curiosity. Lin Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. Where have you been? Why didn't you confront him just now? He insulted us, calling us streetwalkers, and you can just tolerate that? I was worried about causing you trouble. I'm your player, and if I create a mess, I fear the team might dismiss you. Ben, with his habitual sheepish grin, scratched his head like a simpleton, all the while firmly clutching Lorenzo under his arm. Let him down, Ben commanded. Lorenzo, I know you are displeased that Ben has taken your starting position. Since you are dissatisfied, I propose a challenge right here in front of this audience to provide a witness. I will take a shot, and you and Ben will contest for the rebound. If you manage to secure the rebound and score on a second attempt, the starting position shall rightfully be yours. Moreover, I will immediately resign from my position with Unseld. Of course, if you should lose, you must accept a small lesson. Lin Yu refrained from imparting any lessons, instead fixating his gaze upon Lorenzo, awaiting his response. With so many eyes upon him, Lorenzo was reluctant to concede and jeopardize his pride. He believed that this wager was particularly advantageous for him. Should he emerge victorious, he would reclaim his starting position and rid himself of the bothersome Lin Yu from the Bullet team. The onlookers settled in various spots along the sidelines, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Ben and Lorenzo took their positions beneath the basket, while Lin Yu stood beyond the three-point line, casually launching the basketball towards the hoop. The shot veered off course, failing to even graze the rim and instead striking the backboard. Ben had already calculated the trajectory of the rebound, utilizing sheer force to shove Lorenzo aside and leaping to seize the board. Upon landing, he backed into Lorenzo once more, creating space for a powerful dunk. The second round mirrored the first, with Ben again claiming the rebound, forcing Lorenzo aside, and executing another emphatic slam. The sound of the rim reverberated with each thunderous dunk as Ben tirelessly snatched rebound after rebound, mechanically overpowering Lorenzo with each dunk. After 10 rounds, Lorenzo was utterly exhausted. Having exerted every ounce of strength to contend with Ben, yet he had failed to score even a single point. He did manage to secure one offensive rebound. But just as he attempted a shot, Ben swatted it away with a resounding block. What was all the commotion about? Anseld arrived at the bustling training facility and, intrigued by the clamor, approached to investigate. Legler promptly recounted the events that had transpired in the locker room, revealing his favorable impression of Lin Yu. Naturally, he embellished Lorenzo's actions, casting him in a negative light. What? This guy openly insults the team's head coach in the locker room? Damn it. Does he take my words for mere nonsense? Anseld's robust frame quivered with rage. He had just warned the team to respect the coach the day before. And now Lorenzo dared to publicly insult him? If he did not teach Lorenzo a lesson he would never forget, Anseld felt he might as well abandon his career. Just as he prepared to confront Lorenzo, Lin Yu interjected. If you wish to continue, we can persist in this manner indefinitely. The outcome shall remain unchanged. Are you now willing to accept your penalty? Lin Yu's voice was as cold as ice as he fixed his gaze on Lorenzo and spoke slowly. Lorenzo, still oblivious to the gravity of the situation, thought that accepting the punishment would merely entail running a few laps or doing some squats. Punishment was punishment. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lin Yu lunged forward, exerting all his strength to slap Lorenzo across the face. How dare you speak so insolently? Smack. Did you truly believe I would not retaliate? Smack. You dare to insult me behind my back. Your entire family consists of streetwalkers. Smack. 3 resounding slaps landed on Lorenzo's face in quick succession. Everyone was taken aback. They could hardly believe that the previously expressionless Lin Yu could be so fierce, delivering 3 rapid blows with such ferocity. The seasoned members of the team, who had previously underestimated Lin Yu, now silently expressed their relief, thankful that they had not provoked him, for otherwise, they too might have faced the same fate. Lin Yu's reckless behavior serves but one purpose, to establish his authority. Due to their youth, the majority of players in the Bullet team have not taken Lin Yu seriously. Now that he has revealed his capabilities, even if he cannot intimidate the core players like Weber, at the very least, the fringe players will be considerably more compliant, refraining from challenging Lin Yu's coaching authority. Standing outside the crowd, Unseld was initially taken aback, but soon his face broke into a grin. He found Lin Yu increasingly to his liking. I will kill you, Lorenzo exclaimed, his eyes reddened from the humiliation. Lin Yu's sudden action had caught him off guard. By the time he reacted, he had already received 3 sharp slaps. Ben, standing beside him, could hardly remain indifferent. A forward charge sent Lorenzo sprawling to the ground, and he was swiftly pinned beneath. Well done. You should consider yourself fortunate that it was Lin Yu who struck. Had it been me, I swear I would have torn off your manhood to feed the wild dogs. Unseld emerged from the crowd, his gaze toward Lorenzo filled with disdain. You. I will sue you to the league. Lorenzo bellowed, pinned down and unable to move. Upon hearing this, Unseld felt as though he had heard the funniest joke of his life, laughing until he could hardly breathe. Sue me to the league? You wish to take me to court? Pat Riley would have to concede defeat and humbly return Zhu Wan to me. Do you even know which way the league headquarters opens? The pinnacle of Unseld's glory came from a lawsuit half a year prior. At that time, Zhu Wan Howard's contract had expired, and Pat Riley, the leader of the Heat, had offered him an exorbitant contract worth millions, with both parties having signed it. By all accounts, it was a mutually agreeable contract, free of any rule violations, something even the highest authorities could not prevent. Yet, remarkably, Unseld succeeded. He took the Heat to the league headquarters, and the contract was nullified, leaving Zhu Wan Howard in the Bullet team. Of course, from a broader perspective, Unseld's maneuver could be seen as shooting himself in the foot, as Howard later became a symbol of high salary, yet low performance. However, in that moment, it stood as Unseld's proud achievement, a testament to his connections and influence within the league, even making Pat Riley bow to him. Chapter 11. The color is a bone-cutting steel knife. Lin Yu chuckled, amused by Lorenzo's foolishness and malice. When Unseld was embroiled in a lawsuit with Riley, Lin had already joined the Bullets. How could he possibly remain unaware of such matters? Riley, the mastermind behind the Lakers' Showtime era and a prominent figure across several NBA teams, was a titan of the league, while Lorenzo was merely insignificant in comparison. Realizing the naivety of his own outbursts, Lorenzo's face flushed as he continued to rant. If the league headquarters won't listen, then I shall approach the Players' Association. To his surprise, this declaration only incited Unseld's uproarious laughter, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. The Players' Association? If you possessed even a modicum of knowledge about me, you would know that I once served as the vice president of the union. At that time, the head of the union was the great Oscar Robertson, a man who was utterly disengaged, while everyone within the union was recruited by me. Ask Buck Williams if he could ascend to the current presidency of the union without my endorsement. By the way, I can inform you in advance that Ewing is the designated successor to Buck. Unseld, exuding an imposing presence, cast a scornful glance at Lorenzo, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a courtroom where the accused trembles before the judge. Not only Lorenzo but even Lin Yu felt a chill of trepidation. He recognized Unseld as a formidable figure but was astonished by the depth of his influence, akin to a singular force capable of shaping the entire landscape. Gazing upon the towering figure of the legendary Big Unseld, Lin found a new aspiration in life. Perhaps only by becoming such a colossal entity could one justify the trials of existence. On the floor, Lorenzo's spirit was crushed, fully aware that his fate was sealed. The 3 slaps he had received were trivial. What truly despaired him was the impending end of his career. Given Unseld's demeanor, there was no doubt he would not let Lorenzo off easily. With the methods of these veterans, he could devise 100 ways to ensure Lorenzo vanished from the NBA. Regret was futile now. Even if he were to apologize to Lin Yu, there would be no mercy. Initially, Lin Yu had been contemplating how to establish his authority. And now he had a perfect opportunity. If not Lorenzo, then whom should he target? All right, everyone disperse and return to your training. If we lose against the Hornets tomorrow night, I will ensure you all face the consequences. Lin, come with me. Unseld beckoned, leading Lin to his office. Indeed. My initial assessment was correct. You are even more remarkable than I anticipated. Though today's methods may have been somewhat extreme, your circumstances are unique. And a touch of aggression is not unwarranted. After taking his seat, Unseld lavished praise upon Lin Yu. Lin Yu was at a loss for words. Was he truly being too extreme today? Yet, you often resort to such drastic measures as threatening to feed someone's offspring to wild dogs. In that moment of anger, he did not ponder deeply. Mr. Unseld, I never anticipated that your influence could extend to the point of selecting the successor for the Players' Union. Lin Yu's admiration was genuine and heartfelt. Unexpectedly, Unseld was left perplexed, exclaiming, "What? You actually believe such nonsense? Such grandiloquent declarations are merely fabrications crafted to deceive the gullible. If this young man truly resorts to filing a complaint with the Players' Union, it could prove quite troublesome. I did serve as vice president, but that was 2 decades ago. As for a designated successor, Stern lacks the capability for such a task." Lin Yu was on the verge of spitting blood. Just moments ago, he had regarded the old bone-crushing machine as the pinnacle of his aspirations, only to realize that he had been thoroughly deceived. Ahem, Mr. Unseld. It would truly be a pity if your acting skills were not pursued in Hollywood. The old bone-crushing machine beamed with delight. Do you think so too? You might not believe it, but some say I bear a striking resemblance to Marlon Brando. Should there ever be a black version of The Godfather? I might indeed consider auditioning. Who knows? I could even win that coveted little gold statuette. Lin Yu's lips twitched in disbelief. What kind of shameless individual could dare to compare Anselm to Brando? The two appeared almost as if they belonged to entirely different species. Hey, I must admit, you do bear a striking resemblance to Marlon Brando, Lin Yu remarked with a sheepish smile. Upon returning to the training ground, Lin Yu found it difficult to quell his agitation, as Anselm's stark contrast was truly bewildering. He seemed to be a rough and irritable old man, yet in reality, a master of deception and a narcissist? Perhaps it would be best to proceed with my plan, striving to win over the leggy brother before tomorrow night's match. Lin Yu shook his head, attempting to cast aside the bizarre image of Anselm portraying the Godfather from his mind. The leggy brother's favorability had reached 60 points, and Lin Yu continued with his usual approach of showing concern and warmth. After several hours, he succeeded in raising his favorability to 70 points. A strategy prompt also appeared on the leggy brother's attribute panel. Some possess a blade as sharp as a bone cutter, while others are simply born with an excess of bone growth. Lin Yu gazed at the prompt, utterly perplexed, or rather, engulfed in confusion. What could it possibly mean? Was it suggesting that he take Legler to seek out a young lady? It was quite unexpected. After all, Legler, with his earnest demeanor and wide eyes, certainly appeared to be a man of integrity, yet even the most honest of individuals could engage in uncharacteristic behaviors. Soon enough, Lin Yu came to a sobering realization. It seemed that Legler's favorability could not be further cultivated. The primary reason was Lin Yu's financial constraints. He needed to address his bone hyperplasia, which would undoubtedly incur significant expenses, certainly not a trivial sum. Lin Yu was so impoverished that he was residing in a basement. How could he possibly afford to indulge Legler in lavish outings? Although he had a salary of $70,000 for the season, it was not disbursed in a lump sum, and after deducting a hefty 40% in taxes, he was left with roughly $40,000. With aspirations to escape the confines of his basement and cover basic living expenses, there was hardly any surplus left. Surely he could not starve himself just to take Legler on a quest for romance. The second reason for his hesitation stemmed from the ambiguous nature of the prompt. What if Legler was a pure-hearted warrior of love? Perhaps he merely wished to experience the bittersweet pangs of affection, devoid of the ulterior motives that Lin Yu harbored. Nonetheless, it was prudent to first address the tactical issues concerning his teammate, Brother 2A, if the pick-and-roll strategy remained unresolved. Possessing a 3-point attribute of 100 would be rendered utterly futile. Lin Yu understands the gravity of the situation. His most pressing task at hand is certainly not to treat Brother Leg's bone hyperplasia. Brother Leg, a shooting guard, naturally requires the optimal pick-and-roll partner, which would be either the point guard, Fish, or the small forward, Weber. Undoubtedly, Weber is the quintessential pick-and-roll specialist. He is not inherently a small forward, rather. He and Uncle Hua both eschewed the center position and opted for the 3 spot instead. With his towering stature and commendable athletic prowess, he is a naturally gifted pick-and-roll facilitator. However, Weber has yet to endure the harsh realities of life. He still carries the burden of stardom and cannot simply become a tool for Legler. The pivotal moment of Weber's transformation occurred when he was traded from the Bullets to the Kings, at which point he truly embraced selflessness. Since Weber is not a viable option, Lin Yu must set his sights on the godfather of the legendary European player. Rod, thank you for standing up for Ben this morning. In a moment of respite during the frenetic race, Lin Yu took the opportunity to sit beside him. Lin, I'm not trying to stand up for Ben. I simply cannot abide those who bully the weak. As Fei Che turned to glance at Lin Yu, he inadvertently shielded his mouth with his arm, clearly still shaken by Lin Yu's earlier impulsive act. Who could withstand such a sudden slap? Regardless, I must express my gratitude. With your protection, life in the locker room will undoubtedly be much more bearable. Protect you? Lin, do you hold a misunderstanding regarding my standing in the locker room? Howard and Weber are the true leaders. My status is hardly superior to Ben's. Lin Yu discerned the palpable resentment in Fei Che's words. It is understandable, for the Bullet team can be considered a triumvirate. Howard and Weber share a camaraderie so profound that they are inseparable. Consequently, the collective influence of their small faction far surpasses that of the solitary Fei Che. The NBA is akin to a fraternity where alliances are forged, and Fei Che finds himself as a lone ranger, lacking the support of a robust coalition. Last season, Fei Che averaged 18, 7 points and 9.6 assists per game with the Trailblazers, ranking third among all point guards in scoring, trailing only behind the Glove, Gary Payton, and the diminutive Dynamo, Damon Stoudemire. In terms of assists, he held the third position in the league, surpassed only by Stockton and Kidd. However, upon joining the Trailblazers, he found himself relegated. Unable even to secure the third position within the team, often overshadowed by the more influential Chinny, who frequently wielded greater authority. Under such circumstances, any reasonable individual would harbor feelings of discontent. Rod, you have already witnessed the potential of Big Ben. He is destined to become a premier center in the future. He will undoubtedly be the cornerstone of the Bullet team's interior. In the locker room, as you support one another, why should you concern yourselves with the opinions of others? As Lin Yu spoke, he began to feel a sense of unease. What was his purpose in traversing to this realm? Was he here to film a version of Empresses in the Palace in the NBA? Why was he embroiled in palace intrigues? Congratulations, host. The affinity progress for Rod Strickland has commenced, with a current affinity level of 10. For detailed information, please consult the player's attribute panel. Well, is this truly possible? Lin Yu could not restrain himself. The affinity for Fish had been ignited, thus he would likely not resist the notion of setting screens for Legler. Ben served as his ally within the locker room, and should Legler develop his skills, he too could be considered a valuable asset. Fish aspired to reign supreme, naturally. The more allies he amassed, the better. Chapter 12. The Duo and the Iron Triangle. Coach, you did not summon me merely to instruct me on how to form factions. Did you? Upon the awakening of their affinity, Fish's manner of addressing Lin Yu had transformed. Of course not. I wish to replace Chen-Yi in the starting lineup, allowing Legler to ascend as the starting shooting guard, but I require your assistance to accomplish this. Lin Yu's words illuminated Fei Che's mind. Chen and I was also a member of the Weber-Howard faction, and although he partnered with Fei Che in the backcourt, there was a distinct lack of communication between them on the court, as evidenced in their previous match against the Celtics. Fei Che couldn't help but ponder, having aided Legler. He was now part of their ranks. If Legler could permanently replace Chen and I as a starter, it would mean that within the Bullet starting five, Fei Che's faction would comprise 3 members. One must concede that Fei Che possessed a remarkable aptitude for palace intrigue. Had he been in a royal court, he would surely have earned a title as a favored concubine. How to assist? By executing a backcourt pick and roll with Legler, whose strengths lay in driving and distributing the ball. While Legler excelled in off-ball three-pointers, they would form an ideal backcourt partnership, far more compatible than with Chen and I. It was a compelling argument, and he resolved to test this strategy in tomorrow's game. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Che nodded in agreement. Shall we practice the pick and roll today? Lin Yu suggested with a smile. Do we really need to rehearse such a rudimentary tactic? After 4 years in the Princeton system with the Trailblazers, I could find the pick and roll spot with my eyes closed. Even if it fails to yield results, it certainly wouldn't be my fault. The Princeton offense may not be the ultimate strategy, as no team has ever clinched a championship solely relying on it in the NBA. However, the system demands exceptional tactical execution from its players. Those who can persist with Princeton for several years undoubtedly possess top-tier execution skills. It was only after Weber transitioned to the Kings and adopted Princeton that he gradually ascended to superstar status. Fei Che seemed to hold Princeton in high regard, pride evident on his face when discussing it. In the ensuing time, Lin Yu endeavored to engage Fei Che warmly, hoping to elevate his favorability. The passive abilities strong strike aura and indomitable resilience were ineffective for Fei Che, as he neither shot three-pointers nor played center. Only the focus aura was beneficial, at least enhancing his stealing capability. Regrettably, this warm engagement yielded no fruit. After much effort, Fei Che's favorability remained at a mere 10 points. On Thursday afternoon, just hours before the match, the Bullets and Hornets held their respective pre-game press conferences. Since Dave Cowens took the helm as head coach for the Hornets, this had become a tradition for both teams. Our recent training has been spirited. We possess the most formidable frontcourt in the league. How could the Hornets possibly prevail against us? He declared confidently. To be honest, I do not believe Dave's coaching prowess surpasses that of the 26-year-old Lin Yu. This match is destined to be a one-sided massacre. Unseld attended the press conference alone, confidently addressing the media. One-sided massacre? Wes has remained unchanged over the years. His lower half is perpetually soft while his upper half is always tough. Do not misunderstand. I refer to his legs, which you all liken to elephant legs. Listening to Wes's remarks, one might be surprised to learn that they were ranked 10th in the Eastern Conference. Kahn's performance is markedly superior to that of Anseld. who resembles a dunk-electing peasant, while Cons exudes an air of cultured humility, reminiscent of Marlon Brando as he graces the stage. The two venerable gentlemen have engaged in verbal sparring on numerous occasions, and the journalists have grown accustomed to their exchanges. As the clock strikes 7:30 in the evening, Lin Yu announces the starting lineup in the locker room. What? Carl is not starting? Lin, you ought to understand the significance of this match for Anseld. A loss could spell dire consequences for us. Weber frowned, as Carl, known as Cheney, is somewhat of a protege within the team. And with his starting position at stake, it falls upon him as the elder brother to advocate on his behalf. However, he is not so impulsive. Having witnessed Lin Yu's methods yesterday, he prefers to avoid a direct confrontation, opting instead for a seemingly noble rationale. It is not that Weber fears Lin Yu, a fledgling coach, but rather that he chooses not to engage. Leg brother felt a pang of anxiety. This long-awaited opportunity to start would not be jeopardized by Weber. Would it? Chris, the Hornets' diminutive backcourt player, alongside Del Curry, excels in defending against drives rather than shooting, owing to their height. I believe Tim's style of play offers a distinct advantage against the Hornets. As for your concern that a loss would incite trouble from Mr. Anseld, rest assured, I will shoulder the blame entirely. Weber's rationale, though lofty, could not be countered directly by Lin Yu, who also presented a reasonable argument. Yet, should one delve deeper into Lin Yu's statement, the absurdity becomes evident. It is indeed true that the Hornets' backcourt excels in defending against drives and struggles against shooting. However, Cheney, standing at 201 centimeters, is significantly taller than Leg brother, and he is not entirely inept at shooting, only lacking proficiency in three-pointers while being capable of mid-range shots. Very well, you are the head coach. Your word is final. Weber shrugged, choosing not to pursue the matter further. If they emerged victorious, it would be as though nothing had transpired, but should they falter, he would undoubtedly stand up for his brother Cheney. Leg brother's heart soared with joy, almost wishing to embrace Lin Yu in gratitude. How long had it been since he last started? 2 years? 3. He silently vowed to himself that he must perform exceptionally well tonight. Under no circumstances could he let Lin Yu down. Half an hour later, the players from both teams began to enter the arena. This time, the home fans of the Bullets were considerably more subdued, refraining from the harsh jeers directed at Bolin as they had previously. With the referee's whistle signaling the commencement, the starting lineups took to the court. The Hornets, boasting an impressive 5th place in the Eastern Conference, undoubtedly had a formidable lineup. The starting center, the seasoned Vlade Divac, was flanked by the notoriously fierce Anthony Mason at the power forward position, while the small forward was the all-star Glenn Rice, shooting guard Del Curry, the father of Stephen Curry, and at the point guard, the diminutive Muggsy Bogues. Each of these players had their own story. For instance, Muggsy Bogues, standing at a mere 5 feet 3 inches, played with a fervor against the Bullets as if he were fueled by adrenaline. His animosity towards the Bullets in the long-standing rivalry with Wes Unseld was a tale that could be recounted for ages. Glenn Rice had been selected as an all-star last season, and if history had not been altered by Lin Yu's presence, he might have even outshone Michael Jordan to claim the all-star MVP in just a fortnight's time. Despite his name suggesting a diminutive stature, Mason was infamously known as a member of New York's Notorious Gang, having previously played for the Knicks alongside the likes of Patrick Ewing and Charles Oakley, committing numerous transgressions on the court. Del Curry was renowned for his precise three-point shooting, and his 2 sons had evidently surpassed him in talent. The crafty veteran Divac was acquired by the Hornets in exchange for Kobe Bryant, a trade that, viewed from a divine perspective, seemed woefully lopsided. However, in the context of the present era, the Hornets had not suffered. Had they selected Kobe, they would likely not have achieved their current standing in the Eastern Conference. The Hornets possessed a robust lineup, yet Lin Yu was confident in his team's ability to secure victory tonight. He could hardly fathom where the Hornets' advantages lay. As in every position on the court, the Bullets held the upper hand, as Ben Wallace and Divac prepared for the tip-off. It was no surprise when Ben once again lost the jump. Muggsy Bogues seized the ball and swiftly advanced into the front court, while Flying Carr lowered his center of gravity, poised for action. Against the 5'3" Bogues, any point guard in the league had to remain on high alert. It wasn't that Muggsy possessed extraordinary strength. Rather, despite any attempts to overpower him, should he manage to score a couple of baskets, it would haunt an opponent's career as an indelible blemish. Even after 3 decades, Ewing would still be teased on television for having been blocked by Bogues. As the ball reached the front court, Muggsy found Glenn Rice's position and delivered a precise pass. Rice raised his hand for a 3-point shot, but unfortunately, He was interfered with by Weber and failed to score, allowing Ben to easily secure the rebound. Even the likes of Raja, at this level, had been overwhelmed by Ben. And Divac, as a fellow white center, was certainly no match for him. When it came to the Bullets' offensive possession, Flying Car handled the ball with utmost caution, wary of giving Muggsy even the slightest opportunity for a gamble on a steal. Leg Brother hurriedly jogged over, positioning himself to set a screen for Flying Car. Seizing this brief moment, Flying Car surged forward and took a mid-range shot. Swish! The mid-range shot hit, and the Flying Car secured a triumphant opening. Legler, having played a year with the Jazz, certainly mastered the art of pick-and-roll, a cornerstone of the Jazz's perimeter offense. The Hornets' offense saw Little Mason score as well. It was now the Bullets' turn. This time, the Flying Car reciprocated with a clever pass, feigning an attack before swiftly setting a screen for Legler. Swish! Legler unleashed a three-pointer. Virtually unchallenged, his impressive three-point attribute of 96.5 ensuring a smooth score. And this was merely the beginning, under the astonished gazes of the spectators. The Bullets' triumvirate of Big Ben, the Flying Car, and Legs formed an unbreakable triangle. The Flying Car and Legs engaged in a seamless two-man game, exchanging screens and taking shots as opportunities arose. If a shot missed, Big Ben would battle for the offensive rebound, allowing the Flying Car to penetrate further and reset the play. Conversely, the Bullets' twin stars, Weber and Howard, became mere bystanders, having contributed somewhat defensively but left wanting an offensive presence. Unseld could hardly believe his eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. How could the two most prominent stars of the team remain disengaged from the offense while the team's rhythm flowed so effortlessly? Had they truly built a 10-point lead in less than half a quarter? What was going on with that young man named Legler? He had attempted 5 three-pointers in half a quarter, successfully sinking 4 of them. Chapter 13. Little Mason's elbow to Big Ben. If the Bullets were the team in the league that placed the least value on three-pointers and had the poorest three-point shooting, the Hornets, on the other hand, might be considered the team that prioritized three-point shooting above all and excelled at it. An astonishing statistic reveals that the Hornets' average three-point shooting percentage this season stands at an impressive 42.8. This figure is not merely the best of the current era. If we disregard shooting attempts, it could even rank as the highest in history. Even the future three-time champions, the Golden State Warriors, had their best three-point shooting season at a mere 41.5. It is fair to say that three-point shooting is the Hornets' signature skill. However, they found themselves riddled by the Bullets' three-point barrage at the outset. How could Dave Cowens tolerate this? He immediately called a timeout, his expression darkening as he sought to adjust the lineup. Lin Yu speculates on how Cohen will respond to the two-man game orchestrated by the Bullet team's backcourt. The comfort with which Legler can shoot at the onset is primarily attributed to the Hornets' awkward backcourt defense. Expecting the diminutive Bogues to effectively defend Legler's three-point shots during pick-and-roll switches is a scenario more suited for fiction than reality. With one standing at 160 centimeters and the other at 193 centimeters, anyone with even a modicum of basketball experience should recognize the stark disparity. Bogue's physique resembles a miniature version of a bone crusher. Prior to his basketball pursuits, he trained in wrestling, resulting in exceptionally robust lower limbs that provide him with considerable strength, enabling him to perform adequately when defending against penetrating opponents. However, this becomes quite awkward when it comes to contesting shots from the front-facing position. This necessity for Lin Yu to find someone to engage Legler in pick-and-roll situations arises from the fact that the only viable solution to counter the outside double pick-and-roll is to switch defenders, compelling Bogues to confront Legler directly. Should Legler be allowed to hold the ball and shoot a three-pointer unchallenged, he would have to contend with Del Curry. Even if the elder Curry's defense is not of the highest caliber, Legler would find it impossible to achieve the same level of open three-point shooting he currently enjoys. Lin Yu was certain that the Hornets had substituted the diminutive player for a taller, more formidable perimeter defender. Coach Kern's brief timeout concluded swiftly, and the players returned to the court. As Lin had anticipated, the small player was replaced by the 38-year-old veteran, Ricky Pierce. Coaches, having once been players themselves, often exhibit traits from their playing days. Kern's offensive prowess during his career led him to value the sharpshooting capabilities of Pierce. Had Unseld occupied Kern's position, he likely would have opted for the younger, defensively adept Tony Smith instead. It is difficult to ascertain which of these contrasting strategies is superior or inferior. As the game resumed, Lin soon discerned an anomaly. Kearns had not only replaced the small player, but had also repositioned the 4 and 5 spots on the Hornets roster. In a surprising move, Mason was assigned to the center position to match up against Ben. Even as opponents, Lin could not help but admire Kern's tactical maneuver. Mason, standing at 201 centimeters, was comparable in height to Ben and possessed a muscular build, boasting a rebounding ability far superior to Divac's, with an average of 11. For rebounds per game this season, currently ranking third in the league, surpassed only by Rodman and Mutombo. It is worth noting, however, that Mason averages only 2.5 offensive rebounds. In terms of pure rebounding attributes, he may not necessarily outshine Lorenzo. Kearns understood that the team's deficit was not solely a matter of perimeter defense. The interior rebounding was equally critical. By positioning Mason against Ben, he believed his team would no longer suffer from rebounding deficiencies. Lin Yu's commendation of Kuhn's adjustment does not necessarily imply that he genuinely believes this change will yield positive results. Mason's rebounding attributes are not lacking. Yet how can he possibly contend with Ben's extraordinary strength of 104 points? He struggles to establish a foothold in the paint, and thus, his rebounds are easily overwhelmed by Ben. The game has resumed. The Hornets veteran, Pierce, launches a three-pointer that swishes through the net beautifully. When the Bullets take their turn on offense, they continue their perimeter play. Legler refrains from shooting and instead drives in for a layup. Under the interference of Old Curry, his attempt fails to find the mark. As the ball descends, Ben, occupying a favorable position, exerts his strength to displace Mason, leaping to secure the rebound. Before the fast break player can vacate the key, Ben promptly returns the ball, allowing him to score with ease. Be careful, Ben. Mason is not one to be trifled with. Those old New York players resort to physicality when they can't win the ball. Do take care of yourself, the fast break player softly cautions, having fully embraced Ben as his ally. But fret not, I will have your back. If trouble arises, stand behind me. He must show me some respect. Ben, sensing the fast break player's concern, retains his endearing Na'vi smile, flexing his robust biceps and declaring, I fear him not. The fast break player, feeling a sense of helplessness, wishes Ben were a bit more astute. He wonders if he has unwittingly chosen such a simple-minded ally and whether he would be dependable in critical moments. Kuhn's strategy has proven effective, as the fast break player and Legler have failed to maintain the same offensive efficiency as at the outset. Meanwhile, veteran Pierce excels on the offensive end, creating a more favorable situation than when the diminutive player was on the court. However, Kuhn still struggles to manage the challenge posed by Ben. The adage holds true. He who controls the rebounds controls the game, especially concerning offensive rebounds. Each offensive board seized translates to an additional opportunity for a second chance at scoring, even with a lower shooting percentage. The sheer volume of attempts can create a scoring advantage. Throughout the first half, the Hornets have scarcely made substitutions, and Lin Yu has taken to mirroring this strategy. Recognizing that his players are younger than their opponents, the Hornets show no urgency to rotate their roster, so why should he feel pressured? In what would otherwise be a routine regular season game, the rivalry between Kuhns and Unseld has intensified the competition to a level surpassing that of a playoff elimination match. Upon returning to the locker room at halftime, Unseld enters as well. Gentlemen, you played magnificently. We lead by 8 points at halftime. Let us maintain this advantage in the second half. Kuhn shall not steal victory from my home court. Well done, Ben. Anseld affectionately ruffled Ben's hair, reminiscent of a family elder praising a younger relative for achieving a perfect score in their examinations. Lin Yu was filled with joy, as the situation was exceedingly favorable for them. It was a match they were destined to win. Both Fei Che and Legler were in high spirits as well, even though the opposing team began to target Legler's three-point shots. In the first half, he had already made an impressive 7 three-pointers, boasting a success rate of 11 out of 7. Should he continue shooting in the second half, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility for him to break the NBA single-game three-point record tonight. Fei Che's statistics were equally resplendent, having accrued 14 points and 11 assists in the first half. If all went smoothly, he might even reach the illustrious milestone of 20 points and 20 assists, a hallmark of legendary point guards. According to the law of conservation of smiles, a smile does not vanish. It merely transfers from one person's face to another. As Lin Yu and his companions chuckled, Weber and the others found little to smile about. Despite the team's lead, as the most prominent stars, they ought to have felt joyous. However, the dismal statistics before them dampened any potential elation. Weber had only managed a meager 5 points, 2 rebounds, 1 block, and 1 steal in the first half, while Howard fared no better with 4 points, 3 rebounds, and 1 assist, a stark contrast to his recent monumental contract of over $100 million. As the point guard, Fish controlled the ball, making it challenging for Weber and Howard to secure shooting opportunities. Even when Ben grabbed an offensive rebound, he prioritized passing to Fish, who had previously assisted him. Unperturbed by the evident dissatisfaction of Weber and Howard, Unseld continued to lavish praise on Ben. As the second half commenced, the veteran players of the Hornets began to falter, their stamina rapidly diminishing, inevitably affecting their shooting accuracy. Midway through the third quarter, the originally narrow 8-point gap had widened to 14 points. The Hornets' prospects appeared bleak. The Bullets fans in attendance were elated, suddenly recognizing the potential of their remarkably young coach, Lin Yu. Upon his ascension, he had elevated Ben and Legler to the starting lineup, yielding astonishing results, particularly against a formidable opponent like the Hornets, whom they managed to dominate throughout the game. Such a feat would have been unimaginable during the era of Linham. Even the most optimistic fans dared not dream that the Bullets could so thoroughly suppress the Hornets. Some fans recalled Lin Yu's bold claims at the press conference and suddenly entertained a notion they deemed absurd. Perhaps Lin Yu was not merely boasting. Perhaps he could indeed lead the Bullets to the Eastern Conference Finals. With such a considerable advantage and an edge in stamina, how could this game be lost? Lin Yu sat on the bench, adjusting himself into a comfortable position, quietly awaiting the conclusion of the match. As time approached the closing stages of the third quarter, Legler attempted a three-pointer, which failed to find its mark. Beneath the basket, Big Ben snatched another offensive rebound over Little Mason, marking his 7th of the night. With the third quarter yet to conclude, Big Ben had already amassed 16 rebounds, a remarkable feat considering both teams' shooting percentages were relatively high. Otherwise, his tally would surely have been greater. In stark contrast, Little Mason had managed only 6 rebounds, utterly outmatched by Big Ben. As Big Ben secured yet another offensive rebound and prepared for a second-chance opportunity, Little Mason's long-suppressed aggression erupted violently. As aptly noted by the commentators, the tradition of the New York Knicks is to become incensed upon losing. When outplayed, they resort to physicality. Even though Little Mason had transitioned from New York to Charlotte, his inherent nature remained unchanged. He could tolerate Big Ben's slight superiority, but could not bear the humiliation of such a thorough domination. Big Ben leaped, cradling the ball in his arms, executing a straightforward yet effective putback dunk. In a fit of rage, Little Mason charged forward, his powerful right elbow crashing forcefully into Big Ben's ribs. The impact was tremendous. Even someone as sturdy as Big Ben was sent sprawling to the floor, momentarily rendered motionless. Chapter 14, The Bone Crusher. Wallace initially reclining against the bench, Lin Yu's eyes turned red upon witnessing this altercation, prompting him to leap up from his seat. Lin Yu harbored a unique sentiment towards DeBen, transcending the mere fact that DeBen was the first player he had pursued. DeBen's innocent and simple nature naturally endeared him to others. He was not only Lin Yu's inaugural player but also his first friend since traversing into this realm. Witnessing DeBen suffer such a significant loss stirred a tempest of anxiety within Lin Yu. Should anything untoward befall DeBen, his life would be devoted solely to making Xiao Mason's existence a living hell. On the court, Fei Che's expression was one of ferocity. Nearly half an hour prior, he had fervently vowed to DeBen that he would protect him, whether motivated by an innate sense of justice or a commitment to uphold his promise. Fei Che could not stand idly by. Damn it, a scoundrel like you deserves to rot in hell, Fei Che exclaimed, shoving Xiao Mason with indignation. Xiao Mason, looking down at the shorter Fei Che, wore a cruel, mocking grin. Rod, I may not measure up to you in the draft, but in a brawl? Do you think you can withstand even a single blow from me? Both Fei Che and Xiao Mason were contemporaneous rookies, having entered the league in 1988. Yet Fei Che was a first-round pick while Xiao Mason was a third-round selection. In those days, a third-round pick was akin to today's undrafted players. Coughing violently, DeBen struggled on the floor, prompting Fei Che to rush to his side. Are you all right, Ben? Fei Che inquired with concern. I'm fine, DeBen replied, unsteadily rising to his feet, his gaze wandering the perimeter of the court in search of Lin Yu. Upon locking eyes with Lin Yu, he was met with a gaze simmering with intensity and aggression. Lin Yu let out a long breath, grateful for the robustness of his companion, DeBen. Had it been Leguil, the blow from Xiao Mason might have resulted in fractured ribs for him. Contemplating Xiao Mason's misdeeds, Lin Yu harbored no intentions of letting him off the hook. He made a singular gesture, subtly nodding towards DeBen. The two shared a profound understanding. Lin Yu was aware that DeBen sought his gaze to inquire whether a counterattack was permissible. Lin Yu's nod provided DeBen with a clear affirmation, retaliate. In the next instant, it seemed as though Ben received an unspoken signal, drawing the speeding vehicle behind him before charging towards Mason with the swiftness of an arrow, delivering a powerful hook aimed directly at Mason's face. Despite Mason's prior precautions and evasive maneuvers, the punch still grazed his nose. Such formidable strength, even in a mere brush, inflicted a chilling and devastating injury, the sound of Mason's nasal bone fracturing echoing distinctly for the onlookers nearby. Instantly, Mason's face was awash with blood, inciting a ferocious response from Ben, who was now far from inclined to relent. He unleashed a series of heavy punches targeting Mason's ribs. The onlooker was left in a state of bewilderment, watching the frenzied Ben and yearning to distance himself, fearful of being caught in the crossfire of Ben's wrath. As a seasoned veteran, he had witnessed countless altercations over the years, yet had never encountered such unrestrained fervor. Typically, a brawl might begin with some harsh words exchanged, followed by a gentle shove or two, awaiting teammates to arrive before a few aimless punches were thrown to conclude the skirmish. However, Ben, upon rising, merely stated, "I'm fine," and bypassed any preliminary pushing, launching directly into his assault with fists as large as a cooking pot. Mason, unable to react in time, was swiftly punished, while the onlooker could only hear the dull thuds of Ben's fist connecting with Mason's ribs. In that moment, a thought struck the onlooker's mind. He needed to bestow upon Ben a formidable nickname. After all, he was his ally in the locker room. Bone Crusher swiftly came to mind, reminiscent of Ansel's moniker, and it seemed fitting for Ben. As Mason endured the blows, the Hornets could not remain idle. Rushing forward to intervene, Legler and the onlooker quickly stepped in to restrain the Hornets, anxious that Ben might fall victim to a mobbing. Weber also felt compelled to step in. As the nominal leader of the Bullet team, he felt the need to stand by his teammate amidst such turmoil. However, Howard subtly tugged at Weber's jersey, evidently signaling him to refrain from interfering. This small gesture did not escape Lin Yu's notice, and his opinion of Howard plummeted instantaneously. Having been teammates with Yuming for 3 years, alongside the formidable Matambo, Howard had earned the nickname Uncle Howard among domestic fans. Most fans held a favorable view of Uncle Howard, Lin Yu included, yet Howard's recent actions had elicited his disdain. Ben had been elbowed, and as the team's power forward and Ben's partner in the paint, Howard did not even make a move to assist, instead pulling Weber back from aiding Ben. The reasons behind his actions, Lin Yu surmised, were not difficult to discern. It was primarily a sense that the alliance between Ben and Fei Che posed a significant threat to the standing of his team and Weber. In their previous match against the Green Celtics, their offensive performance was largely unaffected, yet the statistics on rebounds painted a different picture. Weber, who typically averaged 10 rebounds per game, managed only 6 in that encounter, while Howard's average of 8 plummeted to 5. In tonight's game, not only were they adversely impacted in terms of rebounds, but their offensive involvement also diminished significantly, leading to a stark decline in their statistics. A couple of games might be manageable, but if this trend persists, particularly in Howard's case, where he commands a staggering contract worth millions, yet can only muster an average of around 13 points and 6 rebounds per game, he risks becoming the subject of ridicule throughout the league. Lin Yu recalled the old adage, "There are no erroneous nicknames, only misguided names." Uncle Hua, known as Nook, embodies the essence of corners, remote places, and obscure nooks. His scheming nature undoubtedly harbors a hint of darkness. Despite Lin Yu's disdain for Uncle Hua, he finds himself utterly powerless against him. The referee, blowing his whistle, arrived at the scene of the altercation and separated Ben and Xiao Mei Sr. True to his notorious reputation as a seasoned player from New York, Xiao Mei Sin, even with blood streaming down his face and having absorbed several heavy blows to his ribs from Ben, still managed to retaliate, engaging in a fierce struggle with him. It took the combined efforts of 3 referees and teammates from both sides to finally pull the two apart. The head referee's decision was predictable. Both Ben and Xiao Mei Sin rejected from the game. A mutual glance exchanged between them acknowledged the inevitable outcome, and they each turned to return to their respective locker rooms. Ong Se-Airda hastily vacated his seat and rushed towards the locker room, deeply troubled by Xiao Mei Sin's earlier elbow strike. After eagerly anticipating the arrival of a formidable player like Ben, he could not allow Xiao Mei Sin to be incapacitated and would ensure that he remained in Washington. Lin Yu sighed. The profession of a coach is indeed arduous, far more challenging than that of a player. Having traversed to this realm, he found himself grappling with the intricacies of each forthcoming strategy almost daily. In nearly 6 days, Lin Yu felt as though he had exhausted countless brain cells. If everything could proceed as planned, it would be manageable. However, the unpredictability of life is relentless. The conflict that erupted on the court tonight, even though Ben was the victim, would inevitably result in his suspension. With DeBen sidelined, how could they possibly contend against the Hawks? The odds of victory were already slim, and without DeBen, those chances would be drastically diminished. Lin Yu originally envisioned a triumphant sweep of 3 victories, delivering an impeccable report card. However, it now appears that such an outcome is nearly unattainable. Following the expulsion of 2 players, the match must continue, relying on the advantage established in the first 3 quarters. The Hornets were unable to mount a significant comeback in the final quarter, and the Bullets secured a victory on their home turf with a score of 97-91. Legler excelled tonight, making 10 out of 17 attempts from beyond the arc, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 59. Additionally, he converted 1 out of 3 mid-range shots and sank both of his free throw attempts, culminating in a remarkable total of 35 points, thereby setting a new career high in single-game scoring. Regrettably, he fell short of breaking the NBA single-game 3-point record. Furthermore, the performance of the Flying Car was nothing short of extraordinary, achieving 24 points, 20 assists, 2 rebounds, and 2 steals, showcasing the statistics of a Hall of Fame caliber point guard. To date, only 30 instances of the 20 points and 20 assists achievement have been recorded in NBA history, predominantly by legends such as Stockton, Magic Johnson, and Kevin Johnson. The Flying Car's display tonight is certainly worthy of standing alongside these illustrious icons. Lin Yu was not in the mood to extend congratulations to the 2 individuals. His thoughts were consumed with concern for DeBen. The match had just concluded, and he had not even taken the time to shake hands with the opposing coach, Cones. Hastily making his way back to the locker room, he assumed that DeBen must be in a state of utter despondency, having been subjected to such a brutal foul by Little Mason, and now facing the prospect of a suspension. How could his spirits possibly be high? However, as Lin Yu approached the entrance of the locker room, he was taken aback by the sounds of laughter and merriment emanating from within. Huh? Ben, are you all right? Upon entering, Lin Yu inquired with a sense of bewilderment. What could possibly be the matter? Just look at our Big Ben. He is far more robust than any Belgian Blue Bull. After delivering a resounding thrashing to that young lad, he has carved out a fearsome reputation for himself. Who would dare to provoke our Big Ben in the future? Engrossed in hearty laughter, Anselm exhibited none of the anxiety that had been present on the sidelines. A suspension. You say? Young Mason has sustained quite a severe injury. The league will undoubtedly impose a hefty penalty, I presume? It is of no great consequence, he retorted dismissively. A few years back, Karl Malone nearly elbowed Isaiah Thomas to death on the court, resulting in 40 stitches, yet he was merely suspended for a single game. While Big Ben may not possess the stature of a superstar like Malone, the repercussions may be somewhat more pronounced, yet I doubt they will be excessively harsh. I estimate he will face a maximum of 2 games on the sidelines. Anselm waved his hand nonchalantly, reflecting his indifference. Lin Yu felt a sense of relief. Realizing that it made sense, Malone had nearly caused a fatal incident yet received only a 1-game suspension, so surely the situation for Big Ben would be far less severe, and he would not face an excessive number of games on the sidelines. Chapter 15, The Loaded Dice, Temporal Fracture, and the Blood of the Berserker Brutish. Savage. He should count himself fortunate not to have been born in my era. Otherwise, I would crush his bones to dust. What distinguishes his actions from murder? The league ought to impose a lifetime ban on him. During the post-game press conference, the old bone crusher unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Little Mason. The journalists in attendance couldn't help but scoff internally. Even if ENT lived in your time, Little Mason's nasal bone had indeed been shattered this evening. Is this the only despicable tactic that Cousins resorts to? During my playing days, had I employed such an elbow against him, would he still be standing here today? Big Ben's injury required further examination, and if anything were to happen to him, Cousins could forget about ever sleeping soundly again. Ansel took this opportunity to berate Cousins once more, even though he was aware that this incident had nothing to do with him. It wasn't that Ansel enjoyed being contentious, but rather that he felt compelled to do so. Standing on moral high ground to condemn the other party might at least prompt the league to consider that Little Mason had instigated the altercation when it came time to penalize Big Ben. The following morning, the league's official disciplinary measures were announced. Little Mason would serve a 1-game suspension, and in addition to that, Big Ben faced a suspension of the same duration along with a fine of $10,000. Upon receiving the news, Big Ben's face turned ashen. He was not afraid of the suspension. Even though he would not receive his salary during that time, he was not overly concerned, as his total earnings amounted to $150,000, and the loss from a single game would be less than $2,000. However, that $10,000 fine was an insurmountable burden for Big Ben. All his savings combined barely exceeded $3,000. The old bone crusher had previously cited Malone's case to console Big Ben. Yet he conveniently overlooked to mention that Malone had indeed faced a one-game suspension alongside a $10,000 fine. Had Big Ben been privy to this information the night before, he likely would have spent a sleepless night, seeing the pained expression on Big Ben's face, which resembled that of someone suffering from severe constipation. Lin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. He realized that Big Ben would truly struggle to come up with that amount. Don't fret about the fine, Ben. In a few days, I will cover it for you. Lin Yu had originally intended to save some money to move out of the basement, but it now appears that this plan must be postponed. In his previous life, he was utterly destitute, yet he never sank so low as to reside in a basement. Lin Yu could hardly have imagined that after his extraordinary reincarnation, he would find himself still dwelling in such a place. This is unacceptable, coach. How could I possibly accept your money? Ben quickly shook his head in refusal. It's not a fortune. It's merely 10,000. Let us not forget that I have a collection of Rolexes at home. Selling just one of them would suffice. Lin Yu began to boast once more. This time, Ben did not decline, expressing his gratitude. Coach, consider it a loan from you. I will surely repay you when I have the means. On Saturday evening, the Bullets faced the Hawks in a home game. With Ben absent, the Bullets lacked anyone capable of containing the formidable African giant, Mutombo, leading to a significant disadvantage in rebounding. The backcourt duo, who had performed exceptionally against the Hornets in the previous game, faltered this evening. The Hawks' strength extended beyond their interior play. Their perimeter defense was equally lethal. Point guard Mookie Blaylock ranked just behind Gary Payton as one of the league's premier defensive players, averaging 2.7 steals per game, placing him at the top of the season's steals leaderboard and boasting several years as a defensive first-team selection. His partner, all-star shooting guard Steve Smith, while not primarily known for defense, exhibited a defensive intensity that surpassed that of the aging Curry, with the interior being overwhelmed and the perimeter under siege. Lin Yu found himself powerless to alter the course of the game, helplessly watching as the Bullets succumbed to defeat. Fortunately, the loss was not too severe, with a final score of 101-94, resulting in a mere 7-point deficit. Thus, the week-long agreement Lin Yu had with Old Borland came to an end, yielding a record of 2 wins and 1 loss over 3 games, which fell short of Lin Yu's expectations. However, he believed this performance should still position him favorably for the head coach role. The morning following the defeat to the Hawks, Lin Yu rose early. It was Sunday, and he had 2 significant tasks at hand. The first was to visit Unseld's office for a meeting with Borland. The second was the weekly random aura event scheduled for 8 p.m. that evening. Lin Yu felt a sense of trepidation. His smooth week had been attributed to the beneficial effects of the randomly assigned aura, particularly the resilience that enhanced his center strength, a key factor in Ben's dominance over opponents. As the time approached for a new random aura, Lin Yu feared the possibility of receiving 3 entirely useless auras. With thousands of potential auras, it was inevitable that some would prove ineffective or merely mediocre. If he were to draw 3 entirely useless auras, the upcoming week might not unfold as favorably. Arriving at the club building on his rickety bicycle, Lin Yu met with Borland and Unseld in the general manager's office. Lin, I must admit, you are an extraordinary young man. This past week has brought me great surprises. Borland greeted him with a smile, inviting Lin Yu to sit beside him. The lucrative plan you mentioned earlier can be set in motion soon. However, before we proceed, we must discuss your contract. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was elated. It seemed they were about to sign a guaranteed contract for the head coach position. Previously, Linham had a salary of $800,000 per year, which was among the lowest in the NBA. Given Borland's frugal nature, he was unlikely to offer a substantial contract for the head coach role. Lin Yu contemplated that even if he could not secure an annual salary of $800,000, a sum of $500,000 was certainly within reach. As the current season neared its conclusion, there seemed little necessity to negotiate a new contract. Perhaps it would be wiser to consider starting afresh next year with a salary of $350,000. He truly envied the youth of today at his age. He could hardly fathom earning $350,000. Merely making $30,000 a year was a considerable achievement. Old Borland gazed at Lin Yu with a look of genuine admiration. Lin Yu suspected that he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. It seemed that Old Borland intended to pay him this year according to the teaching assistant contract, amounting to $220,000 USD. Starting next year, the salary would be raised to $350,000 USD. It was only at this moment that Lin Yu realized the harsh criticism old Bolin directed at the fans of Bullet Ball was entirely justified. He truly was miserly to an outrageous extent. In his previous life, Lin Yu had heard of numerous head coaches commanding annual salaries in the millions. Given that he found himself in the 1990s, he rationalized that a lower salary was to be expected and adjusted his expectations accordingly. He noted that the annual salary of some assistant coaches exceeded $500,000. However, the offer from Bolin shattered Lin Yu's threshold for acceptance. Observing the astonishment etched on Lin Yu's face, Bolin chuckled softly and stood up, advising him to contemplate the proposal carefully. "My child, the Bullet team is your home. Our doors will always remain open for you. Should you wish to discuss a contract, feel free to reach out to Wes." With that, he exited the office, leaving Lin Yu and Ansel in a silent stare-off. Although Bolin's words were eloquent, his actions were undeniably disconcerting. Indeed, this offer was rather outrageous. Ansel, feeling embarrassed, confessed that he had eagerly invited Lin Yu to the office after the game last night, believing that Bolin would be somewhat frugal yet would certainly not offer less than what Lin Yu's predecessor received. He even entertained the notion that Lin Yu might secure a contract worth $1 million. The stark reality had dealt him a significant blow, leaving him feeling deeply remorseful towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head, resigning himself to the reality that $350,000 was the sum he would have to accept. As it appeared, he had little alternative. At the tender age of 26, after departing from the Bullet team, where else could Lin Yu possibly go? Mr. Bolin adeptly capitalized on this predicament, brazenly driving down the price of Lin Yu's contract. "Mr. Ansel, I shall take my leave for now. I will return tomorrow to finalize the contract." Lin Yu managed to force a rather unsightly smile, as the meager contract left him feeling quite discontented. "Alas, it's time to rest. You've had a taxing week," sighed Ansel, escorting Lin Yu from the office. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yu lay in bed, reluctant to move. He was troubled by how to resolve the penalty of $10,000 owed to Ben, as his available cash fell woefully short. If worst came to worst, he could only consider pooling resources with Ben or borrowing a bit from Old Bone Crusher. It was indeed a poignant realization that one was an NBA head coach and the other a future Hall of Fame player. Yet they could not muster the sum of $10,000 between them. Thus, Lin Yu remained sprawled on his bed until the evening, when he finally rose to prepare a bowl of undercooked pasta, slathering it with a bit of tomato sauce to quell his hunger. After hastily consuming the meal, the time approached 8 o'clock. Please wait 30 seconds for the weekly random aura selection. After 30 seconds, Lin Yu pricked up his ears to listen intently. Passive Aura 1. Lead dice, upon the appearance of a player with an established affinity. This aura allows the host's bank account to randomly increase by an amount ranging from $1,000 to $6,000 upon acquiring 5 positive metrics. Passive Aura 2. Temporal Rift. This aura enables the retrospective adjustment of a designated player's competitive state by 5 years, provided that the chosen player has an affinity rating exceeding 50. Passive Aura 3. Blood of the Berserker, for a player in the small forward position. This aura enhances all attributes by up to 2 for every 7 stamina lost. Lin Yu felt as if he were on the brink of suffocation. The 3 randomly assigned auras this week were so extraordinarily potent that they surpassed his wildest imagination. Initially, Lin Yu believed that passive auras merely enhanced attributes, akin to the 3 auras from the first week, all of which simply augmented player statistics. Who could have anticipated the existence of such an array of peculiar and extraordinary auras? Lin Yu was troubled by how to resolve the $10,000 fine imposed onto Ben. Just as he was dozing off, an opportunity presented itself. The lead-filled dice proved to be a veritable instrument for sudden wealth. The 5 essential metrics, points, assists, rebounds, steals, and blocks, painted a promising picture. The Bullets averaged around 97 points, 23 assists, 40 rebounds, 8 steals, and 5 blocks per game this season, a figure achieved even before Ben rose to prominence. Despite the unfortunate randomness of winning merely $1,000 each time, Lin Yu could still earn over $100,000 in a single game. With 4 matches scheduled for the Bullets in the week ahead, if all went smoothly, Lin Yu could amass between $6,000 to $70,000 in a week. Resolving to Ben's fine would be a trivial matter, allowing Lin Yu to secure a decent place to live, and even embark on enhancing his rapport with the Leg brother. Chapter 16. The distinction between a Tiger General and a Tiger Constrictor. Upon reviewing the instructions for the lead-filled dice once more, Lin Yu was astonished to discover that only players who had unlocked their affinity could contribute to his earnings on the court by achieving positive metrics. This meant that Weber and Howard would be of no use in this endeavor. Lin Yu furrowed his brow, finding himself in an awkward predicament. After all, the two were the team's marquee stars. It would be unreasonable for Lin Yu to relegate them to the bench merely for the sake of financial gain. Furthermore, even if he were to bench them, he possessed no other players capable of enhancing team morale. Perhaps it would be best to defer the matter until tomorrow and first contemplate the implications of those two auras lingering behind. Lin Yu is not a person driven by insatiable greed. Even if he earns a little less in the end, it truly has little impact on him. As long as he can assist the Ben in resolving the fine issue and can move out of the basement to meet his daily expenses, Lin Yu finds contentment. The introduction to the temporal rift is rather detailed. In fact, even without the description, simply by observing the name, Lin Yu can roughly infer the nature of this passive effect. In his previous life, Lin Yu is not only an ardent fan of sports but also well-versed in all the popular games available on the market, if memory serves him right. The last 3 passive abilities he randomly acquired included the Strong Strike Aura and the Focus Aura, both of which originated from Warcraft 3, one being a passive of the Moon Priestess, and the other belonging to the Paladin. As for the Unyielding Tenacity, Lin Yu is certain of its source, as it undoubtedly comes from the ultimate ability of the Centaur Chieftain in Dota. The 3 passive abilities he has randomly drawn this time are equally familiar to him. The lead dice must certainly derive from the card Master Twisted Fate in League of Legends, while the Temporal Rift is the ultimate ability of the Time Assassin Echo. This ability allows a player's state to revert to 5 years prior, and according to the description, it does not require an intentional effort to increase affinity. Merely surpassing 50 points of affinity suffices. Lin Yu first envisioned the player known as Fei Che 5 years ago, during the 1991 to 1992 season. Fei Che was a member of the Spurs, serving as the team's primary point guard, undoubtedly showcasing considerable talent. However, upon deeper reflection, it appears that Fei Che from 5 years past might not possess the same prowess as his present self. Revisiting that time would be akin to a futile endeavor. As for Fei Che, if he falls short, then Legler is certainly even less promising. 5 years ago, he was merely a peripheral player with the Nuggets, unable to secure a spot on the main roster and relegated to the minor leagues. Furthermore, there is no need to mention Ben, who had yet to graduate from high school 5 years ago. Neither Weber nor Howard proves to be viable options either. Even if their likability could be activated and elevated to 50 points in a short span, they were still NCAA players 5 years ago. In Lin Yu's mind, he began to sift through the roster of the Bullets, and after a brief moment, he identified a promising target, General Harvey Grant. Currently, the highest salary on the team belonged to Howard, followed by Weber with an annual income of $8 million, and ranking third was General Grant, earning a commendable $5 million, which exceeded that of the Speedy player by over $100,000. Logically, with such a substantial salary, Grant's standing within the team should be significant. However, the reality was starkly different. Grant seemed to possess almost no presence at all. In the preceding 3 games, Lin Yu had not permitted him to step onto the court for even a second. Despite this, Unseld issued no directives, nor did any of the other players advocate on his behalf. The team had seemingly abandoned him, and he appeared to have succumbed to despair himself. He would dutifully arrive for training, yet spent his time on the sidelines like a forgotten elder, lost in thought. His demeanor embodied a state of mere existence, waiting for the inevitable end. Anyone observing his current condition would find it hard to believe that 5 years prior, Grant truly embodied the title of general, boasting an impressive average of 18 points and 7 rebounds over 3 consecutive seasons. His decline began during the 1993 offseason when the Bullets traded him to the Trail Blazers, leading to a dramatic fall from grace. This season, in a trade involving the Speedy player and Rasheed Wallace, he was sent back to the Bullets, only to further spiral into mediocrity, now averaging a mere 3 points and 2 rebounds. If age were the sole factor, it might be excusable. However, he was a contemporaneous rookie with the Speedy player and Mason, all at the pinnacle of their careers, while he languished in a state of lethargy. Lin Yu has resolutely determined that his next target for conquest is General Grant. Should he successfully elevate Grant's favorability and subsequently leverage the passive ability of Temporal Rupture, he could amass a considerable fortune in US dollars over the ensuing week. Additionally, the third aura passive, Blood of the Berserker, derived from the skill of Dota's Spirit Warrior, Haskell, is quite compatible with Grant. As a small forward, his combat prowess intensifies as his stamina wanes, with growth occurring in percentage terms. Lin Yu cannot even fathom the extent of his strength in a state of extreme depletion. However, the flawless execution of Lin Yu's plan hinges upon Grant's ability to unlock favorability, Should this prove unattainable, all efforts would be in vain. Tomorrow marks Monday, when the Bullets will host the Orlando Magic, and following this home game, the Bullets will embark on a challenging 4-game road trip. Lin Yu retired to bed early, conserving his energy for the competition scheduled for the following evening. The next morning, he hastened to the club, where he was to renegotiate his contract with the Bullets and also discuss with Anseld the potential trade of George Murison for Jalen Rose. Anseld was already present, sipping coffee and perusing the newspaper. "Lin, come here. Have you not had breakfast? How about some coffee and donuts?" Lin Yu chuckled and shook his head. "Consuming such sugary delights so early in the morning, Mr. Anseld, you ought to be mindful of your weight." Anseld glanced down at his rotund figure and replied, "My dear child, there are two things in this world that one must never forsake. One is their beloved, and the other is the sweet allure of donuts. Without donuts, I question the very essence of my existence." "Really, you want to indulge? This is funded by the team's budget. After all, courtesy of old Bolin." Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as he grabbed 2 donuts and began to indulge in them. They were truly delectable. 3 minutes later, Lin Yu affixed his signature to the first contract of his coaching career, with crumbs of donut adorning the document. "I suppose this will do for now. If we genuinely make it to the Eastern Conference Finals this season, I doubt old Bolin's skin is thick enough to limit your salary to a mere $350,000. Anselder casually tossed the contract into the drawer of his desk. Lin Yu was astonished. It seemed that even after decades of following old Pollen, Anseld did not possess a profound understanding of his character. Having finalized the contract, extracting additional funds from old Pollen's lips would prove to be an endeavor more arduous than ascending to the heavens. "Last night, I had already reached out to the Pacers, who were quite willing to trade Jalen Rose for George, and I even persuaded them to include Anthony Davis in the deal. After all, George's value significantly surpasses that of Jalen Rose." Anseld, having helmed the Bullets for so many years, demonstrated remarkable efficiency, concluding the negotiations with the Pacers in just one night. In this era, due to the inadequacies of the labor salary agreement, the restrictions on trades are considerably less stringent than they will be in the future. Lin Yu was utterly astounded to learn that Murison had not only acquired Jalen Rose but also secured the services of Anthony Davis. He now found himself questioning whether Anseld might also be a time traveler. Reflecting on Anseld's remarkable acumen in player selection over the years, it was truly astonishing. To have snagged Murison in the second round and obtained Ben Wallace as an undrafted player was no small feat now, through a seemingly casual trade. The addition turned out to be the future All-Star starting center, Anthony Davis. Despite Davis's rather unfortunate reputation as the NBA's most underwhelming All-Star starter, having averaged a mere 13.7 points and 10 rebounds during his All-Star debut in 2001, a record so bleak that no other starter's statistics could rival them, he was still, without a doubt, a legitimate All-Star. Moreover, he was quite young, making his acquisition as a trade throw-in appear to be an undeniable coup. Just as Lin Yu was about to urge the swift finalization of the trade with the Pacers to avoid any complications, Anseld's mobile phone rang. This call lasted at least 15 minutes, during which a smile never left Anseld's face. "Lin, the plan has changed," he exclaimed. "The Warriors veteran Adelman, for some reason, has caught wind of my negotiations with the Pacers. He just called with an offer that I simply cannot refuse. He is willing to part with the Warriors' leading scorer, Latrell Sprewell, in exchange for Murison plus Cheney. Sprewell is a true powerhouse, averaging 24 points, 5 rebounds, and 6 assists per game, a real tiger on the court, making Jalen Rose seem like a mere kitten." After hanging up, Anseld's excitement was palpable. Lin Yu was filled with questions. Sprewell? The madman Sprewell? The one who choked his own coach? Even though Lin Yu was young and inexperienced, he could still distinguish between a fierce warrior and a reckless fool. Having such a character nearby would surely leave Lin Yu restless. Who could predict whether he might inadvertently utter a word that would provoke the madman, leading to a violent response? He must not agree to the Warriors. Latrell's temperament is far too volatile. If he were to join, it would be one thing if he were willing to play the role of the team's third option. But do you honestly believe that a shooting guard averaging 24 points per game would be content to be the third or even fourth option? In that scenario, our locker room would descend into a battle for power, forming cliques and creating chaos. Internal strife is the swiftest path to the destruction of a team. And you understand this better than I do. Moreover, Big Ben is so naive and simple-hearted that even Lorenzo can bully him. What would happen if Latrell chose to do the same? Lin Yu is acutely aware of the esteemed position that Ben holds in Anseld's heart. to the extent that he even brought Ben into the conversation at a critical moment. If Xiao Mason were to overhear Lin Yu's words, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Could a simple and earnest individual truly suffer such a grievous injury to his nasal bridge? Ong Selda fell into deep contemplation. While he could dismiss internal discord within the team, he could not afford to overlook Ben. In his eyes, Ben occupies a uniquely significant role, as he is the only successor he envisions. Considering Luttrell's rather unpleasant disposition, the possibility of him bullying Ben could not be entirely discounted, which caused Ong Selda to waver in his resolve. Moreover, our trade of Jalen Rose is aimed at assembling the Michigan Five, a venture poised for substantial profit. Lin Yu continued to speak. Anselm, pondering deeply, found himself entirely convinced by Lin Yu. Very well, let us proceed with the original plan to trade for Jalen Rose. However, you must be prepared. Jalen Rose is somewhat cursed. This statement left Lin Yu utterly bewildered. Cursed? Is that truly a term one would use to describe an athlete? You may be unaware of his past. I once conversed with Howard about the Fab Five of Michigan. Howard thumped his chest and swore that Jalen Rose had undoubtedly been cursed by a malevolent force, and that he and those around him would face misfortune. Whether you believe it or not, I find myself inclined to entertain the notion. Anselm's demeanor resembled that of a mystic, and Lin Yu's impression of him, previously limited to rudeness and trickery, now included a layer of superstition. What a jest! As a staunch materialist, would I truly subscribe to such beliefs? Do we have any temples or Taoist monasteries here in Washington? Better to be prepared than sorry. Only a church? Well, I suppose that could suffice. Lin Yu had an understanding of Jalen Rose, and, reflecting upon the unfortunate trajectory of his entire career, concluded that it was prudent to believe in the possibility of misfortune rather than dismiss it entirely. Chapter 17. The chosen one of misfortune. Jalen Rose is undeniably a figure of ill fate, and it is equally true that those around him often encounter misfortune as well. His biological father was Jimmy Walker, the first overall pick in the NBA draft of 1967, of whom Rose remained blissfully unaware until adulthood. Tragically, shortly after their reunion, the unfortunate Mr. Walker succumbed to lung cancer. Having grown up alongside Chris Webber, Rose attended the University of Michigan, where he and Webber reached the NCAA Finals twice, only to face defeat on both occasions. Following graduation, he found himself embroiled in the scandal of NCAA bribery and gambling. Upon entering the NBA, his string of bad luck continued, with the most notorious incident being Kobe Bryant's legendary 81-point game, a feat achieved against him. Although his defensive skills were commendable, he even managed to defend Jordan adequately during the Eastern Conference Finals in 1998. His misfortune was epitomized that night when he faced the formidable Kobe. Even after retiring to become a commentator, his tenure was short-lived due to significant layoffs at ESPN, leading him once again into unemployment. He is undoubtedly the embodiment of a chosen one of misfortune, and it is no surprise that his nickname is synonymous with calamity. Lin Yu even questioned whether the Pacers' swift agreement to the trade, along with their willingness to include Antonio Davis, might be attributed to Jalen Rose inciting misfortune once more within the Pacers' ranks. Lin Yu made his way to the training ground, intending to have a conversation with General Grant, hoping to kindle some rapport. It was only through fostering this connection that Lin Yu could advance his subsequent plans. "Hey, General," he greeted. Grant, as usual, was seated on the sidelines, lost in thought. Upon noticing Lin Yu's approach, he merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word. In truth, he harbored a disdain for being referred to as General, particularly now, as the title felt more like a mockery. What kind of general languishes on the bench? Averaging a mere 3 points and 2 rebounds per game? Tonight, the team faced the Magic, and I intended to have you start. The strategy of placing a fringe player in the starting lineup had proven effective with both Ben and Legler, so Lin Yu assumed Grant would be receptive to the idea. However, instead of the anticipated system notification, he was met with Grant's ire. "Lin, what do you mean? Are you mocking me? I concede that I am not as accomplished as he is. In everything I do, I fall short of him. Yet, what of it? I am content with my life as it stands." Grant's words left Lin Yu momentarily speechless, his expression frozen in confusion as he processed the meaning behind them. In an ironic twist, the Magic's starting power forward, Horace "Cobra" Grant, was none other than the General's twin brother. Despite their shared lineage, the two bore noticeable differences. Cobra stood at 208 centimeters, outstripping Grant by 5 centimeters. In terms of career achievements, Cobra was a cornerstone of the Bulls' first dynasty, akin to Rodman in the second, later departing to join the Magic, where he became a vital ally to Shaquille O'Neal and Penny Hardaway, propelling the team to the finals. At the onset of this season, with O'Neal's move to the Los Angeles Lakers, Cobra secured an exorbitant annual salary of $14.86 million with the Magic. This figure was staggering, especially considering that Webber earned only $8 million, and though Howard had signed a billion-dollar contract, he would merely receive just over $9 million this year. O'Neal's salary stood at $10.71 million, while the salaries of legendary players like Robinson, Olajuwon, and Ewing fell short of $10 million. The sole player in the league with a salary surpassing Cobra's was the uniquely exceptional basketball icon, Michael Jordan. Lin Yu comprehended that the reason the general had been languishing this season lay in his psychological imbalance. As twins, he felt overshadowed by his brother. His annual salary barely amounted to a fraction of his siblings, and he even stood a head shorter. This evening, facing the Magic, Lin Yu unexpectedly approached him with the intention of making him a starter, which he initially interpreted as a deliberate mockery. "Harvey, is this the reason for your self-pity and abandonment of effort? In my eyes, you have never been inferior to Horace. 5 years ago, when you averaged 18 points and 7 rebounds, what was Horace's performance? A mere 13 points and 10 rebounds? The only area in which he surpasses you is sheer luck. Had you been in the Bulls, I refuse to believe you wouldn't have secured 3 championships. Last season, your salary exceeded $4 million, while Horace barely crossed $2 million. If you continue to wallow in despair, the gap between you and Horace will only widen. I recall you have 3 children. Do you wish for them to see their father as a mere drifter?" Having identified the source of the general's aimlessness, Lin Yu was poised to offer a remedy. "Am I truly inferior to him?" The general muttered to himself, lost in thought. "No, I am certainly not inferior. Why should I be? I have 3 sons, whereas he has only 1 daughter. Even if my circumstances are less favorable, my progeny will undoubtedly surpass his. No, I must rally myself. I aspire to be a role model for my sons." In that instant, General Grant discovered his motivation, his spirit ignited with fervor. Lin Yu felt an overwhelming urge to cover his mouth. "Brother, one must refrain from uttering such reckless words. If the fighters were to hear this, you would surely find yourself relegated to the role of a cook. As the saying goes, a tiger's son cannot be a dog." Indeed. All 3 sons of the general have ventured into the realm of basketball. The eldest, lacking in talent, failed to make it to the NBA and now wanders in European leagues. The second son was drafted into the NBA, serving as a competent substitute. However, it is the youngest, Jeremy Grant, who has thrived the most, even surpassing both his father and uncle. In the future, he would sign a monumental 5-year contract worth $160 million with the Trail Blazers. This is precisely how it should be, tonight. He must start at the small forward position, playing from beginning to end without a moment's respite. "I refuse to believe that your performance tonight could possibly be inferior to Horace's." Lin Yu laughed heartily. The general nodded repeatedly, but soon a look of confusion crossed his face. "Wait a moment, Lin. Did you just say I would be starting as the small forward? What about Chris? Are you suggesting that Chris should come off the bench?" "Ahem, that seems rather unlikely." Lin Yu had just arrived and barely settled in, naturally. The general did not believe he had the authority to bench Webber. "This is not a matter for you to concern yourself with. I have my own arrangements. What you need to do is call your beloved and have her bring your 3 sons to the venue, so they can witness firsthand that their father surpasses their uncle." As soon as Lin Yu's voice fell, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations to the host. The affinity progress for Harvey Grant has commenced, currently at 60. Detailed information can be accessed via the player attribute panel. The affinity has successfully activated and has even risen above 50, allowing Lin Yu to proceed with his next plan. His forthcoming strategy involves securing a temporary starting position for the general. After the morning training session concluded, Lin Yu called out to Webber, who was preparing to leave the training ground. "Chris, do you have a moment to talk?" Lin inquired. "Is there something of significance?" Webber replied, a hint of impatience in his tone. "I have an appointment this afternoon." Since Lin Yu ascended to the position of head coach, Webber's average performance has declined, and his young counterpart, Chen Ni, has lost his starting position. He even felt that he had fallen out of favor with Unseld. Thus his lack of fondness for Lin Yu was understandable. "Regarding the trade for Jalen Rose, I am planning to transfer him to the Bullets. Do you consider this matter important?" Lin continued. "Moreover, I also intend to sign Ray Jackson and Jamie King, bringing together the Michigan 5 in Washington." Lin Yu smiled faintly as he spoke. Webber's face was etched with disbelief. The news was utterly shocking to him. During the second year of the Michigan 5's championship game, they lost in the final moments because Webber mistakenly miscalculated their timeouts, calling for one when none remained. This resulted in a technical foul, granting the opposing team 2 free throws, which ultimately led to Michigan's defeat. Over the years, Weber had carried a burden of guilt, longing to make amends with his former teammates. Jalen Rose, his childhood friend with whom he shared an unbreakable bond, was someone he cherished deeply. The prospect of rekindling their partnership as teammates filled Weber with immense joy. However, a thought crossed his mind. What must I sacrifice for this? He quickly realized that Lin Yu must have an ulterior motive for discussing such matters privately. I desire the starting small forward position, Lin Yu stated. Though it shall only be temporary, for a brief duration. Furrowing his brow, Weber inquired, for how long? Lin Yu smiled gently as he raised a finger, fully aware that the general's initial proposal had secured a favorable outcome. A month? Damn it, if Mr. Anseld would agree. I would willingly serve as a substitute for a month. Weber gritted his teeth. Taking on the role of a substitute for a month in his esteemed position would undoubtedly be a source of humiliation. Yet, in order to assuage the guilt he felt towards his old teammate, he did not hesitate to acquiesce. Lin Yu quickly shook his head, insisting, No. You have misunderstood my intentions. The time frame is 1 week, and it is not a matter of you stepping in as a substitute. Rather, I intend for you to play as the starting power forward. I merely wish for you to persuade Zhu on. In truth, Lin Yu has always felt an inherent dissonance with Weber playing the small forward position. He is undeniably one of the most formidable power forwards in NBA history, and placing him at the small forward position is nothing short of a waste of his exceptional talents. Lin Yu gradually came to understand the reason behind the Bullets' impressive roster yet dismal performance. The culprit was none other than Unseld. His talent for scouting players was akin to that of a time traveler, yet his ability to utilize them was catastrophically misguided, often indulging in fanciful innovations. For instance, he was responsible for drafting NBA legends George Murison and Manu Ginobili, as well as the historically shortest player, Muggsy Bogues. His decision to position Weber as a small forward was undoubtedly his doing. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yu planned to reinstate Weber to his original power forward position. Chapter 18. The Invincible Warrior. Harvey Weber pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement to approach Howard, suggesting that Howard serve as a substitute for a week. Were it a matter of a month, Weber would certainly have declined, as he shared a close bond with Howard and was unwilling to see his friend suffer such a setback. However, a mere week felt acceptable to him. He resolved to cancel his afternoon appointment to discuss matters with Howard and expedite bringing Jalen Rose and the others to his side. As he watched Weber depart, Lin Yu's impression of him shifted significantly. A few days prior, Weber had stood up for Cheney, leaving Lin Yu somewhat displeased. Yet, after witnessing the altercation involving Big Ben and today's events, Lin Yu could clearly sense that Weber was a true friend willing to make sacrifices. To ensure his former teammates better prospects, he was prepared to endure a month as a substitute. Such selflessness was a rarity among frontline stars. Lin Yu did not approach Howard directly regarding this matter, primarily because he felt that Howard was unlikely to acquiesce. Instead, he chose to enlist Weber's assistance to facilitate the situation. Howard might dismiss Lin Yu's request, but he could not afford to disregard his old friend Weber. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yu had already traversed into this new world for over a week. Although the initial phase had been remarkably smooth, he still needed to meticulously strategize each step, expending countless brain cells daily. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Weber proactively sought out Lin Yu, his expression a blend of joy and concern. Coach, I have secured Zhu Wan's agreement to serve as a substitute for a week, and I hope you can honor your promise. Zhu Wan is quite reluctant to have Jalen join the team. Once Jalen arrives, could you please look after him a bit more? The flames of gossip burned fiercely within Lin Yu's heart. Why did he not wish for Jalen to come? Were they not good brothers? Weber could only smile wryly and shake his head. Who could tell? Zhu Wan sometimes resembled a woman, and no one could fathom his thoughts. Lin Yu boldly speculated whether this might evolve into a love triangle involving Jalen. Howard worried that with Jalen's arrival, the bond between him and Weber might weaken. Alas, have I indulged too much in entertainment gossip? Weber is not Jolin's Sai, and Howard is certainly not Kuan Ling regardless. The general has secured his starting position, and Lin Yu is poised to profit handsomely. Half an hour before the game, Lin Yu, as usual, announced the starting lineup in the locker room. Center Ben. Power forward Weber, small forward the general, shooting guard Legler, and point guard Speedster. When the entire locker room fell silent upon hearing that Grant, who often skates through, would be starting tonight, incredulous gazes turned towards Lin Yu. They questioned Lin Yu's sanity for allowing Howard to come off the bench for Grant. Speedster was profoundly shocked. He had recently become somewhat enamored with palace intrigue, constantly contemplating how to expand his influence in the locker room. Witnessing Howard being relegated to the bench by Lin Yu only deepened his admiration for Lin Yu's cunning. The astonishment felt by Harvey was no less than that of speedster. After all, Howard was the highest-paid player on the Bullet team, and now he had to sit behind someone averaging nearly 3 points and 2 rebounds? How did Lin Yu manage to accomplish that? All right, let us all invigorate our spirits. Although the Magic are formidable, our Bullet team has transformed significantly. Securing a victory against the Magic is well within our grasp. I have a strong premonition that one of our players is destined to grace the headlines tomorrow. Lin Yu cast an encouraging glance at the general after speaking. With the affection level activated, Lin Yu is now able to examine the general's attributes. Harvey Grant, temporal rift rewind status, 5 years, possessed strength 78, speed 82, vertical leap 85, low post offense 71, perimeter defense 81, rebounding 79, shot blocking 72, stealing 81, mid-range shooting 83, three-point shooting 37, free throw 85, passing 57, ball handling 73, and driving 85. Currently, the affection level stood at 60, providing a 60-point aura effect. At first glance, these attributes may not seem particularly remarkable, with none surpassing the notable threshold of 90. However, the attributes were exceptionally balanced, embodying the essential capabilities of a small forward without lacking in any area, and the athleticism was undoubtedly above average. After all, this was a player averaging 18 points and 7 rebounds per game. It was inconceivable for his attributes to be subpar. Moreover, let us not forget that the blood of the Berserker could augment the general's combat prowess, enhancing all attributes by approximately 1.2 for every 7 stamina lost. Theoretically, when the general's stamina drops below 10, his attributes could be elevated by at least 15 points, pushing his mid-range shooting, driving, rebounding, and defensive attributes beyond the 90-point mark. Particularly, the driving attribute could reach an astonishing 98 points, a level reminiscent of Michael Jordan. The 3 fundamental attributes would also experience a significant surge. Such attributes could easily be likened to a 10-centimeter shorter version of the Naval Admiral David Robinson, a true general and an invincible warrior. As the players began to take the court, the fans erupted in cheers for Big Ben. Despite having played only a handful of commendable games, his popularity in Washington had skyrocketed to astonishing heights. Dominating the paint, he had decisively outplayed his opponents in both contests, showing remarkable tenacity and unyielding vigor, even besting the notorious Mason. More crucially, fans believed that Big Ben could lead the team to victory. When he played against the Celtics and Hornets, the Bullets triumphed, while in his absence against the Hawks, they suffered a severe defeat. In such circumstances, what reason did the fans have not to adore Big Ben? Upon entering, Harvey waved excitedly at his wife and 3 sons, a stark contrast to his previously disheveled demeanor. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the entry of the starting players. When the crowd noticed Harvey as a starter, they were left speechless, all wondering what madness Lin Yu, the eccentric coach, was up to this time. Sitting courtside, Unseld and Old Bolin exchanged glances, both simultaneously exclaiming, "Is this your arrangement?" They stared at one another in bewilderment. It was neither the general manager's decision nor the owner's. But Lin Yu had surprisingly benched Howard. A madman. An absolute madman. Lin Yu never considered whether his impulsive behavior might provoke his boss or the fans, for he was utterly convinced that Xavi would dominate the match this evening. As the 2 centers leaped for the ball, DeBen was unable to outjump the Greek peak, Rony Sakali. It's rather intriguing that DeBen's opponents in these 3 matches were all foreign white centers, the first being Radia, the second Divac, and the third Sakali. Sakali is nicknamed the Greek Peak, yet he is not actually Greek but Lebanese. He aspired to obtain Greek citizenship, but alas, Greece rejected him. After achieving fame, he somehow acquired this moniker of the Greek Peak. In addition to this title, he is also known as the Dancer and the Spiral Doctor. The Dancer moniker is easily understood, as it describes his footwork under the basket, while the Spiral Doctor is more abstract. Lin Yu pondered whether this individual possessed the ability to elevate others to the skies. In the NBA, there exists an unwritten rule that the more nicknames one has, the greater their prowess, a principle that holds true for Sakali as well. Sabonis, the pinnacle of balanced strength among white centers, embodies an amalgamation of their talents. Radia showcases Sabonis' offensive capabilities. Divac exhibits his organizational skills, while Sakali has inherited his rebounding prowess. His personal record for rebounds stands at 34, a mere one shy of the single-game record held by the venerable Oakley. Lin Yu felt a twinge of concern for Ben's predicament this evening. After all, Ben could no longer bask in the benefits of the random aura, and he himself had yet to reach his peak. It remained uncertain whether he could outmaneuver Sakali beneath the basket. The Magic initiated the game, with point guard Penny Hardaway advancing the ball into the front court. He executed a smooth pull-up jumper over Fei Che, effortlessly sinking the shot. Indeed, Penny was a true point guard. When many people think of Hardaway, they often conjure images of a swingman. However, for the initial 4 years of his career, he was officially registered as a point guard in the league, showcasing a pure point guard style of play. A hint of bitterness crossed Fei Che's face. He simply could not defend against him. He was considerably shorter than Penny and lacked his athleticism. When Penny took his jump shot, Fei Che could barely reach his elbow. The Magic's willingness to part ways with Shaquille O'Neal for Penny was a testament to his prowess, as he was a dominant force at the point guard position in this era. As the Bullets embarked on their offensive round, Fei Che still yearned to engage in a two-man game with Legler. Yet, he quickly realized the impracticality of his intention. Penny Hardaway's switches were remarkably swift, rendering Legler as ineffective as a limping man before him. Even without facing Penny's defense, Fei Che had to contend with another athletic swingman from the Magic, Nick Anderson, who was also a formidable physical specimen. The previously effective two-man game had now faltered completely. Pass. Pass to Harvey, Lin Yu shouted from the sidelines, declaring that tonight and for the week to come, the general would be the true fulcrum of the Bullet team's offense and defense. The driver wasted no time, swiftly passing the ball to the general. A peculiar flush appeared on the general's face, a sign of adrenaline surging through him. He could hardly recall the last time a coach had asked his teammates to pass him the ball. After casting a grateful glance at Lin Yu, the general took a deep breath and charged forward. He barreled into his opponent, Dennis Scott, thrusting into the paint before his brother Horace could arrive to defend. Leaning against Scott, the general executed a hook shot with remarkable finesse. The basketball tumbled and rolled into the hoop, scoring 2 points. What a play! The Cobra, Horace, applauded with delight, unaware of the transformations within the Bullet team that had led to his struggling brother taking Howard's starting position. All he knew was that this was his own brother, and he rejoiced at his brother's accomplishment. Horace, I have a feeling I'm going to score 30 points tonight. Do you believe me? The general boisterously laughed at his brother. Horace nodded. I believe you. You have always possessed greater offensive talent than I, since childhood. Witnessing Harvey's resurgence nearly brought Horace to tears. Had he not been wearing sports glasses, others would surely have seen the redness in his eyes. Chapter 19. A performance of 48 points and 9 rebounds. Ding. Harvey Grant scores, and the host receives a random reward of 1,000. Ding. Harvey Grant scores, and the host receives a random reward of 3,000. Lin Yu was filled with exhilaration as the general scored 2 points, and he received 2 system notifications, netting him a profit of $4,000. Previously, Lin Yu had calculated that he could earn over $100,000 from a single match, based on the minimum standard of $1,000. However, it now appeared that his earnings for the evening would far exceed that amount. The game continued, and Penny continued to take shots. Although he missed, the rebound was secured by Sakali. Chris, move closer to the paint. You are a power forward. Play inside. On the sidelines, Lin Yu could not help but call out, as Weber seemed yet to acclimate to his role as a power forward, positioning himself rather wide. After securing the offensive rebound, Sakali showed no intent to pass, preparing to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with Ben. Ben, having lost the indomitable spirit he once possessed, still retained a strength that surpassed Sakali's, yet it was insufficient to establish a dominating presence. The two grappled beneath the basket. Sakali, with his nimble footwork, truly deserved the title of dancer beneath the hoop. After executing 2 feints that momentarily distracted Ben, he seized the opportunity presented by Ben's descent to attempt a bank shot. Thud. With a resounding clap, Weber charged in, raising his hand to deliver a resounding block, sending Sakali's shot careening out of bounds. Lin Yu lamented the missed opportunity. Weber had not activated his affinity, thus this block could not earn Lin Yu any dollars. When Weber's name is mentioned, fans often recall his illustrious title as one of the most spectacular power forwards in history. However, this very reputation leads many to mistakenly believe that Weber's defensive skills are lacking. After all, with such flamboyance, how could the gritty and laborious art of defense be deemed glamorous? Yet, Weber's defensive prowess was far from inadequate. Between 1996 and 2004, his statistics in terms of steals and blocks, as well as advanced metrics such as defensive efficiency and defensive win shares, were comparable to those of Garnett and Karl Malone. The Magic retained possession as Horace executed a boundary throw-in, but Nick Anderson's mid-range shot failed to find the net, allowing Ben Wallace to seize the rebound. Ding! Ben Wallace's rebounding tally increased, and the host received a random reward of 2,000. As the game progressed, the tension escalated. The Bullets struggled to contend with the Magic's backcourt, leaving Penny with little effective response. Fortunately, they began to establish a growing advantage in the paint. Although Ben had not yet reached his peak and lacked experience, he found no advantage in his individual matchup with Seakley. However, when paired with Weber, their synergy shone through. After 7 minutes of play, both teams made substitutions. Lin Yu replaced Legler with Chani. Legler had been thoroughly outmatched by Penny that night, struggling offensively and offering little defensively. The Magic took Seakley off for a breather, and Lin Yu substituted Ben in favor of Uncle Ho. In those 7 minutes, the score stood at a precarious 16-16, and Lin Yu estimated he had already earned at least 50,000. A few minutes later, Lin Yu noticed that Harvey's breathing had grown heavy. He realized that the remaining time would transform into a stage for the General. With only a minute left in the first quarter, most of the starters had been rotated out, except for Harvey, who remained on the court. During the Bullets' offensive possession, Harvey's matchup was with Penny, without any flashy maneuvers. He charged past Penny's defense straight to the basket for a thunderous dunk. Turning around, Harvey astonishingly snatched the rebound over his brother Horace. Upon landing, he swiftly propelled himself into a fast break, reaching the front court, where, amid a double team from Penny and Nick Anderson, he executed a remarkably exquisite up-and-under move, sending the ball through the hoop at an impossibly awkward angle. Lin Yu was astounded by the astonishing surge in General Harvey's all-around attributes. His prowess was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, he could only trigger the state of Berserker-esque blood when his physical stamina had significantly declined, and it could last at most a week. By the time new random passives emerged next week, he would revert to his original form. Had the General managed to maintain this state indefinitely, he could have faced Jordan head-on. As the first quarter concluded, the General exited the court, breathless. He had played for 12 consecutive minutes without a moment's respite. His performance yielded 13 points, 4 rebounds, 1 assist, and 2 steals, an impressive first-quarter report card. After a brief intermission, the General was once again summoned by Lin Yu. By the midway point of the second quarter, he erupted once more, not only excelling offensively but also showcasing defensive prowess with consecutive steals and blocks. Akin to a war god. What on earth is happening? Old Bolin was astonished. As a notorious figure in basketball, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Harvey, who contributed nothing yet earned over $4 million from him. Witnessing Harvey dominate the court, Old Bolin began to question his own senses. Anseld, too, found himself puzzled, wondering what was transpiring. By halftime, Harvey had already amassed 28 points, 6 rebounds, 3 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks. In the past, the cumulative statistics from half a month of games might not even surpass this half's performance. Anseld meticulously recalled the recent peculiar occurrences. Realizing they all seemed to be connected to Lin Yu, he resolved to have an earnest discussion with Lin Yu post-game. In the second half, for the initial minutes, Harvey continued to be an unstoppable force. However, by the midway point of the third quarter, he could no longer endure and signaled for a timeout towards the technical table. "Coach, I understand your good intentions, but I cannot hold on any longer. I have been playing continuously for 30 minutes since the game began." Harvey was gasping for breath. While Berserker-esque blood could enhance a player's combat power as their stamina waned, it could not replenish their energy. Having played without a moment of rest, he was at his limits. Lin Yu nodded slightly, suggesting a moment of respite, indicating that he would return to the court in the latter half of the fourth quarter. While he spoke with a relaxed demeanor, his heart ached, for with Harvey sidelined, Lin Yu would undoubtedly lose a substantial sum of money. After Harvey exited the game, the Magic, under Penny's leadership, launched a spirited counterattack, dominating the court and leaving Lin Yu feeling confined and overwhelmed. When Uncle Ho entered the game, it was unclear whether it was merely a matter of poor shooting or a display of frustration, as he attempted 4 shots, all of which missed the mark. Gradually, the Magic closed the gap in the score and, halfway through the fourth quarter, held a 4-point lead. Lin Yu, unhurried and composed, substituted the General back into the game after a full segment of rest, ensuring that the General had amassed sufficient stamina to endure until the conclusion of the match. Upon re-entering the court, Harvey was met with thunderous applause from the crowd, who, unbeknownst to themselves, had elevated the once wayward player to the status of a savior. With a resounding thud, less than 2 minutes into his return, the General charged towards the basket, executing a stunning dunk over Sakali, while also earning a chance for an additional free throw, successfully completing a 2-1 play. As his energy waned, the general's prowess became increasingly enigmatic. The Magic had contemplated strategies to counter his offensive maneuvers, yet their efforts proved futile, whether through one-on-one defense or double teaming. The general consistently discovered ways to score. Time flew by, and with less than 10 seconds remaining in the game, propelled by the general's fervent assault, the Bullets had established a 6-point lead. In the final play, the general drove towards the basket, confronted solely by the formidable Horace, known as the Cobra, leaping into the air. He grasped the ball with one hand and deftly flicked it into the hoop beneath Horace's outstretched arm, the entire sequence executed with breathtaking fluidity. As Horace landed, the sound of the ball swishing through the net behind him conjured an illusion in his mind, as if he had just faced Jordan himself. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the match. With a stat line of 48 points, 9 rebounds, 4 assists, 4 steals, and 2 blocks, the general, Harvey Grant, had delivered an extraordinary performance. As the final whistle blew, tears streamed down Harvey's cheeks. Drafted by the Bullets in '88, the Verizon Center was the birthplace of his dreams, and now it stood as the site of their shattering. At the age of 32, he had played the defining game of his career, rendering any words inadequate to express the emotions swelling within the general's heart. General, General, General. The cheers of the fans reverberated throughout the Verizon Center, with even Unseld rising to join in the fervent celebration. Lin Yu could hardly contain his joy, not only for Harvey's stellar performance, but also for his own burgeoning fortune. A staggering 270,000. Following the conclusion of the match, the system processed the earnings, revealing that Lin Yu had profited a remarkable 270,000 from this single game, more than his annual salary, and blissfully free from taxation. Just as a horse thrives on night grass, and a person grows wealthy through unexpected fortune, Lin Yu had struck it rich. He resolved to seek a new residence the very next day, bidding farewell to the confines of his basement dwelling. In addition to Harvey's extraordinary display, Weber also shone brightly tonight with a stat line of 16 points, 13 rebounds, 7 assists, and 4 blocks. He took very few shots, recognizing Harvey's exceptional form and passing him the ball frequently. Although Big Ben's performance was not as dazzling as before, with 5 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks, it was by no means lackluster, as his contributions transcended mere statistics. Defeating the Magic proved to be far more challenging than Lin Yu had anticipated. Previously, the Bullets had effortlessly bested the Hornets, which had inflated Lin Yu's confidence to the point where he believed he could dominate the 5th-seeded Hornets, assuming the 7th-seeded Magic would be a mere formality. However, he soon realized that there existed a delicate balance of strengths and weaknesses among the teams. The Bullets' backcourt was effective against the Hornets, while the Magic's backcourt countered the Bullets' efforts. Tonight, both Fikar and Legler faced immense struggles. Fikar managed to secure 14 points despite his trials, while Legler had a dismal outing, only attempting 4 shots under the watchful eye of Penn and converting just 1 3-pointer, accounting for his entire contribution. Conversely, the substitute, Cheney, performed admirably, scoring 12 points through a combination of drives and shots. In the post-game press conference, General Grant, cradling his young son Jeremy, took center stage as the focus of all reporters eager to uncover the secrets within the Bullets' locker room. This match was undeniably peculiar, particularly with Howard taking a backseat to the general, who delivered an otherworldly performance. "I must express my gratitude to my coach Lin Yu," he declared. "He not only granted me this opportunity but reignited my fighting spirit. I must confess, like many others, I underestimated him due to his age. But now I hold nothing but admiration for him. He is like the sun, illuminating the entire Bullets team. Just imagine what has transpired since he became our head coach." The general gazed at Lin Yu with a look brimming with emotion, his words saturated with praise. As the reporters began to digest the general's remarks, a wave of astonishment washed over them. Before Lin Yu's arrival, Big Ben, Legler, and Harvey were mere guardians of the water cooler, devoid of any presence within the team. Even if one were to assert that they would vanish from the NBA in the upcoming season, no one would raise an eyebrow. However, upon Lin Yu's entrance, these 3 individuals erupted with remarkable vigor. Harvey, needless to say, showcased an extraordinary efficiency, scoring 48 points tonight, a feat unmatched by any Bullet player this season. Legler, under Lin Yu's guidance, maximized his 3-point shooting prowess. In just 3 games, Big Ben transformed from an obscure player into a blue-collar stalwart. rivaling the likes of Mutombo and Rodman. This entire metamorphosis can be attributed to the mere presence of the 26-year-old Lin Yu. After the press conference concluded, Unseld summoned Lin Yu to his office. "My friend, could you enlighten me on what has transpired with my team? I can comprehend Big Ben's emergence, and I can force myself to understand Legler's newfound utility. But what is the situation with Harvey? I now feel utterly unworthy of being the general manager, utterly oblivious to the team's state. What kind of magic do you possess? How is it that the seemingly washed-up Harvey has become so formidable in your hands?" Unseld felt that if he did not uncover an answer tonight, he would surely find himself sleepless. As the captain of the Bullets, he had maintained absolute control over the team for the past decade. Yet, since Lin Yu's arrival just over a week ago, he found the Bullets increasingly unfamiliar. Of course, Unseld welcomed this unfamiliarity, for the team's performance had undeniably improved. From a streak of 4 consecutive losses to a record of 3 wins and 1 loss. The Bullets had demonstrated a qualitative enhancement in their capabilities. Lin Yu scratched his head, utterly at a loss to respond to Anseld's inquiry. "Sir, there exists a phenomenon known as the newbie halo. Have you ever heard of it? It's when novices undertake a task with remarkable ease. I might just be experiencing that." Anseld rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Do you truly take me for a fool? Who would ever believe in such a thing?" Lin Yu found himself in a state of helplessness. "Despite your unwavering belief that Jalen Rose is a harbinger of misfortune, why can you not extend that same faith to the phenomenon of rookie brilliance? Furthermore," Lin Yu was not speaking in vain. His trump card indeed lies in that very brilliance. "Nevertheless, I have witnessed far too many bizarre occurrences in my lifetime for this to faze me. I have but one question for you. What shall we do about Juwan? Surely you cannot expect me to have a player signed for $100 million languishing on the bench?" This is the crux of Anseld's genuine concern. Uncle Ho was reclaimed from the Heat at his behest and awarded the very first contract in history worth $1 billion. It would be rather absurd to have him relegated to the bench. It is not as complicated as you might think. After all, Harvey is already 32 years old, and it is unlikely that he can sustain this level of performance for much longer. As the season draws to a close, I merely wish to experiment with various lineups. Should injuries arise during the playoffs, we will be ready to deploy alternative strategies without delay. Lin Yu's explanation was flawless. Anseld applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly deserving of my admiration as a coach." After our victory over the Magic this evening, our record has ascended to 9th place in the Eastern Conference, bringing us closer to the playoff threshold. In the upcoming 4 away games, if we can achieve a record of 3 wins and 1 loss, we will undoubtedly secure a position among the top 8 in the East. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging that the challenge was minimal. Aside from the initial game against the Lakers, the subsequent matches against the Spurs, Grizzlies, and Nuggets were virtually assured victories. By the way, when is Jalen Rose expected to report to the team? This morning, the Wizards notified the league regarding the trade with the Pacers, which has now concluded. Jalen Rose is officially a member of the Wizards. He and Anthony Davis are currently en route to Washington, and you will see him tomorrow morning. Jamie King and Ray Jackson are also anticipated to arrive for reporting tomorrow morning. Both are unclaimed free agents, making their signing exceedingly effortless. Lin Yu nodded. Now that the 5 Tigers of Michigan had gathered, their upcoming away game provided the perfect opportunity for them to make an appearance together. However, facing the Lakers, it would be impossible to field all 5, given their varying levels of skill. Jamie King had some talent, being a second-round draft pick in '95, whereas Ray Jackson was entirely unqualified for the NBA, merely serving as a liability on the court. Nevertheless, during the away game against the Spurs, it would be feasible to have all 5 on the floor, especially since the Spurs were currently in a state of disarray. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Lin Yu arrived at Citibank. Half an hour later, his worn briefcase contained an additional $50,000 in cash. After withdrawing the money, he rode his dilapidated bicycle back to the training facility, feeling anxious all the while, fearing that a bandit might emerge and snatch away his hard-earned money. In truth, he was overthinking. With his battered bicycle and tattered briefcase, any would-be robber would likely hesitate, concerned that such a target would yield little profit, considering the expense of ammunition. Upon reaching the training ground, Lin Yu quickly called for Ben. "Here, take this $10,000 and pay the fine. And with this other $10,000, buy yourself a car. Don't think I'm unaware that you take the bus to training every day. Don't even think about refusing and spare me the thanks. We're brothers. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. If you really want to thank me, help me move later." Lin Yu produced 2 stacks of 100 yuan bills and handed them to Ben. Ben accepted the money, silently vowing to repay Lin Yu tenfold, or even 100-fold, once he secured a significant contract. As the clock struck 10 in the morning, Weber approached Lin Yu, accompanied by 3 players. "Coach, they have arrived," he said, his voice trembling with disbelief. To him, it felt as if he were in a dream. Once again, the Michigan Five were reunited. Uncle Ho stepped forward, embracing each of the trio, Jalen Rose and his companions. Gazing upon the Michigan Five, Lin Yu was reminded of the scenes from the Five Rats in Tokyo. Washington, located in the eastern United States, is akin to Kyoto. It is, in essence, Tokyo. Congratulations, host, for assembling the historically significant bond of the Michigan Five, thus acquiring the permanent Halo fusion. When the Michigan Five are simultaneously present, the host may designate one as the target, absorbing the full attributes of the remaining 4 players. This system notification made Lin Yu inwardly exclaim that this was a worthwhile endeavor. He had previously wondered how to acquire additional permanent halos. While the peak halo is undoubtedly powerful, its limitations are considerable. Should Lin Yu find himself without a promising freshman in the future, the peak halo would serve little purpose. Lin Yu speculated that the acquisition of the permanent aura must involve assembling renowned combinations from history. With this understanding, Lin Yu could devise ways to collect more permanent auras in the future. However, the newly acquired combined aura possesses significant limitations, as it requires the presence of all 5 tigers simultaneously, which confines its use to exceptional circumstances. For instance, during a critical moment when the team faces a last-second shot, someone must step up to secure victory. If, for example, Weber is designated as the target, even if Jamie King and Ray Jackson have relatively lower attributes, they should still possess around 40 to 50 points. A mere 2-point boost could elevate Weber's attributes by 1 point across the board, while contributions from Uncle Ho and Jalen Rose could augment Weber's total attributes by at least 5 points. This enhancement is quite substantial and would significantly improve Weber's chances of success in clutch situations. During regular time, the influence of the combined aura can be largely disregarded, as both Jimmy King and Jackson already lack sufficient strength. Should they siphon off points to boost Weber, they would transform into glaring weaknesses on the court, allowing the opposing team to exploit these vulnerabilities and hasten the defeat of the Bullets. Nevertheless, it can be considered an additional tactical reserve, providing Lin Yu with some hope during critical moments for the team. Chapter 21. Kobe is my nephew. Coach, greetings. I have heard from Weber that it was you who afforded us the opportunity to reunite. Thank you. Jalen Rose expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness upon approaching Lin Yu. Jamie King and Ray Jackson quickly followed suit, extending their thanks to Lin Yu as well. Kinks, you should also thank Juin, Weber promptly reminded. Lin Yu appeared bewildered, turning his head to survey the training ground, as if he had caught wind of the name Jinx. Chris, Jinx? Weber chuckled and nodded, explaining that Jinx was a moniker for Jalen, which we commonly used to address him. Ever since childhood, he had been rather unfortunate, which led to this nickname. Lin Yu stared at Jalen Rose, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. Could this towering figure, exceeding 2 meters in height, truly be the rampaging Lolita? Jalen Rose. The rampaging Lolita. The name Jinx, which translates to misfortune and bad luck, aptly captures the essence of this character. This is not a fabrication. Jalen Rose is indeed nicknamed Jinx, and every moniker mentioned in this narrative is verifiable on BR. Should the next random aura fail to align with the passive ability of League of Legends Jinx get excited, Lin Yu would be the first to voice his discontent. Observing the oversized Jinx before him, Lin Yu's mischievous spirit ignited. Come, join me in reading, he beckoned. Rules are merely meant to be broken. Jalen Rose, perplexed, wore a puzzled expression. He had heard from Weber that this young coach possessed a touch of madness, yet he had not anticipated such an extent of eccentricity. Immediately thrust into a poetic recitation? As a newcomer, Jalen Rose wished to avoid leaving a negative impression on his team's head coach, and with an awkward smile, he complied, reciting alongside Lin Yu. Oh, if only there were more emotion infused into it. Now, imitate me as I sing. You are a loser, always on the verge of tears. Jalen Rose genuinely felt tears welling up, a wave of embarrassment washing over him as he sang along with Lin Yu, goosebumps rising on his back. Excellent. I am indeed a madman, with a doctor's note to prove it. The only lines that Lin Yu can recall from Jinx are but a few. Jalen Rose, overwhelmed by the situation, is convinced that Lin Yu is indeed mad. Regardless of any medical certification, he is undeniably unhinged. Ahem, coach. We are set to fly to Los Angeles for an away game tonight. Perhaps we should allow them some rest first. Seeing Jalen Rose on the verge of tears, Webb quickly stepped in to alleviate the tension. Lin Yu thought it made perfect sense. He needed to hasten his move. He envisioned transitioning directly from the away game to a spacious and luminous house, rather than lingering in a musty basement. Upon hearing that Lin Yu was relocating, besides Dabin, Fei Che, Leg Brother, and General insisted on lending their assistance. Lin Yu did not outright refuse. He lacked a vehicle, and coincidentally, Fei Che had one, which could assist in transporting a few items. Upon arriving at Lin Yu's residence with the four companions, they exchanged bewildered glances before entering, astonished that Lin Yu resided in such a place. As Lin Yu opened the door and flicked on the dim, yellowish light, Dabin was taken aback by the meager furnishings within, and tears began to stream down his face. The unpleasant odor permeated the air, and the unsettling sounds of insects scuttling about could be heard intermittently. The room contained but a single iron bed, reminiscent of relics from the Second World War. "Coach, have you always lived here?" Dabin asked, his voice trembling with emotion. He felt a profound sorrow within him, his body quaking slightly. For so long, he had perceived Lin Yu as a privileged heir. After all, how could he so generously gift a Rolex and, without a flicker of hesitation, hand over $20,000? He never imagined that Lin Yu had been residing in a basement all along. The sum of $20,000, along with the watch, could have easily afforded a comfortable apartment for 2 to 3 years. In that instant, Dabin felt an overwhelming sense of indebtedness towards Lin Yu, yearning to embrace him and weep uncontrollably. "What are you crying for? It's rather peculiar. Why has everyone been so emotional lately?" "Yesterday, Harvey shed at least half a pound of tears, and now you, Dabin?" Fei Che remarked, perplexed by Dabin's tears. "Coach," Dabin stammered, attempting to explain. Lin Yu waved his hand, urging silence. "Come on, I'm in the midst of relocating, aren't I? Damn it, my bluster has been deflated. It appears I don't possess as many Rolexes as I claimed. No need to just stand around. My free laborers get to work." Although he spoke of moving, the reality was that Lin Yu's possessions were few, insufficient for even Dabin to manage alone. The others who offered to assist were all turned down by Dabin. "How amusing it is to be so eager to take on the role of free labor," he mused. "After all, we, as black individuals, endured centuries of servitude." It renders Martin Luther King Jr.'s speech as seemingly futile. The awareness of the situation was indeed profound, reflective of Dabin's esteemed lineage. He could elevate any matter to a higher plane of discourse. Dabin, however, paid no heed to Lin Yu's musings, shouldering all of Lin Yu's belongings as he yearned to escape the confines of the basement. Remaining here only fueled his overwhelming sense of guilt towards Lin Yu. Ding. Ben Wallace's favorability rating has increased, currently standing at a perfect score of 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly charmed a player, earning 1 point of charisma, bringing the current charisma level to 7 points. The charisma attribute dictates the host's ability to engage socially. The higher the charisma, the more readily one can garner affection. Lin Yu's eye listened attentively to the system's prompt. Charm value. Could it enhance his interpersonal skills? Does this attribute truly have an impact in the realm of romantic pursuits? Having traversed into this new world, Lin Yu was eager to heed the age-old adage that warns, the pursuit of beauty is fraught with peril, and to experience the trials that come with the allure of femininity. It seemed he must engage more with the players. The advantages were simply too abundant. Lin Yu's new residence was secured early in the morning, conveniently located a mere 20-minute stroll from the training grounds. It is a spacious one-bedroom apartment, exceeding 100 square meters with ample natural light. The monthly rent is set at $1,500, comfortably within Lin Yu's financial means. "Coach, this is the $10,000 you gave me. I cannot accept it. I am truly sorry. I had no idea that your life was so challenging." Before departing, Dabin, with teary eyes, returned a stack of cash to Lin Yu. "I have already moved into such an apartment. I do not need this $10,000 from you. Keep it. My account holds over $200,000. And I am poised to earn nearly $1 million in the upcoming week. I truly do not require this sum. Do you doubt my words? When have I ever deceived you?" Well, aside from that one instance with the Rolex, Lin Yu observed the incredulous expression on Big Ben's face and feigned anger. The naive Big Ben could only nod in response, returning to pack his belongings in preparation for the upcoming away game. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yu, accompanied by his teammates and a multitude of others, boarded the flight to Los Angeles. He felt a surge of anticipation at the prospect of facing the Lakers, particularly the opportunity to compete against the legendary Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. While Webber held a commendable place in basketball history, he paled in comparison to the stature of O'Neal and Bryant. The dynamic duo of the OK combination stands as one of the most illustrious pairings in NBA history. In the subsequent ranking of the 75 greatest players, Kobe was placed 10th, while Shaq followed closely at 11th, with no other pairing able to rival their legacy. For instance, the Utah duo, Malone and Stockton, ranked 23rd and 24th respectively. Similarly, the Spurs Twin Towers, Duncan and Robinson, saw Duncan at 8th but Robinson languishing at 25th. Even the legendary Michael Jordan's partnership with Pippen saw Pippen ranked a mere 32nd. Upon realizing that assembling historical combinations could bestow a permanent aura, Lin Yu mused on the potential benefits of uniting the OK combination, though he was well aware of the improbability of trading for both Shaquille and Kobe. After arriving in Los Angeles at 8 o'clock that evening, the group rested at their hotel for the night. The following day, they trained for half a day before the evening's match. During the warm-up session before the game, Lin Yu sat on the sidelines observing the players. Big Ben had reached his maximum potential, officially entering his prime under the influence of the peak aura, which instilled Lin Yu with a sense of assurance for that evening's contest. The Lakers were formidable, particularly Shaquille O'Neal, whose strength was unparalleled. Although Big Ben had not yet reached his peak during the last game against Sakali, where he struggled, facing a behemoth like Shaq was an insurmountable challenge. Now that he had entered his prime, while it was still unlikely that Big Ben could single-handedly contain Shaq, at the very least, he would not be utterly overwhelmed. Lin Yu gazed for a moment, suddenly uncovering a most peculiar scene. Legendre, with his long legs, was engaged in animated conversation with Kobe, whose face was adorned with a youthful sheen of collagen. Due to their proximity, Lin Yu could distinctly hear Kobe affectionately calling Legendre Uncle Tim. Lin Yu could hardly fathom what connection might exist between the two individuals. Once they dispersed, he promptly beckoned over Brother Leg. "Do you know that young man?" Lin Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity. "Of course I know him. I even held him in my arms when he was but a child. In the blink of an eye, he has grown so much and has even entered the NBA, and with such a high draft position," Brother Leg remarked, his tone reminiscent of an elder reflecting on the accomplishments of a younger generation. Lin Yu was increasingly puzzled. In his eyes, they were players from entirely different worlds. Yet they shared such a connection. Noticing Lin Yu's bewildered expression, Brother Leg explained, "I graduated from Russell University, and I had a senior named Joe Bryant, who was affectionately nicknamed Sweet Pea. I wonder if you've heard of him. A decade ago, during the anniversary celebration, I was still playing at Russell University when old Sweet Pea brought this kid along. Over the years, I have maintained contact with old Sweet Pea. After all, who could forget that we are the most accomplished players from Russell University? Just a few months ago, he called me, asking me to look after this kid. I truly wonder who will end up taking care of whom in the future." Upon hearing Brother Leg's explanation, Lin Yu felt a sense of absurdity wash over him. Good heavens, the world truly is a small place. Russell University is not exactly a prestigious basketball school. Its basketball team has produced only 2 NBA players in its history: Sweet Pea Joe Bryant, who entered the league as the 14th overall pick in 1975, and Brother Leg himself. The two heroes have always appreciated each other, maintaining a good relationship over the years. Why does he call you uncle?" Lin Yu inquired further. "I am 33 years old, and he has just turned 18. What else should he call me?" Brother Leg shrugged. Lin Yu was taken aback. "What? You are already 33 years old? I had always presumed you were around my age." "What? By that calculation, Kobe is actually my nephew." Chapter 22, Your Lack of Dignity, and Big Ben will restore it for you tonight. Our starting lineup consists of Big Ben, Chris, Harvey, Rod, and you, Jinx. After the warm-up concluded, Lin Yu announced the starting roster in the locker room. Leg Brother felt deeply hurt. His position as the starting shooting guard had been usurped by the newly arrived Jalen Rose. He believed it was because he had mentioned his age of 33, leading Lin Yu to deem him too old, lacking any developmental potential. After a moment of gloom, Leg Brother recalled being thoroughly outplayed in the previous match, which alleviated his discontent. Who could he blame for his inferior skills? Being a substitute was acceptable as long as his playing time exceeded that of the past. Cheney was the one truly injured. He had been the starting shooting guard, but now, with Lin Yu's arrival, it appeared he might not even secure a spot as a substitute shooting guard. Congratulations to the host. Jalen Rose's favorability progress has commenced, current favorability at 30. Detailed information can be viewed on the player attribute panel. Congratulations to the host. Chris Webber's favorability progress has commenced, current favorability at 10. Detailed information can be viewed on the player attribute panel. The consecutive notifications brought a smile to Lin Yu's face. Both players had opened their favorability. and their participation could earn him some dollars. The initiation of favorability with Jalen Rose was not unexpected upon his arrival at the Bullets. Lin Yu had made him a starter in his very first game. If Jalen did not develop a favorable impression of Lin Yu, it would only indicate one thing: he was ungrateful and lacked the capacity for appreciation. At last, the favorability with Weber had begun. Once the ice was broken, the rest would be more manageable. Moments later, the game officially commenced. The Lakers' starting lineup included center Shaquille O'Neal, power forward Eldon Campbell, small forward Jerome Kersey, shooting guard Eddie Jones, and point guard Nick Van Exel. As the game began, the formidable Shaquille O'Neal wreaked havoc beneath the basket, scoring 2 quick dunks over Big Ben. Although he failed to convert on his third attempt, he drew a defensive foul from Big Ben, with O'Neal sinking one of 2 free throws, accumulating 5 points in less than 3 minutes. Lin Yu hurriedly called for a timeout. If Shaquille continued his rampage, their team would face a fate far worse than mere defeat. They would undoubtedly be crushed by the Lakers. In the upcoming defensive possession, you need not leap. Your sole responsibility is to withstand Shaquille's presence. Do not harbor any illusions of blocking him. Lin Yu first instructed Ben Wallace, then directed his gaze towards Chris Webber. Chris, as a power forward, you must remain steadfast in your position. On the defensive end, you must alleviate some of the pressure on Ben. It is unreasonable to expect him to single-handedly contain Shaquille O'Neal. Everyone knows that is an impossible task. I need you to accomplish 2 things. First, sever Shaq's passing lanes as much as possible. Second, once Shaq receives the ball and Ben holds his ground, you must immediately assist with the double team. This is the benefit of Lin Yu's time travel, having witnessed the Pistons' underdog quintet triumph over the Lakers' formidable lineup in the finals. He understood precisely how to strategize against the dominant O'Neal while benefiting from Ben's presence. While Ben's defensive prowess is undeniable, facing a behemoth like Shaq, it is unrealistic to expect him to contain him alone. If Ben could truly neutralize him single-handedly, Shaquille would not be lauded as one of the most dominant centers in NBA history. The Pistons' formidable duo of Wallace, Ben, and Rashid relied on Ben's unwavering strength to establish position against O'Neal, while Rashid adeptly provided disruption from the side, yielding commendable results. Webber, a considerably more versatile version of Rashid, possessed an even greater capacity for defensive support. What about Campbell? Webber inquired. Almost immediately, he recognized the folly of his question. Campbell, the Lakers' starting power forward, served primarily as a physical shield, posing minimal threat on the offensive end. If the Lakers opted not to pass to Shaq and instead directed the ball to Campbell, it would undoubtedly be a welcome development for the Bullets. As the brief timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court. Observing that the Bullets had called a timeout less than 3 minutes into the game, Shaq felt a surge of confidence. Kid, welcome to the real NBA. The centers you encountered before were more renowned than skilled. I could dismantle them with one hand. Shaq's tone was flippant, despite being only a few years older than Ben. Referring to him as a kid was laden with condescension. Ben, at a loss for words, was hardly equipped to engage in a verbal sparring match with Shaq. Our coach has devised a plan to restrain you. Scoring won't come as easily now. Shaq chuckled. Restrict me? There is no one on this planet who can limit my game. Even if there were, it certainly wouldn't be your coach, who appears younger than Kobe. As the Lakers launched their offensive, the Madman held the ball on the perimeter. With Shaq in exceptional form that evening, he naturally sought to position himself for a pass. Seeing Shaq effectively maneuvering Ben behind him, reaching out for the ball, the Madman executed a long pass. A figure emerged with a swift motion, extending an arm to swat the ball down. Who else could it be but Webber? Acting upon Lin Yu's directive, Webber had been keenly observing fans' passes, seizing the opportune moment to execute this interception. Naturally, the statistics of the steal did not reflect upon him, for after the ball was dislodged, it was Harvey who claimed possession, thus earning a credit for the steal. Very well, let us continue this way. Lin Yu cheered from the sidelines, knowing that as long as he could sever Shaquille O'Neal's passing options, the big man's dominance beneath the basket would be rendered futile without the ball. Meanwhile, Harvey and his fast-paced partner executed a swift counterattack, culminating in a breathtaking alley-oop dunk completed by Harvey. The Lakers' offensive turn arrived, and O'Neal continued to call for the ball. Still irked by his previous attempt, he was eager to assert his dominance over Ben Wallace once more. Wallace, a player of all-star caliber, earned his nickname Madman not for any mental deficiency, but rather for his erratic yet explosive shooting prowess. This time, he skillfully maneuvered the ball just inside the free-throw line, delivering it seamlessly into O'Neal's hands. Upon receiving the pass, O'Neal swiftly turned to back down Wallace, confident in his ability to overpower the 2-meter-tall defender. The initial clash may have been in O'Neal's favor, as his sheer mass pushed Wallace back a step, despite the latter's strength. Wallace, however, refused to give O'Neal any breathing room and quickly closed the gap again. Had the NBA not imposed restrictions on back-to-the-basket play, O'Neal could have relentlessly pounded his way to the rim, leaving Wallace defenseless. Regrettably, the rules curtailed O'Neal's relentless assaults. After 3 consecutive attempts, Wallace matched him each time. O'Neal then opted to pivot and executed a delicate jump shot. The moment the ball left his fingertips, he was convinced it would find its mark. Assured that 2 points were already within his grasp, and he had even devised a plan to taunt Wallace afterward. But suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the arena as O'Neal's shot was emphatically swatted out of bounds by Webber, who had arrived just in time. Wallace shrugged, having warned O'Neal that they had discovered a way to contain him. After 2 successive plays where O'Neal was thwarted, Webber couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Wallace, having witnessed the struggle beneath the basket. If he were in Wallace's shoes, could he withstand even a single bout against O'Neal? He doubted it. O'Neal's sheer force could easily send him sprawling out of bounds. Watching Wallace endure the punishment while he basked in the glory of swatting O'Neal's shot, Webber found himself increasingly appreciative of Wallace's efforts. "Damn you, you little imp. I will crush you tonight," O'Neal bellowed, glaring fiercely at Wallace. The once jovial expression on Wallace's face instantly turned cold. His height had always been a source of insecurity, and O'Neal's taunt was like salt in a fresh wound. "Shaq, you are a superstar. I advise you to maintain some decorum. If you fail to do so, I believe Ben will find a way to make you regret it. When those old-timers from New York bullied you, I didn't see you throw such a tantrum. If Ben can take down little Mason, how long do you think it would take him to deal with you? I doubt your nasal bridge is sturdier than Mason's. Besides, Ben's suspension would incur little loss, as I, Chris Webber, will cover all expenses." Webber Schwab boldly confronted the situation, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor when addressing O'Neal. Today, he exuded an air of confidence, towering with an impressive presence. O'Neal, momentarily taken aback, observed the eager demeanor of Big Ben and the ever-ready Webber. And he harbored no doubts that, should a confrontation arise, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage. Big Ben's formidable physique was striking, complemented by an expression that, while not overtly menacing, suggested a certain naivete. It is well known that those who appear simple-minded are often unpredictable in conflict, unburdened by the consequences of their actions. With a disdainful huff, O'Neal fell silent and began to prepare for his teammate's outside pass. This time, however, the ball was not directed to him, but instead found its way into the hands of the unpredictable Van Gundy, who attempted a mid-range shot that unfortunately did not find its mark. Beneath the basket, Big Ben maintained his grip on O'Neal, allowing Webber to secure the rebound. During the Bullets' offensive possession, a swift assist from the fast-paced player enabled Jalen Rose to score with a mid-range shot. The 5-point lead that O'Neal had established at the outset had vanished effortlessly after the timeout, as the Bullets reclaimed control of the game. In the ensuing moments, Webber diligently adhered to Lin Yu's strategic directives, focusing on denying O'Neal the ball. If that proved impossible, he would wait for Big Ben to engage physically with O'Neal before seizing the opportunity to block. O'Neal found himself in unprecedented discomfort. He had never encountered such a vexing challenge since entering the league. While other teams recognized the necessity of cutting off O'Neal's receiving options, none possessed a player of Webber's caliber, an agile, defensively astute power forward with remarkable wingspan. The tactic of one player pressuring while another disrupts is not unfamiliar. Yet they lacked a formidable shield like Big Ben, capable of withstanding O'Neal's assaults in the paint. As O'Neal's offensive capabilities were curtailed, the Bullets unexpectedly began to forge an advantage. Chapter 23, The Foul Strategy. O'Neal was the sole linchpin of the Lakers. His restriction meant a significant loss of their primary offensive threat. Eddie Jones, known as Steady Eddie, embodied his moniker, while stability is commendable. It often signifies a lack of explosive scoring ability. Jones consistently contributed between 15 to 20 points each night, but exceeding that threshold would strain his limits. Van Gundy, on the other hand, was far less reliable. When he was on fire, he was formidable, yet he could only manage a handful of explosive games each season, with most of his performances resembling erratic shooting. With 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Lakers head coach Silver Fox Harris called for a timeout, substituting the starting small forward Kelsey for the young Kobe, shifting the swingman Jones to the 3 position while Kobe took over the 2. Lin Yu remained unconcerned by this adjustment. Did the Silver Fox truly expect a mere 18-year-old Kobe to alter the dynamics of the game? If such immediate prowess truly existed, the Lakers would not have had the opportunity to claim it. The Philadelphia 76ers would have long since secured it with their first overall pick. As Kobe Bryant made his debut on the court, he embodied the fearless spirit of youth, launching a clean, soaring three-pointer straight over Jalen Rose. In the ensuing possession, Kobe, with the ball beyond the arc, executed a nearly drifting, backward shot in midair, drawing a foul from Jalen Rose and converting a 2-1 play. But the excitement did not end there. With just 7 seconds remaining in the first quarter, Kobe intercepted a pass intended for Jalen Rose, racing down the court to deliver a thunderous dunk right in front of him. As the first quarter concluded, Lin Yu was left in awe, casting a bewildered glance at Jalen Rose, realizing that this young player was indeed something extraordinary. My apologies, it seems that the young man was simply fortunate. What began as a favorable situation was turned on its head by Kobe, allowing the Lakers to take a 3-point lead. While Jalen Rose sheepishly offered his apologies to his teammates, if Lin Yu were unaware of the incident in which Kobe Bryant scored 81 points against Jalen Rose, he might merely perceive it as a stroke of luck for Kobe. This young man undeniably possesses remarkable talent. To maintain such fortune in the presence of your jinx is nothing short of being fated for greatness, Howard remarked, subtly yet pointedly. Ever since Jalen Rose joined the team, he had seldom shown him any kindness. Coach, this was merely an unforeseen circumstance. We have now devised a strategy to contain Shaq, and victory in this match is assured. Let us allow Jalen to play a little longer. I am confident he will discover a way to handle that young man. Weber stepped forward to advocate for his dear friend, his tone considerably more gentle compared to when he had previously pleaded for Cheney. Lin Yu nodded, harboring a skepticism that perhaps it was merely Kobe's exceptional rhythm. After all, during Kobe's rookie season, he had showcased remarkable performances even as a substitute, such as the game against the Warriors this year, where he scored 24 points on 11 attempts. At the outset of the second quarter, Lin Yu allowed Jalen Rose a brief respite, only to bring him back into play midway through the quarter. Kobe, meanwhile, remained on the court, facing off against his Uncle Tim. His offensive efficiency could only be described as mediocre, a stark contrast to the flamboyance displayed in the final minutes of the first quarter. Once Jalen Rose returned, Kobe seemed to be invigorated, relentlessly attacking Rose with an array of drives and shots, his score escalating rapidly. As the second quarter neared its conclusion, Lin Yu found himself at a loss, watching his team lag behind by 11 points. Indeed, it was evident that some matters defied disbelief. Jalen Rose was simply the unfortunate victim of fate, completely overwhelmed by a youthful Kobe, who even a player like Legler could somewhat restrain. Wait a moment. This doesn't add up. That kid scored 22 points over my head in just one half. Jalen Rose was on the verge of madness. This was his debut with the Bullets, and to be dismantled by an 18-year-old like this made him feel he would be unjustly demoted to the development league overnight. Ahem. Considering you spent an entire night on a flight, it's understandable that you're not in top form. Rest well for the second half. As long as Ben and I can contain Shaq, we still have a chance to win this game. Even Weber felt reluctant to let his good friend continue playing. Lin Yu sighed, recognizing that Weber was indeed an admirable choice for a brother. It was evident to any discerning observer that Jalen Rose had been thoroughly overwhelmed. Yet Weber continued to feign ignorance, crafting excuses for his comrade. As the second half commenced, Jalen Rose found himself relegated to the bench, and Kobe's fervor began to wane. Harvey's stamina had been significantly depleted, and as the second half unfolded, he entered a state of relentless pursuit. Unfortunately, with the imposing presence of Shaquille O'Neal and Campbell in the paint, he was unable to attack the basket with frequency, lacking the three-point capability and thus relying on mid-range shots to score. The Bullets struggled to close the gap, and by the time only a minute remained in the fourth quarter, they not only trailed by 3 points but also found themselves without possession. As it appeared all hope was lost, Lin Yu remained steadfast in his resistance. This singular victory was of paramount importance to the Bullets. With 2/3 of the regular season elapsed, if the Bullets were to secure only the 8th seed in the Eastern Conference, their playoff qualification would be rendered meaningless, as they would be pitted against the Chicago Bulls in the first round. Thus, seizing every possible victory and striving to enhance their standings in the East was essential for Lin Yu's aspirations to materialize, particularly the dream of facing the Bulls in the Eastern Conference Finals. Furthermore, triumphing over a prestigious team like the Lakers would undoubtedly elevate the morale of the squad. Lin Yu still had 2 timeouts at his disposal, one of which was a full timeout and the other a short one. He utilized the short timeout to summon the players on the court to his side. "Chris," he began, "it's now the Lakers' turn. The moment to test your acting skills has arrived. Have them pass the ball to Shaq, but do so subtly, ensuring they remain oblivious to the fact that it is a trap. Lin Yu whispered instructions to Weber, who understood the implications. It was time to employ a strategic foul tactic in the final moments of the game. With merely 2 minutes remaining, fouling an off-ball player could result in the opposing team being awarded 2 free throws along with possession of the ball, essentially a 2-shot opportunity. Utilizing fouls against other Lakers players was ill-advised due to their exceptionally high free throw percentage. Should they convert both attempts, the tactic would backfire significantly. Conversely, targeting the notoriously poor free throw shooter Shaquille O'Neal with fouls was undoubtedly the most prudent strategy. As soon as Shaq received the ball, the directive was clear: send him to the free throw line immediately, ensuring he had no chance to shoot and avoiding the peril of a potential 2-1 situation. Lin Yu issued another command to Big Ben. He was the key. If he failed to seize the moment and allowed O'Neal to score a 2-1, the Bullets would be doomed in this match. After the timeout, both teams returned to the court. Van Exel held the ball on the perimeter, consuming precious time as the Lakers held the advantage and were in no rush to attack. As nearly 20 seconds of this offensive possession ticked away, the Lakers players in the 2, 3, and 4 positions began to move swiftly without the ball. Weber's expression faltered after a moment of hesitation. He gritted his teeth and pursued Campbell. Van Exel's face lit up with joy. The opportunity he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Throughout this game, he had refrained from passing to O'Neal out of fear of Weber's cuts, but now the moment had come. He launched a long, powerful pass to O'Neal. O'Neal felt a surge of delight. In a one-on-one situation, why should Big Ben be able to defend him? However, his smile faltered in an instant as Big Ben wrapped his arms around him, and the referee's whistle blew, sending O'Neal to the free throw line. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive free throws clanged off the rim, causing even the Silver Fox to change his expression. Next, it would be the Bullets' possession. Surely they wouldn't make a 3-pointer? If they did, the game would be tied. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. The tactical foul had proven effective, and the Bullets still had a flicker of hope. After missing both free throws, the Bullets initiated their offense. Urged on by Lin Yu, Fish passed the ball to Harvey, who executed a mid-range shot, successfully adding 2 points to the scoreboard. Although the Bullets had scored, the expression of the Silver Fox, Harris, had noticeably relaxed. A 2-point basket was not lethal, as long as it wasn't a 3-pointer. With the score margin at a mere 1 point, the Lakers retained possessions, and only 29 seconds remained on the clock. As long as the Lakers continued to run down the clock, the Bullets would find their opportunities dwindling. Fan Fingzi maintained control of the ball at the front court, calmly consuming time. After 20 seconds had elapsed, he executed a swift change of direction, driving to the left side of Fish, and took a shot from mid-range. Thud! The ball missed its target. Yet the formidable O'Neal had already positioned himself perfectly to secure the rebound. As O'Neal prepared to pivot for a thunderous dunk, Ben Wallace sprang into action. Wrapping his arms around O'Neal to send him to the free throw line. Thud! Swish! O'Neal's free throw percentage this season stood at 49.1, and he performed as expected, making 1 out of 2 attempts. Remember this free throw. It is what will seal your fate, Bullets. After sinking the free throw, O'Neal couldn't resist taunting Ben. Theoretically, that free throw held substantial potential to eliminate the Bullets, for with the recent foul, Ben had already accumulated 6 personal fouls. Even if the Bullets managed to score 2 points in the next 5 seconds, forcing the game into overtime without Ben's presence, O'Neal alone could decimate the Bullets. However, if the Bullets were to land a 3-pointer next, the scenario would shift entirely. Regrettably, in this era, the emphasis on 3-point shooting was minimal. And with the team only 2 points shy of extending the game into overtime, no rational coach would recklessly gamble on a 3-pointer, given its inherent uncertainty. Thus, O'Neal was already convinced that he would ultimately emerge victorious in this contest. Lin Yu hastily called his final timeout, and at this juncture, he could only place his hopes upon the combined aura of the 5 players. Chapter 24. Weber's Redemption. What? You want all 5 of us to take the court simultaneously? Upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to overhaul the lineup and bring forth the Michigan Fab 5, Weber leapt from the bench, incredulity etched across his face. Even though he had dreamed of the quintet reuniting on the court, this was certainly not the moment for such a reunion. He found Lin Yu's decision utterly absurd. Coach, we still have a glimmer of hope to push this into overtime. What purpose does it serve to bring them in now? I'm sorry, Jamie and Ray. I hold no ill will towards you. I simply despise the thought of losing. The discontented voice of the fast break echoed through the arena. Regardless of the circumstances, I stand behind the coach's every choice. Without his strategic planning, we might have been thoroughly overwhelmed by Shaq in the first quarter. Big Ben's declarations silenced the group. Their eyes fixed on Lin Yu, eager to hear his rationale. In this fleeting moment, Lin Yu could hardly conceive a plausible explanation. He could only maintain a mysterious smile upon his face, exuding an air of confidence as if victory were assured. As the final 5 seconds approached, we prepared for a throw-in at the midfield boundary. Remember this, all 4 of you. The ball must be swiftly passed into Chris's hands. And you, Chris, my friend, you shall soon execute a 3-pointer that will lead our bullet team to triumph. Lin Yu gazed deeply into Weber's eyes and spoke slowly. This utterance seemed to possess an enchanting power, as visions of his own game-winning 3-pointer danced in Weber's mind. A 3-pointer? Good heavens. You truly do not regard the Lakers as worthy adversaries at all. Fei-Che let out a resigned sigh, pondering how he had found himself under the command of such an audacious head coach. Had it been any other coach in the league, faced with the current circumstances, they would surely have opted for a conservative 2-point shot, aiming to extend the game into overtime. He felt as though Lin Yu was akin to Wu Zetian. Bereaved of Li Ji, Lin Yu shot a glance at Fei-Che, signaling him to refrain from his incessant chatter, which threatened to disrupt the somber atmosphere. Having unlocked Weber's affinity, Lin Yu was now able to view Weber's attribute panel, revealing that his 3-point capabilities exceeded Lin Yu's expectations, which was precisely why Lin Yu was determined to set up plays for the 3-point shot. Moreover, with the Ben having already fouled out, what difference would it make if the game went into overtime? It was better to take a gamble. Ding. Jamie King's affinity has increased. Current affinity, 55 points. Ding. Ray Jackson's affinity has increased. Current affinity, 75 points. With 2 consecutive notifications, the affinities of the other 4 Tigers, aside from Howard, had been unlocked. Ray Jackson's surprising leap to over 70 points was puzzling, leading Lin Yu to question whether the system harbored biases not only towards race but also against players of lesser ability. Jamie King's career had ostensibly ended. He had been cut and was unlikely to be signed by another team. Given Lin Yu's decision to grant him another chance on the court, it was only natural for King to feel grateful. Ray Jackson's situation was even more peculiar. His career had never truly begun, as the other 4 Tigers had at least been drafted, while he had yet to step onto an NBA court and was currently working for a moving company in Texas. Thus, his increased affinity could be deemed somewhat understandable. As the Michigan 5 took the court simultaneously, the Lakers fans fell silent, witnessing the once mighty quintet from the NCAA grace their Staples Center together. Even the seasoned Lakers fans, accustomed to grand spectacles, recognized the significance of this moment. Many fans rose to cheer for the Michigan 5, and even the DJ on-site passionately shouted their names. Chris Webber, combined aura enhancement state, strength, 91, speed, 95. Vertical, 92 post offense, 91, post defense, 90, rebounding, 90, blocking, 91, stealing, 87 mid-range shooting, 92, three-point shooting, 94, free throws, 94, passing, 85, ball handling, 80, driving, 83. After Lin Yu observed Weber's attributes in his combined state, he found himself at a loss for words to express the astonishment that surged within him. It was akin to witnessing a super scion. All 3 fundamental attributes astonishingly exceeded 90, while various other attributes were uniformly above 80, with a significant portion surpassing the 90-point threshold. If Weber could maintain such prowess, even Jordan would find himself at a disadvantage. Weber's 3-point shooting was rather peculiar. Most players typically lack a 3-point game in the early stages of their careers, gradually developing it over time. In contrast, Weber displayed remarkable 3-point ability early on, achieving an impressive 44 shooting accuracy last season with substantial attempts, only to diminish his 3-point shooting as his career progressed. Presently, Weber's 3-point attribute was at its zenith, bolstered by the additional attributes from his combined state, reaching an astonishing 94 points. As Howard prepared to inbound the ball, the other 4 players swiftly maneuvered without the ball. With the referee's whistle signaling the start, Howard precisely located Weber and passed him the ball. Campbell had been intent on defending Weber, yet his speed was no match for Weber, especially in his combined state. By the time Weber received the ball, Campbell was at least 2 positions behind. As Weber caught the ball, Kobe immediately rushed to provide defensive support. Upon seeing Kobe, Weber smirked disdainfully, leaping from beyond the 3-point line and releasing a shot. The height of his release imparted an ethereal quality to the moment. Kobe leaped almost in sync with Weber, yet his fingertips couldn't even reach Weber's elbow. The basketball traced a magnificent arc as it soared toward the hoop. Just witnessing that trajectory, Lin Yu rose to his feet in jubilation. This shot was destined to succeed. Swish. The crisp sound of the ball netting echoed as Weber's pull-up three-pointer found its mark. Almost immediately, the referee's whistle signaled the end of the game, with the Bullets narrowly defeating the Lakers 104-103. Weber had executed a breathtaking game winner. While game winners occurred frequently each season, even three-point game winners were relatively common in this era, where three-point shooting was often undervalued. However, Weber's game winner held profound significance, a redemptive shot. For years prior, he had led his four teammates, only to lose the game due to his own mistake in the final moments. On this night, 4 years later, accompanied by the same teammates, he had achieved the ultimate game winner, securing victory for them all. Weber had long been plagued by guilt over that earlier blunder. But upon making this decisive shot, his gaze was clear. He refrained from exuberant celebrations, exhaling deeply and waving at Howard and the others. Brothers, we have returned. That feeling is back. The regrets we harbored in the NCAA will surely find closure in the NBA. We are the Fab Five from Michigan, and we shall make this league tremble. With a sweeping gesture, Weber ignited excitement in Jalen and Ross, their faces flushed and hearts racing. Even Uncle Ho appeared invigorated. The anguish of a last-minute defeat did not linger long among the Lakers fans, who rose to their feet, cheering and applauding Weber, leading the four Tigers down the court. Weber exuded the aura of a victorious emperor returning from battle. Observing Weber's commanding presence, Lin Yu felt a twinge of envy. Some individuals are simply born to be princes, and Weber epitomized that essence. Yet, Lin Yu did not succumb to self-deprecation. After all, Weber merely possessed greater height, strength, popularity, and charisma. In another year, he could easily earn over $8 million, while Lin Yu boasted longer hair and superior Mandarin proficiency, each with their own merits and strengths. Well done, my friend. You are a trustworthy teammate. With you by my side, I believe no one in this league can exploit our domain. Upon reaching the bench, Weber embraced Big Ben warmly. This heartfelt praise left Big Ben somewhat bewildered as he instinctively chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. After embracing Big Ben, Weber approached Lin Yu. Coach, I wish to extend my apologies for underestimating you earlier. Your coaching abilities belied your age, and in just over a week, you have brought us countless surprises. It is my privilege to have you as a coach, and it is an honor for the Bullets. With that, Weber embraced Lin Yu tightly. And before Lin Yu could utter a word, the surrounding players erupted in cheers. Lin Yu secretly thought that something was amiss. Why did it seem that Weber was the protagonist while he himself had become a mere supporting character? Moreover, he felt like a background character with not a single line to utter. Ding. Chris Webber's affinity level has increased. Current affinity, 60 points. It was evident that Weber was genuinely impressed by the abilities Lin Yu had showcased that evening, resulting in a significant surge in his admiration. Lin Yu no longer concerned himself with whether he played a supporting role. This match had bestowed upon him a substantial sum of 380,000. For someone of his humble means, nothing invigorated the spirit quite like the sight of crisp green currency. To navigate life comfortably, one must possess a certain amount of that verdant wealth. With 2 matches already netting him 650,000, and the aura of his success projected to endure for another 2 games, Lin Yu sensed that it would not be long before he transformed into a bona fide millionaire. Chapter 25. Have you ever battled with your tongue? The following morning, both the NCAA and NBA circles were abuzz. The Michigan Five had made a triumphant return, achieving a stunning victory over the formidable Lakers that very evening, generating significant excitement. Meanwhile, the Bullets had secured 4 wins out of their last 5 games, with most opponents being playoff-caliber teams, prompting a re-evaluation of the Bullets' prowess by the public. The name Lin Yu has increasingly been mentioned, with members of the Bullets team, from top to bottom, extolling his virtues at every press conference. Following a series of resounding victories, an unprecedented spirit of determination has emerged within the Bullets locker room, to the extent that even the scheming fast car has recently shelved his plans for internal strife. After triumphing over the Lakers, the Bullets face 3 subsequent opponents of considerably lesser strength. Barring unforeseen circumstances, securing victories in all these matches should pose no challenge. Should this occur, the Bullets will officially advance into the playoff ranks. Once these 3 games conclude, the All-Star Weekend will commence, followed by a week's wait until the trade market officially closes for the season, leaving no room for roster alterations among the teams. Lin Yu was acutely aware that, under his meticulous adjustments, the Bullet team had significantly strengthened. However, he still sensed an ineffable gap. He pondered whether to engage in a discussion with Anseld regarding potential trade enhancements before the trading market's closure. Aboard the flight to San Antonio, the players were still enveloped in the exhilaration of their last-minute victory over the Lakers, congregating in jovial clusters, playfully bantering with one another. Among them, there were those of a more serene disposition, such as Legler, who was engrossed in a magazine. "Did you know?" Legler exclaimed, his voice rising with astonishment. "This magazine claims that the most resilient and powerful muscle in the human body is, surprisingly, our tongue. In a sea of muscular athletes." He seemed to aspire to a more scholarly, affable persona. "Wait a minute," he continued, "if the tongue is such an impressive muscle, why doesn't anyone use it in a fight?" His profound query captured the attention of everyone in the cabin, each individual regarding him with wide-eyed astonishment. "Tim, you've never fought with your tongue?" Someone gasped. "Goodness, you can't possibly be a virgin, can you?" Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "A 33-year-old virgin? Surely, that cannot be the case. Are you trying to emulate the celibacy of A.C. Green?" The man has transformed into an iron figure, having played nearly 1,000 matches with hardly any absences. "What is it that you are abstaining from? You must be secretly indulging yourself, right?" Legler's face flushed crimson. "I merely haven't engaged in that for the past year. If I were as affluent as you all, I assure you, I would change partners daily. However, I am burdened with a monthly mortgage of at least $5,000, and there are countless expenses that demand my attention." Upon hearing the term mortgage, Lin Yu could not help but feel a surge of sympathy for Brother Leg. Who would have imagined that even an NBA player could be burdened by such financial obligations? In order to repay his mortgage, he dares not indulge in romantic pursuits. It is no wonder that he suffers from bone hyperplasia. Suddenly, Lin Yu recalled Brother Leg's affection task. Initially, he had no intention of pursuing this task, as completely winning over Brother Leg seemed to yield no significant advantages. Even with a current affection level of 70, Brother Leg's three-point shooting ability was already formidable. However, upon learning of Brother Leg's pitiful circumstances, and considering that achieving maximum affection could enhance his own charm, Lin Yu felt it was indeed worthwhile to continue with this endeavor. "Why didn't you mention this sooner? We had just departed from Los Angeles. Had you brought it up earlier, I would have invited you to experience the vibrant nightlife of Los Angeles last night. After all, it is Los Angeles. One can never predict whether a girl with whom one shares a passionate night might become a leading Hollywood star a month later." When Weber had intimidated Big Baby, he had claimed he would cover the loss incurred by Ben, perhaps reveling in the moment, prompting him to frequently offer to pay. Upon hearing Weber's words, Brother Leg lamented his misfortune, slapping his thigh in frustration. Jalen Rose, on the verge of teasing Brother Leg, quickly retracted his head, fearing that Brother Leg might blame his misfortune on him. Lin Yu was filled with regret, lamenting the missed opportunity with a Hollywood A-list actress. "Since I've missed out on Los Angeles, I would gladly settle for San Antonio. I'm not picky," he said, his face a mask of sorrow. Fei Che burst into laughter. "San Antonio? I recall venturing out there 2 years ago on a night much like this. If you don't mind that all the women bear the visage of General Robinson, you might consider giving it a shot." Harvey chimed in. "Do you really expect to find anything of quality there? Any woman with genuine prospects would undoubtedly prefer to chase wealth in Los Angeles or New York. Just hold on a little longer after the All-Star weekend. We have an away game in New York. At that point, we can have Chris introduce you to the broader world." Observing the fervent discussion among his companions, Lin Yu couldn't help but reflect on how much simpler it was for Ben, a truly innocent soul. "Hey, Chris, when we get to New York, could you also take me to see the sights?" Ben said in his deep voice. That night, upon arriving in San Antonio, Lin Yu, half asleep at 1 a.m, was jolted awake by a notification sound. Ding. Tim Legler's favorability has increased. Current favorability is at 90 points. Lin Yu was utterly amused, pondering just how desperate this fellow must be. Despite the fact that the speedster had remarked that every maiden in the holy city bore a striking resemblance to the legendary David Robinson, this individual still could not withstand the solitude. It was likely that he had insisted on Weber accompanying him. Lin Yu speculated that Legler's year-long abstinence from indulgence was not merely due to financial constraints, but rather stemmed from his own timidity in venturing out alone. Typically, teams observe a curfew when on the road. The leggy fellow was a quintessential example of disciplinary infractions. Nevertheless, Lin Yu was disinclined to impose any penalties, especially considering that their upcoming adversary was the Spurs. Even if the leggy one were to engage in a night of revelry with the esteemed Robinson, it would hardly jeopardize the Wizards' chances of securing a victory. As for Weber, he was known for his lofty standards. Tonight was likely just an opportunity to bolster the leggy fellow's confidence. The imagery of the leggy one entangled in a passionate embrace with Robinson haunted Lin Yu's thoughts, leading to a restless night. The following day, during training, the leggy one appeared positively radiant, embodying the adage that a person in joyous circumstances exudes vitality. Lin Yu acted as if nothing had transpired, allowing the players to train for merely 2 hours before dispersing. Upon returning to his hotel room, he placed a call to Mr. Ainselt. Mr. Ainselt, should we seize this final fortnight to bolster our ranks in preparation for the upcoming playoffs? Lin Yu spoke directly. Reinforcement? Do you have any thoughts on that? Feel free to share. He paused for a moment before adding, but first, let me make one thing clear. Do not entertain any ideas about Zhuan. I will never sell him. Ainselt quickly interjected to remind Lin Yu that Uncle Hua was his pride. Even though he had come to realize that Uncle Hua was dispensable to the Bullet team, he was reluctant to part with him so easily. Lin Yu had no intention of selling Uncle Hua, for with the newfound aura of unity, parting with him would render that aura utterly futile. Moreover, while Uncle Hua may not present the best cost-performance ratio, it does not imply a deficiency in his capabilities. Retaining him within the team ensures that, in the event of Weber's injury, Uncle Hua can step up to the plate. Furthermore, Harvey's current form is unlikely to endure for long, should Lin Yu fail to identify another suitable small forward. He would have no choice but to reposition Weber to the 3 spot and allow Uncle Hua to commence as the starting 4. Rest assured, my intention is to trade Cheney. As a 6th overall pick from 1993, his performance in recent years has been commendable, rendering him a valuable asset for trade. In any case, with the presence of Jalen Rose and Legler, Cheney's role at the 2 position has become redundant. Lin Yu spoke slowly. What? Are you serious? Legler is not suited for the starting position. You should know this better than I do. As for that unfortunate fellow, he was overwhelmed last night by an 18-year-old, conceding over 20 points in just 1 half. Are you really considering him as our starting shooting guard? Ainselt exclaimed with great agitation. Lin Yu smiled wryly, acknowledging that Jalen Rose is undeniably a victim of misfortune. However, his strength and potential are remarkable. During his prime with the Pacers, he was undeniably a secondary star. Upon joining the Bulls in 2003, he ascended to the role of the team's primary leader, averaging over 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 5 assists per game. A quintessential swingman of the elite caliber. Regrettably, when Lin Yu shared this with Unseld, could he truly believe it? Sir, are there any recent trade rumors circulating in the league? Perhaps they might inspire us. Trade rumors? The most captivating development in recent days has been Pat Riley's negotiations with the Dallas Mavericks. The Mavericks are willing to offer Marshawn Brooks, while the Heat have proposed 3 players, with the exception of Sasha Danilovic. The other 2 are merely supplementary assets. Lin Yu was taken aback and quickly inquired, Marsh? The Monster Marsh? Ainselt chuckled. 2 years prior, he indeed lived up to the moniker of a monster. However, ever since his injury last season, his average had plummeted from 24 points per game to a mere 10. Pat Riley was truly a fool, even if the price he offered was low. What use was it to acquire a broken player? Lin Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could a general manager of the 9th-ranked team in the East dare to label his counterpart from the 2nd-ranked team a fool? Upon hearing that the Mavericks were considering trading Jamal Mashburn, a singular thought consumed Lin Yu's mind. At any cost, he must acquire Mashburn. The formidable Jamal Mashburn, the 4th overall pick in 1993, was chosen by the Mavericks. That year, the top pick was Chris Webber, the 2nd pick was the lanky Anthony Hardaway, and the 3rd was the towering Sean Bradley, with Chauncey Billups being the 6th pick. In his rookie season, Mashburn averaged an impressive 19, 2 points, 4, 5 rebounds, and 2 assists per game, which soared to 24, 1 points in his sophomore year. Throughout the annals of NBA history, few small forwards have managed to achieve such scoring feats in their 2nd year. Everyone believed the Mavericks had struck gold, securing a player of historical significance, with his ascent seemingly imminent. However, misfortune struck during Mashburn's 3rd year. A severe injury sidelined him for the entire season. Upon his return this season, he managed to average a mere 10 points per game, with a woefully low shooting percentage of 37, leading the Mavericks to abandon all hope for his resurgence. The Heat's interest in trading for Mashburn was simply a gamble, hoping he could return to his former glory, even if the wager failed. The assets they offered would not significantly compromise the team's overall strength. Chapter 26, Trading the Beast Mashburn and the Alien Castle. As Lin Yu, a time traveler, is well aware, the Miami Heat has emerged victorious, and Max Struss has revitalized his career, even enhancing his capabilities. His three-point shooting percentage has surged, and his defensive skills have significantly improved, transforming him from a purely offensive player into a top-tier small forward adept in both offense and defense. The Wizards, lacking a proper small forward, find themselves presented with a rare gem in Struss, whose trade value is remarkably low. With such a treasure within reach, Lin Yu struggles to find a reason not to acquire him. Unfortunately, the Bone Crusher has expressed a complete lack of interest in Struss. Mr. Unseld, do you wish to provoke Pat Riley once more? Lin Yu had a sudden inspiration, devising a strategy to persuade Anseld to trade for Marshburn. How naive. What do you take me for? Well, I find myself with little to do today, so I have the time to hear you elaborate. Anseld turned slightly, adopting an attentive demeanor. His relationship with Pat Riley had soured since the Uncle Ho incident, bordering on enmity. It was akin to having one's spouse abducted, even going so far as to obtain a marriage certificate. Even if the spouse were later returned by the court, could the aggrieved party ever truly forgive the abductor? The prospect of irritating Pat Riley once more piqued Anseld's interest. My proposal is to intercept the Heat's trade and acquire Marshburn. After all, it wouldn't cost us much. We could trade with money, and the Mavericks might even owe us some assets in return. Before Anseld could fully digest this, he waved his hand dismissively, stating, while trading for Marshburn indeed requires minimal assets, he has already become ineffective. Should he prove utterly useless or remain at his current level, it would simply be Pat Riley's way of tormenting me. Lin Yu immediately continued, regardless of whether Marsh can perform or not, we have at least thwarted the Heat's trade. Have we not? Moreover, you could easily inform the public that I was the mastermind behind this transaction. If Marsh fails to deliver, the blame will fall squarely on my shoulders, and Riley won't have a reason to be displeased with you. Consider this. What if we encounter the Heat in the playoffs this year, and then Marsh has a breakout performance, leading us to eliminate the Heat? What expression would Pat Riley wear then? Anselm was at a loss, rationality telling him that this was a terrible idea, yet the scenario Lin Yu painted was utterly captivating. Damn it, Bolin was right. You should not be a coach, but rather a governor. How confident are you in this? Lin Yu confidently smiled and remarked, at least 50%. Let's do it. I'll call old Nelson right away, hoping this madman won't demand an exorbitant price. Lin, if you get the chance, you should engage more with old Nelson. I sense that you two share a great deal of common ground. After all, you are both a bit eccentric. With that, Ansler proceeded to dial old Nelson's number. The current general manager of the Mavericks is the wildly inventive Don Nelson, whose eccentricity has reached astonishing heights. This season, the Mavericks can be considered his experimental ground. While other teams typically do not exceed 15 players, given that the active roster can accommodate a maximum of 12, this year, the Mavericks have astonishingly fielded a staggering 27 players. Throughout this entire season, old Nelson has been either engaged in trades or on the verge of making them, experimenting with nearly 20 different starting lineups over two-thirds of the season. Lin Yu patiently awaited the call. After approximately half an hour, Anseld's call finally came through. Lin, that madman, had both agreed and yet not agreed. He expressed considerable interest in Chuan and I, claiming that the player perfectly aligned with his vision for the future lineup. However, he also recognized that Marshburn's value did not equate to that of Chuan and I, thus proposing to package that ghastly, smoke-emitting castle along with it. While requesting additional compensation from us, he insisted on either acquiring Harvey or demanding a first-round pick for the upcoming season. Additionally, I was prepared to send Lorenzo their way to alleviate our salary burden, as retaining him served little purpose for us. Lin Yu listened intently to Anserd's words, genuinely questioning whether this individual was a time traveler. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, how much does a cup of Imperial Jade liquor cost? Then he reconsidered, no? You wouldn't understand this. Who was the first black president? Anserd felt an overwhelming urge to reach through the telephone line and touch Lin Yu's forehead. Suspecting that Lin Yu had developed a fever that had clouded his mind, Lin Yu's suspicions are not unfounded. Rather, the old bone crusher's fortune has been extraordinarily fortuitous. Previously, during the trade with the Pacers, he seemingly acquired the all-star starting center, Anthony Davis, without much effort. Currently, Davis serves as a valuable backup to Ben Wallace. In this latest transaction with the Mavericks, he appears to be striking gold once more with the acquisition of Sam Cassell, even though Anseld refrained from mentioning his full name. Judging by his rather disparaging remarks, Lin Yu surmised that it must indeed be the player nicknamed Alien, Sam Cassell. This season has undoubtedly been a nightmare for Cassell. He began his tenure with the Rockets, only to be traded to the Mavericks. Even without Lin Yu's interference, he has played a mere 10 games with the Mavericks and is slated to be traded to the New Jersey Nets after the All-Star break. Changing teams 3 times in a single season, his luck does not seem to surpass that of Jalen Rose. Like Weber, Chaney, and Marshburn, he too is a rookie from the class of '93, now reaching the peak of his career, boasting an average of approximately 19 points and 7 assists per game, a prowess that rivals that of a speedster. However, within the Mavericks' experimental setup, he has not been utilized effectively, resulting in rather unimpressive statistics. Lin Yu even maliciously speculated whether Castle's peculiar appearance had led to his constant trading. Generally speaking, the aesthetic preferences of black, white, and Asian individuals tend to differ. However, in Castle's case, the perception is remarkably uniform. He is indeed not aesthetically pleasing. Accept their offer. This trade is extraordinarily profitable. We are currently in need of a small forward and a point guard. With the addition of these 2 players, we might even have a chance to compete fiercely with the Bulls. Furthermore, should we encounter the Heat in the playoffs, I am 90% confident in our ability to eliminate them. Lin Yu's confidence soared as the acquisition of these 2 players rendered the Bullets roster undeniably luxurious. The team already boasted a commendable lineup, featuring 3 all-star caliber players. Following Lin Yu's arrival, he astutely unearthed or traded for the likes of Ben Wallace, Jalen Rose, and Anthony Davis, rendering the contributions of the general and leggy brother almost negligible. Without the aid of a random halo, they were merely peripheral players. Should he manage to trade for the monster and the alien, the Bullets roster would ascend to extraordinary heights. In the center position, they possess both Ben Wallace and Anthony Davis. The power forward role is anchored by Weber and Uncle Ho. Marchand serves as the small forward, while Jalen Rose takes on the shooting guard position. And the point guard slots are filled by the fast car and the alien. There are no weaknesses across the 5 positions, featuring 8 all-stars, showcasing formidable prowess. The bench includes scoring threats like Leggy Brother and the General, particularly with Leggy Brother, who, if he finds his rhythm from beyond the arc, can single-handedly shift the tide of a game. Admittedly, when facing a team like the Bulls, there may be some shortcomings due to the abundance of newcomers on the Bullets side, which could result in a lack of experience. Additionally, the absence of a player akin to Jordan, who can decisively influence the outcome, may lead to wavering resolve in critical moments. However, when contending against the Heat or other Eastern powerhouses, they are undoubtedly more than equipped. Lin, what I admire most about you is your unwavering confidence, even when boasting, said Unseld, breaking the silence. Well, this should be the final trade of the season. Do you think we should exchange Harvey or opt for draft picks? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to retain the general within the team and utilize the draft pick to engage in a trade with the Mavericks. In any other draft year, Lin Yu would undoubtedly hesitate to part with a draft pick, for he possessed a godlike perspective, understanding that a first-round pick was nearly equivalent to a burgeoning all-star rookie. However, the impending 1997 draft was exceptionally unique, yielding only 3 legitimate all-stars: the first overall pick, Duncan; the 3rd pick, Billups; and the 9th pick, McGrady. The Bullets were certainly destined for the playoffs, and their first-round pick would likely fall around the 20th position. Such a placement would scarcely yield any noteworthy talent. Retaining it would be a squander, and it seemed more prudent to hold on to General Harvey, especially since his favorability had surpassed the halfway mark. Lin Yu was reluctant to abandon his efforts. That evening, prior to the match against the Spurs, Lin Yu received notification from Unseld that the trade had been formally finalized. Lin Yu let out a deep breath. With the conclusion of the trade, the lineup he held in his hands would likely be the final configuration for this season. It remains uncertain how they would perform in the playoffs. Tim, I didn't see David Robinson on the court today. Aren't you a bit disappointed? As the game commenced, Lin Yu sat idly on the sidelines, teasing his companion, Leg Brother. Leg Brother immediately grasped Lin Yu's intent, his face flushing as he retorted, "Don't listen to Rod Who. How could everyone possibly resemble Robinson? And even if someone did bear a resemblance to Robinson, so what? Conquering the general on the court may be elusive. Yet winning off the court is still a delightful triumph, is it not?" Lin Yu was rendered speechless, as Brother Leg had irreversibly embarked on a path of depravity. This evening, the Spurs fielded their customary lackluster lineup. General Robinson had long been sidelined for the season, and their core small forward, the superhuman Sean Elliott, announced his season-ending injury a month prior. On the court, the Spurs resembled a gathering of the frail and ailing, with the team led by the 37-year-old embodiment of cinematic excellence, Dominique Wilkins. In his prime, Wilkins was undoubtedly formidable, a top-tier swingman who, when considered as a small forward, could easily rival the prowess of the future great Carmelo Anthony, and as a shooting guard, he belonged to the elite echelon of the position. Alas, age had rendered him akin to a relic of antiquated black-and-white cinema. Jalen Rose's debut against Kobe was nothing short of disastrous, yet in this match, he rose to the occasion, delivering a series of blows to the aging Wilkins, reminiscent of a spirited confrontation at a retirement home. After merely 5 minutes in the first quarter, Lin Yu substituted out Ben and Weber, bringing in Davis and Howard. Nevertheless, the Spurs remained utterly defenseless, with the point gap widening further. By the midpoint of the third quarter, Lin Yu even deployed the entire Michigan Fab Five, ensuring that the Spurs did not suffer an utterly humiliating defeat. The Spurs fans, gracious as ever, bestowed warm applause upon the Fab Five, expressing their respect. The two players, having received playing time, saw their affinity for Lin Yu grow. Jamie King's approval rating soared to 75, while Ray Jackson approached an impressive 85, nearly reaching full value, prompting Lin Yu to think how truly effortless this endeavor had become. Chapter 27. Offending Pat Riley. Following the match against the Spurs, Lin Yu joyfully accrued 360,000, causing his market value to surpass the $1 million mark. Lin Yu could scarcely have imagined that just a week ago, he was meticulously counting every penny. And now he finds himself a bona fide millionaire. If one were to rewind 30 years, the cash in Lin Yu's possession would have been sufficient to purchase an entire NBA team. With his wallet now considerably fuller, many previously unthinkable aspirations have taken precedence, such as acquiring a respectable vehicle. As the head coach of a basketball team, it indeed seemed rather unbecoming to continue riding that dilapidated bicycle. Having concluded the post-game press conference, Lin Yu promptly led his team on an overnight flight to Vancouver, where they were set to face the Memphis Grizzlies in a back-to-back match. Such back-to-back games undoubtedly posed a significant challenge to the players' stamina, however. The core members of the Bullet team were all youthful and vigorous, and given that the Grizzlies were a decidedly weak team, performing even worse than the tanking Spurs, Lin Yu harbored no concerns about the potential outcome of the game. Early the next morning, Lin Yu took his team to the hotel, intending to have breakfast and rest in preparation for that evening's contest. "Coach, you made the news," one player exclaimed. Did you offend any Heat players? Why are they cursing you?" After finishing his breakfast, Leg Brother brandished a newspaper and began to shout excitedly. His outburst caused Lin Yu and the other players to frown, while DeBen snatched the newspaper and scrutinized it intently. Moments later, DeBen tore the newspaper into shreds and discarded it into the nearby trash bin. "They say you resemble Unseld, and they weren't wrong. Others haven't even seen it yet." Fateful muttered. "Damn Strickland. If I see him on the court, I will personally strangle him." DeBen's furious demeanor was exceedingly intimidating. His biceps bulged significantly, resembling an enraged silverback gorilla, which terrified Fateful. He couldn't comprehend why, for merely muttering a comment, DeBen would threaten him. "It's Mark Strickland, not you," Leg Brother reminded him. Fateful then recalled that there was a minor league player with the same surname on the Heat, often leading the public to mistakenly believe he was related to him. This player never bothered to clarify, which irked Fateful immensely. "What exactly happened, Tim? What did he say about me?" Lin Yu inquired with genuine curiosity. He had no grievances with the Heat, and they had never even crossed paths. It seemed unreasonable for a Heat player to hurl insults at him. The crux of the matter was that Mark Strickland sounded like a minor player, someone of little consequence. Even if the Heat intended to mock him, it seemed unlikely they would send such an individual to do so. "Well, I must say, DeBen, you should temper your rage. With that murderous expression, how could I dare to speak?" Legsy stepped back a few paces, hesitant to approach DeBen. DeBen nodded, inhaling deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. Despite having known Lin Yu for merely half a month, Lin Yu had already secured a place in his heart, second only to that of his mother. The sight of someone insulting Lin Yu ignited a murderous rage within DeBen. "This Strickland, well, Rod, please refrain from glaring at me. I shall refer to him as Mark instead," had the audacity to label the coach a mere clown seeking attention, claiming that his victories were merely a result of luck. And he dared to assert that they would eliminate the Heat and Bulls from the Eastern Conference Finals. Furthermore, he mentioned that you should hasten back to Gotham City, for Batman has declared he will no longer contend with you. Legsy animatedly recounted the events. With a chuckle, Weber could no longer contain his amusement and burst into laughter. Lin Yu wished to laugh, yet found himself unable to do so, for the jibes were directed at him. He sensed an unsettling discord, yet could not articulate the source of his discomfort. Coach, have you ever crossed paths with Pat Riley? Fei inquired, furrowing his brow. Lin Yu shook his head. How could that be possible? I have never even seen him. Are you suggesting that Mark is acting under the orders of Pat Riley? Harvey interjected. It must be under Riley's direction. This Mark has hardly had any playing time. How could he possibly be qualified to attend the post-game press conference? His presence there surely indicates Riley's influence. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. Riley has engaged in such maneuvers throughout his career, maintaining the suave demeanor of a gentleman reminiscent of the Godfather while relegating unsavory tasks to his subordinate players. Both Fei and Harvey, seasoned veterans with nearly a decade in the league, are well acquainted with Riley's ways. In Lin Yu's mind, he recalled Riley's appearance, and indeed, he seemed to embody the quintessential Godfather look within the NBA. It was no wonder that Unseld harbored a certain disdain for Riley. He was envious of Riley's superior Godfather persona. Upon this realization, Lin Yu could not help but chuckle. Coach, how can you still find amusement in this? Being under Riley's scrutiny bodes ill for the next game, Weber sighed, shaking his head. Lin Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, what is there to fear? If he can enlist others to berate me, why can't I do the same in return? Lei, my friend, would you be willing to take the lead on this? The crux of the matter is that I have never wronged him. His aggressive stance towards me certainly warrants a response. Upon hearing that Lin Yu held him in such high regard and entrusted him with such a prominent task, Lei Jackson readily nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Coach, if I do not expose every last scandal of Riley's, then I shall consider my words utterly wasted. The reason Lin Yu chose Ray Jackson was simple. He sought to retaliate against Riley for humiliating him with the acquisition of a marginal player. Consequently, Lin Yu felt compelled to respond in kind by bringing in an even more fringe player, Ray Jackson, to hurl insults back. At this moment, Lin Yu remains oblivious to the fact that he has indeed offended Riley, though it was not his intention. Rather, he has been ensnared by Unseld's machinations. In the recent trade with the Mavericks, Unseld may have genuinely feared that Marsh was completely washed up, which led him to emphasize to the venerable Nelson that this was Lin Yu's trade request, even fabricating a narrative that Lin Yu would resign if the trade did not go through. Nelson, in turn, contacted Riley. Given that the Mavericks were in negotiations with the Heat, having already offloaded players, it was only courteous to inform them. When Riley inquired about the cancellation of the trade, Nelson candidly explained that Lin Yu had offered too much. This revelation infuriated Riley, who exclaimed, "So you believe the Wizards no longer value human beings? If I cannot manage Unseld, how could I possibly be outmaneuvered by a mere novice like Lin Yu?" During the post-match press conference that evening, he deliberately brought along the inconspicuous Mark Strickland to berate Lin Yu. Had Lin Yu been privy to the true circumstances, he would surely have lamented how calamity can strike unexpectedly, even while one is at home. Riley, on the other hand, felt a sense of vindication. Believing that the matter had reached its conclusion, Lin Yu had sabotaged his own deal, and all Riley had done was humiliate him for a moment, which Lin Yu might have taken in stride. Little did he anticipate that Lin Yu, in his fervor, had already enlisted support to unleash a torrent of criticism upon him at the post-match press conference that night. As everyone retreated to their hotel rooms to rest, the players of the Grizzlies were left to face their own trials when the evening's match commenced. Big Ben sought to stand up for Lin Yu, wishing to replace Ray Jackson in the lineup, but he was acutely aware of his own limitations and knew he could not perform such a delicate task. His pent-up frustration found its outlet in the paint of the Grizzlies, where the imposing center, Bryant Lewis, nearly drove Big Ben to despair. Although Lewis boasted averages of 16 points and 8 rebounds this season, his true capabilities paled in comparison to those of Murray. He merely had the opportunity to inflate his statistics on a team as woeful as the Grizzlies. In a more formidable squad, it would be uncertain whether he could even secure a starting position. That night, Lewis thoroughly exposed Big Ben's vulnerabilities, blocking him 4 times on the offensive end, while allowing Big Ben to score 16 points and being thoroughly outmatched in rebounds. By the time the game concluded, Big Ben had amassed 16 points, 23 rebounds, and 6 blocks, while Lewis could only muster 8 points and 5 rebounds. The only player of considerable value on the Grizzlies was the 3rd overall pick from the illustrious 1996 draft class, Raheem, who was often likened to Chris Webber. He possessed the same height and wingspan, along with the versatility to drive, shoot, rebound, and pass, capable of playing both the small forward and power forward positions. In his prime, he averaged around 22 points, 10 rebounds, and 3 assists, but unfortunately, he faced a dual onslaught from Webber and Harvey that night. Although he ultimately scored 15 points, his offensive efficiency was dismally low, marking him as thoroughly outclassed. While the Celtics in the East and the Spurs in the West seemed to be deliberately underperforming, the Grizzlies were truly inept. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Yu observed that the point differential had exceeded 30, prompting him to deploy the Michigan 5 once more. This time, he designated Ray Jackson as the focal point rather than Weber. Before stepping onto the court, Lin Yu specifically encouraged Ray Jackson to shoot freely, as the outcome of the match was already a foregone conclusion. As a point guard with significant ball control, Ray took full advantage of the coach's endorsement, launching an astonishing 16 shots throughout the fourth quarter, more than the combined attempts of the other 4 players. The Grizzlies' primary point guard was Greg Anthony, a player picked up from the Knicks during the 1995 expansion draft, which speaks volumes about his skill level. Thus, even though Ray Jackson's partnership with the team did not necessarily enhance their strength, his 16 attempts yielded 18 points. A month prior, Ray Jackson could scarcely have imagined scoring 18 points in a single quarter on an NBA court. Ding! Ray Jackson's favorability rating has increased, currently at a maximum of 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly captivated a player, earning an increase of 1 charm point, bringing the current charm value to 8. As Lin Yu observed this slight elevation in his allure, he began to fantasize about the potential of continuously enchanting players, envisioning a future where his charm could ascend into the hundreds or even thousands. Imagine striding through Hollywood, effortlessly winning the hearts of all its starlets, leaving them no choice but to desire him alone. It appears that I must indeed strive to enchant more players, not out of any improper intentions toward the Hollywood actresses, but purely out of a genuine affection for captivating players, Lin Yu pondered solemnly. Chapter 28. The All-Star caliber critic once again, a resounding victory. This marked the 7th game under Lin Yu's leadership as the head coach. With a record of 6 wins and 1 loss, the only defeat came during a match when the team, without their star player, suffered a setback against the Hawks, who boasted the formidable Mutombo. Among the opponents were teams like the Celtics, Spurs, and Grizzlies, known for their generosity on the court, yet they also faced the Lakers, Hornets, and Magic, all playoff contenders. Just half a month prior, Lin Yu had boldly proclaimed his intention to meet the Bulls on the Eastern Conference Finals stage, a statement that was met with skepticism, even from Unseld, who perceived it as youthful folly. Now, with the Wizards experiencing an extraordinary rise and their performance soaring, some have begun to believe in Lin Yu's audacious claims. At the post-game press conference, Lin Yu brought along only one individual, Ray Jackson. Coach Lin, congratulations on your 4th consecutive victory, marking the longest winning streak for the Wizards this season. Since your appointment, the team has achieved an impressive record of 6 wins and 1 loss, surpassing even the second-place Heat in winning percentage. What is the secret to your coaching success? The journalist asking the question was astute, subtly referencing the Heat, especially in light of the recent mocking remarks made by their players towards Lin Yu, which had already made headlines. The reporters present were well aware of this incident. Lin Yu burst into laughter. My friend, I possess no coaching secrets. If one were to speak of a secret, it might be my fear of being struck. Even if Batman assured me I would not be harmed, I would still not dare return to Gotham, and thus I remain here in Washington. The journalists in the audience erupted in laughter. Their perception of Lin Yu significantly improved. He is indeed a witty and humorous young man. However, this response was certainly not what the reporters had anticipated. They were hoping for Lin Yu to engage in a heated exchange with the Heat, as that would generate a more enticing newsworthy topic. Ahem. May I interject a few words? As the reporters contemplated how to continue stoking the flames of controversy, Ray Jackson tapped the microphone before him and began to speak. Disregarding any reaction from the journalists, Lin Yu even witnessed Ray Jackson pulling out several small slips of paper, densely covered with handwriting, evidently indicating that he had done his homework. I am immensely grateful to the coach. He has granted me the opportunity to return to the NBA and allowed me to take 16 shots tonight. Do you realize? A month ago, I would not have dared to dream of entering the NBA, and tonight, I scored 18 points in a single quarter. In my opinion, Lin Yu is undoubtedly the coach in this league who possesses the deepest understanding of players and cares for them the most. His coaching abilities are absolutely top-notch, as evidenced by his record of 6 wins and 1 loss. Ray Jackson began by lavishing praise on Lin Yu, and Lin Yu silently marveled at his cleverness. He is a master of rhetoric, not launching into direct criticism, but rather building a foundation first. In stark contrast stands Pat Riley. I have never encountered anyone more shameless than him. Have you ever seen a coach set up a medicine cabinet on the sidelines, filled to the brim with painkillers? How many painkillers does Mourning consume in a single game? 10. 20. Pat Riley is committing an act of murder. He completely disregards the health of Mourning and his other players, solely fixated on his own record. I can guarantee that Mourning's kidneys will undoubtedly face serious issues in the future, and they will not be minor problems. All of this is the sin of Pat Riley. Ray Jackson then shifted the conversation from Lin Yu to Pat Riley. Lin Yu was taken aback, gazing at Ray Jackson in astonishment. Could this man possess the gift of foresight? Mourning had suffered from severe kidney disease since the year 2000, and merely 3 years had elapsed since then. The ailment had irrevocably derailed Mourning's illustrious career. Even after a few years in the NBA, he could only assume a role as a substitute. At the tender age of 27, Mourning still had the potential to reach the pinnacle of his career in 3 years, yet painkillers had devastated his prospects. Ray Jackson was not merely speaking out of turn. Mourning indeed required copious amounts of painkillers during games. Journalists and fans had previously lauded Mourning's professional spirit for battling through pain, but in retrospect, it seemed that Riley was truly lacking in compassion. How could he not allow his players a moment of respite when they were suffering so? The reporters were invigorated. Fully aware that this press conference was proving to be monumental, Ray Jackson appeared eager to continue his discourse. I must reiterate, I have never encountered a man as shameless as Riley. Years ago, he had colluded with Magic Johnson to oust his mentor, Paul Westhead, proclaiming that only one of them could remain. It is worth noting that Westhead had recently led the Lakers to victory in the championship. What sort of individual would commit such an act? Only a traitor could stoop so low. Even more absurd was the fact that after Magic was diagnosed with HIV, he was the first to abandon the Lakers, fleeing to the Knicks to amass wealth. After being thoroughly humiliated by the Bulls, he could no longer remain with the Knicks and subsequently went to the Heat, causing further chaos. What? You claim he won numerous championships with the Lakers? Given that roster, I could have coached better than he did. Ray Jackson unleashed a torrent of criticism, revealing the numerous scandals surrounding Pat Riley. In truth, these allegations were not exactly secrets. The reporters present had heard whispers of them before. However, given that everyone operated within the same circle, who would dare to provoke Riley? The potential for retribution loomed large, and no one wished to suffer the consequences. Yet, Ray Jackson harbored no such fears, aware that he had little to lose. He knew that if Lin Yu had not brought him onto the Bullets, he might still be selling insurance or working at a moving company. Offending Riley held no terror for him. Lin Yu couldn't help but applaud in appreciation. The comparison made by Ray Jackson, likening Riley to Judas, was simply brilliant. Both Judas and Riley hail from the oil-rich region, and in light of Riley's series of actions, his betrayal is indeed monumental. Lin Yu pondered deeply, realizing that some players, despite their lackluster performance on the court, possess extraordinary talents off it. Among them are the great artist Larry Sanders, swimming champion Hen Rivers, and the multifaceted Rick Fox, who has successfully ventured into both esports and adult cinema. Fox, indeed, is quite remarkable. Lin Yu had encountered him just a few days prior during a match against the Celtics, where he served as the starting small forward. After the season, he plans to join the Lakers. He has earned a substantial fortune throughout his career, unfortunately squandered, leading him to the realm of adult films out of sheer desperation, ultimately becoming a renowned veteran artist. Subsequently, he acquired the League of Legends team Echo Fox, which notably featured the top laner Looper, who had once played for this team. Ray Jackson, in Lin Yu's eyes, was also among these brilliant mavericks, undeniably a player of all-star caliber. In mere minutes, he had characterized Pat Riley as a disloyal, unfilial, and unjust individual. Lin Yu was privy to even more scandalous tales about Riley, such as his derogatory remarks about the defensively pristine Kirk Henrich, whom he labeled a dirty player, inciting discontent among various players, eventually forcing him to issue a public apology. Moreover, his treatment of the legendary Dwayne Wade, even refusing to offer him a dignified retirement contract, was equally telling. However, these events had yet to transpire, thus could not be wielded as accusations against Riley tonight. As the press conference concluded, each individual wore a look of satisfaction, exhilarated by the explosive nature of Ray Jackson's statements, which were bound to reverberate throughout the basketball world. In comparison, Mark Strickland of the Heat criticizing Lin Yu as a clown seemed trivial, akin to mere tickling without any real impact. Lin Yu even found amusement in it. Recognizing Mark's cleverness in crafting such jests, Ray, he mused, honestly, even if you can no longer play, you could easily secure a respectable position within the NBA. At the very least, Unseld would undoubtedly be eager to offer you a job. after Lin Yu led Ray Jackson back to the locker room. He chuckled while patting Ray Jackson on the shoulder. If Anseld harbors such animosity towards Riley, he would probably embrace you with joy upon learning of Riley's scorn tonight. Really, coach? How about I become your assistant after I retire? Ray Jackson exclaimed with great enthusiasm. Of course. No one could possibly refuse a companion like you. Lin Yu laughed heartily. With Ray Jackson by his side, he felt assured that he would always triumph in verbal duels. The game against the Grizzlies had concluded, and Lin Yu had earned an impressive 330,000 tonight. The speed at which he was accumulating wealth felt almost like robbery, but alas, such good fortune was destined to come to an end, for tonight was Saturday, and there would be no game tomorrow. A new random aura was about to manifest. Having learned from his previous random experiences, Lin Yu remained remarkably composed this time. His coaching career had nearly found its rhythm. Even if he failed to acquire a noteworthy aura, it would hardly affect him. However, the prospect of drawing a powerful aura was undeniably enticing. If he could obtain more passive auras akin to the weighted dice, it would be a boon he could not resist. Who could harbor animosity towards wealth? Chapter 29. The Seal of Qianjue. The final game of the Bullets' current away trip was against the Nuggets, set to commence next Monday. After the match, Lin Yu would lead the team back to Washington. On Sunday at 10 in the morning, having just risen, Lin Yu was preparing to gather the players to head to the airport for their flight to Denver, the Nuggets' home ground. As anticipated, Anseld's call came through. You truly are ruthless. If I were Pat Riley, I would have rushed to Vancouver overnight to eliminate you, ensuring you wouldn't survive the night. Your methods are as cunning as they are fierce. You didn't even take the court yourself, sending in Ray Jackson instead. Everything he said was your intent, wasn't it? The only flaw in your strategy is involving the Magic Man. He is not someone to be trifled with. But it matters not. As long as I remain in this league, no one shall dare to bully you. That is my promise to you. Lin Yu felt a warmth in his heart, quietly reflecting on how fortunate he was to have gained the friendship of Outset at the onset of his journey. Had he encountered someone like Riley, even if Lin Yu had garnered his utmost favor, he would likely find himself betrayed in times of adversity. I am not as remarkable as you claim. Those words from last night were entirely the insights of Ray Jackson himself, and have little to do with me. Upon hearing this, Outset became even more delighted, recognizing the value of such talent and the necessity of keeping it close. Once we return, I shall personally treat that young man to a meal. The next time I find myself in conflict, he will surely be of great assistance. Lin Yu remained perplexed, pondering where he had offended Riley. Mr. Anseld, do you think I have wronged Riley in any way? After careful consideration, he realized that he had no real interaction with Riley at all. It was perplexing how he had suddenly become a target. This inquiry caused Mr. Anseld's face to flush with embarrassment, fully aware of the misdeeds he had committed. Faced with Lin Yu's question, he began to stammer. Who knows? He is quite the eccentric. Nevertheless, you need not fear him. I will protect you, and he cannot harm you. With that, Mr. Anseld hastily ended the call, anxious that further discussion might reveal too much to Lin Yu. Lin Yu harbored no suspicions regarding others. How could he possibly know he had been deceived by Anseld? Upon arriving in Denver, Colorado, Lin Yu granted the players a respite. Having just endured a grueling back-to-back schedule, the players required ample time to recuperate. Lin Yu was not idle either. He strolled through the Denver Zoo, one of the largest zoos in America, which even housed several giant pandas from China. In his previous life, Lin Yu had never encountered a panda in China, and surprisingly, he saw one for the first time on American soil. After wandering until dusk, Lin Yu hurried back to his hotel, quietly anticipating the arrival of the new week's random aura. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the aura refreshed. Please wait 30 seconds for the weekly random aura selection. Passive Aura 1. Continuous Flow, which enhances the speed attribute of players on the field by 3 points. Passive Aura 2. Sacrificial Aura, which extracts 20 from the total attributes of a designated player on the field, redistributing it among the remaining 4 teammates. The extracted attributes will permanently vanish after the match concludes. Passive Aura 3. Seal of Qianjue, which allows the host to designate any player with an affinity of over 50, marking players in the same position on the field. For every 3 successful shots, a random attribute point can be permanently acquired. Lin Yu found himself at a crossroads, uncertain whether to weep or rejoice, as this random passive aura was indeed peculiar. The first aura, a relentless flow, seemed to him less than trivial. While the speed attribute held some merit, its practical utility often paled in significance. For instance, with the bin steadfastly guarding the paint, what purpose would speed serve? Moreover, this passive merely augmented by 3 points, and when factoring in the percentage boost from player affinity, its effectiveness would undoubtedly diminish further. The second aura, the sacrificial aura, transcended the realm of triviality and ventured into the realm of toxicity. According to the skill description, a designated player would sacrifice 20 of their overall attributes to bestow upon their teammates. At the conclusion of the match, the sacrificed player would permanently forfeit 20% of their total attributes, an egregious predicament. This was not merely a sacrifice of attributes, it was, in essence, a sacrifice of one's professional career. The notion of a player permanently losing 20 of their attributes is staggering. Without that 20, Michael Jordan would transform from the basketball deity into a mere shadow of mediocrity, akin to Sun Yu, the Songzhou magician. Lin Yu is not a saint, nor does he consider himself to be overly compassionate. However, the notion of sacrificing a player's career merely to secure victory in a single match is utterly inconceivable to him. Of course, this aura can be regarded as a remarkable skill at certain pivotal moments, such as during the decisive game of the playoffs, or even in the climactic seventh game of the finals, particularly when a veteran player has already declared their intention to retire the following season. In such instances, this aura could prove to be invaluable. Many veteran players possess commendable attributes. Their only shortcoming lies in their diminishing stamina. For instance, if we consider an attribute score of 80, they could potentially sacrifice 16 points, thereby bestowing an additional 4 points of attributes to each of their 4 teammates, resulting in a significant enhancement of overall strength. Unfortunately, the upcoming week does not coincide with the playoffs, nor is there a decisive seventh game in the finals to engage in, rendering this aura rather ill-timed. While the continuous flow might still hold some utility, the sacrificial aura is utterly ineffective. The third aura is particularly intriguing. Ever since Lin Yu acquired the super all-passive system, he had anticipated the emergence of this passive skill capable of permanently enhancing a player's abilities. Almost every MOBA game features such skills, which, upon meeting specific conditions, can lead to a permanent increase in attributes. The condition for the mark of Qianjue is to mark the opposing player. For every 3 successful hits, it grants a random permanent attribute boost. This is a permanent enhancement, not a temporary boost that expires. Upon witnessing the radiant aura, Lin Yu felt a profound sense of frustration. Why was he not a player himself? If he were a player, he could harness this aura to significantly enhance his attributes, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even randomly boost his mid-range or 3-point shooting skills, allowing him to soar to new heights. Alas, he was not a player, and thus could only select a player as his designated target. The first name that sprang to his mind was Ben Wallace. If Lin Yu were to name someone who would never betray him, it would undoubtedly be Ben Wallace. In a hypothetical scenario where the world faced its demise and only a single piece of bread remained, Ben would surely offer that piece to Lin Yu. This encapsulates Lin Yu's perception of Ben. Whenever fortune smiled upon him, he would invariably think of Ben first, even if his passive ability was not ideally suited for him. Given Ben's limited offensive prowess, bang, 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 the door to Lin Yu's room was knocked upon. "Come in," he replied. No sooner had the words left his lips than Weber, Jalen Rose, and Dabin entered the room. "Coach, something has happened. Dabin is injured," Weber said urgently. Lin Yu was taken aback and hurriedly glanced at Dabin. Dabin's right index finger was wrapped in a bandage, resembling a carrot. "What happened? Weren't you supposed to be out shopping?" Lin Yu's face was etched with concern. The injury to his finger could range from trivial to severe, and he certainly did not wish for Dabin to become a 9-fingered man. "I am fine, Coach. There is no need for worry. I got my finger caught in a door while shopping," he reassured. "I have already consulted a doctor at the hospital. There is no bone damage, merely a superficial injury, and I shall recover within a week." Dabin, intent on alleviating Lin Yu's worries, hastily spoke up. "I apologize, Coach. It was my carelessness that led to me not noticing Dabin's finger," Jalen Rose admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Lin Yu could only smile wryly. Indeed, Dabin was rather unfortunate. Having just faced a suspension, he now found his finger caught in the door, necessitating at least another week of rest. Speaking of misfortune, Lin Yu couldn't help but glance at Jalen Rose. Could it be that this fellow's ill-fated aura had triggered once more? Never mind. It would be wise to take a good rest. After all, we only have 2 games in the coming week, so it isn't a significant issue. You may all head back. Chris, you stay behind. I have something to discuss with you." Lin Yu instructed both Dabin and Jalen Rose to depart, leaving only Weber behind. Initially, Lin Yu intended to designate Dabin as the target for the Qianjue seal. However, with Dabin fortuitously injured and unable to participate in the upcoming matches, the only option left was to appoint Weber instead. Upon assuming the role of head coach for the Bullets, Lin Yu harbored little fondness for Weber, as he was the first to publicly question Lin Yu's capabilities. Yet, after a fortnight of interaction, Lin Yu discerned that Weber was rather straightforward and devoid of ulterior motives, exhibiting unwavering loyalty toward his friends. Moreover, Weber's current favorability rating had reached 60 points, thereby fulfilling the prerequisites for utilizing the Chuanjua seal. Chris, in just a few days, it will be the All-Star weekend, and congratulations are in order for your selection to the All-Star roster. Weber waved his hand dismissively, expressing that there was nothing to celebrate, as he had merely garnered 390,000 votes, falling short even of a fraction of Sean Kemp's tally. Have you seen the voting results? That kid from the Timberwolves has received more votes than I have. Weber's tone was laden with indignation, despite sharing the same position and possessing inferior statistics. Kemp had amassed over 170,000 votes, while the sophomore power forward Garnett was nearing 500,000 votes. The scarcity of votes must have its reasons, logically. Weber, with his NCAA tragedy narrative, should have fared better in the NBA, boasting impressive statistics, a handsome appearance, and a flamboyant playing style. How could his vote count possibly be so low? Yet, the reality was starkly different. Even Uncle Ho received a meager 20,000 votes, insufficient for All-Star selection. Lin Yu was acutely aware that the primary reason for the disappointment among the Bullets fans stemmed from Weber's underwhelming performance. When Weber was initially brought into the fold, everyone believed that the Bullets were poised for greatness, boasting both Weber and Howard. It was assumed that they would at least secure a position within the top 4 of the Eastern Conference, if not the top 2. However, after several years, the Bullets remained in a state of mediocrity, only recently showing signs of improvement under Lin Yu's coaching. The home fans, disenchanted, had ceased their support, leaving one to ponder whether they could expect fans from other teams to cast votes for Weber. The voting situation was indeed peculiar. I suspect the primary reason is your tendency to maintain a low profile. Perhaps it would be wise to seize the upcoming opportunities, 2 matches before the All-Star weekend against the Nuggets and the Supersonics. In these contests, you will play the power forward position, matched up against McDyess and Kemp. This is your chance to showcase your abilities. I shall grant you the freedom to shoot at will, to score as much as you can, for I believe in your potential to excel against them. Since it has been decided that Weber is to be designated, Lin Yu naturally sought ways to enable Weber to take more shots and maximize his scoring, thereby fully harnessing the effects of the seal of Chuanjua. Chapter 30. The Living Fossil Coach Dick Motta. Ding. Chris Webber's affinity has increased. Current affinity level is 70 points. Webber's popularity has risen once again. Lin Yu's words deeply moved him. He could distinctly sense Lin Yu's genuine concern for him. After Weber departed, Lin Yu hastily examined Weber's attribute panel. Aside from the 2 easy boys, Ray Jackson and Jamie King, it appeared that once the other players reached a favorability score of 70, task prompts would emerge. The childhood companions, playing together, would weave around the bed, engaging in innocent games. Living together in the long alley, the 2 youngsters harbored no suspicions toward one another. He was tasked with taking good care of Jalen Rose. Lin Yu began to suspect that he was hallucinating, having scrutinized the text several times to ensure that he had not misread it. Good heavens! Was this system preparing for graduate examinations? It had even commenced reciting poetry, and not just any poetry, but the verses of the illustrious poet Li Bai. The poetry was exquisite, yet it struck him as rather incongruous. Though it depicted childhood sweethearts, it felt out of place when applied to Weber and Ross. The imagery of Weber arriving on a bamboo horse while Ross danced around the bed was too enchanting for Lin Yu to contemplate further. The hints provided were vague, offering no specific guidance on how to care for Jalen Ross, leaving him to navigate this challenge through trial and error. The following morning, after 2 hours of intensive training, the evening's match against the Nuggets commenced. The Nuggets, languishing at the bottom of the Western Conference standings, were precisely why Lin Yu had not taken them seriously. During the pregame warm-up, Lin Yu sat at the sidelines, observing the players. "Young man, you've certainly been making quite a stir lately," remarked an elderly man, who appeared to be older than the veteran Bolin, and had somehow approached Lin Yu from behind. Lin Yu turned his head and promptly stood up, his expression imbued with respect. "Mr. Motta, greetings. It is a pleasure to meet you." It was evident that the individual capable of eliciting such reverence from Lin Yu was no ordinary figure, especially considering that Lin Yu could dismiss the likes of Pat Riley. The visitor was none other than Dick Motta, a venerable coach of the NBA, whose credentials were so illustrious that even the league's top coaches, Phil Jackson and Jerry Sloan, were his disciples. Furthermore, The sole championship trophy in the history of the Washington Bullets was secured under his guidance, with Wes Unseld as one of his protégés. When the Bullets visited China, he was the head coach leading the team. In fact, the positions of power forward and small forward were both named by Dick Motta. Please, take a seat. There is no need to be so formal with me. I am not as fearsome as the rumors suggest, Motta said with a gentle smile, patting Lin Yu on the shoulder. Lin Yu felt a sense of embarrassment. Is it not terrifying? If we were to liken Unseld to a ferocious tiger, then Dick Motta is akin to the vengeful spirit that emerges after the tiger's demise. He is one of the original coaches of the NBA. A quintessential old-school mentor whose commands are absolute. He has always been stern with both players and assistant coaches, to the extent that those who have passed through his tutelage seldom dare to utter his name. During a casual conversation with Lin Yu, Unseld's demeanor shifted subtly at the mention of Dick Motta. However, with age, Motta appears to have softened considerably. A decade ago, he would have never approached someone as young as Lin Yu to engage in conversation. Child, as an elder born before the Second World War, I am quite eager to hear your coaching philosophies. He inquired, in your opinion, who should hold the dominant position within a team, the coach or the players? This question posed by Dick Motta seemed rather perplexing. One might assume he had lost his wits. Yet, Lin Yu was aware that this query had troubled Motta throughout his life. His coaching prowess is undeniably formidable. Otherwise, he would not have nurtured top-tier coaches like Phil Jackson and Jerry Sloan. His early coaching career was remarkably successful, having garnered numerous accolades. However, since departing from the Bullets in 1980, he has not achieved any significant recognition. His expectations of players were exceedingly high, and no prominent star was willing to play under his command. Consequently, the absence of elite players resulted in a lack of commendable records. Mr. Motta, do you prefer Jerry Sloan or Phil Jackson? Lin Yu did not directly respond to Motta's inquiry, but instead posed a counter-question. Of course, it is Jerry. Motta replied without hesitation. Then, who do you believe has achieved greater success, Jerry or Phil? Lin Yu pressed further. This time, Motta fell silent, lost in contemplation. Although both Sloan and the Zen master are disciples of Motta, they embody entirely different coaching styles. The Jazz is led by the coach, while the Bulls are driven by the players. Motta has a preference for Sloan, undoubtedly because Sloan resonates more with his own approach. Are you suggesting that the players should lead the team? Motta remarked with a bittersweet smile. Lin Yu shook his head, stating that it truly depends on the circumstances. When your team possesses a player of Jordan's caliber, it is advisable to allow him to take the lead, no matter how sophisticated the tactics or formations may be. They cannot overshadow the prowess of a player like Jordan. Conversely, in the absence of such a player, the coach should assume command. Dick Motta let out a hearty laugh, recognizing the cleverness of the remark, which was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Wes, that fellow, is rather foolish. However, fortune often favors the foolish. He has continually managed to acquire commendable players, and now with the addition of such an exceptional coach as you, I believe the championship for the Bullets is not far on the horizon. Lin Yu silently lamented the absence of a recording device, for capturing Motta's words to share with Unseld would undoubtedly have elicited an intriguing expression from him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the match. With Big Ben sidelined due to injury, Lin Yu opted for a starting lineup featuring Howard, Weber, Harvey, Jalen Rose, and the Flash. Harvey, having lost the enhancements of time-space distortion and the blood of the Berserker, exhibited a notable decline in combat effectiveness. However, with Marsh still in Washington and no superior small forward at his disposal, Lin Yu had no choice but to start him. Upon observing the Nuggets starting lineup, Lin Yu felt a peculiar sensation. Their roster was impressive, even bordering on opulent, which raised the question of why they languished at the bottom of the Western Conference. Center Irvin Johnson, prior to Big Ben's rise, was considered one of the league's elite blue-collar centers, second only to Mutombo. Power forward Antonio McDyess, the second overall pick in '95, was a formidable presence, effortlessly averaging over 20 points and 10 rebounds, having been selected to the All-Star team and earning a spot on the All-NBA third team in '99. While Weber had been part of the second team that year, the small forward, Alfonso Ellis, was enjoying a career-best season, averaging nearly 22 points and 7 rebounds, while Pippen, by contrast, managed only 20 points and 5 rebounds this season. Shooting guard Dale Ellis, a seasoned top-tier player, averaged 27, 5 points and 89, ranking just behind Jordan and Malone on the scoring list. He boasted exceptional three-point shooting prowess, second only to Reggie Miller among active players, and upon retirement, He held the second highest total for three-pointers made in history. Additionally, he maintained a record that has yet to be surpassed. During a legendary 5-overtime clash between the Supersonics and the Bucks in '89, he played for an astonishing 69 minutes, a feat that remains hard to fathom, even in his advanced years. His prowess had not waned, as he still averaged around 17 points per game. As for point guard Mark Jackson, he needed no introduction, a renowned veteran. Often regarded as the quintessential point guard, he led the league with an average of 12.3 assists this season. With such a formidable lineup, Lin Yu found it perplexing that they occupied the third-to-last position in the Western Conference. During the jump ball, Howard successfully secured possession, and the Bullets began their offensive play. The Flash advanced into the front court, and as Jalen Rose set a screen for him, he elevated for a mid-range jumper, netting the basket and securing the first points for the Bullets. On the Nuggets' subsequent possession, Mark Jackson passed to Dale Ellis, whose three-point attempt went awry. Howard and Irvin Johnson leaped to contest the rebound. Howard's rebounding skills were lacking, and it appeared the Nuggets were poised to claim the ball. At that moment, Jalen Rose surged in to protect the rebound, but in mid-air, he collided with Howard. Crash! After Uncle Hua lost his footing, he stumbled and fell heavily to the floor, clutching his ankle and wailing in pain. Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Had he sustained an injury to his ankle? This was not a mere ailment akin to that of Ben, which could be resolved with a week's rest. A severe ankle injury could potentially devastate a player's career. Weber's countenance also faltered as he hurried to assess Uncle Hua's condition. Jalen Rose, taken aback, stood frozen in a state of shock. After a moment's pause, with Weber's assistance, Howard struggled to rise, his right foot entirely unable to bear weight, his face etched with agony. Once upright, Howard shot a glare at Jalen Rose before being aided off the court by the staff. Lin Yu was rendered speechless. Even he, a steadfast warrior of materialism, could not help but start believing that Jalen Rose was indeed cursed. Just yesterday, he had injured Big Ben's finger, and tonight he nearly incapacitated Howard. The referee called an official timeout, and the Wizards returned to the bench. Weber wore a worried expression, deeply concerned about Uncle Howard's injury, while Jalen Rose was filled with remorse, fully aware that he had caused a significant mishap. Despite any personal grievances with Howard, Lin Yu certainly did not wish to witness Howard suffer a severe injury. Initially inclined to voice his frustration towards Jalen Rose, he found himself unable to do so upon seeing the latter's guilt-ridden demeanor. Was Jalen Rose's action intentional? Certainly not. He was simply a victim of unfortunate luck. Take a seat and rest for now. I suspect you are not in the right frame of mind to continue playing, Lin Yu advised. Do not dwell on it too much. I understand that you never wished for such a dreadful occurrence. Lin Yu approached Jalen Rose and gently patted him on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. However, in his heart, Lin Yu had already resolved that Jalen Rose must not take the court under any circumstances. Should Weber also sustain an injury, how would the Bullets fare in their upcoming matches? Upon returning to Washington, Lin Yu was determined to take Jalen Rose to offer prayers and pay respects, for his misfortune had transcended mere bad luck. Chapter 31. Safeguarding Jalen Rose as the game resumed. Lin Yu substituted Antonio Davis for Uncle Ho and then brought in Legs to replace Jalen Rose. Just before Legs took the court, Lin Yu pulled Weber aside. Chris, we are counting on you tonight. Let loose and take your shots. We need you to step up. Weber nodded, sighing as he made his way onto the court. As the game progressed, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly grave, as the situation on the court devolved into a one-sided slaughter of the Bullets. The Nuggets' dual threat, the Ellis duo, was formidable, thoroughly dismantling Harvey and Legler. Particularly, Darrell Ellis was relentless, sinking three-pointer after three-pointer, leaving Legler utterly helpless. Even the formidable veteran Mark Jackson posed a challenge that Legs could not easily overcome. Weber's spirits were low, undoubtedly affecting his shooting performance, despite his continuous attempts. The efficiency of his scoring was lacking, making it difficult to stabilize the team's situation. The sole silver lining for Lin Yu was the commendable performance of Davis, acquired in the unsold trade, who held his ground against Elvin Johnson without showing significant disadvantage. Time ticked away, and the Bullets' deficit only grew larger. By the end of the third quarter, they found themselves trailing by 27 points, a margin that was nearly tantamount to surrender. Yet, how could Lin Yu concede so easily? Having fortuitously acquired the seal of Qianjue, he was determined to maximize its potential. If Weber could sink a few more shots, perhaps their fortunes could take a turn for the better. In this encounter, Lin Yu did not opt for a purely substitute lineup, and naturally, the Nuggets could not do so either. As the final whistle of the match resonated in the fourth quarter, the Bullets faced a humiliating defeat, succumbing to the Nuggets, who are ranked third from the bottom in the Western Conference by a staggering margin of 35 points, with a score of 81 to 116. Veteran player Darrell Ellis delivered an impressive performance, scoring 32 points and sinking 7 three-pointers, while LaFonso Ellis contributed a remarkable 36 points. This can undoubtedly be described as a disgraceful loss. Ding. The match concludes, and the calculations for the mark of Chianjue commence. Designated player Chris Webber achieved 16 mid-range shots and 2 three-pointers, totaling 18 successful shots, thereby earning 6 random attribute points. The distribution results are as follows: strength 1, mid-range shooting 1, passing 1, stealing 1, mid-range shooting 1, low post offense 1. Lin Yu gazed upon the distribution of the 6 random attributes, exhaling a sigh of relief. The outcome of the allocation was indeed quite favorable. If one disregarded Howard's injury in the devastating 35-point loss, Lin Yu might have even smiled. The enhancements in passing, stealing, low post offense, and strength would undoubtedly benefit Webber, albeit the improvements were not markedly significant. The most pronounced enhancements were found in his mid-range shooting attributes. Without the fusion state, Webber's mid-range shooting stood at 88 points. Now, with these 2 additions, it has just surpassed the 90-point threshold. Chris Webber, strength 83, speed 88. Jumping 84, low post offense 85, low post defense 84, rebounding 86, shot blocking 80, stealing 80, mid-range shooting 90, three-point shooting 88, free throws 86, passing 81. Ball handling 74, driving 76. This encapsulates Webber's current attribute panel. He is characterized as a player with balanced attributes, lacking any exceptionally elite skills, yet excelling in versatility. However, with his mid-range shooting now elevated to 90 points, Webber has acquired a distinctive offensive prowess. This 90-point mid-range shooting attribute is fundamentally different from Lettner's three-point shooting, which exceeds 90 points. Lettner possesses the attribute but struggles to fully utilize it due to a lack of robust foundational attributes. In contrast, Webber's elite speed and jumping ability at the power forward position enable him to fully exploit the potency of his 90-point mid-range shooting. In tonight's game, Webber successfully executed 16 mid-range shots, along with 2 three-pointers and 6 free throws, amassing a total of 44 points, which placed him as the highest scorer in the match. Nevertheless, considering his staggering 42 attempts, this scoring tally loses some of its luster. Interestingly, Webber's 42 attempts this evening also marked the highest single-game shooting count of the season. Curiously, the previous record holder, Hakeem Olajuwon, had taken 40 shots in a game against the Nuggets a month prior, where he scored 48 points. Following the conclusion of the match, Webber promptly returned to the locker room, deeply concerned for Uncle Howard, with Jalen Rose accompanying him. Lin Yu sighed as he stepped onto the field to shake hands with Mata before leading the team back to the locker room. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Yu heard the furious roar of Uncle Hua emanating from within. "I warned you that he is cursed by a demon, and he will only bring us misfortune. Yet, you insisted on bringing him to Washington. Have you forgotten our last match in Michigan? Do you wish for our streak of bad luck to continue? Yesterday, he injured Big Ben, and tonight, within less than a minute of the game, he nearly ruined me. How do you explain that? Should I blame my own bad luck?" Uncle Hua was clearly directing his ire at Webber, his tone laced with desperation. He was genuinely furious. After spending a week as a substitute, witnessing the Bullet team achieve 4 consecutive victories, Uncle Hua found himself in a most awkward position. Winning is not frightening. The embarrassment lies in who is present. As the team transformed from 4 consecutive losses to 4 straight wins, fans naturally began to speculate whether Uncle Hua was the cause of the previous defeats. "Juwan, the last match was my mistake. It had nothing to do with Jalen. I owe you all an apology," Webber murmured, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Yu hurriedly pushed open the door and entered the changing room, where he found Jalen Rose standing in the corner, looking utterly lost, akin to a child being punished for a misdeed. Webber's expression was equally grim as he bowed his head in front of Uncle Ho. At that moment, Lin Yu found himself at a loss, unable to bring himself to reproach Uncle Ho for his aggressive demeanor, as Uncle Ho had undeniably suffered a significant loss. He decided to act as if nothing had transpired and to deliberate further upon their return to Washington. After the team physician examined Uncle Ho's injury, it was deemed not particularly severe. However, given that it was an ankle injury, it was prudent to take caution, necessitating at least 3 to 4 weeks of recuperation. Following a night of rest in Denver, Lin Yu led the team back home the next morning. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, he received a notification to proceed to the general manager's office. Inside the office were Old Pollen, Unseld, Uncle Ho, and Weber. Upon seeing the gathering, Lin Yu surmised that Uncle Ho had exerted pressure on the team. "Lin, you've worked hard this past week. Come and take a seat," Old Pollen said with a welcoming gesture as Lin Yu entered. Having coached 8 games thus far, with a record of 6 wins and 2 losses, 4 at home and 4 away, he had achieved an impeccable performance. While the record was commendable, what truly delighted Old Pollen was the surge in ticket sales for the team. Previously, the Washington Bullets had an average attendance of only around 65%. But since the reunion of the Michigan Fab Five, home games had sold out, generating an additional profit of at least $500,000 for each home game. Thus, Old Pollen's fondness for Lin Yu only grew. Today's agenda concerns the potential trade of Jalen Rose. His performance since joining the team has not been particularly remarkable. In fact, he was even outperformed by an 18-year-old in his first game. With the trade deadline approaching, we still have the opportunity to move him, Unseld declared loudly. Lin Yu shook his head decisively, expressing his dissent. "I oppose this notion, as you have witnessed in the recently concluded match against the Nuggets. Our wing players lack defensive intensity, resulting in a staggering 35-point deficit. Now, if we trade Jalen away, where shall we find a suitable shooting guard to replace him?" Weber cast a grateful glance towards Lin Yu. He certainly wished for his childhood friend to remain on the team. However, witnessing Uncle Ho's lamentable condition made it difficult for him to voice his objections. "Had we not sold Chinny, we wouldn't have needed that individual at all. Just look at the havoc he has wreaked. He will bring misfortune upon each one of us," Uncle Ho exclaimed in frustration from his wheelchair. A flicker of anger stirred within Lin Yu as he contemplated the situation. The idea of trading Qian had originated with him, and Uncle Ho's words were clearly directed at him. "Juwan, as a university graduate, how could you possibly believe in such superstitions as bad luck? It is merely an accident. Such occurrences happen almost daily in the NBA. Moreover, since Jalen's arrival, we have secured numerous victories and accrued substantial earnings, have we not? Your sole focus now should be on your recovery. During this time, I shall ensure that Jalen demonstrates his superiority over Qian. Mr. Bolin, what is your perspective on this matter?" Lin Yu did not seek Ansel's opinion, but directly engaged in conversation with Bolin. Ansel held a peculiar affection for Uncle Hua. Under normal circumstances, Uncle Hua and Weber's constant companionship led to the team's poor performance, prompting Ansel to consider trading Weber instead of the weaker yet more expensive Uncle Hua. Ansel, who also harbored apprehensions about Jalen Rose's ominous reputation, found himself compelled to contemplate the swift sale of Jalen Rose, especially after Uncle Hua had sustained an injury. In contrast, Bolin's perspective was entirely dissimilar to Ansel's. Jalen Rose, being one of the 5 Tigers, had significantly boosted the team's ticket sales since his arrival. Selling him at this juncture would undermine the very essence of the 5 Tigers. Lin Yu speculated that Bolin would rather part with Uncle Hua than Jalen Rose, as it had already been demonstrated that the team could still secure victories without Uncle Hua. Trading him would effectively relieve the burden of a $100 million contract, an enticing prospect for any owner. Lin Yu was correct. We are nearing the 21st century, not the medieval era. And it is absurd to still believe in witchcraft. Juwan, focus on your recovery. During this time, we will monitor Jalen's performance. If he continues to underperform, we can always consider a trade later. Bolin's declaration brought a sigh of relief to Lin Yu and Weber, as it appeared Jalen Rose was spared for the time being. Chapter 32. Summoning the God Guan Yu and King Hong. Lin Yu and Weber exited the general manager's office. "Coach, thank you. Had it not been for you, Jalen might have faced dire consequences," Weber remarked, a sense of unease lingering in his heart. His emotions were tumultuous. He felt a pang of guilt towards Uncle Ho, yet he yearned for Jalen Ross to remain by his side. Ding. Chris Webber's favorability has increased, with the current level standing at 90 points. Lin Yu understood that by stepping forward to protect Jalen Rose, he had fulfilled a task to enhance Webber's favorability, much like with Ben, to maximize Webber's affection. Certain specific scenarios needed to be triggered. As for that young man, Jalen, he thought, calling him over. Moments later, Jalen Rose followed Lin Yu and entered a taxi outside the club. "Coach, where are we headed? You aren't sending me away from Washington, are you? Am I being traded?" Jalen Rose asked with a grimace. "Where are we going?" "To the church, of course. You are to confess and recount every misdeed you've committed in your life. I refuse to believe that even God cannot lift your bad luck." Lin Yu was genuinely frightened, and who could predict whether the other players would encounter unforeseen mishaps? Thus, he clung to Ross, fervently seeking divine intervention, if only to find some solace. Upon arriving at the church, Lin Yu propelled Ross into the confessional, where he began to atone for his sins, starting from the time he pilfered candy from his peers at the tender age of 3, all the way to a month ago when he had an affair with a virtuous young lady, only to never reach out to her again. The priest was left in utter astonishment, having not encountered such a devout supplicant in many a year. Shortly after exiting the church, Ross realized that his wallet had gone missing. He hurried back and searched for half an hour, but to no avail. Lin Yu was rendered speechless. What unprecedented misfortune was this? Even the heavens seemed unable to contain it. Let us venture to Chinatown. If the divine cannot resolve this, we shall seek the guidance of the 3 pure ones and the Buddha Guanyin. I refuse to succumb to despair. Lin Yu pondered that there should be such deities in Chinatown. Unfortunately, after searching extensively, he found nothing, only to encounter a statue of the revered Guan Yu in a Chinese restaurant. Lin Yu, resolute in his decision, decided to summon Master Guan Air back for Ross. Could it be that Master Guan Air could not exert his influence? However, the Chinese restaurant was adamant about their refusal. Such matters are not so easily resolved. With the belief that money can indeed move mountains, Lin Yu pulled out $5,000 in cash, ultimately securing Master Guan Air's presence. As he departed from Chinatown, he passed by a stall selling secondhand books and noticed an ancient-style painting of the heavenly king Hong Xiuquan. Without hesitation, he acquired it as well. "Coach, are you certain this is more effective than invoking God?" Ross lamented, cradling Master Guan Air in his left arm while raising the image of the heavenly king with his right. True sincerity begets divine response. Do you understand? Upon returning, ensure you honor them properly with daily offerings. Since you lack traditional offerings, let us present steak and fine wine instead, allowing our Eastern deities to indulge in a taste of Western delights. Lin Yu felt a sense of calm settle within him, convinced that this time success was assured. "I suppose I should know how to address them?" Ross inquired, his expression forlorn. "The gentleman to your left is the loyal and righteous divine martial emperor, the unparalleled warrior saint, Guan Yu, whose blade is impervious to any misfortune. The gentleman to your right is none other than the Son of God, Hong Xiuquan, the brother of Jesus, certified by the Vatican. With God aging and perhaps losing his efficacy, it may be that his son can resolve your troubles." Upon hearing Lin Yu's eloquent words, Ross felt a wave of reassurance wash over him and resolved to follow Lin Yu's advice and offer daily tributes. Ding. Jalen Ross's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 60 points. Observing Lin Yu's diligence on his behalf, even in listing Eastern deities, Ross was deeply moved. That evening, there was a match against the Seattle Supersonics. In the afternoon, Lin Yu allowed the players some time for free training, while he summoned Marchand and Castle to his side. What an eyesore. This was Lin Yu's first impression of Castle. He had never encountered the man in person before, but now found him even less appealing than on television. Quite robust. This was Lin Yu's impression of Marchand, whose appearance bore some resemblance to Weber, yet he seemed far more formidable. Despite his lack of charm, Castle maintained a constant smile, exuding a sense of politeness. Marchand, on the other hand, had an impressive stature but wore a perpetually stoic expression, appearing somewhat rebellious. "Sam, you may commence your training. I wish to have a private conversation with Jamal," Lin Yu instructed, dismissing Castle while retaining Marchand. "My friend, I intend to have you start tonight. You were on the verge of being traded to the Heat, but upon learning of this, I maneuvered to intercept the deal. Do you understand why I took such action?" Lin Yu smiled gently, before Marchand could utter a word. Lin Yu continued, speaking to himself, "Because I am confident that you will eventually reclaim your peak and once again become that top-tier forward capable of both driving and shooting. Your career will be revitalized in my hands. Of that I am utterly convinced." As his words fell, a smile graced Lin Yu's face as he heard the system notification sound, indicating that Marchband's favorability had been activated. Though he appeared rebellious, this individual possessed a soft heart. And with just a few words, Lin Yu had garnered Marchband's goodwill, although it was merely a favorability score of 10 points. Lin Yu was now able to examine Marchband's attribute panel. Jamal Marchband's strength, 88 speed, 82 vertical jump, 84 post offense, 43 perimeter defense, 91 rebounding, 75 blocking, 78 stealing, 81 mid-range shooting, 61 three-point shooting, 48 free throws, 81 passing, 51 ball control, 62 driving, 73. This attribute set caused Lin Yu to furrow his brow. It was far below his expectations. His athletic prowess was undeniably elite, rivaling that of Weber, and his perimeter defense was of top-notch caliber. However, his offensive-related attributes were alarmingly deficient, with a mid-range shooting score of 61 and a three-point shooting score of 48. It could be argued that even Lin Yu might surpass him. Judging by his attributes, it seemed he had fully recovered physically. Otherwise, such athleticism and defensive capability would be unattainable. Yet, what was the cause of these paltry offensive stats? Could it be a psychological barrier? Lin Yu recalls that Marshburn's severe injury occurred during a driving layup, which cast a shadow over his offensive game. My friend, have you ever heard the adage that defense wins championships? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu inquired. Marsh nodded, acknowledging that he had heard of it. It was indeed stated by Pat Riley. Lin Yu was taken aback. How could I have remembered it as something Jordan said? Nevertheless, it matters not who uttered those words. Their essence remains undeniably true. I find myself in dire need of a tenacious defender to occupy the small forward position, which is the primary reason for my decision to trade for you. Offense is of secondary importance, as long as you excel in defense. Even if you score nothing in every game, I would never consider replacing you in the starting lineup. Do you grasp my meaning? Lin Yu gazed intently into Marshburn's eyes and inquired. Ding. Jamal Marshburn's affinity increased. Current affinity level, 30 points. This chime confirmed Lin Yu's suspicions. Marshburn indeed harbored a reluctance towards offense. This was the underlying reason for his precipitous decline from an average of 24 points per game with a 44 shooting accuracy to merely 10 points per game at a 37 shooting rate since his return from injury. It appears that in order to restore Marshburn to his former glory, a psychologist must be sought. What a predicament! Just after enlisting the help of a misfortunate soul. Now I must find a doctor for this behemoth. My role as a coach is proving to be exceedingly arduous. Lin Yu lamented, expressing his desire to be a carefree manager like Anseld, yet he understood that if he were to relinquish control, the Bullet team would meet its demise. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu and his comrades gathered in the locker room. Why aren't we playing away in Seattle? You might find it hard to believe, but I have never set foot on Aurora Boulevard, ever since Brother Legsy indulged in the pleasures of the Holy City. His conversations have consistently revolved around the baser aspects of life. Seattle's Aurora Boulevard is often mentioned in the same breath as Shenyang streets and New York subways. Hailed as one of the new trifecta of global sanctuaries, the name Aurora may sound quite romantic, yet it is, in truth, a den of iniquity, vast in scale. Populated by women from all corners of the globe, including streets dedicated to the Japanese and Koreans. We have all heard of Seattle's sleepless nights. What causes this insomnia? It is none other than Aurora Boulevard. Do not even mention it. It is a place I never wish to visit again. 2 years ago, while I was with the Houston Rockets, I traveled to Seattle for an away game and ventured to Aurora Boulevard with my teammates to broaden my horizons. In the nightclub, I spotted a lady defending a man from drinks, and I thought to myself how elegant she appeared, if only she were my girlfriend. As I drew closer, I realized, good heavens, she truly is my girlfriend. The extraterrestrial castle buried his face in his hands in despair, provoking uproarious laughter from the others in the locker room, even eliciting a smile from Lin Yu. It must be said that while Castle may not be conventionally handsome, he has integrated with the team remarkably well, having only just arrived, and has already forged strong bonds with his teammates. Lin Yu summoned the generals to announce the starting lineup for tonight's game. The center will be Anthony Davis, the power forward is Weber, the small forward is Marshburn, the shooting guard is Rose, and the point guard is Fast Break. Upon hearing that he would be coming off the bench tonight, Harvey exchanged wry smiles with Leg Brother, having been thoroughly defeated in Denver. They had no grounds for complaint about not being in the starting lineup. Chapter 33. The true truth: the Seattle Supersonics are formidable, boasting a record even superior to that of the Lakers, currently positioned third in the Western Conference. The Bullets have just suffered a devastating 35-point loss to the Nuggets, who are languishing near the bottom of the standings. Few hold out hope for the Bullets to triumph in tonight's contest. Nonetheless, the attendance is notably high, as many fans are drawn by the allure of the Michigan Five. Lin Yu conducted an analysis of the Seattle Supersonics roster, arriving at a conclusion that elicited both laughter and tears. The configuration of this Supersonics lineup bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Washington Bullets from before Lin used time travel. Both teams featured a cumbersome center. For the Bullets, it was the formidable Georgi Mirin, while the Supersonics boasted the towering Jim McIlvaine, standing at 7 feet 1 inch. The power forward positions were filled by two robust players. The Bullets had Chris Webber and Howard, whereas the Supersonics fielded Sean Kemp and the German sharpshooter Detlef Schrempf. The shooting guards on both teams possessed commendable offensive skills, yet neither was a prolific scorer. For the Bullets, it was Calbert Cheney, while the Supersonics had Josh Hawkins. The point guards were of all-star caliber. The Bullets featured Rod Strickland, while the Supersonics had the renowned Gary Payton. Despite the similarities in their roster configurations, the Supersonics managed to secure the third position in the Western Conference, while the Bullets languished toward the bottom, indicating a discernible disparity. As the match commenced and the first quarter unfolded, Lin Yu quickly identified the root of the problem. Gary Payton's defensive prowess was astonishingly formidable. During Rod Strickland's initial pass, Payton intercepted the ball, promptly leading his team on a fast break and assisting Shrimp for a three-point shot. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Lin Yu would have found it hard to believe that a point guard could exert such defensive pressure. Payton's ability to suffocate his opponents was unparalleled. Strickland struggled immensely to even make a pass. This exemplified the unparalleled caliber of the only point guard in NBA history to win the Defensive Player of the Year award. The chasm between the Bullets and the Supersonics was primarily due to the disparity in skill between Strickland and Payton. After experiencing a swift setback, Strickland became more cautious, calling upon Ron Ross to set screens for him, which allowed him to eventually pass the ball to Weber. Upon receiving the ball, Weber attempted to back down Kemp, but the effort proved unfruitful as he could not create a comfortable shooting position. He opted for a turnaround jumper, yet it too failed to find the mark. However, Davis in the paint made a significant contribution, securing the rebound and executing a successful second-chance attempt. While Davis's defense and rebounding did not match that of Ben Wallace, he possessed one advantage over Wallace: the ability to create his own scoring opportunities. Lin Yu wore a look of melancholy, for Payton's defense was formidable, and Kemp was no pushover either. He was no longer the overweight lad who had succumbed to alcoholism, but rather at the zenith of his prowess, exhibiting exceptional defensive capabilities. The overwhelming all-star votes for Kemp over Weber were well justified, as his overall strength indeed surpassed that of the current Weber. As the Supersonics entered their offensive possession, Payton opted to pass to Shrimp, who took a jump shot near the free throw line. Just as Shrimp released the ball, Marshburn leaped and delivered a resounding block, igniting a flicker of hope in Lin Yu, who had felt despondent moments before. If Marshburn could effectively neutralize Shrimp, perhaps the Bullets still held a chance of victory that night. Shrimp, an idol of Nowitzki and a model for his draft, shared stylistic similarities with the latter. However, he lacked Nowitzki's height and leaping ability, resulting in a significantly lower shooting release. Jalen Rose retrieved the ball and assisted Weber for a mid-range jumper. Although Weber scored, it was a challenging feat, nearly thwarted by Kemp's attempt to block. Shifting back to the Supersonics' possession, Kemp attempted to go one-on-one with Weber but was unsuccessful, allowing Davis to secure the rebound. The teams exchanged blows in a fierce contest, and after several minutes, the spectators were stunned to see the scoreboard read 5-4, as both sides had managed to score only 2 baskets in such a lengthy period. The defensive tenacity of the Supersonics was exceptional, and with Marshburn's arrival, the Bullets' defensive prowess had markedly improved. After starting with a three-pointer, Shrimp's subsequent 2 attempts were both thwarted by Marshburn. Lin Yu found himself in a quandary, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. The Bullet team exhibited a defensive intensity that should have delighted him as their head coach. However, the sluggish pace of the game rendered him anything but pleased. With a rare opportunity to utilize the precious Chinju seal during the All-Star weekend, he now faced the frustrating scenario of a stagnant match, leaving him far from elated. Just as Lin Yu grappled with his worries, an unexpected turn of events unfolded on the court. Payton's mid-range shot failed to find its mark, resulting in a chaotic scramble for the rebound among the 4 interior players. Davis, noticing that Kemp was poised to secure the rebound, unleashed a mighty slap towards the basketball. In the blink of an eye, the ball struck Kemp squarely in the face, causing a torrent of blood to flow from his nose. Fortunately, it was not a serious injury, more akin to a minor wound that would likely heal within half an hour to an hour. However, the regulations of the court mandated that any player who bleeds must exit the game, prompting Kemp to glare at Davis before reluctantly leaving the court. The referee, seeing no foul play on Davis's part, opted not to blow the whistle. An official timeout was called, leading both teams to retreat to the sidelines. "Coach, you truly are remarkable. My offering of the finest steak and wine was well worth it," Jalen Rose said softly as he approached Lin Yu after exiting the game. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that Lord Guan and King Hong had truly manifested? Did indulging in the pleasures of the sea really yield results? It seemed improbable. How could they engage in such nefarious acts, regardless of whether it was a manifestation or not? Lin Yu silently expressed his gratitude towards Lord Guan and King Hong. Kemp's exit was remarkably timely. Had he not departed, Weber would have found it exceedingly difficult to accumulate significant attributes that evening. Upon returning to the court, the ball was entrusted to Chris. With Kemp absent, it was imperative for Webber to seize the opportunity to turn the tide of the game. Lin Yu quietly instructed Jalen Rose as the official timeout concluded and the game resumed. In the absence of Kemp, the Supersonics found themselves unable to contain Webber. Moreover, Payton was completely neutralized, affording him no opportunities to score, while Marshburn was burdened by psychological barriers regarding offense, rarely taking shots unless absolutely necessary. Davis, a blue-collar player, could only hope to secure offensive rebounds for second-chance points. With Lin Yu's guidance, Jalen Rose effectively became the sole offensive weapon for the Bullets. Webber unleashed his full scoring prowess, hitting mid-range shots consecutively, leading the Bullets to gradually establish a commanding lead. At this point, Lin Yu was no longer overly concerned with the outcome of the match. His sole desire was for Webber to accumulate points. As long as Webber could achieve a commendable performance, losing the game would not matter. Supersonics head coach George Karl watched helplessly as Webber dominated the court, having no viable options to counter him after Kemp's departure. The only players he could deploy against Webber were either Schrimpf or the aged Cadillac Tyrone Corbin at 36 years old. Not to mention that even during his prime, Corbin was not known for his defensive prowess and would struggle to contain Webber. It was not until halfway through the fourth quarter that Kemp managed to return to the court, but unfortunately, faced with a 20-point deficit, the Supersonics were beyond redemption. The truth. As the final whistle blew, the Verizon Center erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Webber had astonishingly scored 56 points and secured 11 rebounds, shattering his personal single-game scoring record and ascending to the pinnacle of the season's single-game scoring leaderboard, having achieved back-to-back 40-point games. An extraordinary feat. Lin Yu was taken aback. Truth? Isn't that the nickname of Paul Pierce? It seems that Pierce has yet to enter the league. As he observed Webber raising his arms, basking in the applause of the fans, Lin Yu suddenly recalled that Webber's moniker is also the Truth, creating an intriguing overlap with Pierce. Speaking of this matter inevitably leads to Shaquille O'Neal. Back in 2001, when Pierce's Celtics faced the Lakers, he delivered an outstanding performance, scoring 42 points on 13 of 19 shooting. After the game, Shaq seized a Celtics reporter and exuberantly declared that Pierce was the true embodiment of truth. It is worth noting that Webber had already claimed that nickname, and Shaq's actions were merely a means to irritate Webber. The Lakers had faced the Kings in the playoffs for the previous 2 seasons, and Webber had caused them considerable trouble, particularly in the first round of the 2000 playoffs, where he almost led his team to eliminate the Lakers. Shaquille's ability to annoy others is certainly on par with his dominance in the paint. He could hire teammates to confront Kobe, mock JaVale McGee to tears, and utterly dismantle Dwight Howard's confidence. Lin Yu felt a profound sense of reflection. With such a turn of events for O'Neal, decades from now, the world shall recognize the truth of Pierce, yet who truly knows that the real truth lies with Webber? Ding. The match concluded, and the calculations for the seal of Qianjue commenced. In this match, the designated player, Chris Webber, successfully executed 21 mid-range shots and 3 three-pointers, totaling 24 successful shots, thereby earning 8 random attribute points. The subsequent allocation of these attributes left Lin Yu exhilarated. His mid-range shooting attribute surged by 3 points, while his three-point shooting improved by 2 points, undoubtedly a remarkable application of talent. Webber's mid-range shooting attribute soared to an impressive 93 points, and his three-point shooting attribute ascended to 90 points. Lin Yu felt increasingly pained as the imprint of Qianjue arrived at the most inopportune moment, coinciding with the exasperating All-Star weekend, yielding results in merely 2 games. Had it been effective for 4 games with a stroke of luck for Webber, his mid-range shooting attribute might have reached not just 100 points, but perhaps even 98 points would have been within grasp, should he attain a mid-range shooting rating of 98. Bolstered by his exceptional physical prowess, he would resemble a taller version of Jordan by 8 centimeters. Chapter 34. Establishing Tactical Framework. The vicissitudes of fortune are unpredictable. The Bullets, having just suffered a humiliating defeat by 35 points at the hands of the Denver Nuggets, who rank 3rd from the bottom in the West, swiftly rebounded to triumph over the Seattle Supersonics, who stand 3rd in the Western Conference. This affirms the adage that there are no weak teams in the NBA. Unless one is genuinely tanking, no opponent should be underestimated. In the victory against the formidable Supersonics, Webber undoubtedly emerged as the chief architect of success, though the contributions of his teammates were equally vital. Jalen Rose recorded an impressive 13 points and 11 assists, leading one to believe he was playing as a point guard. This was necessitated by Payton's relentless defense on the speedy player, forcing many passes to be channeled through Rose. Upon receiving the ball, Rose would promptly dish it to Webber, who would then execute a mid-range shot, naturally resulting in a flurry of assists. Davis also performed admirably, achieving a remarkable tally of 16 points and 14 rebounds. A stellar center's performance, while his counterpart, Jim, only managed 5 points and 7 rebounds, thus being thoroughly dominated by Davis. One must not underestimate Davis, despite being an all-star. He may not match the prowess of giants like Shaquille O'Neal, yet when facing lesser opponents, his intensity surpasses that of many, elevating his offensive capabilities to at least one tier above that of others. Marshburn's statistics appeared modest, with merely 6 points, 3 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 blocks, and 2 steals. However, Lin Yu perceived him as the second-best performer on the court, following Webber. His impact on the defensive end was monumental, while Payton rendered the speedy player ineffective. Marshburn mirrored that same tenacity against Schrompf. Typically, Schrompf would score around 17 or 18 points in a game, yet tonight he could only muster 8 points, with an abysmal shooting percentage. As for the speedy player, he played for 30 minutes, managing 7 points and 4 assists. While his contributions cannot be dismissed entirely after all, without him, Lin Yu would have to exhaust his mental resources to devise alternative starting lineups. The overall effectiveness was limited. Following their victory over the Supersonics, the Washington Bullets found themselves tied with the Magic in terms of record. According to the tiebreaker rules, the Bullets edged out the Magic, ascending from 9th to 7th place in the Eastern Conference standings. The tiebreaker, a somewhat intricate rule, essentially states that the Bullets' current season record against the Magic is 2 wins and 1 loss, thus granting them a higher ranking despite identical win totals. As the All-Star weekend approached, Webber departed for Cleveland to participate in the All-Star game, while the other players enjoyed a well-deserved respite. Meanwhile, Lin Yu remained tirelessly occupied, scarcely able to find a moment to rest. Need a psychologist? What kind of psychologist is that? It's all a deception. I am a psychologist myself. If you claim a player is struggling psychologically, send him my way. I'll take him out for a drink, and I assure you, all issues will vanish. Anseld is the epitome of a steadfast man. In his opinion, there is no psychological issue that cannot be resolved with a bottle of whiskey. Other teams have their coaching staff equipped with psychologists. Can we not have one as well? Equipped? Where did you acquire such information? To my knowledge, only the Knicks have a psychologist, and that was appointed by Stern, specifically to address the violent tendencies of the aging New Yorkers. Psychologists, dentists, and divorce lawyers. Do you have any idea how exorbitant their salaries are? Many earn more in a year than I do. Old Bolin offers you a salary of $200,000 to $300,000 as a head coach. Do you expect him to hire a full-time psychologist? You might as well put an end to him. Lin Yu couldn't help but express his astonishment. He never anticipated that hiring a psychologist could prove to be such a challenge. Perhaps he should consider employing a part-time professional or perhaps a younger, less experienced individual, as that might be more economical. Nevertheless, Lin Yu remained hopeful and continued to inquire. That could be a possibility, but do not expect outstanding results from such a choice. It might not even be as effective as a bottle of whiskey, came the response. By the way, who is actually experiencing these psychological issues? Is it Legler? I've always thought that this white fellow had a peculiar disposition. Anseld seems to have a knack for reading people. Indeed, this guy has been increasingly erratic lately. On Friday afternoon, Lin Yu sat in his office, facing his teaching assistant, Bob Stark, and Bernie Biskerduff. Bob, your experience far surpasses mine. Currently, our team's performance is acceptable, yet I still sense something is amiss. I believe we should devise a tactical system that suits us. What are your thoughts? Do you have any suggestions? Lin Yu smiled gently at old Bob, adopting a humble demeanor. When it comes to seniority, old Bob's experience surpasses even that of Anseld. He is now 60 years old. He began his professional basketball career with the ABA's Pittsburgh Condors in 1971 and soon returned to his alma mater as an assistant coach. Subsequently, he served as an assistant to the notorious coaching figure Chuck Daly. By the late 1980s, he even held the position of head coach at Wake Forest University, which is Duncan's alma mater. Later, he ventured into the NBA, primarily working as an assistant coach, and in nearly 4 decades of coaching. He only had 1 day as an NBA head coach, serving as an interim coach for the Bullets in a single game. Ironically, that very game turned out to be disastrous for Lin Yu. While the outcome was indeed unfortunate, it indirectly illustrated that old Bob's coaching abilities were rather lacking. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a precarious situation. Lin considered that while having a tactical system is important, it is not the sole requirement. Everything hinges upon the head coach's capabilities. Regarding this matter, I shall keep my comments brief for your understanding. In summary, the current state of our Bullets team is evident. Old Bob rambled on extensively, leaving Lin Yu somewhat bewildered. He spoke with a certain eloquence, embodying the essence of verbose literature, making it a pity he did not pursue a career in civil service. Ahem, Lin, when Linham was around. We discussed this topic and examined the mainstream tactics in the league. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of our player configuration at that time, many strategies were unfeasible. Now, with the growth of players like Ben, we have the potential to implement certain tactics, such as the Bulls triangle offense or the Hawks 32 system, which we can explore. Bernie Biscuduff observed old Bob's hesitant speech and, with a wry smile, attempted to ease the tension. In fact, his experience exceeds that of old Bob. Both his father and grandfather toiled as laborers in the coal mines. Bernie owes his current standing to Lincoln's legacy. At the age of 25, he ascended to the position of head coach at the University of San Diego, not merely as an interim coach, but serving a full 4-year term. While his subsequent career may not have flourished as ideally, it certainly surpassed the trajectory of old Bob. Lin Yu fell into deep contemplation. It had been half a month since he traversed into this realm, and it was high time to establish a tactical framework for his Bullet team. A tactical framework is not synonymous with tactics. For instance, the pick-and-roll executed by Fish and Leg Brother is indeed a tactic, yet it does not constitute a tactical framework. A framework encompasses a variety of tactics, forming a cohesive set. Currently, there are 5 predominant tactical systems in the league: the triangle offense devised by the Zen Master, Sloan's pick-and-roll system, Wilkins' 32 system, Edelman's Princeton offense, and Tomjanovich's low-post offensive system. Lin Yu is not a mere eccentric. He naturally aspires to employ mainstream strategies. Among the 5 tactical approaches, the Princeton offense and low-post attack can be swiftly dismissed, as they are fundamentally incompatible with the current configuration of the Bullets team. The Princeton system necessitates a center who can dominate the paint while also exhibiting passing and shooting capabilities, which serves as the foundation of the system. Presently, in the league, players such as Divac of the Hornets and Tom Galliata of the Timberwolves are well suited to function as the central axis of the Princeton offense, whereas the Bullets duo of Akeem Olajuwon and Davis evidently do not meet these criteria. The low-post offense, as its name suggests, primarily focuses on attacking the basket. And this strategy is both simplistic and blunt, imposing exceedingly high demands on the low-post abilities of centers and power forwards. Prior to coaching the Rockets, Coach Tom utilized the formidable duo of Hakeem Olajuwon and Sampson, and this season, he has employed the twin towers of Olajuwon and the legendary Charles Barkley. The Bullets, however, lack the requisite conditions. Hakeem's low-post prowess is virtually negligible, and Weber is certainly not renowned for his low-post skills as a power forward. Although Uncle Ho's low-post game is somewhat adequate, it barely qualifies as competent, falling short of being among the league's elite. Subsequently, Lin Yu also eliminated the 32 system, a signature tactic of the Hawks. Having faced the Hawks previously, Lin Yu experienced firsthand the effectiveness of this strategy. Regrettably, this approach predominantly emphasizes perimeter play, with all shooting opportunities concentrated in the hands of the shooting guard and small forward, relegating the other 3 positions to mere facilitators for these 2 players. Although Marsh possesses lingering psychological barriers, Jalen Rose's offensive capabilities are commendable, yet they cannot compare to those of Weber. Lin Yu truly need not sacrifice the substantial for the trivial. Upon reflection, the viable mainstream strategies appear to be limited to pick-and-roll and the triangle offense. Once the All-Star weekend concludes, let us commence our training sessions to practice the triangle offense. It is worth a try. Bernie, I shall entrust this task to you. In his previous life, Lin Yu was indeed a connoisseur of basketball, possessing an astute understanding of tactics. However, when it came to training players and executing strategies, he found himself utterly at a loss, relying solely on the wisdom of seasoned coaches like Bernie, from whom he could glean invaluable insights. Many aspects of the NBA had merely been heard or seen from afar, yet he had never truly engaged in hands-on experience. Since his arrival in this new realm, Lin Yu has been gradually evolving. Chapter 35, The Noxian Guillotine. On Saturday morning, as Lin Yu rose from his slumber, the landline phone beside his bed began to ring. Hello, Coach Lin, is this convenient? The caller's eloquent Mandarin prompted Lin Yu to question his own existence. He pondered whether this call was from the owner of the Chinese restaurant he had previously visited, speculating if, after he had invited the spirit of Guan Yu, their business had faltered, prompting them to seek his return. Yet, What was this curious mention of instant noodles? No, I am a hot dog. Lin Yu, feeling guilty about his misdeeds, hastily ended the call. After all, he had managed to prevent Jalen Rose from causing further trouble. There was no way he would send Gueryi back. After freshening up, Lin Yu pedaled his shabby bicycle around Washington. As the players were on break and he had little else to occupy his time, when he made his way to the training facility in the afternoon, he spotted the imposing figure of Unseld just as he arrived at the entrance. Can't you buy a car? Riding that old clunker to practice every day makes it seem like our bullets are on the verge of bankruptcy, Unseld exclaimed. Visibly annoyed at the sight of Lin Yu's dilapidated bicycle, wishing he could toss it into a trash heap, a stifled chuckle reached Lin Yu's ears, and he turned to see a young lady standing behind Unseld. She appeared to be quite young, likely just having recently come of age. Lin Yu fell into silence. Young women populated the streets, yet none could evoke such an unusual expression from him. What set this particular girl apart was her unmistakable Chinese heritage. It would have sufficed if she were merely Chinese, but there was something indescribably beautiful about her. Standing at approximately 170 centimeters tall, she possessed long, elegant legs and a fair complexion. Her features were far removed from the artificiality of modern cosmetic enhancements. Instead, she exuded a beauty that resonated with a sense of national prosperity and tranquility, embodying grace and poise. In Lin Yu's mind, he recalled Nie Shaoqian from a Chinese ghost story, the enchanting Zixia fairy from a Chinese odyssey, and the captivating Zhou Zhirua from the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Yet, none could compare to the exquisite sensation that the beauty before him evoked. Hello, ham sausage, she stepped forward with a mischievous smile, greeting him playfully. Lin Yu beheld the captivating and enchanting smile before him, compelling himself to maintain his composure lest he reveal an undesirable demeanor. You are instant noodles? Not at all. I am referring to the interview for the position. I am Xia Yunshi, here to interview for the role of the team psychologist. After you hung up on me, I had no choice but to approach Mr. Ansel directly. Ansel, unable to comprehend the Mandarin spoken between Lin Yu and Xia Yunshi, began the introduction. Lin, this is the psychologist I have procured for you. A top graduate in psychology from Georgetown University, ranked first in her class, and moreover, she is Chinese. So you are bound to find common ground. You may engage with her, he added. Miss Xia will be available every Saturday during her free time, and I shall leave you to your discussions. Lin Yu silently exclaimed, how could Ansel be anything but a heartless machine? He is, in fact, a living embodiment of Cupid. Once Ansel had departed, Lin Yu quietly inquired, what salary did he offer you? Salary? How could there be such a thing? The opportunity to secure an internship like this and enhance one's resume is coveted by many, replied Xia Yunshi, causing Lin Yu to roll his eyes in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Ansel could be so frugal as to recruit an undergraduate from nearby Georgetown University to serve as the team's psychologist. What an ingenious idea. Nonetheless, Lin Yu felt immensely grateful to old Cupid. As Lin Zhixian sang, every single person faces the guillotine. Lin Yu was determined to avoid such a fate, feeling as though his own springtime had arrived. After guiding Xia Yunshi on a tour of the team's training facilities, he recounted the situation regarding Marshawn. This was a case of delayed post-traumatic stress disorder, abbreviated as delayed PTSD. Common treatment methods include medication and psychotherapy. However, considering his profession as an athlete, the use of anxiolytics or sedatives could entail significant side effects, thus necessitating psychological intervention. In layman's terms, his condition could be summarized as once bitten, twice shy. My suggestion is for the coach to implement some aggressive strategies, such as pick-and-roll plays, to increase physical confrontation and help him realize that offense is not as perilous as it seems. It shouldn't be long before he recovers. Xia Yunshi's voice was gentle, yet it carried an undeniable persuasive power. Professionalism. This is true expertise. You even understand basketball? Lin Yu could not help but give a thumbs up in praise. He had not held high expectations for Xia Yunshi, considering she was merely a student. However, to his astonishment, she articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity and proposed solutions that sounded quite plausible. Of course, my father is also a basketball coach. Though he has not achieved the same level of success, he merely coaches at the high school level. After finishing her thoughts, Xia Yunshi regarded Lin Yu with a curious gaze. Despite her limited experience, she understood how astonishing it was for someone of Lin Yu's age to ascend to the role of an NBA head coach. The two engaged in conversation for quite some time, continuing until dusk began to settle. Observing Xia Yunshi prepare to leave the training ground, Lin Yu pondered that since this was their first meeting, He ought to utter some flattering words to leave a lasting impression on her. By the way, I know your father is a basketball coach. What about your mother? Lin Yu, deep in thought, inquired. Xia Yunshi, covering her mouth, chuckled. Are we beginning the census? She was a high school teacher. No, she was not merely a teacher. She was a thief, Lin Yu replied with utmost seriousness. This remark left Xia Yunshi momentarily taken aback, only to hear Lin Yu continue. She has stolen stars and a crescent moon from the heavens. Otherwise, how could one explain your star-like eyes and crescent-like lips? In Lin Yu's memory, there lingered a rather clumsy expression of affection, which, upon utterance, felt somewhat amiss. Leaving him to ponder if he had made a mistake, Xia Yunshi was left utterly dumbfounded, and after a brief moment, she cast Lin Yu a bewildered glance, as if to say he was foolish. Realizing his blunder, Lin Yu recognized the gravity of the situation. To accuse her mother of being a thief upon their first encounter was indeed a sign of his muddled thinking. Clearing his throat, he quickly suggested, "Perhaps I should escort you home?" Xia Yunshi shook her head, replying, "If I am not mistaken, during our earlier conversation, Mr. Anseide has already disposed of your vehicle. Perhaps another time, I shall take a taxi home. Until next week." As Lin Yu watched Xia Yunshi depart, he silently admonished himself never to engage in such reckless behavior again, and he resolved to expedite the process of purchasing a vehicle. The following morning, Lin Yu summoned his companions, De Bin and Fei Che, in preparation for the car-buying expedition. Given that Fei Che bore a moniker that included the word car, he possessed a certain degree of automotive knowledge. "Bone Crusher, what type of vehicle do you think would be suitable for a coach?" Fei Che inquired while driving. Turning to his companion De Bin, with a pained expression, De Bin replied, "Rod, I implore you, please refrain from calling me Bone Crusher. I truly do not require a nickname, at least not one like that." Lin Yu sat in the back seat, caught in a blend of laughter and tears. Upon reflection, it seemed that De Bin indeed lacked a resounding moniker. His Chinese nickname was simply De Bin, and that was all. In contrast, he possessed two English nicknames. One was Big Bin, which echoed his Chinese name. The other was rather abstract Body. Lin Yu had never quite grasped how to interpret this, whether it referred to the body, flesh, form, or even cadaver. It seemed plausible in every interpretation. Bin, the Bone Crusher, was a nickname that truly suited you. There was no need to worry about Mr. Anselder's displeasure. In fact, had he been aware, he might even have rewarded Rod, for everyone knew he genuinely regarded you as his successor. Having inherited his nickname, what reason would he have to be discontented? Lin Yu smiled as he comforted De Bin. It was only then that De Bin silently nodded, seemingly accepting the moniker of Bone Crusher. With a substantial sum of $1.3 million resting in his bank account, Lin Yu felt emboldened. Prompted by Fei Che, he headed directly to the Porsche dealership, where he purchased the newly released Porsche 911 for a full price of $90,000. By the time all the paperwork was completed, it was already 7 in the evening. Realizing that it was Sunday and the random aura event was set for 8 o'clock, Lin Yu hurriedly bid farewell to De Bin and Fei Che and returned to his residence. Lying in bed, he calmly awaited the arrival of 8 o'clock. When the system notification chimed, "Random aura selection for the week is in progress. Please wait 30 seconds. Passive aura, rugged exterior. This aura grants a 24 chance to reduce the opposing center's jumping ability and speed by 5 during physical confrontations in the 3-second zone, lasting for 3 seconds. Passive aura, glorious aura. This aura enhances the stamina recovery rate of all players on the court, restoring 1 stamina point per minute. Passive aura, Noxian Guillotine. After a successful block by the center, this aura maximizes the block attribute to its full value for a duration of 3 minutes. Upon reviewing the newly acquired auras, Lin Yu felt as though De Bin was indeed the destined child of fate. The first week's random aura, seemingly tailor-made for De Bin, was quite extraordinary. This fourth week's aura provided an even more significant enhancement than the first. Individually, none of these 3 auras could be deemed overwhelmingly powerful. For instance, rugged exterior, while capable of reducing the opposing center's jumping ability and speed, only lasts for 3 seconds, diminishing its overall impact. Glorious aura does contribute to stamina recovery, but given that most of the Bullet Team's players are young or in their prime, their stamina is sufficient to endure 35 minutes of high-intensity play. Lin Yu was not so reckless as to require them to compete for a full 48 minutes. As for the Noxian Guillotine, while it boosts the block attribute to a maximum of 100 points for 3 minutes, it poses the question, what if no blocks are achieved during that time? Such occurrences are not uncommon, Even for a shot-blocking virtuoso like Big Ben, it is typical to have at least 10 games in a season where he records no blocks. However, when these three seemingly modest accolades converge, their combined impact is nothing short of extraordinary, particularly with the rugged exterior complementing the guillotine, which is a match made in heaven. Chapter 36, Riley's Underhanded Tactics. Weber's humiliation. Big Ben is the first player conquered by Lin Yu and simultaneously his most cherished. Unfortunately, fortune has not favored him, as he has yet to produce jaw-dropping statistics under Lin Yu's mentorship. Weber, on the other hand, has achieved a remarkable 50-point, 10-rebound game, and has scored over 40 points in consecutive matches, shattering his personal scoring record. Harvey, like a withered tree blossoming anew, previously erupted for 48 points, also breaking his scoring record. The fast break delivered a legendary performance with over 20 assists, and even Leggy managed to hit 10 three-pointers in a single game, setting a new personal best. Big Ben's situation is rather disheartening. In the game against the Celtics, the opponent capitulated, and during the match against the Hornets, he engaged in a scuffle with Little Mason and only played 3 quarters before facing suspension. In the contest against the Magic, devoid of his indomitable spirit and not yet peaking, his statistics were unremarkable. When he finally reached his pinnacle, he encountered Shaq, who spent the entire game positioning himself to assist Weber in padding his stats, leaving Big Ben with a mere 4 points and 6 rebounds. Against the Spurs, he was relegated to garbage time with no opportunity to play, and while he managed to secure over 20 rebounds against the Grizzlies, such numbers were hardly league-shattering. Following this, he suffered a finger injury from Jalen Rose. Fortunately, his finger has nearly healed, and he is expected to participate in next Tuesday's game. Lin Yu is resolute in his determination to help Big Ben achieve a commendable set of top-tier statistics this week. In Lin Yu's eyes, Weber's 50-point game hardly qualifies as elite data, as such performances are plentiful throughout NBA history. Setting aside Wilt Chamberlain's staggering season average of 54 points since 1985. In a mere 12 years, there have been 84 instances of players scoring over 50 points in a single game. Jordan, who has yet to retire, alone has achieved this 34 times. In terms of difficulty, it is arguably less challenging than the Fast Breaks 2020. Given that only 30 players in total have accomplished such a feat in Lin Yu's perspective, data that can truly be deemed exceptional must, at the very least, occur no more than 5 times. A quadruple-double perfectly meets this criterion. To date, there have been only 4 recorded instances of a quadruple-double, contributed by the illustrious figures of Nate Thurmond, Elvin Hayes, Hakeem Olajuwon, and David Robinson, with the aid of the rugged exterior and the Knoxian guillotine. Provided that the fates are not entirely unkind to Big Ben, Lin Yu is resolute in his efforts to enable him to become the 5th creator of a quadruple-double. The upcoming 3 games for the Bullets next Wednesday will all be held at home, facing the Bucks, the Heat, and the Cavaliers, each from the Eastern Conference. Previously, Lin Yu unwittingly offended Riley, prompting both sides to send their fringe players to engage in a war of words. Yet since then, there has been little development, as it appears that Riley has seemingly forgotten this matter. Lin Yu was certainly not naive enough to believe that Riley had truly forgotten. In the upcoming game against the Heat, he would face Riley for the first time, wondering what devious tactics Riley might employ. The All-Star game was being broadcast on television, and Lin Yu was engrossed in it. When he saw the Eastern Conference coach, he was taken aback to discover it was none other than Pat Riley. It soon dawned on Lin Yu that the Bulls had finished first in the Eastern Conference last season, achieving an unprecedented 72 wins, which naturally led to the Zen Master being named the Eastern Conference All-Star coach. However, All-Star coaches cannot serve consecutive terms, and since the Zen Master was no longer eligible this year, it was only fitting that Pat Riley, as the 2nd seed, was elevated to that position. As he watched the first half of the game, Lin Yu's expression grew increasingly somber. Where was Weber? He had not stepped onto the court for even a second during the first half. While it is not uncommon for a substitute to remain on the bench during a regular season game, in the exhibition format of the All-Star game, there are unspoken rules regarding playing time. Typically, starters play around 25 minutes, while substitutes see 15 to 20 minutes on the court. The fact that Weber had not played a single second was a blatant affront to him. As the second half commenced, Weber finally began to see some action, playing 5 minutes in the 3rd quarter and another 5 in the 4th, totaling a mere 10 minutes. Even more insidious was Riley's strategy of pairing Weber with the backup point guard, Terrell Brandon. This year, the All-Star game was hosted in Cleveland, and as the lone star of the Cavaliers, Brandon was eager to showcase his skills. Being a point guard, he commanded a significant share of the ball, making it difficult for any player on the court with him to find opportunities to shoot. Weber was generally known for his good temperament. Yet when the camera panned to him, Lin Yu could clearly see the frustration etched on his face. It was a blatant display of unfairness, granting him only 10 minutes. And those alongside the home team player. Even Jordan would struggle to produce respectable statistics under such circumstances. If it were seasoned stars like Malone or Olajuwon, it might be understandable as they were indifferent to the All-Star game. However, Weber was young, and this was his first All-Star selection. He could hardly resign himself to being a mere spectator. When the All-Star game concluded, Weber had only attempted 3 shots, making 1. Yielding a meager 2 points and 2 rebounds, he had been virtually invisible. Watching Weber leave the court, head bowed in disappointment, Lin Yu felt a surge of anger. He had greatly admired Weber's performances in recent days. He was a man of deep loyalty and integrity, always genuine with his friends and brothers, a true gem among men. In 2 lifetimes, Lin Yu regarded the young Weber as if he were his own child. Now, witnessing his child being so brutally humiliated, he found it utterly intolerable. If he could not reclaim this honor, Lin Yu would struggle to face Weber in the future. Of course, he was not reckless enough to bring up the All-Stars playing time, as Dumas from the Eastern Conference also had limited minutes, merely 10, much like Weber. The following morning, Lin Yu sat in the general manager's office, listening to the old machine of grievances roar in fury. Riley was nothing more than a wretched mole hiding in his burrow, daring to extend his filthy claws towards my player. Damn it, we have but one All-Star, and he managed to score a mere 2 points. Lin, help me devise a plan for retribution. I cannot swallow this indignation. Outset, who often boisterously proclaimed his desire to crush the players, was more protective than anyone else. Seeing his player humiliated, he was even more enraged than Lin Yu. We have a game against the Heat this Thursday, and it is on our home turf. Would a resounding victory against them suffice to ease your ire? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Is that insufficient? Do you truly possess the confidence to triumph over the Heat? They are the 2nd seed in the Eastern Conference. Shall we not be subjected to a severe beating by them? Anselm's expression grew troubled, despite the fact that the Bullets had ascended to 7th place in the East. He still harbored doubts about overcoming the Heat. Not enough? Then let our new bone crusher deliver a quadruple-double upon their heads, and subsequently achieve a resounding victory over them. Would that suffice? Lin Yu began to inquire once more. A quadruple-double? Are you referring to Big Ben? I quite fancy that moniker. However, a quadruple-double? My dear child, are you still in slumber? Do you have any inkling of the difficulty in achieving a quadruple-double? To speak frankly, since the inception of block statistics in 1973 until my retirement 8 years later, I never managed to secure even 5 blocks in a single game, let alone a double-digit block count. I concede that Big Ben possesses a far superior aptitude for shot blocking than I ever did. But do you truly believe he could sweat away 10 shots from morning? Anselm regarded Lin Yu and his youthful companions as overly ambitious, dismissing the significance of a quadruple-double as if it were an easily attainable feat. Lin Yu smiled faintly, refraining from countering Anselm's words. His career block count was notably low, primarily due to his height and leaping ability, with a stature that was quite diminutive, coupled with considerable bulk and limited vertical reach. His main defensive strategy relied on his robust physique to push opponents away from the basket. He acknowledged that Ben's style mirrored his own, what he found impossible. Ben would undoubtedly struggle with as well, had it not been for the rugged exterior and the Noxian guillotine he stumbled upon. Lin Yu would not have dared to hope for Ben to achieve double-digit blocks against Morning. However, now endowed with these 2 advantages, he felt the odds were significantly in their favor. Morning's playing style could be likened to that of the posthumous beast, Dwight Howard. Both were stocky centers endowed with finishing capabilities beneath the rim and formidable defensive prowess. The distinction lay in Morning's superior mid-range shooting ability. Regrettably, Morning was the type who would opt for a dunk rather than a jump shot, and even with his mid-range skills, he seldom utilized them, favoring physical confrontations under the basket. The more physical confrontations occurred, the greater the likelihood of triggering the rugged exterior, thereby enhancing Ben's blocking success rate. This, in turn, could activate the guillotine effect, bolstered by the glorious aura ensuring that Ben would maintain ample stamina for physical engagements. As long as Morning remained undaunted and continued to battle Ben in the paint, the chances of Ben achieving double-digit blocks were exceedingly high. Once he secured double-digit blocks, accumulating double-digit rebounds would pose little challenge for Ben. Assists would also not be overly difficult, thanks to Weber, a veritable mid-range shooting machine, with proper arrangements. That too could be managed. The more challenging feat would be scoring in double figures, as Morning's defense was no trifling matter. given Ben's rather mediocre offensive capabilities. Achieving double-digit points would be a considerable challenge, though not entirely out of reach. It merely required a stroke of luck. Chapter 37. Chow Pai's father-in-law remained silent that afternoon. Weber returned to Washington from Cleveland. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning the recent All-Star trip, mindful of the potential discomfort it might cause Weber. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Yu sat beside the training court, observing Bernie as he drilled the players on the triangle offense system. After approximately an hour, the players began to show signs of fatigue. "Coach, this strategy is exceedingly complex. I must run at least 20 miles during a game. With the outside cuts, inside cuts, and subsequent off-ball movement, I must constantly remain aware of maintaining the triangular formation. Does it truly yield better results than running a pick and roll with Rose or Legler? I have my doubts." The relentless pace of the game has left him utterly exhausted, with grievances echoing all around. If it were merely fatigue, he could endure it, however. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that after toiling for a considerable time, he has scarcely been afforded any opportunities to shoot, let alone any chances for assists, whether during the Bulls era of the triangle offense or the subsequent Lakers period. The point guard has invariably been relegated to a role akin to that of a mere facilitator. Consider John Paxson and B.J. Armstrong from the Bulls' first dynasty, Ron Harper from the second, and the Lakers' Derek Fisher. Their assist statistics are notably modest, and their scoring is similarly unremarkable. In contrast, when flying through the outer perimeter with a two-man pick-and-roll, he finds himself with ample shooting opportunities and a wealth of assist chances, yielding commendable personal statistics. However, should he be required to execute the triangle offense, he would undoubtedly emerge as its greatest casualty. Lin Yu let out a helpless smile, realizing that Fei Che's awareness still fell short, lacking the self-sacrificial spirit for the team. The effectiveness of the pick-and-roll against the Hornets' feeble backcourt defense was astonishing. However, when faced with the formidable defenses of teams like the Magic or the Supersonics, they would be utterly overwhelmed. Fei Che seemed to have forgotten the painful lessons learned, remembering only his impressive 2020 performance while disregarding how he had been ruthlessly dismantled by Penny and the Glove. "Coach, I too feel that perhaps this strategy is not quite suitable for us. It appears overly complex. Moreover, our shooting guards and small forwards possess limited passing abilities, hindering our capacity for swift ball distribution." Weber shares Fei Che's perspective, believing that the triangle offense does not align well with the Bullets' style. Lin Yu nodded. He was merely experimenting. If this approach proved ineffective, there remained an alternative strategy, namely, the Jazz's pick-and-roll tactics. On Tuesday evening at 8 o'clock, the Bullets were poised to host the Bucks in an eagerly anticipated matchup. Lin Yu exchanged a brief embrace with Bucks head coach Chris Ford, returning to their respective team benches without further conversation. Observing Chris Ford, Lin Yu suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Previously, Lin Yu had remarked to Unseld that with 3 All-Stars at one's disposal, even a mere dog on the sidelines could lead a team to victory. The Bucks boasted the formidable Glenn Robinson, Vin Baker, and Ray Allen. Logically speaking, the immediate impact of these 3 far surpassed that of the Bullets' trio of All-Stars. Yet, under Chris Ford's stewardship, the Bucks currently languished in 11th place in the Eastern Conference, faring worse than Lin Yu's Bullets prior to his crossing over. Glenn Robinson, the first overall pick in the 1994 draft, averaged 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists in his third year, showcasing remarkable offensive efficiency. Had it not been for the outrage caused by his exorbitant rookie contract, he might very well have been selected to the All-Star roster last season. One could argue that Robinson resembled a pre-injury version of Mashburn, perhaps even slightly more adept. As for Vin Baker, he had earned an All-Star selection this year, playing 24 minutes, shooting 8 for 12, and amassing 19 points alongside 12 rebounds, his performance outshining that of All-Star MVP Glenn Rice, who required 24 attempts to score 26 points. In terms of overall prowess, Baker was certainly on par with the likes of Chris Webber or Dwight Howard. Ray Allen, the epitome of a true superstar, despite being a rookie, had demonstrated considerable resilience after enduring half a season of rigorous competition. With such a roster configuration, it was astonishing that they found themselves at the bottom of the Eastern standings. As the game commenced, Lin Yu's focus remained fixed on the paint. The Bucks' starting center, Andrew Lang, may be an unfamiliar name to future fans, yet in this era, he was regarded as one of the league's notorious enforcers. A month prior, during a matchup against the New York Knicks, Lang had committed a flagrant foul on Patrick Ewing, causing Ewing to injure his wrist upon falling. Under normal circumstances, Ewing would not return until the second round of the playoffs this season. This injury was perceived as a pivotal moment in Ewing's career, marking the decline of his all-star caliber. In Andrew Lang's eyes, even the fearsome reputation of the New York veteran held no sway. He dared to incapacitate Ewing. Beyond his wild and brutish playing style, Lang was also a shot-blocking expert, boasting a historical record of 1 block every 9-12 minutes, placing him 4th all-time. The NBA is rife with an array of peculiar records, yet Lang's achievement stood as one of the more respectable. The Bullets took to the court with Webber initiating the tip-off. Since entering the league, Ben Wallace had yet to win a jump ball, prompting Lin Yu to have Webber take the lead. After Webber triumphed over Lang, the Bullets commenced their offensive play. As the fast break reached the front court, Rose set a screen, allowing for a mid-range shot, which unfortunately did not find the mark. Underneath the basket, Wallace and Lang engaged in a fierce battle for position, evoking images of 2 raging bulls. Ultimately, the rebound was claimed by Vin Baker, who had capitalized on Webber's momentary lag. In the Bucks' offensive series, Glenn Robinson faced off against the formidable Mashburn, with Vin Baker stepping out to set a screen that enabled Robinson to shake off Mashburn and drive towards the basket. Bang! The large dog was nearly sent sprawling on the floor by Ben, who struck both ball and player with a forceful motion. In that moment, the large dog felt a surge of confidence, contemplating the possibility of soaring above Ben, who was of similar height, and executing a spectacular dunk over him. Lin Yu's face radiated with joy as he secured a block, the guillotine of victory poised to descend. In his mind, he began to entertain fantastical thoughts. Surely, Big Ben could not achieve a quadruple-double tonight, could he? Was it feasible for him to amass a quadruple-double against the Heat as well, achieving 2 such feats within a week? Or perhaps he could even accomplish a quadruple-double in the final match against the Cavaliers, resulting in an astonishing 3 quadruple-doubles in just 1 week? Lin Yu's fantasy was shattered within merely 3 minutes. Although Ben's shot-blocking prowess reached its zenith, there was no one around him willing to take a shot. After suffering a significant setback, the big dog would not dare to confront Ben, even with 3 times the courage. During those fleeting 3 minutes, the match resembled a scene where Chow Pai's father leaned on a cane, while Jinji's father remained steadfast. His counterpart, Andrew Long, was also a blue-collar player. Throughout those 3 minutes, he scarcely laid hands on the ball, leaving him with no opportunity to make a play. Lin Yu remained silent, reflecting on the perplexing situation with Chow Pai, while Jinji's father was left speechless. How could they possibly secure a quadruple-double? The only solace for Lin Yu was that the Bullets had gradually established an advantage. After Marsh shifted his focus entirely to defense, he had become a formidable presence at the small forward position, a veritable specter for opponents. His physical prowess allowed him to dedicate his attention solely to defense, leaving the formidable dog in a state of frustration. Webber, matching up against Van Beek, harbored a simmering indignation. Why should Van Beek, also an all-star reserve forward, be allowed to play 24 minutes and take numerous shots while he himself was relegated to a return to Washington in disgrace? With his mid-range shooting attribute elevated to 93, Webber's offensive efficiency soared as he faced Van Beek head-on, demonstrating a clear advantage. As the first quarter reached the 10-minute mark, Andrew Lang snagged an offensive rebound, attempting a second chance at the basket, only for Big Ben to seize the opportunity and deliver a resounding block. The guillotine had been set into motion, but then silence fell again, prompting Lin Yu to sigh inwardly. It seemed that tonight, the chance for a double-digit block tally had vanished. As the game progressed into the second half, Ray Allen's consecutive 3-pointers startled Lin Yu, extinguishing any hopes for a quadruple-double. If they were to lose this match, it would indeed be a significant setback. Fortunately, Jalen Rose managed to quell Allen's offensive onslaught. Observing the overall playing style of the Bucks, Lin Yu found himself bewildered. They appeared to be a team ideally suited for 3-point shooting, capable of emulating another Hornets squad. Ray Allen's 3-point prowess was unquestionable, and even Dog showcased commendable long-range capabilities, with Van Beek also possessing a decent 3-point shot, albeit not the most accurate. Furthermore, head coach Chris Ford had his own claim to fame as the first player in NBA history to make a 3-pointer. Nonetheless, it seemed that the Bucks bore an inexplicable grudge against the 3-point shot, averaging a league low of merely 8.6 attempts per game. Every dominant team throughout history shares a common trait: the ability to capitalize on their strengths while mitigating weaknesses. Did the Bulls lack shortcomings? Certainly, their low-post offense was deficient, yet they refrained from relying on it, instead employing Luke Longley and Rodman as blue-collar defenders at the rim, leveraging their perimeter advantage to secure victories. In contrast, the Bucks, despite possessing notable 3-point capabilities, stubbornly abstained from shooting them. It was almost unfathomable that they could perform so poorly with such a roster configuration. Ultimately, the Bullets triumphed at home, defeating the Bucks by a resounding score of 107-90. Big Ben recorded a modest 6 points, 13 rebounds, and 3 blocks, a performance deemed standard, whereas Webber erupted with 33 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists, and 1 block, maintaining his fiery form prior to the All-Star game. Marsh, however, delivered an even more bewildering performance, playing 32 minutes yet managing a mere 2 points from 2 attempts, hitting only 1. Lin Yu contemplated that once this week's schedule concluded, it would be time to prioritize Xia Yunshi's psychological therapy plan. If Marsh continued on this trajectory, he might genuinely start to perceive himself as a blue-collar player. Lin Yu traded for him, seeking a versatile all-star small forward, rather than merely a defensive-minded perimeter blue-collar worker. Of course, Marsh's performance on the court tonight was commendable. He held the formidable Dog Robinson to a mere 5 out of 14 shooting, allowing him only 15 points throughout the game. Following the match, Lin Yu appeared in the press conference alongside Big Ben. This evening's game made Lin Yu realize that in order for Big Ben to secure a quadruple-double against the Heat, it is imperative to enhance the opposing team's shooting opportunities in the paint. The Heat's center, Alonzo Mourning, does not actually take many shots, averaging fewer than 14 attempts per game this season. What Lin Yu must accomplish is to compel Mourning to take shots as close to the basket as possible. To achieve this, the most effective strategy is to provoke Mourning. This is the reason why Lin Yu brought Big Ben to the post-game press conference tonight. He aims to incite Mourning, to irritate Pat Riley, and ideally to ruffle the entire Miami Heat team. Chapter 38. A bloodbath in Miami. The reporters in attendance were bustling and numerous, yet their presence was not merely to cover the game against the Bucks that evening. The next match for the Bullets is against the Heat. Lin Yu previously asserted that only the Bulls are worthy adversaries for their team, which subsequently sparked a flurry of verbal exchanges, particularly following Ray Jackson's fiery remarks directed at Riley just before the All-Star weekend, dominating the headlines for 2 consecutive days. Riley, known for his resilience, refrained from retaliating, yet it is inconceivable that he would endure such an affront without consequence. The impending matchup between the Bullets and the Heat promises to be a clash of rivals. Irrespective of the victor, it is bound to generate considerable discourse. Should the Bullets triumph, it would validate Lin Yu's claims, demonstrating that under his leadership, the Bullets vanquished the Heat, thereby affirming that only the Bulls are their true competitors. Conversely, if the Heat emerge victorious, the spectacle would be equally riveting, as Riley's vengeful nature would likely compel him to confront Lin Yu directly, regardless of the outcome. An entertaining narrative is assured. Lin, you have a game against the Heat this Thursday. Do you feel confident about it? A reporter seized the opportunity to inquire. Confidence? My friend, you ought to cherish this moment and ask me if I am certain about leading the Heat into garbage time. To which my answer would be an unequivocal yes. Lin Yu chuckled lightly, his face brimming with disdain towards the Heat. He bore no inherent prejudice against them and was still at a loss as to what had offended Riley. His previous verbal sparring with Riley was merely a defensive retort. However, witnessing Webber being targeted during the All-Star game left Lin Yu exceedingly displeased. Confronted with the shameless, mask-wearing Riley, he resolved to take the initiative, determined to avenge Webber's grievances. Additionally, Ben's quadruple-double required a response from Mourning. After all, Lin Yu possessed a multitude of reasons to unleash his frustrations upon the Heat during the press conference. Upon hearing Lin Yu express his unwavering confidence in vanquishing the Heat into submission, the reporters exchanged incredulous glances. Lin Yu appeared excessively arrogant. Even the Bulls would not dare claim they could push the Heat into garbage time. Coach Lin, I admire your confidence. However, the Heat are the 2nd seed in the East, while you are merely 7th. The disparity in strength is immense. The reporter's words were abruptly interrupted by Lin Yu's gesture. What of it? Is it not possible that we intentionally maintain our position as the 7th seed? This way, we can face the Heat in the first round of the playoffs and send them fishing. Lin Yu is indeed speaking without restraint. Just days ago, the Bullets have barely ascended to the 7th position in the Eastern Conference, and yet he speaks of maintaining that rank. Nevertheless, his words possess a formidable impact, leaving reporters utterly speechless. This time, the journalists do not perceive Lin Yu as arrogant. Rather, they are struck by his scientific approach. In the annals of NBA history, no one has ever uttered such innovative banter, controlling their record merely to eliminate the Heat in the first round of the playoffs. It is quite remarkable that Lin Yu can articulate such a sentiment. I know you remain skeptical about the Bullets overpowering the Heat. Allow me to reveal the source of my confidence. It is none other than Big Ben. Indeed, my assurance stems from Big Ben. The crux of the Heat's offense and defense revolves around Mourning. If we can neutralize that pivotal point, how could the Heat possibly triumph over us, the Bullets? And Big Ben is Mourning's nemesis, exerting comprehensive dominance over him. Lin Yu, with a sharp glint in his eye, began to direct his ire towards Mourning. The journalists erupted into laughter. How could Big Ben possibly overshadow Mourning? They acknowledged Big Ben's recent performances were indeed commendable. Yet to claim he could dominate Mourning was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. No center in the league would dare utter such words, not even O'Neal. Still resentful over the Heat's mockery of Lin Yu, Big Ben seized the microphone before him and declared, "Mourning, are you ready? On Thursday night, you will only manage to produce a farcical performance, as laughable as that of a clown." Big Ben intended to emulate the humorous, sardonic style of Mark Strickland, but alas, he lacked the comedic flair. With gritted teeth and a grim countenance, he seemed less intent on transforming Mourning into a clown and more inclined towards annihilating him. The reporters were thoroughly entertained. The game had yet to commence, yet the tension was palpable, leaving all eyes on how the Heat would respond. The following morning, Lin Yu instructed Bernie to drill the players on pick-and-roll tactics, while he himself made his way to the general manager's office. "Good lad, you never fail to surprise me. What on earth were you thinking, deliberately positioning yourself as the 7th seed to eliminate the Heat in the first round? Quite the masterstroke of Banner. Do you genuinely believe you can triumph over the Heat?" Unseld was pleased, yet a tinge of anxiety lingered in his heart. Fearing the possibility of defeat at the hands of the Heat, which would render them the laughingstock of the league. "I am supremely confident, with no chance of losing. I cannot even fathom how one might lose to the Heat." Lin Yu radiated an air of unwavering confidence, which greatly reassured Anseld. This confidence was not born of blind arrogance. Rather, Lin Yu had meticulously analyzed the Miami Heat's roster. If there existed a team in the current league that could effectively counter the Heat, it would undoubtedly be the Washington Bullets. The Heat's backcourt comprised Tim Hardaway and Sasha Danilovic, the latter of whom had previously been considered by Riley as a trade asset in negotiations with the Mavericks for Mashburn. Both players shared a similar style of play, characterized by their lack of athleticism as shooting guards. Tim Hardaway, a quintessentially offensive-minded yet defensively weak diminutive point guard, had consistently triumphed over his opponents, leveraging his height and athletic advantages against the likes of Hardaway. Previously, when the Bullets faced the Hornets, their backcourt demonstrated remarkable offensive efficiency. The Heat's backcourt defense was not significantly stronger than that of the Hornets, allowing Lin Yu and his teammate to exploit a distinct advantage. The Heat's small forward, Dan Marley, stood at 198 centimeters and, while formidable in his prime with a high shooting percentage, had lost much of his athletic prowess with age. Even in his prime, Lin Yu was confident that Mashburn could outplay him. At the power forward position, the Heat relied on the notorious P.J. Brown. Known for his physicality and willingness to engage in unsportsmanlike conduct, even unflinchingly slamming Knicks players in the presence of the infamous New York crowd. His defense was notoriously aggressive, employing a unique technique that ensnared opponents' arms during rebounds, often resulting in muscle strains or, in less fortunate cases, dislocations. However, this technique proved effective only near the basket, where his defensive prowess primarily resided. Against Weber's perimeter-oriented game, his defensive capabilities were of little concern. Then came the matchup of Ben Wallace against Alonzo Mourning. With the aura of his prowess, Lin Yu was unconvinced that Mourning could pose any significant threat. It is worth noting that Mourning's rugged exterior served not only for shot blocking but could also prove advantageous in rebounding situations if activated. Mourning was not particularly renowned for his rebounding skills, and with his leaping ability diminished, Lin Yu believed that Wallace would certainly dominate him on the boards. In every position, Lin Yu harbored unwavering confidence in his ability to secure victory. With such conviction, how could they possibly lose? Upon his return to the practice court, the players were still rehearsing their pick-and-roll tactics. The Bullets' backcourt had already been executing this strategy, and the task at hand was merely to integrate Weber into their pick-and-roll system, thereby ensuring a smooth practice session. Lin Yu sat on the sidelines for a while, marveling at the timeless brilliance of the pick-and-roll strategy. Even in the modern era of small ball, this classic tactic remains ever relevant. In stark contrast, the triangle offense has fallen out of favor due to its excessive complexity. As soon as the Lakers era concluded, it quickly became obsolete. In 2014, when the Zen Master took the helm at the Knicks, he sought to implement the triangle offense. But the team star, Carmelo Anthony, vehemently opposed the idea, leading to a rift between them. As the small ball era progressed, the triangle offense became even more rare, almost relegated to the annals of history. After a full day of practicing the pick-and-roll system on Wednesday and several hours more on Thursday morning, Lin Yu decided to grant his players a respite. Mastery of tactics is a gradual endeavor, and it would take months to achieve true proficiency. Thus, hopes for the upcoming game against the Heat were dim. At the pre-game press conference, Pat Riley appeared alongside Alonzo Mourning, clearly intending to challenge Lin Yu. Once seated, Riley exuded an air of nonchalance, responding to reporters' inquiries about Lin Yu with a mixture of mockery and disdain, even neglecting to provide answers. In contrast, Mourning displayed an intense competitive spirit, directly confronting Ben Wallace. I have never understood why the Bullets decided to part ways with Mourning, even seated in a wheelchair. He seemed taller than their current center. Who is Ben Wallace? A few days ago, I was entirely unaware of his existence in the league. I have no interest in the disparaging remarks he may have made. Why should anyone care about the taunts of an anonymous player? As the game had yet to commence, the verbal sparring reached fever pitch, transforming what was merely a routine Eastern Conference matchup into a spectacle that captivated countless fans. In the locker room, Wallace, upon hearing Mourning's barbs during the press conference, was visibly enraged. He could tolerate being called an unknown, as he indeed was before Lin Yu took charge of the Bullets. And he could not possibly compare to a star like Mourning. However, the mockery regarding his height was entirely unacceptable, especially considering Mourning's own height was not particularly imposing, officially listed at 208 centimeters, with a realistic height closer to 204 centimeters, while Wallace stood at 206 centimeters. His true height likely around 201 centimeters. The difference was negligible. Height had always been Wallace's sore spot, and now a man just 3 centimeters taller was ridiculing him. How could he endure such an affront? Are you angry? Lin Yu inquired with a smile, observing Wallace's fury. Wallace nodded silently. Coach, tonight I will make that guy regret his words. Lin Yu cautioned, stay composed. This is not the time or place for brawling. We have a more significant objective at hand. Everyone, gather around. I have a few words to share. Lin Yu summoned the players of the Bullets to his side, inhaling deeply before proclaiming with fervor. Tonight, we face the Heat. After the recent clown incident, I had hoped to put it all behind us. However, I did not anticipate Pat Riley's aggressive demeanor. His treatment of Chris during the All-Star game was nothing short of an affront. No, it is not merely Chris he seeks to humiliate. It is I, it is Unseld, it is our entire team. If we do not show them our mettle tonight, Riley will truly believe that the Bullets are but soft fruit, that we are spineless cowards. In future away games, we shall be unable to hold our heads high before other teams, forever subjected to ridicule and scorn. I refuse to accept the status quo of the Bullets. Since my arrival, no team, no individual in this league shall stand above us. Not the Bulls, and certainly not the Heat. Let us all summon our utmost spirit tonight. We shall lay waste to the Miami Heat. Lin Yu's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power, igniting a fervent spirit among all the players on the team, each one brimming with enthusiasm and eager to engage in a fierce contest. Chapter 39. Who do you call short? Ding. Chris Webber's affinity has increased. The current level of affection stands at a perfect score of 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly won over a player, earning 1 point of charm, bringing the current charm value to 9 points. Webber felt as though his heart might leap from his chest. Since entering the league in 1993, he had never experienced such an overwhelming desire to rush onto the court and fiercely compete against his opponents. His rookie season was spent under the guidance of the venerable Coach Nelson, followed by more than 2 years with Coach Linham, during which he first truly experienced the heartfelt care that a coach could offer. Lin Yu's proclamation reveals that Pat Riley's transgression lies in his disrespect towards Webber during the All-Star weekend, suggesting that Lin Yu's denunciation of the Heat serves as a defense of Webber. Webber is acutely aware that neither the seasoned Nelson nor Linham would ever take such a stand on his behalf, although he previously held Lin Yu in high regard. He did not perceive his coaching prowess as particularly exceptional, attributing the team's success more to fortune. However, his perspective has shifted. Lin Yu possesses genuine skill, capable of elevating the morale of the Bullets to unprecedented heights with mere words. Even the usually lackluster and unassuming player, known as Legs, is now rolling up his sleeves, eager to engage in a fierce battle against the Heat. Meanwhile, Big Ben breathes heavily, his muscles taut, his jersey clinging to him as if it might tear at any moment. Let us vanquish the Heat. Webber bellows, and his teammates echo his rallying cry. Let us vanquish the Heat. Let us vanquish the Heat. Lin Yu, now devoid of any concern for charm points, clapped his hands to beckon the crowd to silence. Excellent. This is the spirit I desire. We are lions. We are tigers. Tonight, the only fate awaiting the Heat is to be torn apart in the Verizon Center. Now, I shall assign your tasks. Chris, your sole responsibility tonight is to attack relentlessly. There is no need to assist in guarding Morning, for Big Ben can handle him alone. Jamal, your mission is to firmly contain Marley. With your current defensive prowess, even Jordan would be subdued, and I have faith in you. Legler, you will start tonight. Channel the three-point prowess you exhibited against the Hornets and annihilate them from beyond the arc rod. As a seasoned veteran, having faced Tim Hardaway countless times, you know precisely what to do. Lin Yu meticulously assigned the tasks for the 4 starters tonight. Instead of allowing Jalen Rose to take the starting position, he opted for the sharpshooting capabilities of Leg's brother in the shooting guard role. Dabin, you are our paramount focus this evening. Indeed, you could be the crucial factor in our potential triumph over the Heat. From the moment you step onto the court, regardless of Morning's position, seek him out for confrontation. Stay close to him, sweat his shots, and show him precisely who the true small player is. Lin Yu refrained from mentioning the quadruple-double, as he wished to spare Ben from undue pressure. The possibility of achieving such a feat does not solely rest upon Ben, but rather hinges on Lin Yu's strategic arrangements. Thus, there was no need to inform Ben. With all preparations complete, the match was about to commence, and Lin Yu led the Wizards towards the court. The Wizards' fans rose in jubilant cheer. Regardless of the outcome this evening, the team's spirit was palpable, demonstrating their courage to challenge the formidable Heat, currently second in the Eastern Conference. Lin Yu approached the bench and cast a glance towards the Miami Heat substitute area. Riley, noticing Lin Yu's gaze, exchanged a knowing look with him, both revealing unabashed disdain and contempt in their eyes. This marked Lin Yu's first encounter with Riley. Despite Lin Yu's evident distaste for him, he could not help but acknowledge that Riley's appearance was indeed striking. Clad in a sharply tailored gray wool suit that exuded luxury, he sported a vibrant red rose, or perhaps a carnation, pinned to his lapel, a detail Lin Yu could not quite discern. At first glance, Riley seemed less like a coach ready to lead his team into battle and more like a figure poised for a film shoot. The customary pre-game handshake between the head coaches was expected, yet seeing Riley remain motionless, Lin Yu had no intention of approaching him for that gesture. Moments later, the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the game, and the starting lineups took the court. Crush them. Send them weeping from the Verizon Center. Lin Yu stood on the sidelines, calling out loudly, attracting Riley's venomous glare. The starting 5 of the Bullet team, brimming with confidence, strode majestically onto the court. During the jump ball, Weber and Morning approached the center circle, but alas, Weber was unable to secure the jump. Morning cast a mocking glance at Big Ben, taunting. What's the matter, little guy? Afraid to jump for the ball, resorting only to grandiose claims? After tonight, you shall become the subject of ridicule, the kind that will be etched in the annals of NBA history. Aware of Big Ben's reticence, Weber quickly interjected, I suggest you conserve your energy, otherwise you'll find yourself reaching for painkillers soon enough. Morning scoffed, 2 pitiful souls, no, 3, including your coach. Amidst their verbal sparring, everyone had already taken their positions. Big Ben, heeding Lin Yu's instructions, immediately pressed up against Morning once the jump ball concluded. Tim Hardaway's mid-range shot missed, and the basketball ricocheted off the rim, soaring high as Big Ben and Morning commenced their clash of strength beneath the basket. Morning had positioned himself exceptionally well, despite Big Ben's unmatched brute force. Morning's strength was formidable as well, and he firmly established a favorable position, seizing the offensive rebound a step ahead of Big Ben. Securing the offensive rebound, Morning swiftly maneuvered into the paint, poised to execute a thunderous dunk. A sinister grin flickered across Morning's face as he envisioned the humiliation he would unleash upon Big Ben following the dunk. Gripping the basketball with an iron grip, Morning leapt into the air. The poor basketball even appeared somewhat deformed under the pressure of Morning's vice-like fingers, illustrating the sheer force he exerted. At the moment Morning ascended, Big Ben followed suit. Since the game's inception, the fury within Big Ben had been on the verge of eruption, channeling all his strength into his right arm as he aimed a powerful swat at the basketball in Morning's grasp. A thunderous crash resounded as Big Ben, like a celestial warrior, forcefully denied Morning's dunk attempt. But that was not the end. With a deft flick of his fingers, he snatched the basketball from Morning's grip, securing it with his left hand. Who is the little guy now? Big Ben's pent-up rage erupted, fully igniting his competitive spirit as he glared at Morning. Morning, too, was nearing a boiling point. Having been thwarted and then shouted at by Big Ben, he trembled slightly, his anger reaching its peak. The referee hurriedly intervened, stepping between the two to prevent the situation from escalating further. "Jump ball! Jump ball!" Riley shouted from the sidelines, directing his voice towards the officials on the court. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Lin Yu immediately joined in the uproar, shouting, "Violation! Violation!" His fervent calls resonated throughout the arena, prompting a chorus of similar cries from the crowd. Both Lin Yu and Riley had their own distinct motives behind their shouts. Meanwhile, Morning found himself subdued by a powerful block from Duncan, which was undoubtedly a clean rejection, devoid of any foul implications. Duncan would certainly earn a block statistic for this play. However, in the context of the current unique situation, the outcome would ultimately hinge on the referee's decision. Should the officials determine that both players had their hands on the ball upon landing, it would result in a jump ball. Conversely, if they ruled that Duncan had released his grip before landing, with only Morning maintaining contact with the ball, it would lead to a traveling violation on Morning. "Jump ball!" Riley continued to exclaim, convinced that, should it come to that, Duncan would not outjump Morning, thus retaining possession for the Heat, just a short distance from the Heat's bench. Anselm rose to mock Riley. "Fool! In the event of a jump ball in the half-court, the possession defaults to the defensive side. Surely you are aware of this?" He jeered, referencing how Ray Jackson once remarked that even a dog tied to the sidelines could lead the Lakers to a championship with the Showtime offense. Riley, reddened with embarrassment from the jibe, recognized the validity of the rule, which had only been instituted the previous season. After decades of coaching, he found himself momentarily disoriented. The head referee convened with the two other officials, and after a brief deliberation, they announced a decision that was neither a jump ball nor a violation. They concluded that Duncan had successfully seized the basketball from Morning's grasp before landing, thus categorizing the play as a block followed by a rebound, awarding possession to the Bullets. Consequently, Duncan's personal statistics were enhanced by a block and a rebound. The audience, upon hearing this verdict, fell into a state of bewilderment. Since the ball had been wrested from Morning's hands, should it not have been classified as a steal? How had it transformed into a rebound? In truth, it was a rebound, even if it bore a striking resemblance to a steal. Lin Yu was overjoyed. This ruling brought him even greater satisfaction than the foul itself, for it granted Ben another rebound to his statistics. Moreover, after securing his first block, the true execution of the guillotine commenced. In the previous match against the Bucks, Andrew Lang had only made 4 appearances throughout the game, and even if Ben had blocked all of them, it would not have sufficed for a double-digit block tally. However, tonight was different. Lin Yu was convinced that the furious Morning would not shy away from challenging Ben one-on-one. As the Bullets initiated their offense, Legler set a screen for the fast break opportunity. Although the fast break shot was promising, it unfortunately failed to find the net. This time, Ben positioned himself more advantageously under the basket, and he secured the rebound. Unlike Morning, Ben had no intention of attempting a second shot. Upon noticing Weber's movement without the ball, he promptly passed it to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Weber leaped into a fadeaway jumper. P.J. Brown attempted to block the shot, but his efforts proved futile as Weber's jumper swished through the net. Lin Yu erupted into applause, celebrating as Big Ben secured yet another rebound and contributed an assist, marking an exceptionally smooth start to the game. "Softy, you don't even dare to shoot in my presence," Morning scoffed, having opted to pass rather than attempt a second offensive play after witnessing Big Ben seize the rebound. "Did you even take a shot?" Big Ben cast a sidelong glance at Morning before retreating on defense. This simple remark nearly rendered Morning speechless. Had he shot? It seemed he had not. For just moments prior, as he prepared for a thunderous dunk, he had been pinned down by Big Ben, unable to make any attempt. Weber, overhearing the exchange, could not contain his laughter, grinning widely. Though typically reserved, when he did engage, his words were undoubtedly impactful. Chapter 40. The iron-willed tough guy Morning. As the game commenced, both teams exchanged a couple of plays. It would be inaccurate to say the Heat were trailing, considering the Bullets had only managed a single mid-range shot. However, Big Ben's statistics were impressive, having already accumulated 2 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 block. Tim Hardaway brought the ball into the front court, while Morning extended his arms, clearly intent on isolating Big Ben for a personal challenge. Observing this, Weber promptly prepared to intercept Morning's receiving route, while Lin Yu urgently called out to Weber to keep a close watch on P.J. Brown. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yu would not have interfered with Weber's cutting strategy. Yet, given that Big Ben was currently in a state of maximum blocking prowess, Morning's desire to take him on was irresistible. Hardaway successfully lobbed the ball to Morning, who found himself pressed against Big Ben, denying him the space to execute a direct dunk. Having suffered a setback in the previous exchange, Morning was far more cautious this time. He refrained from recklessly attempting a dunk and instead chose to back Big Ben down, hoping to carve out some room for his shot. Unfortunately, he lacked the strength of a dominant player like Shaquille O'Neal. And with a weight class not significantly superior to Big Ben's, he found it impossible to displace him. As the 3-second violation loomed, Morning suddenly leaned heavily against Big Ben, using the momentum from the rebound to step back and launch a jump shot. Lin Yu was taken aback. The Mo Ning he envisioned was a rugged man, completely unprepared for the exquisite finesse of a step-back jumper executed in the paint, reminiscent of a warrior like Zhang Fei attempting embroidery, a striking dissonance. Fortunately, Mo Ning's leap was not particularly high. It remained uncertain whether it was attributed to the effects of his rugged exterior. Ben pursued ardently, stretching out his arm in a desperate attempt to block the shot. Thud! Mo Ning's jumper struck the backboard, failing to find its mark. While the rebound was claimed by the arriving Weber, Lin Yu paid little attention to the rebound. His concern lay with whether Ben had managed to block Morning's shot. After the basketball was released from Morning's grasp, it appeared to have been grazed by Ben's fingertips, causing a slight alteration in its trajectory. The definition of a block is to alter the trajectory of the ball during its ascent, preventing it from scoring. Thus, even a mere touch from his fingertips qualifies as a block. Lin Yu hastily glanced towards the technical statistics personnel at the technical desk. At this moment, there were still no advanced electronic recording devices, all relying on manual paper and pen. The staff made 2 swift marks on the technical statistics board, bringing Lin Yu a sense of reassurance. One mark likely represented Weber's rebound, while the other indicated Big Ben's block. After securing the rebound, the Bullets initiated their offense, with Luglar engaging in a 2-man game at the front court. This time, it was Luglar who took the 3-point shot, striking with precision. Faced with a low-intensity defense, Luglar's offensive prowess was astonishing. His exceptional 3-point ability allowed him to effortlessly sink several shots, helping his team establish a significant advantage. Morning continued to demand the ball, his determination unwavering as he sought to challenge Big Ben. However, this time, Big Ben was unable to block Morning's attempt, yet Morning also failed to score, with the rebound secured by P.J. Brown. Turning back, Luglar executed another pick-and-roll for a 3-pointer, once again hitting the target. The score gap had widened to 8-0, and not even the most loyal Bullets fans could have anticipated that the second-ranked Heat in the East would be so thoroughly dominated. Beep, beep, beep. Riley's expression darkened as he called for a lengthy timeout. Even though he recognized that Luglar's 2 3-pointers were largely fortuitous, Riley dared not take any risks, for no one could predict whether Luglar might soon land another few triples. He substituted Danilovic, bringing in the defensive specialist, Keith Askins, from the bench. Fans familiar with the Heat would undoubtedly recognize this name. Askins had participated as an assistant coach throughout the Heat's subsequent 3 championships, dedicating nearly 40 years of his life to the franchise. Lin Yu observed Riley calling a timeout and promptly substituted Legsy Brother for Jalen Rose. He was acutely aware that Riley would undoubtedly intensify the defensive pressure in the backcourt. Legsy Brother could only catch them off guard, whereas the true contest would be waged by Jalen Rose. As the game resumed, it was uncertain whether Morning realized the difficulty of scoring against Big Ben or if he had been rattled by Riley during the timeout. Upon returning to the court, Morning began to extend his offensive efforts outward, sinking shots from beyond the arc. This was an ominous sign. If Morning continued to hover around the perimeter tonight, how could Big Ben secure a quadruple-double? Lin Yu disregarded any semblance of composure, rising to his feet and vociferously shouting towards the court. Well done. You have successfully driven him out of the restricted area. You have proven that he is your subordinate vanquished. After tonight, the news will proclaim your triumph over Mo Ning. Mo Ning has been reduced to a shooting guard who can merely score. Continue to guard the paint. There is no need to concern yourself with Mo Ning, for he is unworthy of your pursuit. Lin Yu's words were undeniably piercing, striking at the very heart of the matter. Mo Ning was not deaf. He grasped each word with acute clarity, nearly succumbing to darkness on the court. During the previous timeout, Riley had indeed advised him to draw out his opponent. Yet after missing his initial 3 attempts, he felt the immense pressure beneath the basket from Ben Wallace. This was precisely why Mo Ning began to find his shooting rhythm. However, provoked by Lin Yu, he momentarily forgot everything, his eyes blazing with determination as he plunged into the paint, forgetting Riley's instructions, the desire to win, and the frustration of his previous misses. All he could think of was overpowering Ben as the foremost center beyond the league's Elite Four. Mo Ning perceived the reliance on outside shooting by traditional centers as a cowardly admission of inadequacy beneath the rim. He held his pride dearly and refused to succumb to fear, particularly against an opponent he deemed insignificant. With Mo Ning re-entering the key, the area transformed once more into a fierce battleground. Crack. Before long, another resounding sound echoed as Ben recorded yet another block. Riley's expression darkened further, prompting him to call another timeout. This time, Lin Yu could even hear the discord emanating from the Heat's bench, indicating a heated argument between Riley and Mo Ning. Riley wished for Mo Ning to play from the perimeter, but Mo Ning, unwilling to lose face, staunchly refused. Typically deferential to Riley, he now stood firm against his coach for the sake of his dignity. Lin Yu suddenly felt a twinge of guilt towards morning. This fellow truly exemplified a venerable and resilient warrior, possessing the physique of Karl Malone yet refraining from resorting to any underhanded tactics. It is no exaggeration to assert that if tonight's match pitted Big Ben against Malone, the latter would surely have suffered countless elbows from the former's relentless blocks. This fleeting sense of remorse for Morning dissipated swiftly, as Lin Yu was compelled to sacrifice him in order to exact vengeance upon Pat Riley and Big Ben's quadruple-double performance. The brief intermission concluded promptly. The Heat made no alterations to their lineup, continuing to play undeterred for several minutes. By the midpoint of the first quarter, Big Ben had already recorded 4 rebounds, 2 assists, and 4 blocks, surpassing Lin Yu's anticipated efficiency. With 4 blocks already secured, it seemed that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, such as Morning sustaining an injury or an irate Riley relegating him to the bench, Big Ben would likely achieve a double-digit block tally in this contest. Lin Yu began to direct his attention to other statistics. Securing rebounds posed no issue, yet assists presented a challenge, and scoring was a significant dilemma. During this half of the quarter, Ben had not attempted a single shot. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the absence of opportunities. As Morning loomed nearby, poised to block any attempts, Ben's ability to score in the paint is markedly deficient, primarily due to his diminutive stature, compounded by his lackluster jumping ability. Even if his height and vertical leap were equal, it would not account for his career average of merely 5.7 points per game. Against slender centers, Ben could leverage his strength to carve out sufficient space for powerful dunks, managing to score a few points. However, when faced with a formidable force like Morning, a defensive player of the year caliber center, it is no exaggeration to state that in a direct confrontation, Ben making 1 successful shot out of 5 would be considered a remarkable feat. Had Ben possessed even a modicum of mid-range shooting capability, just a hint, it would alleviate Lin Yu's concerns considerably, as long as he could shoot frequently. Even with a dismal shooting percentage, reaching 10 points would not be an insurmountable task. Regrettably, Ben lacks any semblance of a mid-range game. Had he possessed such skills, his free throw shooting would not be as abysmal. This season, including the games prior to Lin Yu's arrival, Ben has played approximately 25 matches, with a free throw shooting percentage of 30, an astonishingly low figure. Indeed, it is precisely 30, a rate so absurd that it is beyond the realm of normal fan comprehension. To illustrate the absurdity of this statistic, it is akin to a shooting guard averaging a field goal percentage of 15, a number that seems entirely fabricated upon first glance. In comparison, Shaquille O'Neal's per free throw shooting would appear remarkably accurate. Fortunately, Ben rarely touches the ball, resulting in an average of only 1 free throw attempts per game, thereby exerting minimal impact on the overall outcome of the match. Just as Lin Yu contemplated ways to facilitate Ben's scoring, Weber on the court successfully sank another mid-range shot, bringing the score to 21-10, officially surpassing a 10-point deficit. Riley exchanged a knowing glance with Askins on the court, which Lin Yu happened to observe. Lin Yu felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Could it be that Riley, that old rogue, was plotting something nefarious? As the Heat commenced their next possession, P.J. Brown's shot went awry, and Ben Wallace secured yet another defensive rebound. Just as Ben grabbed the rebound, Askins swiftly approached and delivered a light swipe to Ben's arm. For someone as robust as Ben, this gesture was no more bothersome than a mosquito bite. Almost immediately, the referee's whistle pierced the air. This marked the Heat's 5th collective foul, and Ben was sent to the free throw line. Bang, bang. 2 consecutive misses echoed as Ben failed to convert his free throws. A cunning smile crept onto Riley's face, his earlier frustration evaporating, replaced by the demeanor of a master strategist. Now that the relationship with the Bullets had soured, even if he held them in contempt, he was wary of potential pitfalls and resolved to scrutinize their lineup. His research indeed bore fruit, as Ben's glaringly poor free throw percentage became a treasure trove of insight. If he didn't employ the hack-a-shack strategy, it would be a disservice to Ben's shortcomings. The hack-a-shack tactic, originally aimed at the formidable Shaquille O'Neal, was not exclusive to him. Any player with a low free throw percentage was fair game, even in the future. Point guards like Boston's Ray John Rondo would face the same fate due to their free throw inefficiencies. The worse the free throw shooting, the more effective the strategy became. Lin Yu was initially in a state of bewilderment, but soon he was engulfed in ecstasy. Just a moment ago, he was fretting over how to help DeBen score. And now, Pat Riley had come to the rescue. So what if DeBen struggled with free throws? As long as he was awarded enough opportunities, he could still reach double digits. Although DeBen's frequent trips to the free throw line would significantly diminish the offensive efficiency of the Wizards, Lin Yu was utterly unconcerned about the possibility of his team losing, given their splendid form that night. Chapter 41. Quadruple doubles. In the ensuing minutes, DeBen was repeatedly sent to the free throw line. Riley's hack-a-shack strategy had indeed proven effective, as DeBen managed to take 8 free throws within just a few minutes, making only 3. For DeBen, this was already an extraordinary performance. This meant that during 4 offensive possessions, the Wizards had only accumulated 3 points, resulting in a markedly low offensive efficiency, while the Heat capitalized on this opportunity to narrow the gap, bringing the deficit down to 7 points. Lin Yu hastily called for a timeout, gathering all the players around him. This timeout filled Riley with an overwhelming sense of triumph. He believed Lin Yu was overwhelmed by the hack-a-shack strategy and would subsequently replace Big Ben. Once Big Ben was off the court, Riley was convinced that Morning could effortlessly dominate the paint against the Bullet team, and the mere 7-point deficit would be swiftly erased. Little did he know, Lin Yu's timeout had nothing to do with the hack-a-shack tactic. He had other plans in mind. "Coach, perhaps I should sit out for a while," Big Ben said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he himself found his free throw performance rather absurd. "Sit out? Why would you want to leave the game? How else will you secure a quadruple double?" Lin Yu laughed heartily as he reassured DeBen. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. For doubles? They all questioned whether they were experiencing auditory hallucinations. "What? Have you all been oblivious to DeBen's statistics? 3 points, 6 rebounds, 2 assists, and 5 blocks. The first quarter had yet to conclude, and he had already amassed such figures. Tell me, is a quadruple double within reach?" Weber's eyes nearly bulged out. He had noticed DeBen blocking numerous shots over Morning, but he never anticipated that the count had already reached 5. He finally comprehended why Lin Yu had dared to provoke Morning earlier. He was, after all, creating opportunities for DeBen to achieve blocks. In that instant, Weber's admiration for Lin Yu deepened, to enable his player to accumulate greater statistics. He was willing to lower his own pride and engage in unorthodox actions. How could such a coach not command respect? Indeed, unbelievable. My goodness. Coach, have you calculated everything in advance? Are you aware that Riley would employ the hack-a-shack strategy against DeBen? Initially, it seemed daunting for DeBen to score in double digits, yet now it appeared effortless. He merely needed to step to the free throw line, for the Heat would undoubtedly continue to send him there. Could I be a witness to the birth of a quadruple double tonight? Fei grinned widely at DeBen, genuinely elated for him, as DeBen was, in his eyes, a comrade in the court's intrigue. DeBen was rendered speechless by the notion of a quadruple double. Such a concept was utterly foreign to him, so unfamiliar that he dared not even dream of it. "Coach, I can't do it. A quadruple double is not so easily attainable. I only have 2 assists, and it seems unlikely I can reach double digits." DeBen frantically scratched his head. He certainly desired a quadruple double, for no player could resist its allure, yet he feared that his pursuit might complicate matters for his teammates. "Opportunities for double-digit assists are slim. Just watch me. As long as you have the ball, pass it to me, and I will take the shot immediately. For every basket I score, you'll get an assist. You don't think I can't make 8 more shots in the remaining time, do you?" Weber, loyal and devoted, did not wait for others to respond and immediately claimed DeBen's assists for himself. Lin Yu clapped his hands in delight. "Indeed. My call for a timeout stemmed from this very notion. Chris's mid-range shot is undeniably a potent tool for racking up assists. Of course, there is no need for it to be overt. After all, we still have ample time. Tonight, we shall present Riley with a small surprise, nailing the Heat to the pillar of shame with 4 triple-doubles." Anticipation surged among the crowd. They could already envision the uproar that would ensue once Big Ben secured his quadruple-double. From a distance, Riley noticed the jubilant scene at the Bullets bench, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Shouldn't Lin Yu be preoccupied with devising a strategy to counter the hack-a-shack tactic? Why were they so elated? As the timeout concluded, the players returned to the court, and upon seeing Big Ben take the floor, Riley dismissed his concerns. As long as Big Ben was on the court, things could be managed. With just 1 minute remaining in the first quarter, Riley substituted Morning out, and Lin Yu promptly followed suit by bringing Big Ben to the bench. Relying on the hack-a-shack strategy, the Heat had managed to narrow the deficit to a mere 3 points. However, in this final minute, as Morning exited, Weber and Antonio Davis each scored, restoring the lead. As the second quarter commenced, Riley had no choice but to reinstate Morning, and Lin Yu immediately returned Big Ben to the game, continuing to allow Riley to execute his strategy. In such moments, the rejuvenating effect of the glorious aura became evident. The Bullets' 5 players displayed no signs of fatigue, with Weber remaining vigorous despite having rested not a second. At the onset of the second quarter, the Heat had yet to exhaust their 4 cumulative fouls, and Riley had not yet succumbed to the madness of immediately targeting Big Ben. Once the fouls were depleted, the point differential once again surged into double digits, leading Big Ben to frequently approach the free throw line. Boos began to echo from the stands directed at Pat Riley. Fans, having paid a handsome price for their tickets, were not there to witness Big Ben's woeful free throw shooting. The hack-a-shack strategy was hardly a respectable tactic, barely qualifying as one at all, and Riley's excessive reliance on it diminished the entertainment value of the game. The score gradually crept back in favor of the Heat, and by the conclusion of the first half, remarkably, the Heat found themselves leading by a single point. Lin Yu was utterly unconcerned, for he was relishing the enchanting halftime statistics of Ben: 8 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists, 9 blocks, and 1 steal, so tantalizingly close to a quadruple-double. It is rather unfortunate that despite having recorded 9 blocks in the first half, the illustrious player did not manage to break any records related to blocks. The NBA single-quarter block record stands at 8, a feat exclusively held by the legendary Manu Ginobili of the Bullets. Dikembe Mutombo also achieved 8 blocks in a single quarter during his career, albeit back in the year 2000. The record for halftime blocks is 11, set by the Lakers' esteemed Elmore Smith, who astonishingly blocked 12 players from the Trailblazers in that game, accumulating a total of 17 blocks, which remains the all-time single-game record in NBA history. Although the player failed to shatter any block-related records, he did set a new benchmark in free throws. He attempted 22 free throws in the first half, missing 14 of them. Both the total number of free throws attempted and the number missed in a half are now the highest in history. Given the momentum from Coach Riley, it was inevitable that the player would continue to dominate in the second half. By the end of the game, he was certain to hold the records for both single-game free throws and single-game misses. Moreover, there was a possibility of breaking records for single-quarter free throws or misses, indicating that he could potentially surpass 5 or 6 free throw-related records that night. In this era, while the hack-a-shack strategy has been utilized by some, none have employed it with such ferocity as seen in the past. Dwight Howard managed to attempt 39 free throws in a game on 2 occasions, while Shaquille O'Neal also achieved this feat during the 1999-2000 season. Presently, the record is significantly lower, with O'Neal's single-game high being 28 attempts. With 22 attempts already in the first half, breaking O'Neal's record seemed a mere formality. Less than 3 minutes into the second half, the player secured his 10th block. Of these 10 blocks, 7 were against Morning, with 2 from P.J. Brown and 1 from Marley. 2 minutes later, the Heat committed their 15th foul, prompting them to revert to the hack-a-shack strategy once more. Shortly thereafter, the player went to the line again, making 2 out of 6 attempts, bringing his total points to 10. With 10 points, 11 rebounds, 7 assists, and 10 blocks, he was tantalizingly close to achieving a quadruple-double. Needing only 3 more assists to complete the feat, Coach Riley was undoubtedly aware of the player's impressive statistics and sought to thwart his pursuit of a quadruple-double, but was rendered powerless as there remained a full quarter and a half of play. Securing 3 assists seemed an achievable task. At this juncture, all Coach Riley desired was victory. As long as his team triumphed, he would emerge victorious in the end. Once the player reached double digits in scoring, he instinctively passed the ball to Weber whenever he had possession. Before the conclusion of the third quarter, he added 2 more assists to his tally. By the end of the third, Morning's expression was one of exhaustion rather than frustration. His average playing time this season hovers around 35 minutes, a duration only possible through the continual use of painkillers. Having already exerted himself intensely for 35 minutes in the first 3 quarters, he found himself engaged in a relentless battle with the player, his stamina nearly depleted. In the fourth quarter, Coach Riley opted to keep Morning on the court. A player of Morning's tenacity would never seek excuses to avoid playing. He pressed on despite the fatigue. The player exuded vitality, seeming to possess inexhaustible energy. The final assist came 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, prompting the referee to call an official timeout. Such historical achievements typically warrant a pause to allow players and fans alike to celebrate. A quadruple-double, with an astonishing performance of 12 points, 15 rebounds, 10 assists, and 12 blocks, the fifth quadruple-double in NBA history has emerged. He stands as the sole player to achieve a quadruple-double in his rookie season, claiming the title of the youngest player in history to do so. Following the legendary Wes Unseld's acquisition of the regular season MVP in his debut season, we have once again witnessed the birth of a miracle. Who could have imagined that a player overlooked just 6 months prior would deliver such a commanding display tonight? He is our pride. The Verizon Center has welcomed a new force of nature. The exuberant DJ passionately rallied the crowd, and fans rose to their feet to cheer for the magnificent performance. To witness the emergence of such historic statistics is an unforgettable memory for any basketball enthusiast. Unseld was so elated he could hardly contain himself. Previously, when Lin Yu claimed he would achieve a quadruple-double against the Heat, Unseld could hardly believe it, thinking Lin had lost his mind. Now, it seems Unseld himself has lost his sanity. I chose him. I chose my player. Pat, do you see this clearly? I didn't even need draft picks to select a player capable of overwhelming you. Can you do the same? No, you merely resort to poaching from others, employing underhanded tactics behind the scenes, forever remaining in the shadows. Lin Yu shook his head with a helpless smile. From Riley's earlier undermining of Uncle Ho to Weber being sidelined during the All-Star game, Unseld was settling old scores alongside new grievances. Chapter 42. I still prefer your untamed spirit. Faced with Unseld's relentless provocation, Riley's gentlemanly demeanor could no longer be maintained. He turned and shouted angrily at Unseld, who was animatedly addressing the audience. Wes, shut your foul mouth. We, the Heat, are in the lead, not you, the Bullets. I hope after the game, you can still manage a smile. Veins bulged in Riley's neck. He was genuinely rattled by Unseld's antics. He was agitated. With such an attitude, how could he still pretend to be a godfather? Wearing a flower on his chest every day, one might mistake him for a performer at a gentleman's club. Unseld clapped and laughed heartily, as it was the first time he had witnessed Riley so flustered. Lin Yu could hardly suppress his laughter. Unseld was undoubtedly a world champion when it came to riling people up. Even Riley could be driven to a furious red face by him. As it became evident that they were about to employ the hack-a-shack strategy against Big Ben once more, Lin Yu calmly called for a timeout. With 7 minutes remaining in the game, morning's stamina had long been depleted, and Lin Yu decided to substitute Antonio Davis for Big Ben, to the astonishment of the spectators. It soon became clear that Morning was no match for Davis. He was unable to secure rebounds, could not withstand Davis's offensive prowess, and even allowed Davis to dunk on him. After playing a grueling 40 minutes, Morning was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to contend with Davis. When only 2 minutes remained on the clock, Lin Yu reintroduced Big Ben onto the court. At this juncture, there was no longer any concern about the hack-a-shack strategy. According to the rules, fouling an off-ball player in the last 2 minutes would result in 2 free throws and possession of the ball, rendering the strategy ineffective. Riley's face turned pale. During those 5 minutes, the slight advantage the Heat had was completely obliterated, and they now found themselves trailing by 6 points. With Big Ben back on the court, 2 minutes were ample time for the Bullets to thoroughly dismantle the Heat. As the final three-pointer from the agile players swished through the net, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the fierce contest. Ultimately, the Heat succumbed to the Bullets with a score of 87-101, a 14-point defeat. From the perspective of the entire match, it appeared that both teams had exchanged blows, but everyone knew that the Heat had merely benefited from the hack-a-shack tactic. Had it not been for this strategy, the Heat would have lost by a margin of at least 30 points. Fans experienced a surreal sensation. When had the Bullets become so formidable? The second-seeded Heat were being thoroughly outmatched? Their gazes shifted toward the tall figure of Lin Yu on the sidelines. Over the past month, Lin Yu had brought countless surprises to Bullets fans. Players frequently posted astonishing stats. Weber's 50, Harvey's 48, the Agile player's 2020, and Big Ben's jaw-dropping quadruple-double tonight. The entertainment value of the Bullets games had significantly increased. With the assembly of the Fab Five from Michigan, NCAA fans were granted a chance to rectify their past regrets. The team's performance soared, climbing from 10th to 7th in the Eastern Conference, and with tonight's victory, the Bullets had already ascended to 6th. After 10 games under his leadership, they had won 8, with their only losses being to the Hawks and the Nuggets, achieving a staggering 80 win rate. Currently, Only the Chicago Bulls boasted a win rate exceeding 8% in the league. The Bullets had become more tenacious. Fans had previously remarked that the team had lost its backbone since Unseld's retirement, yet now they dared to confront the likes of the New York Knicks Mason, intimidate Shaquille O'Neal, and challenge Morning head-on. Just a month and a half ago, fans could scarcely have imagined such a scenario. They witnessed firsthand the Bullets' transformation from within. You are impressive. I look forward to our next encounter. I hope you can diligently practice your free throws. My performance tonight was not up to par. But I assure you that in our next encounter, victory will be mine. Surprisingly, after the match, Morning approached Big Ben, mustering a faint smile on his weary and haggard face. While banter is part of the game, Morning, a true gentleman, commands respect. Even when faced with such overwhelming pressure on the court, he never contemplated resorting to underhanded tactics against Big Ben. Big Ben was taken aback, not expecting Morning to utter such words. "Thank you, Alonzo. You are a respected elder," he said. "I apologize for my remarks at the pre-game press conference." Big Ben, being a man of integrity, bowed his head in sincere apology to Morning. Lin Yu gazed in astonishment. He had anticipated a confrontation between Mo Ning and De Ben before the match, yet he was taken aback by the harmonious scene that unfolded after the game. "Coach, we have triumphed," exclaimed De Ben, brimming with excitement akin to that of a child weighing 250 pounds, as he dashed towards Lin Yu. Upon reaching him, overwhelmed by the cheers of the jubilant crowd, De Ben could no longer contain his exhilaration and scooped Lin Yu into his arms, running jubilantly around the court. "Lin Yu! Lin Yu!" The fans erupted in applause. Lin Yu found himself in a state of utter despair, standing at a height of 182 centimeters and weighing over 70 kilograms. He felt as though he were a mere child's plastic mannequin in the embrace of the towering De Ben. "Halt!" As De Ben circled the area and approached Riley, Lin Yu hurriedly urged him to set him down. With a jovial grin, De Ben gently placed Lin Yu half a meter in front of the sullen-faced Riley. "Cheer up. I still admire your rebellious demeanor." Lin Yu, having spoken, stepped forward to adjust Riley's boutonniere, reminding himself that even in haste, one must maintain a semblance of decorum. "The flower was askew. Is it made of silk?" "TSK, in the warm climes of Miami, where could one not find real blooms? Perhaps next time I visit Miami, I shall bestow upon you a floral wreath." Riley, however, was oblivious to the connotations of a wreath at that moment. He lacked the inclination to discern the differences between a wreath and a simple flower. "You seek your own demise," Riley exclaimed furiously, veins pulsing with rage. His body trembling slightly, evidently pushed to the brink of his temper. "Ah, so you truly consider yourself a godfather. What is next? Planning to place a bloody horse's head at the foot of my bed come morning? Still, I fail to comprehend what slight I have inflicted upon you. Why do you persist in provoking me? It would suffice for you to target me, but you ought not to extend your reach toward Chris." Lin Yu felt an inexplicable confidence swelling within him as he stood before the formidable titan of the league, Riley. Strangely, he exhibited no trace of anxiety. Every gesture and word he uttered radiated an air of composure, as if he were the one in power and Riley merely a nameless pawn. "You will pay for this. I swear." Riley seethed, his teeth clenched so tightly that his gums nearly bled. Lin Yu chuckled disdainfully. "What price would I pay? I shall remain with the Bullets. What can you possibly do to me? You suffered greatly at the hands of Weiss, losing someone of such significance. Yet I have not observed you demanding any reckoning from him." Riley replied with a cold expression. "You will not remain with the Washington Bullets indefinitely." "Indeed. I may eventually depart from the Bullets," Lin Yu retorted, "but by the time I do, I might possess an abundance of championship rings. At that juncture, it remains uncertain who will demand retribution from whom." Lin Yu spread his hands and remarked, "All right, there is no need for superfluous words. Weiss is on his way, and I advise you to make your exit swiftly. His words are far more acerbic than mine." Anseater, eager to seize the opportunity to mock Riley, could hardly contain his excitement and hurried towards them as Lin Yu faced Riley. Riley took a deep breath, fixed a steely gaze upon Lin Yu, and surprisingly retreated, evidently intimidated by Anseater. "Damn it, how did this fellow manage to escape? I had concocted dozens of brilliant retorts, and now it feels like a wasted endeavor." Anseater longed to drag Riley back and compel him to endure the barrage of his meticulously crafted jibes. "Should I share them with you? It would be a disservice to let them go unheard." Anseater then shifted his focus back to Lin Yu. Lin Yu shook his head repeatedly, imploring Mr. Ansel to spare him. "With the Heat's resounding victory and your successor achieving a quadruple-double, you cannot treat me this way." Ansel burst into hearty laughter. "What did you say to Riley that made him wear such a look of despair?" "Never mind, don't tell me. I have no desire to pilfer your banner. Tonight is undoubtedly the most exhilarating evening I have experienced in the past decade. After the press conference concludes, let us go out for a drink. I am so delighted that it merits a celebration. If it were an elder from China in Anseld's esteemed position, he would surely express gratitude for such fortunate events with poetic flair, while an American elder would simply exclaim, "Let's have a drink." Riley had exited early, and the Heat players followed suit, leaving no time for the customary handshake after the game. Lin Yu had initially anticipated a brief conversation with the prodigious Mark Strickland. Yet that opportunity was lost. Upon returning to the locker room, the players were adorned with smiles, having triumphed over the formidable Heat. This victory solidified the Bullets as a bona fide powerhouse, allowing them to hold their heads high in future away games. You have, indeed, achieved legendary status tonight, etching your name into the annals of NBA history. Even a century from now, people will not forget your quadruple-double, Weber exclaimed with genuine admiration. Big Ben chuckled. You played exceptionally well tonight as well. Without you, victory would have been elusive. I would not have achieved double-digit assists either. Weber tallied 34 points this evening, marking his fourth consecutive game scoring over 30 points. With Marchand starting, Weber enjoyed a significant increase in shot opportunities, averaging over 25 attempts per game. Compared to merely 16 earlier in the season, Marchand fulfilled his role impeccably. As the player he was assigned to defend, Marley managed to score only 8 points. Although Marchand himself contributed a modest 4 points, Lin Yu sighed, pondering when Marsh would finally overcome his inner demons. With a commendable performance of 24 points, 9 assists, and 3 steals, he appeared nearly flawless. Yet, witnessing the closeness between Ben and Weber stirred feelings of envy within him, leaving his expression one of despondency. He yearned to be the leader of the team, dreaming of it relentlessly, but as Weber increasingly exhibited the charisma of a true leader, Lin felt overshadowed by him. Both Leg Brother and Jalen Rose played over 20 minutes that night. Rose showcased an impressive defensive performance, though his offensive presence was rather subdued, while Leg Brother starkly contrasted him, efficiently scoring 12 points with 4 out of 8 from beyond the arc. In Chapter 43, Kobe's father joins the coaching staff. At the press conference, Lin Yu brought along Ben and Weber, with Ben being the star of the evening, as all questions were directed towards him. After the conference concluded, Unseld waited to take Lin Yu out for a drink, and they drove straight to Chinatown. The length of the game was largely due to Ben's numerous free throws, making the match feel interminable by the time Lin completed the press conference. It was nearly 1 a.m. At such an hour, the options for a drink were either a nightclub or Chinatown. Given Unseld's age, being photographed taking Lin Yu to a nightclub at such a late hour would be quite embarrassing. Upon arriving in Chinatown, they found a restaurant and ordered several dishes. What kind of liquor is that? It looks like whiskey, Unseld inquired, pointing to a strong liquor on the restaurant's counter. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that such potent liquor would already exist in this era, and that it had even made its way to America. Strong liquor, huh? The elixir of vitality. Imbibing it would invigorate one's strength, particularly in matters concerning masculinity. Bring me 10 bottles. Quickly. Anseld's eyes gleamed with excitement as he, undeterred by the small size of the bottles, requested a whole 10. Lin Yu murmured to himself, reflecting that regardless of the ethnicity, it seems that upon reaching the age of 50, individuals often find themselves desiring more than their capabilities allow. They tend to indulge in supplements. And should the opportunity arise again, it would be fitting to present some Champagne liquor to Anseld, for that would indeed be a true tonic. Moments later, Anseld poured himself a generous glass, then requested some ice cubes to toss into the drink, and tilted his head back to down the entire contents. Revitalizing. One cannot deny. It truly possesses strength and vigor. Lin Yu's expression was blank, suddenly recalling an old adage. At room temperature, it resembles horse urine. Chilled, it tastes like a national treasure. Consuming Chinese liquor, one finds themselves inebriated among friends and family. Observing the atmosphere created by Anseld, Lin Yu pondered how much he would have to drink tonight. Feeling a twinge of concern for his companions, the two of them exchanged drinks until Lin Yu, in the end, could scarcely remember how he returned home. Upon waking the next day, a splitting headache plagued him. Realizing there was no match today, he decided to call Bernie, instructing him to lead the players in practicing their pick-and-roll tactics while he, feeling unwell, would refrain from attending. He languished in bed in a daze all day long until Saturday morning, when he finally felt rejuvenated. The thought of seeing Xia Yunshi today hastened his drive to the training ground. Upon entering the gates, Lin Yu questioned if he had gone astray. Before him lay a bustling crowd of over 100 individuals of all ages, more animated than a bustling market. Lin, you've arrived. Today is our team's family day. I know you lack family, so I didn't inform you in advance. Anseld appeared before Lin Yu, sporting dark circles under his eyes. Lin Yu was too preoccupied to criticize Anseld's lack of conversational skills, staring blankly at him. It was evident that Anseld had taken quite a beating, and shockingly, someone had dared to assault the Bone Crusher. In his playing days, Bone Crusher was renowned for his massive, muscular legs, famously dubbed elephant legs, in post-retirement. His physique had only become more intimidating, causing ordinary folks to steer clear. Enough said. By the way, I haven't yet settled the score with you. I instructed Karma to drive you home, but he hasn't returned all night. You haven't been up to any mischief, have you? Anseld questioned with a menacing glare. Lin Yu appeared utterly bewildered. Kalma? A woman of iron and steel? Could she possibly be Anseide's daughter? If that were the case, the name would indeed be fitting. Given Anseide's formidable physique, it was reasonable to assume his daughter would be of a similar, formidable caliber. Knowing she was Anseide's offspring alleviated Lin Yu's concerns. He had previously worried about the potential consequences of his inebriation leading to an indiscretion, but now it seemed unlikely. He had a fondness for Transformers, yet not for this particular kind. Coach, allow me to introduce you to my old buddy, Joe, he said, as his enthusiastic companion, leg brother, led a middle-aged black man towards him. Lin Yu gazed intently, recognizing that the elder Joe must be Kobe's father, Joe Sweet Pea Bryant. Indeed, he exuded sweetness, donning black-rimmed glasses and exhibiting a gentle demeanor. Upon meeting Lin Yu, his smile was unceasing, a stark contrast to Kobe's often somber expression. In later years, the media frequently depicted the elder Joe as an obscure figure, creating a narrative that highlighted the disparity between his supposed mediocrity and Kobe's immense prowess. A tale reminiscent of the struggles faced by Del Curry. In truth, during his playing days, Joe Bryant was quite distinguished, averaging 12 points per game in his prime season. While he may not have been a superstar, it would be unjust to label him as a mere unknown. He ultimately squandered his own career through missteps. Standing tall at 206 centimeters, he relished dribbling and shooting from afar, resolutely avoiding the paint. In the small ball era of the future, he would have been a coveted asset. A player who could dribble, shoot, and tower over others. One might even liken him to a less affluent version of Kevin Durant. However, in the 1970s, he was truly an anomaly. Kobe's current coach, the Silver Fox, Harris, once mentored the elder Joe and remarked that his style transcended the era, praising his passing skills as second only to Magic Johnson. Conversely, Jerry West, the logo himself, critiqued him for shunning the gritty aspects of the game and neglecting details, deeming him a wastrel of talent, born solely for the spectacle rather than the pursuit of victory. This assessment ultimately doomed Joe's professional career, as no team was willing to sign him, leading him to seek refuge in European leagues. Given his capabilities, he dominated the European circuit, frequently scoring over 50 points in games. After retiring, he returned to the American basketball scene, and if Lin Yu recalls correctly, he served as an assistant coach in the WNBA. It is a pleasure to meet you, Joe. You have raised an exceptional son. Lin Yu stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. You are still too young. It is a pity that the Bullets do not possess a draft pick. Otherwise, the Bullets would have been the ideal destination for Kobe. At least here, Uncle Tim would take good care of him. Old Joe wore a look of regret. Those who do not understand his true nature might genuinely believe his fabrications. Lin Yu possesses a profound understanding of his character, recognizing him as shrewd and worldly. He has a penchant for capitalizing on situations, for instance, following Kobe Bryant's ascension to superstardom and his immense popularity in China. Old Joe hastily established a Bryant basketball school there. The couple, eager to bask in their son's glory for financial gain, committed to this endeavor rather excessively. Consequently, their relentless pursuit irked Kobe, transforming him into a figure akin to a beleaguered heroine of the basketball realm. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Old Joe, Brother Leg pulled Lin Yu to a secluded corner of the training facility. Coach, given your amicable relationship with Mr. Anseld, might you assist Old Joe in securing a position as an assistant coach for our Bullets team? His current role as an assistant in the WNBA is woefully undercompensated. You are aware, aren't you? When the Los Angeles Sparks visited Washington for an away game, they lodged in a motel charging merely $70 per night. Lin Yu was left speechless. No wonder Brother Leg had brought Old Joe to the family day, as he clearly had ulterior motives. I beseech you, Coach. We currently have only 2 assistant coaches in our team, so adding one more wouldn't be excessive. Besides, did you not mention that young Kobe is exceptionally talented? By bringing Old Joe on board, you might just secure Kobe's services in the future, Brother Leg continued to implore. If I were to acquiesce to your request, how grateful would you be to me? Lin Yu posed a perplexing question that left Brother Leg momentarily speechless. Just how grateful am I? Even if you were to invite me to your bedroom tonight, I would unequivocally accept without hesitation. Brother Leg, however, remained true to his lecherous nature. Ever since that fateful night in San Antonio with Robinson, his demeanor had only grown more salacious. Well, I shall give it a try, but do not harbor excessive expectations. If Ansel does not consent, there is little I can do. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yu resolved to lend a hand to Brother Legs. It was certainly not out of a desire for Brother Leg's youthful charm, despite his undeniable good looks. Nor was it because he anticipated Kobe's allegiance. At present, Jerry West regarded Kobe as if he were his own son. Even if Lin Yu were to approach the Lakers for a trade involving Kobe, he would lack the enticing assets necessary to persuade West to part with his beloved protege, unless Lin Yu could persuade Unseld to trade Uncle Ho for Kobe, and in accordance with salary cap regulations, also assist the Lakers in absorbing $7 to $8 million in undesirable contracts. There would be but a glimmer of hope for such a transaction, and even that would not be assured. Pat Riley's initial interest in Uncle Ho stemmed from his desire to have him support Mourning in forming a formidable twin tower duo. Uncle Ho was compatible with Mourning and would surely mesh well with Shaquille O'Neal as well. For instance, had the previous matchup between the Bullets and the Lakers featured Uncle Ho in the power forward position instead of Campbell, the Bullets would have found it impossible to contain the Lakers' interior presence. With Ben Wallace and Chris Webber double-teaming Shaquille, Uncle Ho would have been left unguarded, and his mid-range shooting could have devastated the Bullets. Ding. Tim Legler's favorability rating has increased, with the current rating at a perfect score of 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly charmed a player, earning 1 charm point. The current charm value stands at 10 points. This was Lin Yu's motivation for offering assistance. Legler's favorability had previously reached 90 points, and triggering a specific scenario would elevate it to maximum. Thus, Lin Yu had now adeptly won over Ben, Ray Jackson, Webber, and Brother Legs, officially raising his personal charm value into double digits. Brother Legs joyfully rushed to share the good news with Old Joe. While Lin Yu prepared to speak with Unseld regarding Old Joe's potential role as an assistant coach, he felt quite confident, primarily because the Bullets were currently practicing pick-and-roll tactics, whose essence lies in both the screen and the pass. Old Joe's passing skills during his playing days were exceptionally strong, a fact that Unseld was undoubtedly aware of. Given that they were contemporaries, appointing Old Joe as an assistant coach to mentor Webber in passing seemed entirely reasonable, leaving Unseld with little justification to refuse. Chapter 44. Latin beauties are truly alluring. Exceptional. Coach, what has transpired in just one day? Why do you exude such charisma? Believe it or not, I have suddenly noticed a hint of Brad Pitt in the coach's demeanor. Are you insulting the coach? Comparing him to that little man? The coach possesses far more charm. Honestly, Coach, while Riley may not be the best, you could certainly learn a thing or two from his fashion sense. The players, having not seen Lin Yu the previous day, now regarded him as if they were street thugs encountering a stunning beauty, eagerly appraising him with admiration. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could the effect of reaching a charisma level of 10 be so immediate? Ben, do you perceive any changes in me? Lin Yu inquired, pulling Ben closer. Ben nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, there is a transformation. You exude a completely different aura that evokes a compelling desire for intimacy. If I were a woman, I would undoubtedly accept any invitation from you. With such praise from Ben, Lin Yu was astonished. Truly, charisma was an extraordinary asset, capable of captivating both men and women alike. Moments later, Lin Yu approached Anseld, who was accompanied by a robust woman, 2 young ladies, and a chubby boy of about 7 or 8 years old. Are you the Lin whom the old man constantly speaks of? The woman remarked, indeed, you are remarkably handsome, reminiscent of a male model from Paris. At such a tender age, your abilities are quite impressive. No wonder the old man insisted on having a son after returning home the night before. With that, the Caucasian woman cast a sharp glare at Anseld. Lin Yu's expression contorted. If his assumptions were correct, this formidable matron must be Mrs. Anseld. The two not only bore a resemblance in stature, but also shared a similar conversational style, both lacking in the art of small talk. A Parisian male model? You might as well refer to me as a duck from the Magic City. Casting another glance at Anseld's dark circles, Lin Yu chuckled, having deduced the origin of those shadows. Most likely, Anseld had indulged too much, overexerting himself in his pursuits, and upon returning home had sought to conceive a child, only to receive a beating from the matron. Anseld's face flushed crimson. After clearing his throat a few times, he hurriedly gestured towards the children for introductions. This is my eldest daughter, Kimberly, and this is my youngest daughter, Karma. Lin Yu curiously gazed towards Karma. Kimberly had completely inherited all the traits of the Anseld parents, a robust physique, a deep complexion, embodying the quintessential characteristics of a black woman. In stark contrast, Karma possessed a Latin visage, unmistakably not of African descent, likely the couple's adopted daughter. Her hourglass figure radiated a vibrant health. Clad in the most fashionable, form-fitting leggings of the moment, voluptuous in all the right places while remaining slender where it mattered, graceful and alluring. While she was not as exaggerated as Kim Kardashian, she retained a fleshy allure compared to Gal Gadot. She resembled a perfectly ripened peach, akin to a freshly steamed bun. Her sun-kissed skin as smooth as silk. Her face epitomized the classic Latin beauty, aligning perfectly with Lin Yu's aesthetic. Truly exquisite. At that moment, Karma gazed at Lin Yu with a deeply affectionate look, leaving him somewhat flustered. He was uncertain whether it was the after-effects of his heightened charm or if something indeed transpired that night, as he had completely lost his memory of it. Noticing Anseld's skeptical expression, Lin Yu hastily pointed at the chubby child and inquired, "Is this adorable little one your son?" Anseld quickly gestured for Lin Yu to silence himself. The older woman smirked, remarking he would certainly wish for such a son, but alas, fate has other plans. "This is Kevin, our godson, Kevin Love." Lin Yu gazed in astonishment at Kevin Love before him, his heart overwhelmed with incredulity. The cherubic visage of this young man bore an uncanny resemblance to the future deity of love, Kevin Love himself. What a revelation it was to discover that the Bone Crusher was indeed the godfather of the beloved player. Lin Yu had previously prided himself on his extensive knowledge of the NBA, yet this connection between Love and the Bone Crusher was one he had never encountered before. The moniker, Guafu, for Love arose from his remarkable ability to absorb blame. One should not underestimate the significance of this role. In an era where artificial intelligence has supplanted numerous professions, certain vocations such as lawyers, accountants, assessors, and independent directors remain irreplaceable, for AI cannot endure incarceration. Thus, the capacity to shoulder blame emerges as a quintessential competitive advantage. Through the introduction by Anseld, Lin Yu comprehended why he had been chosen as Love's godfather. Love's father, Stan Love, had been Anseld's teammate for 4 years on the Bullets, forming a close bond. After the birth of Kevin Love, Stan honored Anseld by appointing him as the child's godfather. Notable figures such as the godfather of European basketball, Kobe Bryant's father, and the godfather of Love himself, along with Jeremy Grant's father, were present. Additionally, on the bench sat Jaren Jackson, whose son, young Jaren Jackson, would also emerge as the undisputed cornerstone of the Memphis Grizzlies. During his rookie contract, he earned accolades as a first-team defender and secured the title of shot-blocking champion, ultimately signing a contract exceeding $100 million. Lin Yu felt that the Bullets should reconsider their name for the upcoming season, instead of continuing with the moniker Wizards. Perhaps father figures would be more fitting, given that this team is essentially composed of the children of some illustrious players, ensuring a guaranteed championship. With the likes of point guard Kyrie, shooting guard Kobe, forward Grant and Love, and center Jaren Jackson Jr., what more could one say? Anyone witnessing this assemblage would surely be bewildered. He called Anseld over and shared the notion of having the legendary Jordan join as an assistant coach, to which Anseld readily acquiesced. The rationale presented by Lin Yu was irrefutable. For the team to sustain their winning momentum and vibrant competitive spirit, they must diligently refine their tactics. Regardless of the strategy employed, the fundamental essence lies in the ball movement, a domain in which Jordan possesses remarkable expertise, something Anseld fully recognized. After addressing the serious matters at hand, Lin Yu searched the crowd for the presence of Xia Yunshi, but alas, she seemed to be absent today. Typically, the Latin girls are quite bold and vivacious, and Carla was no exception. Initially, she merely engineered chance encounters to engage Lin Yu in conversation, but soon enough, she became quite attached, affectionately draping her arm around his, much to the amusement and excitement of the other Bullets players. Lin Yu felt the warmth on his arm, a restless yearning stirring within him. He inquired, "Karma, I appreciate you escorting me home. Nothing unpleasant occurred that night, did it?" Karma replied with a sly smile. "What do you think?" Lin Yu was on the verge of tears. "Guess what? I have maintained my innocence, and I cannot fathom whether you have tarnished it. You want me to guess? I will report you." By midday, the family day had concluded. "Lin, shall we share a drink tonight?" asked Karma, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Yu promptly declined, stating that he had a match tonight and would not know when it would conclude, suggesting they could meet another day. It was not that Lin Yu was an unyielding sage. Faced with Karma's voluptuous and alluring figure, even a paragon of virtue would falter. However, what was Lin Yu's relationship with Ansiide? To put it elegantly, they were friends across generations. More colloquially, they were akin to brothers. Regardless of whether Karma was an adopted daughter, she was still the daughter of a brother, and any untoward incident would be utterly disgraceful. After Lin Yu's polite refusal, Karma pouted, tightening her embrace around Lin Yu's arm as if to assert her claim. "Let us make it a promise. You must not turn me down next time," she declared, reluctantly glancing back 3 times as she departed from the training ground. That evening, the match was against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and Lin Yu led his teammates to the arena for warm-ups. The Cavaliers were currently positioned 9th in the Eastern Conference, boasting a record better than that of the Bucks. As he observed the unfamiliar Cavaliers players warming up, Lin Yu felt only a sense of unfamiliarity, without glancing at the names on the jerseys. He could only recognize Terry Brandon and Tyron Hill. Brandon, the Cavaliers' primary guard, had been selected for the All-Star lineup this season, marking the Cavaliers as a team with just one All-Star, much like a lone bullet. As for Tyron Hill, his notoriety was well known, having incurred debts with the Old Oakley, and during warm-ups, he had received a resounding slap from Oakley. Mentioning Oakley inevitably conjured images of that unfortunate debtor. The Cavaliers' roster struck Lin Yu as rather lackluster, their performance being surprisingly better than that of the Bucks, who boasted 3-star players, was a testament to the capabilities of their coach, Mike Fratello. On this Saturday night, the Noxian guillotine remained a threat, and Lin Yu had contemplated allowing Ben to attempt another quadruple-double. After all, achieving one was legendary, and 2 in succession would be miraculous. However, once the match commenced, Lin Yu nearly lost his composure due to Tyron Hill's antics. Hill was excessively evasive. After blocking Ben once at the start, he resolutely refrained from shooting whenever Ben was within half a meter of him. Ironically, Hill was the Cavaliers' sole inside offensive player, and with him refusing to shoot, Ben was left with little opportunity to amass double-digit blocks. Hill managed to evade confrontation until the final whistle, leaving Ben with merely 1 block to his name. Lin Yu felt a twinge of irritation, and it was no wonder that old Oakley delivered a resounding slap to his face. He himself felt the urge to do the same. Following the conclusion of the match, the Bullets secured a resounding victory, triumphing over their opponents with a score of 93-81, a margin of 12 points. Unfortunately, Weber was unable to maintain his impressive performance of 30 points, managing only 14 this evening. This was due in part to his poor shooting touch and also because of his limited playing time, as Lin Yu granted substantial minutes to Antonio Davis tonight. With their victory over the Cavaliers, the Washington Bullets firmly secured their 6th position in the Eastern Conference, holding a 2-game lead over the 7th-placed Hornets, making it unlikely for them to be overtaken in the near future. When Lin Yu first traversed into this realm, the Hornets were positioned as the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference. Yet, in a mere span of time, they have plummeted to 7th place. The current top 5 teams in the East comprise the Bulls, Heat, Knicks, Hawks, and Pistons. The Heat, having been previously vanquished, do not strike Lin Yu as formidable adversaries for the Bullets, even in the playoff series, due to the Bullets roster being exceptionally well-suited to counter the Heat. The Knicks remain untested against the Bullets. However, with Ewing sidelined, Lin Yu believes the Bullets stand a favorable chance against them, provided they perform to their potential. Conversely, Lin Yu harbors considerable trepidation towards the Hawks, currently 4th, and the Pistons in 5th. The Hawks boast the formidable duo of Mutombo and Leitner, complemented by perimeter threats such as Brelick and Steve Smith. Lin Yu is acutely aware that even with Ben Wallace not suspended, the likelihood of the Bullets losing to the Hawks was significant. The Pistons roster bears resemblance to that of the Hawks, featuring the shot-blocking prodigy Theo Ratliff and Hakeem's former interior partner, Otis Thorpe. While their threat may not rival that of the Hawks' Twin Towers, they are nonetheless formidable. The Pistons also possess the league's premier small forward, Grant Hill, alongside veteran Joe Dumars. Claiming Grant Hill as the best small forward in the league is not mere hyperbole. He has earned a spot on the All-NBA first team this season, while Pippen is relegated to the second team, making the distinction quite evident. Chapter 45, The Steel-Backed Will. Bloodthirsty yearning and sinful pleasure contemplating the playoff standings in the East, Lin Yu stumbled upon a rather amusing realization. It appears that further improving the Bullets' record may yield nothing but detriment. Currently, with the 6th best record, maintaining this position would pit them against the Knicks in the first round of the playoffs, knowing that Ewing is not expected to return until the second round, effectively allowing the Bullets to face a Knicks team without him. Should their performance decline to 7th place, the Bullets would confront the Heat in the first round, fulfilling Lin Yu's jest about sending the Heat fishing in the first round. Conversely, if they ascend to 5th place, they would face the Hawks in the first round. Should they rise to 4th, the Hawks would merely shift to 5th, resulting in yet another matchup against them. Climbing to 3rd would mean facing the Pistons, who would then occupy the 6th seed, while a leap to 2nd would likely lead to a first-round encounter with the Hornets, a seemingly secure victory. Ascending to 1st place and usurping the Bulls? If the Bullets possessed such capability, Lin Yu would not be mired in such idle speculation. Thus, it seems that further elevation in standings offers no advantage, unless they could attain the coveted 2nd position in the East. Lin Yu pondered, stroking his lips in contemplation. This situation is quite absurd. Other playoff teams are undoubtedly striving to ascend the ranks, yet for the Bullets, any upward movement seems devoid of advantage. They face a choice: either maintain their current position as the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference, thereby facing the Knicks in the first round of the playoffs, or risk descending a place, or alternatively, surge to 2nd. Regardless of which path is taken, the Heat are bound to suffer significant losses. Lin Yu was taken aback. Could it be that he was indeed fated to be at odds with Riley, destined adversaries? The following morning, Lin Yu drove his Porsche 911 to the club and sought out Anseld. After listening to Lin Yu's analysis of the playoff rankings, Anseld's expression became peculiar. Are you suggesting that our Bullet team struggles against the 4th and 5th teams in the East? It has a greater chance of victory against the 2nd and 3rd? Lin, do you truly wish to hear the absurdities you are uttering? Lin Yu shook his head. Have you ever been to China? Are you familiar with the principle of mutual restraint? In truth, we are indeed quite adept at countering the Heat and the Knicks, especially with Ewing absent. Although I am reluctant to admit it, it is nearly impossible for Ben to gain an advantage against Mutombo. The Pistons' shot-blocking wizard, Ratliff, excels in neutralizing a player of Weber's style. Furthermore, it seems we lack effective strategies to contend with Grant Hill. Anseld smiled wryly. I spent less than half a month in China. Do you think I went there for academic pursuits? However, the notion of mutual restraint between teams does hold merit. So what do you propose we do now? We certainly cannot, as you suggested, deliberately maintain a 7th seed in the East, only to face elimination by the Heat in the first round. Lin Yu shrugged. It was not an impossible endeavor. This could very well be the most straightforward operation for us to achieve both fame and fortune. However, I am still inclined to push forward. There remains 1/3 of the schedule, and we are not devoid of the opportunity to secure the 2nd position in the Eastern Conference. With 58 victories, attaining that benchmark should propel us to the 2nd spot. Anseld began to count on his fingers. Thus far, the Wizards had played 51 games, boasting a record of 32 wins and 19 losses. This implies that to reach 58 victories, they could afford to lose no more than 5 games in the remaining schedule. Although I perceive the likelihood of this happening as slim, given that even Big Ben has achieved quadruple doubles, and after our 4 consecutive losses, we managed a commendable record of 9 wins and 2 losses under your leadership, it does not seem entirely implausible. Let us pursue this endeavor wholeheartedly. Regardless of the challenges we may encounter, remember that my support is steadfastly behind you. Lin Yu aspired to secure the 2nd position, driven by numerous motivations. As a nascent head coach, he required a prestigious record to embellish his reputation. It was inconceivable for him to settle for a mere 350,000 from Bolin next season. If he managed to lead the team to a 2nd-place finish this season, even the notoriously frugal Bolin would have to concede him a portion of his wealth. Furthermore, attaining the 2nd position would not only elevate the Heat to 3rd place in the Eastern Conference, but it would also significantly enhance their chances of advancing past the first round of the playoffs. This would likely pit the Bullets against the Heat in the 2nd round, effectively easing their path to the Eastern Conference Finals, where they could contest against the Bulls. Having traversed to this era, Lin Yu could not possibly overlook the opportunity to engage with the Bulls, as he yearned to test the true worth of their dynasty. Additionally, he had previously boasted about challenging the Bulls in a duel of wills. The ambitions to embellish his reputation, avenge Riley, pay homage to the Bulls dynasty, and fulfill his grandiose assertions all provided Lin Yu with ample justification to strive for a 2nd-place finish. Upon exiting the general manager's office, Lin Yu proceeded to the training facility to assess the results of the pick-and-roll strategy rehearsal. Can you not run any faster? At your age, you should be quicker than Tim. And can you shoot with a bit more decisiveness? I went through the trouble of blocking for you. Yet you dawdle for half a second, allowing the defender to recover. As Lin Yu arrived at the training ground, he overheard Fei Che admonishing Jalen Rose. Currently, Rose was in the starting lineup, serving as Fei Che's backcourt partner, However, for reasons unknown, Fei-Che seemed to hold him in disdain, often nitpicking at his performance. He claimed that Rose's speed paled in comparison to that of Leg's brother, a moniker derived from the surname Legler, rather than any exceptional swiftness. If speed were indeed the basis for such a nickname, he ought to be called Lame Brother. Should he truly be faster than Jalen Rose? Effortlessly evading defenders to shoot threes, then Thigh Brother would be more fitting. Nonetheless, Fei-Che's critique was not entirely unfounded. Rose's shooting lacked decisiveness, and even a moment's hesitation on the court could allow opponents to reposition defensively. Weber observed silently, refraining from interjecting, as he understood that any defense of Rose might provoke a confrontation with Fei-Che. Upon noticing Lin Yu's presence, Weber cast a pleading glance in his direction. Lin Yu nodded at him, then clapped his hands to summon the assembled officers. "Rod, I must criticize you." Upon hearing this, Fei-Che's expression instantly drooped. As the most seasoned player on the team, you should patiently guide the younger players both in the locker room and on the court. Look at your current behavior. What distinguishes you from Jordan? Relying solely on your experience and formidable skills, you display no patience for the youth. It is entirely normal for them to be less capable than you, given their age. Fei-Che was taken aback. Was this truly a criticism? How dare he call this a critique? In Lin Yu's words, being compared to Jordan, possessing great strength and experience, wasn't that a form of flattery? In an instant, Fei-Che felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him, akin to drinking a chilled spirit on a sweltering summer day. Ding! Rod Strickland's favorability increased. Current favorability is 30 points. Lin Yu fell into silence, pondering why it was so challenging to elevate Fei-Che's affinity. Since the initiation of the affinity system, there had been no progress, remaining steadfast at a mere 10 points. Today, however, enlightenment dawned upon him. Fei-Che relished compliments, particularly those rendered in public settings. Now that he grasped the method to enhance Fei-Che's favor, the task became straightforward. Lin Yu felt confident that he could raise Fei-Che's affinity to 70 points in the short term, thus unlocking the affinity mission. Admittedly, he had been somewhat hasty. As the most seasoned player on the team, he bore the responsibility of nurturing the younger members. "Jalen, I must apologize. I should exhibit greater patience towards you." With a decisive demeanor, Fei-Che extended his apologies to Jalen Rose. Standing nearby, Weber found himself admiring Lin Yu once more. The coach's eloquence was commendable, surely earning admiration from all who listened. Ding! Jalen Rose's affinity increased, currently standing at 70 points. This marked perhaps the umpteenth time Lin Yu had come to Jalen Rose's rescue, and at last, his affinity was sufficient to trigger the affinity mission. Lin Yu opened Jalen Rose's attribute panel, allowing this unfortunate soul to experience the favor of Lady Luck. This was Rose's affinity quest, and after reviewing it, Lin Yu found himself at a loss. With both the God of Fortune and the blessings of Yi and Hong Tian Wang already at Rose's disposal, what further favor could he possibly require? It appeared to be yet another task that had to be temporarily shelved. At present, Lin Yu had begun to appreciate the benefits of charm value, fueling his growing interest in wooing players. He had successfully courted 4 individuals, including Ben and Weber. And with the Bullet team's current roster comprising 15 players, it meant Lin Yu could continue to pursue 11 more. Jalen Rose held a rating of 70, while others like Flight and Harvey scored 30 and 60, respectively. Jamie King had a rating of 75, and Marsh had 30, with the affinities of the remaining players yet to be unlocked. After the afternoon training session, Lin Yu drove home, anticipating the 5th week's random aura. Before 8 o'clock, he took a shower, changed into his red shorts, and settled down in tranquility. Please wait 30 seconds for the weekly random aura draw. Passive aura, Steelback Battle Intent. Its effect allows any player on the court with an affinity above 50 to gain a 1-point increase in shooting-related attributes after each shot, stacking up to 4 times and lasting for 30 seconds. Passive aura, Bloodthirsty Desire, when the opposing shooting guard's stamina is below 40. The player on Lin Yu's team receives a 10-point boost in speed attributes. Passive aura, Sinful Euphoria. Any player on the court with an affinity above 50 gains a 5-point increase in mid-range, 5 points in 3-point shooting, 5 points in speed, and 5 points in jumping attributes after a successful shot or assist, lasting for 30 seconds. If the skills drawn in the 4th week were tailored for Ben, aptly named Ben Week, then this 5th week could rightfully be called Jalen Week. The enhancement these 3 auras bestowed upon Jalen Rose was beyond Lin Yu's imagination. Even if the illustrious Sun Yu of the Zhangzhou magician were to arrive and enjoy these 3 auras, as long as he was not double-teamed, he could deliver an all-star caliber performance. with each shot taken enhancing the relevant attributes by 1 point, stacking up to 4 times. It guaranteed a minimum of 4 points in shooting attributes, should he score or assist. An additional boost of 5 points in both mid-range and 3-point shooting could yield an astonishing total increase of 9 points. Moreover, the boost to speed attributes would enable players to evade defenders and secure better shooting opportunities, while the enhancement to jumping attributes would help avoid being blocked, truly invincible. Chapter 46, a 6-second fast break. Lin Yu, unable to contain his excitement, swiftly retrieved his phone and called Ross. "Hey, are you ready?" Ross had just arrived home, and upon receiving the call, he was momentarily taken aback. Ready for what? Surely he wasn't about to be traded, was he? "Coach," he began to inquire. But Lin Yu interrupted him. "Shoo, don't say anything. Just be prepared. If fortune smiles upon you, next week as player of the week will undoubtedly be you. Get ready to embody Jordan." With that, Lin Yu ended the call, leaving a shroud of mystery. Jalen Rose's expression twisted in confusion. Luck? When had he ever experienced good fortune? It was only his deep respect for Lin Yu that kept him from lashing out at anyone else who dared to mention luck. Lin Yu was still savoring the 3 random auras, his mind wandering into fantasies of how dazzling he would be if he were a player in the upcoming week. As he indulged in these thoughts, he suddenly discerned a flaw in his reasoning. He had previously believed that Jalen Rose could wreak havoc on the court thanks to this week's auras, partly due to the substantial increase in attributes, and partly due to the prolonged duration of effects. The previously rugged appearance lasted a mere 3 seconds, but now it had surged to an impressive 30 seconds. However, Lin Yu now recognized that the game comprised alternating offensive and defensive sequences. If Rose missed a shot and the bullet team failed to secure the offensive rebound, it would turn into the opposing team's offensive possession. Should the adversary employ a slower-paced strategy, consuming 20 seconds for a single offensive possession, and then waste a few more seconds on an inbound pass, the effective time left for Jalen Rose to benefit from the aura could dwindle to merely 6 or 7 seconds. Lin Yu could hardly contain himself. Was he really being compelled to implement the 7-second offense? Previously, during his initial encounter with Unseld, they had discussed this particular strategy. Unseld had remarked that it was an exhilarating tactic, yet questioned whether any coach of sound mind would resort to such whimsical maneuvers. Who could have anticipated that the random circumstances this week would necessitate Lin Yu to embody the very foolish coach Unseld had described? The following morning, Lin Yu led the Bullets onto a flight bound for Los Angeles. This time, their opponents were not the Lakers, but the Los Angeles Clippers. Over the course of the week, the Bullets were scheduled for 4 matches. On Monday against the Clippers, Wednesday against the Dallas Mavericks, Friday against the Portland Trail Blazers, and Sunday evening against the Utah Jazz. The Clippers currently held the 8th position in the Western Conference, which, considering the prevailing strength of the East over the West, rendered their winning percentage less impressive than that of the 10th-ranked Bucks in the East. On the plane, Lin Yu was resting with his eyes closed. The Bullets were supposed to have departed for Los Angeles the previous day, but due to Borland's frugality, they chose to travel today, saving a night's hotel expense. "Coach, are you asleep?" Tracy Murray, seated beside Lin Yu, gently tapped his arm and inquired softly. Lin Yu opened his eyes. "What is it, Tracy? Is there something you need?" "Coach, could I possibly have a few more minutes on the court in the upcoming game against the Clippers?" Murray, a rather reserved player who seldom spoke in the locker room, surprisingly approached Lin Yu to request playing time, which struck Lin Yu as quite peculiar. "And what is your reasoning behind this?" "Well, my cousin plays for the Clippers, and we occupy the same position. Our families gather to watch our games together. I don't need to start. Just give me 20 minutes, Murray stammered, his face reddening as he felt his request might be somewhat excessive. "Raymond Murray? You should have mentioned this sooner. You'll start tonight. Family takes precedence over everything else. Our current strength makes defeating the Clippers a mere formality. So who starts is inconsequential. Buddy, I feel like I owe you a bit lately. I will find a way to make it up to you." Lin Yu, a Chinese individual, possesses an ingrained familial ethos. Were it his own circumstance, with a match alongside his cousin, he would undoubtedly desire to engage for a longer duration, especially with family members eagerly gathered before the television to witness the event. Moreover, Lin Yu genuinely feels indebted to Tracy Murray. Prior to Lin Yu's arrival, Weber was the starting small forward, while Murray served as the primary backup, and Harvey was merely a peripheral presence. Now, Weber has transitioned to the power forward position. Marsh has ascended to the starting role, Harvey has become the primary substitute, and Murray has found himself relegated to the periphery. If it were a matter of Murray's lack of ability, that would be one thing. However, His skills are commendable, rivaling those of a peak Harvey. Last season, Murray averaged 16 points and 4 rebounds, with a shooting percentage of 45.4. While this percentage may not stand out among small forwards, his three-point shooting rate of 42.2 is quite impressive. Should one wish to nitpick, his defensive skills leave something to be desired. I recall that Raymond Murray is the cousin of Allen Houston. Are you also related to Houston? Lin Yu's awareness of this matter stems entirely from Lamont Murray's ascendance as the leading scorer for the Clippers next season, averaging a modest 16 points per game. Such a lackluster scoring title naturally makes his background quite memorable. Tracy Murray nodded in affirmation. Indeed, Allen is my cousin. Lin Yu found himself at a loss for words. Anseld was truly remarkable. He had managed to recruit a plethora of players with familial connections throughout the league. Harvey had a brother likened to a cobra, and Murray had a cousin renowned for his mid-range shooting prowess. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, Lin Yu summoned all the players along with 3 assistant coaches. Fellows, he began, our opponents tonight are relatively weak, so I wish to experiment with some new strategies. Fast breaks. The players exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't the plan to focus on pick-and-roll plays? Why were they shifting to fast breaks? Coach, our bullet team already boasts a swift offensive tempo, ranking among the top 5 in the league, proudly declared Fei Che, who considered himself the engine of the team. Determining the pace of their attacks. Not enough, far from sufficient. Lin Yu retorted. What I seek is ultimate speed, a 7-second offense. No, a 6-second offense. We must confine every offensive possession to within 6 seconds. A wave of astonishment swept through the room. Were it not for Lin Yu's impressive track record, they would undoubtedly deem him a novice in basketball. 6 seconds to conclude an offensive possession? What a ludicrous notion. It typically took 3 to 4 seconds to advance the ball from the backcourt to the frontcourt, leaving merely 2 to 3 seconds to shoot. It seemed utterly chaotic. Yet, the groundbreaking tactical philosophy was destined to ignite imitation among all teams in the league. I even sensed that this could evolve into a prevailing strategy for future generations. Just as the others were grappling with the implausibility of a 6-second offense, Old Sweet Pea began clapping enthusiastically in approval. Lin Yu was thoroughly perplexed for a moment. He could not discern whether Lao Tiando was merely flattering or genuinely expressing his thoughts. Tiando, an athlete who transcends the era, is exceptionally suited for fast breaks. And thus he may indeed hold a sincere appreciation for such an extreme pace of play. However, his tone conveyed the impression of insincerity. Jalen, step forward. Lin Yu called out to Jalen Rose, proclaiming, tonight, you shall be our unequivocal offensive force. Once you step onto the court, unleash your shots with fervor. As long as you are on the floor, the ball is yours to command. Release it without hesitation. Do not mistake my words for jest. This is a directive of utmost seriousness. Should you falter, I dare say Legler would be most pleased to seize your starting position. Jalen Rose felt a tremor of both excitement and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from the boundless freedom to shoot, albeit temporarily, while the fear arose from the possibility of misfortune. What if every shot he attempted clanked off the rim? He was suddenly reminded of the phone call Lin Yu had made to him the previous night, wherein he had mused that with a stroke of luck, one could embody the essence of Jordan, with the privilege of unlimited shooting rights and an abundance of fortune. Every shot could find its mark. Was he that the very definition of Jordan himself? As the players dispersed, Lin Yu summoned Marshburn to discuss Murray's situation, instructing him to play as a substitute for Murray that evening. Marshburn readily acquiesced, embodying the archetype of a seemingly aloof exterior coupled with a warm heart. When the evening's game approached, Lin Yu announced the starting lineup, which bore minimal alterations. Only Marshburn was replaced by Murray. Ding. Tracy Murray's affinity rating increased, currently standing at 50 points. The magnitude of this increase alone attests to the significance Murray placed on tonight's match. Lin Yu reviewed Jalen Rose's attributes once more. Jalen Rose possesses a strength of 70, speed of 84, and vertical leap of 84. His low post offense stands at 44, while his perimeter defense is rated at 81. He has a rebounding ability of 72, shot blocking at 61, and steals at 66. His mid-range shooting is impressive at 85, three-point shooting at 81, free throw accuracy at 88, passing at 71, ball control at 67, and driving ability at 63. Currently, he has a favorability rating of 70 and enjoys a 70 halo effect. From the attributes panel, it is evident that Jalen Rose is quite competent on both offense and defense, although his defensive metrics do not reflect his abilities, as his block and steal statistics are relatively low. He is primarily a shooting-oriented traditional shooting guard. His shooting capabilities may not be elite, yet they are sufficient. Given this foundational shooting prowess, coupled with the enhancement from his passive halo effect, against an opponent like the Clippers, who are notoriously underwhelming. If Jalen Rose fails to make an impact, Lin Yu would be at a loss. Uncle Ho has been closely monitoring Jalen Rose's performance. And should Rose falter upon his return from injury, Uncle Ho is certain to express his dissatisfaction. Thus, the upcoming week is crucial for Jalen Rose. Determining his fate with the Wizards. Chapter 47. Halftime 40 points beat. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the entrance of the starting players. Upon observing the Clippers' starting lineup, Lin Yu nearly burst into laughter. Among the 5 starters, not a single face appeared familiar to him. However, he recognized Lamond Murray and Brent Barry sitting on the bench. If the Cavaliers' roster could be likened to that of a struggling underdog, then the Clippers' lineup resembled a collection of dust particles, scarcely visible without a microscope. Once the players took the court, Tracy Murray embraced his cousin, while Weber exchanged greetings with the Clippers' starting center, Lloyd Aut. Aut, a fellow alumnus of the University of Michigan, has averaged 14.9 points and 10 rebounds this season, leading the Clippers in both scoring and rebounding. Indeed, the Clippers' leading scorer this season averages less than 15 points. Weber won the jump ball, initiating the Wizards' offense. However, it was evident that the fast-paced player had forgotten Lin Yu's pregame instructions, as he proceeded to advance the ball in his usual leisurely manner. "Quick, push it faster," Lin Yu hurriedly reminded from the sidelines. Only then did Fei Che regain his focus, recalling the utterly frantic 6-second offense they were to execute against Lin Yu tonight, with Jalen Rose designated as the primary shooter. After crossing the half-court line, the ball found its way into Jalen Rose's hands. "Shoot." Lin Yu observed that Jalen Rose had failed to catch the ball and immediately shouted out in urgency. Upon hearing Lin Yu's call, Rose resolutely decided to take a step forward beyond the three-point line and attempted a mid-range shot against Malik Beasley. Thud. The ball clanged against the rim and did not go in, but the ever-reliable Ben Wallace comfortably secured the rebound, passing it swiftly to the approaching Weber. Positioned advantageously, Weber could have taken a shot off the backboard, yet he refrained, choosing instead to return the ball to Jalen Rose. Weber harbored a greater desire than Lin Yu for Rose to deliver an explosive performance, having waited so long for Rose to be granted the freedom to shoot. He was willing to forego his own scoring opportunities to allow Rose to take a few more attempts. "Shoot. If you don't shoot, get off the court." Seeing Rose catch the ball but hesitating, looking around for teammates, Lin Yu's frustration surged as he began to apply pressure on Rose. Left with no other option, Rose reluctantly raised his hands and took another mid-range shot. Thud. Once again, it did not find the mark. Wallace pushed aside O'Neal, and Weber snatched the rebound, immediately passing the ball back to Rose upon landing. Rose felt on the verge of collapse. Was this some kind of joke? Despite his evident struggle, they insisted he keep shooting? Fine. If that was what they wanted, he would shoot, even if it meant missing repeatedly. The coach could hardly blame him. After all, it was he who urged him to take the shots. Swish. Perhaps the effects of his steely determination were finally manifesting, as Rose's third attempt finally found success. Lin Yu was elated as he activated the unfortunate Gene Kasai. Due to the fact that steelback battle intent and evil pleasure are only applicable to players with a designated affinity of over 50. The aura effects are not linked to the player's affinity levels. Jalen Rose took 3 shots, and steelback battle intent enhanced his shooting-related attributes by 3 points. After successfully making 1 shot, evil pleasure further elevated his attributes by 5 points, bringing Rose's mid-range shooting ability to an astonishing 93 points. Achieving 90 points signifies a player of all-star caliber, while reaching 95 points places one in the realm of comparison with the legends of basketball history. Rose's 93 mid-range shooting, when faced with formidable defenders like Marshburn or Jordan, may not always shine, but against an unremarkable shooting guard like Healy, he would undoubtedly excel. As the Clippers initiated their offensive possession, they sluggishly moved the ball up the court, taking a full 20 seconds before attempting a shot. Observing the scoring patterns of the Clippers reveals their identity as a team with an exceedingly slow pace. Seasoned fans might find themselves dozing off during their games. Lamond Murray attempted a strong drive, but his mid-range shot failed, and the rebound was snatched by Ben Wallace. Roy O'Neal found himself in a frustrating situation. Despite averaging 10 rebounds per game, he could only muster over 2 offensive rebounds, a stark contrast to the true rebounders of the league. He was utterly outmatched by Wallace. With Chris Webber lurking nearby, O'Neal's frontcourt partner, Bo Outlaw, standing at 203 centimeters, was not a true power forward, leaving the Clippers without a proper big man, thus forcing him into the 4 position. This meant O'Neal was left to contend with both Wallace and Webber in the paint, a daunting challenge indeed. After securing the rebound, Wallace swiftly passed to Webber, who then transferred the ball to the speedy driver. This time, Lin Yu did not need to urge. The driver accelerated with full force towards the front court, with Jalen Rose closely trailing. Swish. Just as Rose crossed the three-point line, the driver's pass reached him. He caught and shot in one fluid motion, sinking the mid-range jumper. Excellent. Let us keep this pace. Play as fast as we can. Lin Yu stood at the sidelines, applauding and cheering. If Jalen Rose could maintain his exhilarating state, he could single-handedly dismantle the Clippers tonight. As the game unfolded, Lin Yu observed the action on the court with a mixture of disbelief and pride. His original vision was to emulate the Phoenix Suns' renowned 7-second offense, which emphasizes a rapid transition to the front court, eschewing the deliberate pursuit of rebounds. If a shot is made, splendid. If not, the team swiftly retreats on defense. Many fans mistakenly believe the Suns focus solely on offense, but in reality, their defensive transitions are remarkably swift and efficient. Currently, however, the Bullets are playing at an impressive pace, even faster than the Suns, yet it lacks the essence of that style. With both Big Ben and Webber placing a premium on rebounding, their approach still leans towards a more traditional half-court game. So, what is this? A 7-second half-court game? My own invention? Lin Yu was both amused and exasperated, contemplating that such a style of play was utterly unconventional. Nevertheless, the efficacy was undeniable. The Clippers were in disarray, unable to adapt to the frenetic pace of the game. Swish, swish. Jalen Rose's mid-range shots fell one after another. Even when he missed, he was able to receive passes from Webber and attempt again, reveling in the thrill of the game. Nearly 7 minutes into the first quarter, Lin Yu was taken aback upon reviewing the team's statistics. With 9 successful shots out of 17 attempts, all mid-range, Jalen Rose had amassed an impressive 18 points in just 7 minutes. Although the scoring efficiency was not remarkable, the Bullets enjoyed a significant rebounding advantage, meaning those 17 shots had only consumed 12 offensive possessions. The Clippers called for a timeout, and Webber gathered the players on the sidelines. I can't go on, coach. I'm completely spent. Let Sam take my place. I just can't keep up anymore. After exiting the game, the exhausted racer collapsed onto the bench, breathless and unable to rise. Both Big Ben and Webber remained silent, yet their faces glistened with beads of sweat. They were even more fatigued than Racer. Once Racer had swiftly advanced the ball and passed to Rose, he was done for, leaving Big Ben and Webber to battle for rebounds at the front court. After more than 7 minutes of relentless running, Rose was also feeling the strain. All right, let's take a breather, Lin Yu decided and substituted the entire starting 5, bringing in Davis, Marshburn, Harvey, Legler, and Castle. After all, with only one interior player on the Clippers, having Davis on the court would surely suffice. While the Bullets players were fatigued, the Clippers were no less worn out. Alas, they lacked the depth of the Bullets roster and had to continue playing. Upon entering the game, Davis faced the less formidable Otto, who was now utterly exhausted, and thus Davis began to dominate, playing like a warrior. Observing the bench lineup, Lin Yu marveled at how the Bullets had evolved into such a formidable team, with even the reserves capable of forming a commendable lineup. 3 minutes into the second quarter, Lin Yu again substituted the entire starting 5, reintroducing them to unleash Rose's second scoring wave. After another 7 to 8 minutes, Rose attempted 18 shots in this quarter, successfully sinking 11, showcasing a significantly improved shooting percentage, likely having adapted to the frenetic offensive tempo. Upon returning to the locker room at halftime, Jalen Rose firmly pinched his thigh, yelping in pain. Is this real? Oh my God, I scored 40 points and a half. I must be dreaming. Not only Rose, but the other Bullets players were equally astonished by the halftime score. They were aware that Rose had accumulated a substantial number of points. Yet none could have anticipated a staggering 40 points in just one half. What a peculiar concept this is. It is noteworthy that Michael Jordan's highest scoring half in his illustrious career was a mere 35 points. Of course, those 35 points were achieved during the 1992 finals, which undoubtedly carries a different weight compared to Derrick Rose's 40 points and a half. God, are you certain that it was divine intervention that granted you those 40 points? Lin Yu chuckled. Upon hearing this, Jalen Rose was taken aback, exclaiming, "It is not God, but rather the legendary Guan Yu and Hong Tian Wang. Coach, I am grateful to you. Ever since I started venerating these two deities, I truly feel that my fortunes have markedly improved. This is no jest, nor a mere illusion. It is genuinely better." The other players, unaware of Lin Yu's involvement in Jalen Rose's spiritual practices, quickly approached to inquire further. After all, every human harbors a yearning for good fortune, and the notion of deities who can bestow luck is undeniably enticing. It is well known that Jalen Rose had previously endured a streak of misfortune, yet it seems that his recent luck has shifted. As evidenced by his impressive 40 points in the first half, a clear indication that these deities are indeed effective. As the second half commenced, nearly 5 minutes elapsed before the Clippers conceded, opting to field an entirely bench lineup. While their starting quintet may not have outmatched the substitutes, Lin Yu, observing their surrender, could not pursue a relentless onslaught and reluctantly substituted his starters as well. In those 5 minutes, Rose added another 11 points to his tally, bringing his total for the game to 51 points. What a pity. I had anticipated you would score at least 60 points tonight. And surpassing the 70-point mark set by the great David Robinson was certainly within reach, Weber remarked with a smile as he embraced Rose. Coach, why not allow Jalen to play a few more minutes? With just 5 more minutes, he could break 60 points and become the highest single-game scorer in Bullets history. Weber, a true paragon of loyalty and camaraderie, was willing to relinquish the franchise record of 56 points, his own achievement prior to the All-Star weekend, to allow Rose to shine brighter. Chapter 48. An unconventional quadrangular romance. Upon hearing Weber's suggestion, Rose promptly shook his head in refusal. Please, Chris, do not put me in such a predicament. After finally experiencing a slight turn of fortune, I dare not engage in any unscrupulous antics lest I invite misfortune once more. Scoring during garbage time may not tarnish my status as a star, but I hold too much self-respect to indulge in such endeavors. Upon uttering those words, Jalen Rose seemed to radiate a luminous aura, akin to the divine light, the enlightenment of Buddha, the very essence of humanity. It is evident that Rose does not possess such noble character. His motivation lies solely in preserving Chris Webber's esteemed position as the franchise's all-time leading scorer. One cannot deny the depth of their long-standing camaraderie. In truth, even if Rose had failed to score tonight, his remarkable tally of 51 points would have secured him the third place in the annals of the Washington Bullets history. Prior to Webber's astonishing 56-point performance, only Bernard King had managed to surpass the 50-point threshold for the franchise, with a mere 52 points to his name. As the final whistle blew, Rose's score was firmly established at 51 points, marking him as the third player in Washington Bullets history to achieve a single-game scoring feat of over 50 points. Ding! Jalen Rose's favorability rating has increased, currently standing at 90 points. Lin Yu was immensely satisfied, with Ross completing his task. It was merely a matter of time before he fully conquered the challenge ahead. The following morning, headlines proclaimed Ross's astounding performance, 40 points in the first half and a total of 51 points, leading his team to dismantle the Los Angeles Clippers in just 2.5 quarters. Fans were left in awe of Ross's extraordinary display from the previous night. But even more astonishing was the remarkable transformation of the Bullets under Lin Yu's leadership. Just moments earlier, Big Ben had achieved a quadruple-double, yet here was Ross, unexpectedly stealing the spotlight. When had the Bullets become such a force to be reckoned with? Considering their all-time high score was merely 52 points, the team had little to showcase in terms of accolades. It would be disingenuous to say they had none. They did secure a championship title, and furthermore, Unseld had won the regular season MVP in his rookie year, making him one of only 2 rookie players to attain such an extraordinary feat alongside Wilt Chamberlain. Remarkably, Lin Yu had been coaching the Bullets for only a month, and already, an array of explosive statistics was emerging, generating unparalleled anticipation among fans for the team's matches. The next game was against the Dallas Mavericks, who had previously traded Marshburn and Castle to the Bullets in exchange for Cheney, Lorenzo, and a first-round draft pick. Lin Yu felt that he had struck a lucrative deal. The chips he offered, one could hardly exchange even for a peak period Castle, let alone 2. Meanwhile, the Mavericks general manager, the seasoned Nelson, also perceived himself as a winner. Once Penny arrived in Dallas, he showcased a remarkable performance, averaging 17 points per game during this period, while Marsh, after joining the Bullets, managed a mere 4 points per game, and Castle was not faring much better, as he remained a backup. Both sides believed they had made a significant profit, each considering themselves exceedingly astute. On Wednesday evening, Lin Yu and his teammates sat in the locker room. Tonight, let us strive once again as we did in the previous match. We hope the Mavericks can endure longer and not descend into the absurdity we witnessed with the Clippers. Lin Yu chuckled, remarking that the Clippers, despite being the 8th seed in the Western Conference, were at least a competitive team, whereas the Mavericks resembled a team in disarray, likely unable to endure even a half. However, he expressed concern for Big Ben in this game. noting that Lorenzo, currently with the Mavericks, might engage in some unsporting behavior upon entering the game. Weber, gazing anxiously at Big Ben, relished his partnership with him in the paint and hoped that nothing untoward would happen. Whether it be an injury inflicted by Lorenzo or Big Ben getting suspended for injuring Lorenzo. In truth, no power forward would shy away from partnering with Big Ben, as he lacked secondary scoring abilities. Often, even when he secured offensive rebounds, he would prioritize passing the ball out, making the power forward, being in close proximity, the primary target for his passes, thus ensuring more shooting opportunities and consequently higher scoring. Additionally, Big Ben's robust physique and unparalleled positioning prowess afforded the power forward a more comfortable shooting space, often enabling them to snag additional rebounds. For instance, since teaming up with Big Ben, Weber's average points, rebounds, and even assists had increased, with blocks following suit, as Weber found it much easier to secure blocks when Big Ben established his position. In essence, Big Ben resembled a Nash of the center position, however. While Nash directly elevated his teammates' statistics, Big Ben did so indirectly. "I am unafraid," Big Ben declared, patting his impressive biceps and grinning foolishly at Weber. As the clock struck 8, the game commenced, with Lin Yu observing from the sidelines. The Mavericks head coach, Jim Clemens, should be familiar to Chinese fans, as he once served as a coach in the Chinese Basketball Association. Throughout Jim Clemens' coaching career, he epitomized the role of an adjunct, having previously served as an assistant to Phil Jackson before securing the head coach position with the Mavericks this year, albeit for a brief tenure before being dismissed by the veteran Nelson. Following his departure from the Mavericks, he returned to serve under Phil Jackson, remaining part of the coaching staff as Jackson took the helm of the Lakers and later the Knicks. Throughout his life, he had not pursued many endeavors beyond assisting Phil Jackson. Nelson, in his capacity as the team's general manager, was also present at the game. Watching intently as he contemplated his starting lineup, the towering Sean Bradley, Chris Gatling, Chinny, Michael Finley, and Jim Jackson. This starting lineup was remarkably unconventional, lacking a point guard and instead featuring 3 shooting guards, with even the power forward, Gatling, being a perimeter shooting specialist. Lin Yu was not the least bit surprised. If old Nelson had fielded a conventional starting lineup tonight, that would have been unexpected. Regardless of the configuration, anything orchestrated by old Nelson was hardly remarkable. Since his debut, Marshawn had worn an unnatural expression, casting a disdainful glance at his former teammate, Jim Jackson. In the previous 2 seasons, the Mavericks had been a team that fans held high hopes for, a championship contender boasting the illustrious 3J trio, excluding Jordan and Pippen. This combination was arguably the most opulent backcourt in the league. The term 3J derived from the initials of Jamal Marshawn, Jason Kidd, and Jim Jackson. The legendary status of the 3J trio could be likened to that of the Fab Five from Michigan, perhaps even more tinged with tragedy. In their inaugural season together, they elevated the Mavericks from a meager 13 wins to a commendable 36 victories. While the win total was still modest, the youth of the trio offered a promising future for Mavericks fans to anticipate. However, their collaboration was short-lived. First, Marshawn and Jackson clashed over shot attempts, each accusing the other of selfishness. Kidd, assuming the role of mediator, believed himself to be the team leader, expecting Marshawn and Jackson to concede to him. Yet, neither Marshawn nor Jackson regarded Kidd, who had joined the league after them, with any respect. Marshawn, though more reserved, refrained from direct confrontation with Kidd, while Jackson escalated the conflict, shifting from vying for shot dominance with Marshawn to disputing the leadership position with Kidd. Both the struggle for ball control and the quest for leadership were manageable within limits, but the true catalyst for their discord was the renowned singer Toni Braxton. During this era, Braxton was a global sensation. Her 1993 album sold 10 million copies, and her second album in 1995 also reached impressive sales figures. With 3 Grammy Awards to her name, she stood as a formidable figure in the realm of female artists, comparable to the likes of the elite shooting guards. With talent, wealth, fame, and beauty, it was no wonder that men were enamored with her. Kidd was the first to pursue her, only to have Jackson swoop in and steal his thunder. Rumors intensified, suggesting that Marshawn had also developed affections for Braxton, resulting in a convoluted love quadrangle. It was said that the 3 even engaged in a physical altercation in the locker room over Braxton, though the specifics of such a chaotic relationship remain elusive. Upon discovering that the 3J combination disbanded due to a woman, Lin Yu was intrigued by the enigma of this Braxton, a seemingly divine beauty. However, upon investigation, he found her to be rather unremarkable, She lacked the striking beauty of Xia Yunshi and the alluring physique of Karma, with her only noteworthy feature possibly being her voice. It seemed he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. In the initial round, the tall player successfully executed a jump shot. His impressive height of 229 centimeters allowing him to easily reach the ball with just a slight rise onto his toes. Finley retrieved the ball and advanced it to the front court, charging towards the three-point line, where he executed a mid-range jumper amidst a fast-approaching defense, scoring 2 points. His shot was utterly indisputable. Finley, often dubbed the poor man's Jordan, was certainly not undeserving of the title. As the Bullets initiated their offensive, there was no need for Lin Yu to call out. The fast-paced play was already underway. However, upon reaching the front court, the player found himself at a loss. As Jalen Rose was effectively blocked by both Finley and Chaney, leaving him with no passing options whatsoever. Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Is this how they play? Immediately resorting to a double team? The 7-second offensive strategy saw Jalen Rose attempting a shot from the front court, but he could not even receive the ball, rendering him incapable of contributing. Fei glanced at the open Marshburn, yet displayed no inclination to pass. Well, would it matter if he did? He was not involved in the offense. Ultimately, the ball found its way into Weber's hands. It seemed as though Weber harbored a grudge against all the forwards participating in the All-Star game. Although Gatlin was merely a bench player for the Mavericks, he had indeed been selected for the Western All-Star roster, an abstract notion indeed. Even more abstract was the fact that, as a bench player, Gatlin was the team's leading scorer. Under the eccentric genius of the mad scientist, Old Nelson, anything was possible. If he decided to send a woman onto the court in the second half, Lin Yu would scarcely be surprised. Weber, who typically shied away from back-to-the-basket plays, immediately engaged in one against Gatlin. How could such a slender forward withstand Weber's onslaught? In mere moments, Gatlin lost his position, allowing Weber to execute a turnaround jumper, albeit to no avail. Meanwhile, Big Ben had already bulldozed the lanky Bradley out of the key, a scene that elicited a chuckle from Lin Yu. As it appeared, Big Ben resembled a fierce warrior wielding a spear, with Bradley serving as the very spear itself. Interestingly, Bradley bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Manute, possessing extraordinary height but lacking in rebounding and scoring prowess, relying solely on his stature to accumulate respectable block statistics. Throughout his career, Bradley's highest average for rebounds in a season barely exceeded 9, and while his scoring often lingered in double digits, his shooting percentage fell below 45. Hardly befitting a dominant center. The root of the issue lay in his frail physique. He was simply unable to establish himself in the paint. In the current confrontation with Big Ben, he was being pushed around with ease. After securing the offensive rebound, Big Ben noticed Bradley nearby and hesitated to attempt a shot in the paint, for Bradley's imposing height still commanded a significant level of intimidation. Chapter 49. Has the rumor mill turned its focus on me? The ball was eventually transferred to Marshburn. After a moment's hesitation, he chose not to shoot, instead passing it back to Weber, who successfully made the jumper this time. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, as he had anticipated that Marshawn would seize the opportunity to shine against his old adversary, Jim Jackson, yet he remained passive. Under normal circumstances, Jim Jackson would have been traded away. Old Nelson, in a fit of rage, had sold off all 3 JS. However, perhaps due to the butterfly effect brought on by Lin Yu's time travel, the addition of Cheney led the inventive Nelson to devise a daring strategy centered around a quarterback, resulting in Jim Jackson being retained. Jamal, after a month of absence, I am astonished by the depths of your decline. I regret vying for possession with someone of your caliber. This may well be a blemish on my career. Jim Jackson stood beside Marshawn, loudly mocking him, their proximity allowing Lin Yu to overhear every word. At least I won the game, didn't T.I.? Jim. Marshawn cast a sidelong glance at Jim Jackson. Win the game? Are you suggesting that the Bullets' victories hinge on your consistently contributing 3 or 4 points each night? Don't you find that laughable? Jim Jackson's words rendered Marshawn speechless. His face flushed and fists clenched. Marshawn, akin to Ben, typically struggled to express himself and was no match for verbal sparring. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Yu could scarcely contain his disdain. He was willing to confront a formidable figure like Riley on behalf of Weber. Yet, what is Jim Jackson in comparison? How dare you challenge my Marshawn in this arena? Hey, Jim, I had presumed that after Kidd and Marshawn's departure, you would rise to prominence as the leader of the Mavericks. Yet, I find you still wanting. Now you are merely subordinate to Channing and Finley. Channing is a benchwarmer on our Wizards team, while Marshawn is a starter. Thus, your position here means you cannot even secure a spot as a substitute. Finley is merely a sophomore, To play second fiddle to a rookie is akin to contemplating retirement. Do you comprehend? During my negotiations with the Mavericks, they intended to use you as a trade piece in a deal for Marshawn, and without a moment's hesitation, I declined. I could summon any player from our bench, and they would undoubtedly surpass you in skill. Lin Yu's mouth was as relentless as a machine gun, unleashing a barrage of words upon Jim Jackson on the court. The Mavericks' offensive possession had already concluded, yet in this moment of retaliation, Lin Yu persisted, fervently countering Marshburn's remarks. Ray Jackson quickly rose from the bench and jogged over to Lin Yu's side. "Coach, shall I step in?" Lin Yu shook his head, asserting that employing such a formidable weapon against mere underlings was a sheer waste. Chaney's expression reflected helplessness as he lamented why Jim Jackson had to drag him into this discussion. While there was some truth to his assertion that he was barely seeing playing time with the Bullet team, he was nonetheless averaging 17 points per game with the Mavericks. In contrast to Jim Jackson's modest 15 points, Finley was even more disheartened, often marginalized by Jim Jackson in the locker room. Lin Yu's comment suggested that his future there would be even more challenging. Jim Jackson was nearly driven to madness. He recognized that Lin Yu was being facetious. How could he possibly be deemed a mere trade addition for Marshawn? After all, Coach Nelson was no fool. However, Lin Yu's voice resonated loudly, and many spectators in the front rows overheard, transforming rumors into perceived truths. Furthermore, Lin Yu's implication that he would serve as a subordinate to Chaney and Finley was a considerable affront to his pride. He held himself in high regard, being the 4th overall pick in the illustrious 1992 draft, and while he may not have shone as brightly as the likes of Shaquille O'Neal or Alonzo Mourning, he undeniably ranked as the strongest perimeter player of that draft class. He had achieved an astonishing average of 25.7 points per game in his 3rd year, making him more than qualified to assume the role of team leader. Regrettably, Marshawn and Kidd were also exceptionally talented. Marshawn averaged 24 points in his 2nd year, and Kidd, the 2nd overall pick in '94, entered the league with top-tier defensive and playmaking skills. After finally displacing Marshawn and Kidd, he believed it was only natural for him to ascend as the team's leader. Yet, he was confronted by 2 less distinguished players, Chaney and Finley, who fiercely contested his shooting opportunities, leaving him with a mere 15-point average. Infuriated, Jim Jackson redirected his ire towards Lin Yu, hurling accusations. "You, the pretty boy who climbed the ranks thanks to Unseld, have people in your team insinuating you share an inappropriate relationship with him. Don't even think about denying it. You cannot refute the truth. A 26-year-old Chinese man. How could you possibly ascend to the position of head coach without any special connection to Unseld?" Jim Jackson was utterly agitated, spouting whatever came to mind. Following his outburst, an eerie silence enveloped the arena. Lin Yu was taken aback. Had the slanderous rumors reached him? Ben, Weber, and others were equally stunned. Even the referees appeared bewildered. After seizing the rebound, Ben hurled the ball out of bounds and stormed towards Jim Jackson in a furious 3-step stride. "You little pup, what did you say? Dare to repeat that? I could rip your manhood off and shove it where the sun doesn't shine." The NBA is a league of tough men. Despite their daily proclamations against discrimination towards the LGBTQ community, to insult someone to their face is far more grievous than disturbing their ancestors' graves. Why is Magic Johnson avoided like the plague? Beyond his HIV status, there are rumors of his indiscriminate appetites. Ben regarded Lin Yu as family, and Jim Jackson's remarks were tantamount to an affront against Ben himself. Weber and Jalen Rose, with grim expressions, joined the fray. Their gratitude towards Lin Yu was no less than Ben's. Recently, Lin Yu had stood up for Weber, even confronting Riley, and had granted Rose the freedom to shoot at will to bolster his statistics. Upon hearing Jim Jackson's derogatory comments, the two rushed to support Ben. Marsh, who was standing beside Jim Jackson, sneered, "Buddy, if I were you, I would apologize to Lin Yu right now. Otherwise, you might face unforeseen consequences. Remember, your words have offended more than just Lin Yu." Seeing the escalating tension, the rest of the Bullet team joined in, unwilling to merely spectate. Lin Yu, considering how he was perceived, decided to approach as well. The Bullet players surrounded Jim Jackson. Strangely, none of the Mavericks players came to Jim Jackson's aid. A testament to the atmosphere cultivated by Old Nelson's coaching, player camaraderie was virtually non-existent. Jim Jackson had a reputation for bullying both veterans and rookies alike in the locker room, so it was no wonder that no one stood up for him now. The referees hurriedly intervened, shielding Jim Jackson from the impending confrontation, for if they did not protect him, he might well be met with violence. Lin Yu, with a grim expression, commanded, "Bring him here." Without uttering a word, Bin forcefully shoved the terrified Jim Jackson before Lin Yu. Did you just claim that one of our team members spread rumors about me? You have 3 seconds to provide me with a name, or I shall truly strike you. When Lorenzo joined your Mavericks, did he ever mention the incident of me slapping his face? Lin Yu found himself unable to contain his fury, as this matter was exceedingly repulsive. Were it merely a fabrication of another sort, he would remain unfazed. For he himself was also spreading rumors about Jim Jackson being a mere trade throw-in. What incensed Lin Yu even further was that this rumor originated from within their own team, the Bullets. His own feelings were of little consequence. But what of the dignity of Anseld? After all, it is often said that persistent rumors can morph into accepted truths. And Lin Yu had no desire to see Anseld ridiculed as an old fool. Now, the transgressions of Jim Jackson transcended mere humiliation of Marshawn. If he failed to provide a name, Lin Yu was prepared to risk suspension just to deliver a resounding slap of retribution. Haven't you also spread rumors? Why is it acceptable for you, but not for others? Jim Jackson retorted defiantly. I am indeed a person of double standards, always strict with others, yet lenient with myself. Lin Yu began the countdown, his hand already raised. Bin stood beside him, his arms gripping Jim Jackson's with a vice-like hold, rendering him immobile. Despite the referee's whistle threatening to pierce the air, Bin refused to relent. Panic set in for Jim Jackson. He initially doubted Lin Yu's audacity to strike him. But witnessing Lin Yu's formidable stance, he dared not take the risk. It is worth noting that over 10,000 fans were present, and receiving a slap in such a setting would be a humiliation too profound to bear, far more severe than what Telon Hill experienced from Old Oak during a warm-up, where the audience was scant. It was akin to being the subject of ridicule for a lifetime. I don't know, he stammered. All I know is that a scout from your team joined us a week ago and mentioned it. Jim Jackson quickly divulged this information, genuinely fearful of Lin Yu's potential outburst. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. A scout? It was likely the handiwork of Ben Jales, who probably could not tolerate Lin Yu's rise to prominence and was spreading baseless rumors through his underlings. Scouts are notoriously transient. One day they may be with a particular team, and the next they could be lured away by another. Initially, Lin Yu had thought it might be Lorenzo or Chinny behind this, but it seems they are likely not involved. Go away. Do not presume that this matter has concluded. And do not think for a moment that you are truly faring better than Marsh Ben. It will not be long before you find yourself looking up to him. Lin Yu was disinclined to argue with Jim Jackson. He had no intention of truly striking him. If he were to resort to violence, he would undoubtedly face suspensions. And he had no desire to create unnecessary trouble for himself. Jim Jackson, of course, felt an inner resentment. How could he be looked down upon? Was it merely due to Marsh's meager average of 3 or 4 points per game? It was utterly laughable. The referees were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed. There had been no actual fight, and Lin Yu had not entered the court, leaving them without grounds to expel him. Although Big Ben had made a pushing motion, it was insufficient for expulsion. At most, it warranted a technical foul. As for Weber and others, there was even less justification for any penalties. After much deliberation, the referees decided to issue 2 technical fouls, one against Lin Yu and one against Big Ben. These 2 technical fouls granted the Mavericks 2 free throw opportunities. Big Ben, visibly displeased, shot a menacing glare at Jim Jackson and declared, "You owe me $100. His frustration stemmed not from being penalized or from the Mavericks receiving free throws, but rather from the fact that technical fouls incurred a fine, amounting to $100. Fortunately, in this era, technical fouls were relatively inexpensive. Had it been a decade later, with players' salaries skyrocketing, a technical foul would cost $1,000, and by 2010, the starting fine would be $2,000. In Chapter 50, the request of the fast-paced game unfolds. Old Nelson's research had produced a 3-point guard lineup that demonstrated some skill, albeit limited. The 3 guards operated independently, lacking synergy. It was a case of one hammering here, another there. If center Bradley had been a dominant rebounder, it might have been manageable, but unfortunately, the lanky figure could not contend with Big Ben's prowess on the boards. The Mavericks, playing at home, succumbed to the Washington Bullets by a staggering 31 points, with a score of 111-80. In the face of such a dismal defeat, Old Nelson remained expressionless, devoid of any disappointment, as if the Mavericks were not the ones losing. Despite the victory, Lin Yu could not find joy. Having been the subject of malicious rumors, particularly in association with the notorious rebounder, Unseld, anyone would find it difficult to be pleased under such circumstances. One could only wonder how furious Unseld would become once he learned of the matter. After the game, Lin Yu lacked the enthusiasm to attend the press conference, delegating the task to Sweet Pea and Weber. In this match, the opposing team had continually double-teamed Jalen Rose, so even with his star power, Rose could only manage a total of 17 points. However, the substitute Murray shone brightly, contributing 22 points, including 4 successful three-pointers out of 6 attempts. Weber, as always, delivered a steady performance, amassing 33 points, 11 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 2 blocks. After a night's rest in Dallas, the Bullets boarded a plane to Portland. Fast-paced player approached Lin Yu, inquiring, "Coach, tomorrow night we face the Trail Blazers. Is there any way I can deliver a standout performance? As you know, the Blazers are my former team, and every player wishes to impart a lesson to their old club." Lin Yu's expression was one of confusion. After all, the Trail Blazers had not wronged him. It was merely a typical transaction where both parties benefited. Moreover, had he not already achieved a remarkable feat of 20 points and 20 assists? Such statistics are indeed hallmarks of a Hall of Fame caliber point guard. Feiqing shook his head repeatedly, insisting that the situation was not so simple. How could they not have wronged me? Colessimo berates me almost daily with no regard for decorum. I've even had dreams of giving him a thorough beating. Colessimo, the head coach of the Trail Blazers, was notorious throughout the league for his sharp tongue, rivaling that of Larry Brown, while Larry Brown's criticism stemmed from his esteemed position and extensive experience. Commanding respect from players who often dared not defy him, many only found the courage to speak out against him post-retirement. Colessimo lacked such credentials. His penchant for harsh words had often backfired, most infamously when he was choked by the eccentric Sprewell during his tenure with the Warriors. If he dared to provoke someone as volatile as Sprewell, he certainly would not spare Feiqing, who, despite his temperate demeanor, would not be exempt from his barbs. As for that illustrious 2020 achievement, was it not a testament to my own prowess? What I mean is, just as you assisted Jalen, let me also have an opportunity to shine in a similar fashion, Feiqing continued. Lin Yu was rendered speechless. Is a score of 20 indicative of personal prowess? This individual, Feiqing, truly possesses an uncanny ability to embellish his own accomplishments, akin to climbing a tree by grasping at his own rear. What direction do you intend to take? What constitutes an explosive performance in your eyes? Reflecting on how Feiqing's popularity has stagnated, Lin Yu sensed an opportunity for improvement this time. Surely, a score of 60 is warranted, right? Even Jay Lewin has managed 51. Can I truly underperform compared to him? Feiqing announced a number. And Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim, why not just claim a perfect 100? Wait, what is your highest career score thus far? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. This question left Feiqing feeling somewhat embarrassed, and he replied softly, 36 points. Ahem. It's not my fault I haven't encountered a coach as exceptional as you until now. Had I met you earlier, I would have achieved 60 points in a single game long ago. Laughter erupted among the crowd, as they too found Feiqing's claim rather absurd. After 8 years in his professional career, his highest score was merely 36 points, yet he boldly suggested he could now reach 60. However, amidst the laughter, his words resonated with them. Lin Yu truly was a commendable coach, and many within the team had already delivered their best performances under his guidance. While one could attribute a few fortunate outcomes to luck, it was impossible to continue doing so when records were consistently being shattered. The critical point being that Lin Yu had only coached the team for a month, if they spent several years under his tutelage. It was uncertain how many records would be broken. If 60 points were unattainable, perhaps 50 would suffice? If 50 was also out of reach, then 40 must be the minimum. Anything less would be devoid of significance. Feiqing was genuinely eager to showcase his skills before Colessimo, and thus, he humbly implored Lin Yu for assistance. Lin Yu wore a troubled expression. It was not that he was unwilling to assist Feiqing, rather, the current situation resembled that of a student who, having endured scorn and reprimands from a teacher throughout high school, yearns to return and provoke that very teacher after achieving success. Unfortunately, circumstances did not permit such indulgence. In this instance, the random aura he possessed, characterized by the steel-back battle intent and a sense of wicked pleasure, required the designated player's favorability to exceed 50 points. At present, Feiqing's favorability stood at a mere 30 points. Even the second aura, bloodthirsty desire, was contingent upon the presence of a shooting guard to reap its benefits. Recalling how Feiqing's favorability had surged from 10 to 30 points due to Lin Yu's public commendation, he resolved to make another attempt to elevate it to 50. Should he succeed, he could leverage the aura's effects to exact revenge on Colessimo, which would not be out of the question. However, if favorability failed to reach 50, Lin Yu would find himself at an impasse. Snap! Lin Yu clapped his hands to gather the assembled warriors. Brothers, he began. Rod is old enough to be the elder brother of most of you. His prowess is formidable. He ranks among the top 3 point guards in the league. Without a doubt. His character is commendable, as he has never bullied the younger members of our team. As for his appearance, well, he is quite handsome, indeed. Lin Yu gritted his teeth, feeling the discomfort of this insincere sentiment. He is one of our leaders in the locker room. Now, he wishes to excel in the upcoming match against the Trailblazers. Will you lend him your support? Lin Yu inquired aloud among the assembled members. On the surface, it appeared to be a question, yet the true intention was to extol Fish. In reality, how could Fish possibly rank among the top 3 point guards? The current league's foremost nemesis, Stockton, was still at the zenith of his career. Peyton was in the pinnacle of his prowess, while the tail end of Steve Johnson's prime and the ascendant phase of Kidd loomed large. I am willing, declared Ben with a solemn expression. Being the first to voice his agreement, Weber nodded in agreement with a smile, and with both of them in accord. It was evident that no one else would dare to dissent. Ding! Rod Strickland's affinity level has increased, now standing at 70 points. Lin Yu was truly astonished by the remarkable effectiveness of the flattery, which had directly elevated the favorability rating of the racing vehicle by 40 points. It appeared that this machine genuinely craved external validation, with the favorability now at 70 points. Lin Yu took a moment to examine the vehicle's attributes panel to ascertain the nature of the favorability task. Why should a man not wield the Wu hook and conquer the 50 states beyond the mountains? Assist Rod Strickland in fulfilling his grand ambitions. Lin Yu mused to himself. What an interesting choice. Last time it was the poetic immortal Li Bai, and now it is the poetic demon Li He. Is the system truly testing my mettle? The task description remained ambiguous, and Lin Yu pondered the earlier request from Fei Che, speculating whether it entailed securing 50 points in a single game. Nevertheless, he resolved to take action regardless. In both sentiment and reason, it is only fitting for Fei Che to unleash his potential against the Trailblazers, Lin Yu silently affirmed. I have promised you, Rod, that in the upcoming match, I shall grant you unfettered authority to score. Thank you, coach. You are the best coach, Fei Che exclaimed, his spirits soaring. He had long harbored a grudge against Colessimo, and should he indeed deliver an extraordinary performance, he would undoubtedly confront Colessimo head-on. On the evening of the match, Lin Yu and his teammates gathered in the locker room. Lin Yu was contemplating how to strategize for tonight's match in order to secure a score of 50 points for Fish. Although 50 points may seem attainable after all, the Bullet team has achieved 2 scores exceeding 50 in the past month, with Harvey nearing the mark on another occasion. The challenge is far more formidable than it appears. If it were truly so simple, Fish's highest single-game score would not be a mere 36 points. Fish's individual attributes impose limitations on his scoring explosiveness. Rod Strickland, strength 76. Speed 91, jumping 81, low post offense 20, perimeter defense 72, rebounding 53, blocking 31, stealing 82, mid-range shooting 79, three-point shooting 55, free throws 78, passing 79, ball handling 88, driving 91, current favorability 70, enjoyment 70, aura effect. Fish's physical attributes are impressive. Among point guards, he can even be deemed top tier, particularly with his speed surpassing 90. When Lin Yu first encountered this statistic, he questioned the accuracy of the system. In regular matches, one cannot truly perceive Fish's exceptional velocity. His perimeter defense is average. While he performs adequately against less skilled guards, he falters against more formidable opponents. His shooting ability leaves much to be desired. Yet his ball handling and driving skills are astonishingly remarkable. The attributes vividly illustrate Fish's personal style, favoring drives to the basket over shooting. It is often said that Kyrie's ball handling and driving skills were cultivated by Fish, and there is truth to this assertion. Lin Yu experienced a slight headache. Both the steel-backed battle intent and the enhancement of the thrill of sin were tied to shooting-related attributes. Yet, the foundational shooting attribute of the flying car was disappointingly low. Even with an additional 9 points, it would barely reach the threshold of 90. What should he do? Lin Yu picked up the roster of the Trailblazers with a furrowed brow, delving into its intricacies. Currently positioned 5th in the Western Conference, their strength is second only to the Lakers. The starting lineup features the venerable Sabonis, Rasheed Wallace, Clifford Robinson, Lydell, and Kenny Anderson, a remarkably balanced ensemble. The center, the illustrious Sabonis, commands respect, revered as an idol among foreign centers, including the likes of Yao Ming. The fierce Rasheed Wallace, previously a player for the Bullets, was traded to the Blazers in exchange for a couple of players. The poor man's Durant, Clifford Robinson, stands at an impressive 208 centimeters, excelling in both offense and defense. Had he played in the small ball era, he might have emerged as a dominant force. The young knight, Isaiah Liddell, was a contemporaneous rookie alongside Weber, Penny, and Mashburn, achieving the second highest points for the Timberwolves in his rookie year and becoming the team's leading scorer for the subsequent 2 seasons. Unfortunately, his headstrong nature led him to challenge Timberwolves general manager, the formidable McHale, who was of a stature akin to that of Unseld. During the heyday of Bird and Parrish, Liddell was still an infant, making his audacity intolerable. Consequently, McHale traded Liddell to the Blazers this season. Upon joining the Trail Blazers, Liddell has displayed a more disciplined demeanor, performing diligently this season with commendable statistics, representing a significant acquisition for the team. The sole deficiency in the starting lineup appears to be the point guard, Kenny Anderson, who averages 17.5 points and 7 assists, his prowess not far behind that of the traded player. Given he was the second overall pick in 1991 and even earned a starting All-Star spot in 1994. Nonetheless, he bears a critical flaw. His defensive capabilities are exceedingly poor. Lin Yu nodded, realizing that tonight the focus must be on exploiting Anderson's weaknesses. Chapter 51. Speed attribute at 106 points. Half an hour before the game, Lin Yu gathered his teammates. Brothers, the Trail Blazers are not to be underestimated. We must remain vigilant. Their only defensive vulnerability lies in the point guard position. Hence we will primarily target that area tonight. Everyone, refrain from clustering under the basket. We must create space for Rod to penetrate. Ben, you will take a seat on the bench tonight, allowing Antonio to start, as he possesses shooting capabilities. Rod, this is your moment to showcase your true prowess. Attack Kenny Anderson relentlessly. How many points you score tonight is solely in your hands. If their interior defense is not drawn out, Weber will surely have the advantage in size, so you may opt to pass to him, but do not hesitate to take your own mid-range shot as well. Lin Yu's tactical arrangement for tonight's game is quite extreme. He has nearly entirely abandoned low-post offense, allowing Weber and Davis to float around, thus drawing the Trail Blazers' interior defenders out of the paint and creating opportunities for fateful to penetrate and shoot near the basket. Under such a strategy, Big Ben is utterly unable to take the court. He possesses no shooting ability whatsoever, and even if he steps out of the paint, there is no need for others to guard him. Although Davis may not excel in mid-range shooting, it is inconceivable to allow him uncontested shots. His free throw percentage hovers around 75, making an open mid-range shot akin to a free throw, thereby necessitating defensive attention from the Trail Blazers' interior players. Fateful's eyes gleamed with excitement as he recognized the significant advantages Lin Yu's strategy presented for him to score, effectively rallying the entire team to create opportunities for one-on-one confrontations with Kenny Anderson. Coach, rest assured, while I may not match up to Penny Hardaway or Gary Payton, I have complete confidence in overpowering diminutive players like Tim Hardaway or Kenny Anderson. Apologies, Ben, please do not glare at me. I mean no offense. With unwavering confidence. Fateful reflected on his many years in the league, having faced countless types of point guards, and he was well aware of which opponents were more vulnerable. Standing at 191 centimeters, he embodies the standard height for a point guard in the modern small ball era, yet in the current league, he is considered tall. As the game commenced, Weber won the jump ball, granting possession to the Bullets. Apart from Fateful, the other 4 players positioned themselves widely apart, leaving Portland's fans bewildered at this formation. What could it mean? Are they completely abandoning the paint? Kid, you can only blame your misfortune for crossing paths with me. Observing that Rashid and LaSalle had been drawn out of the key, Fateful began to showcase his skills. First, he executed a leftward change of direction, feigning a drive to the left, followed by a crossover and a powerful surge to the right. Kenny Anderson managed to react but found himself squeezed out of position. After displaying a flurry of acrobatics, Fateful ultimately relied on his physical prowess to overpower Kenny Anderson. Lin Yu stood at the sidelines, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. What was the necessity of such antics? Why not simply charge in and confront Kenny Anderson head-on? As he dashed beyond the three-point line, he executed a sudden stop, feigning a dunk with a deft move, only to realize he lacked the distance. Instead, he opted for a delicate layup, sending the ball gracefully through the hoop. This is my spot. This is my spot. After scoring, he clenched his fist and roared, leaving onlookers to believe he had just clinched victory in the finals. Throughout his 8-year professional career, 1.5 seasons with the New York Knicks, 2.5 with the Spurs, and a full 4 years with the Trail Blazers, his affection for the Blazers ran deep. This place felt like his second home. Thus, upon entering this arena, His desire to perform surged intensely, and even though he failed to execute a dunk, his exuberance was palpable as he shouted in celebration. His proclamation signified his ownership of this territory, reminiscent of Dwayne Wade's iconic declaration, "This is my house." Observing the audacious display from Lin Yu, Carlissimo's face contorted with disdain. As the Trailblazers took their turn, Lin Yu watched Old Sa lumbering toward the front court, his impatience mounting. The elder statesman, burdened by age and injuries, moved with legs swollen like those of Wes Unseld, each step seemingly draining his entire strength. The other players of the Blazers exhibited remarkable patience, waiting for Old Sa to establish himself on the offensive end before initiating their attack, consuming nearly 10 seconds in the process. Kenny Anderson passed the ball to Robinson, who smoothly sank a mid-range jumper. In the opening exchange, both teams managed to score. The Bullet team quickly spread out, creating space for Lin Yu to maneuver beneath the basket. Release the three-position player, Arvidas. You take your position in the paint. Carlissimo, having emerged as an assistant under the legendary Coach K, possessed a certain acumen. Observing the Bullet team's unconventional tactics, he swiftly began to devise a counter-strategy. Lin Yu is diligently studying his opponents, who in turn are equally focused on analyzing him and the Bullet team. Over the past month, Marshburn has scarcely engaged in offensive plays, while Carlissimo has opted to sideline him, allowing the veteran Sa to maintain his position in the paint. Rashid has been tasked with guarding Davis, and Robinson has taken on the challenge of defending Weber. With Sa standing resolutely in the paint at a towering height of 221 centimeters and weighing 130 kilograms, there seems to be little motivation for Fateful to penetrate towards the basket, even with Marshburn in a prime position. Fateful chose not to pass him the ball and instead refrained from driving in, opting instead to take a mid-range jumper right in front of Kenny Smith. Swish. Just as the thrill of the moment was about to fade, Fateful extended his play. Following this, the Trailblazers missed their shot, allowing Weber to secure the rebound. Upon landing, he executed a long, precise pass to Fateful. A counterattack ensued. On the sidelines, Lin Yu shouted. Fish immediately seized the ball and launched a fast break. Propelled by a thrilling surge of 5 points in speed, his velocity attribute astonishingly reached 96. Kenny Smith could hardly keep up, trailing behind Fish and merely kicking up dust. At last, Fish discovered an opportunity for a thunderous dunk, charging towards the basket and executing a soaring, axe-like slam. Following his triumphant dunk, he pounded his chest and performed an awkward celebratory dance, the origins of which were a mystery. After scoring 6 consecutive points, having made 3 shots in 3 attempts, Fish's confidence soared. He dared to dream not just of 50 or 60 points, but even 100. Realizing the strategy Lin Yu had orchestrated was to exploit Kenny Anderson, Coach Carlissimo promptly called a timeout. Recognizing the tactical shift, he decided to substitute in the recently signed undrafted point guard from 1996, Ruben Nembhard, who, despite lacking many skills, was notably tall and robust. During the timeout, Lin Yu seized the opportunity to substitute Marshburn with Tracy Murray. Ever since their brief conversation during the match against the Clippers, Lin Yu had come to appreciate Murray's substantial utility. While his defensive skills may leave much to be desired, his offensive prowess was undeniably impressive. Following the substitutions, the game resumed. Carlissimo's changes proved ineffective, as the introduction of Nembhard did little to enhance their performance. His sluggish speed and lack of defensive awareness were inferior to Anderson's, leaving him vulnerable to a barrage of agile maneuvers. With merely a feigned movement or a swift change of direction, he was effortlessly outmaneuvered. In the subsequent 3 offensive possessions, the opposing team managed to score twice more. Lin Yu was suddenly enlightened. He realized that the enhancement of shooting attributes from the halo effect had a minimal impact on his performance in the fast break. Conversely, the boost to speed rendered him nearly invincible on the court, reminiscent of a larger version of Allen Iverson. Coach Carlissimo had no choice but to continue adjusting the lineup, bringing Anderson back into the game, this time assigning Liddell to guard the fast break. This strategic adjustment proved effective, successfully curtailing the fast break's momentum. With the efficient scoring from the players ahead of him, the Bullet team established a considerable lead. Just when Lin Yu believed the victory in this match would be easily secured, Old Sa unleashed his prowess, repeatedly overpowering Davis under the basket after receiving the ball. Indeed, Old Sa had aged, and the toll of injuries had severely diminished his strength. Nevertheless, the frail camel is still larger than a horse, and his one-on-one capabilities in the paint were far beyond what Davis could withstand. By the time half of the first quarter had elapsed, the Trailblazers astonishingly equalized the score. Lin Yu was just about to substitute to bend to restrict Old Sa But Colessimo made a change as well, replacing Old Sa. Lin Yu secretly rejoiced, grateful that Old Sa's physical condition would not sustain him for long on the court, had he been able to play a full 35 minutes. The Trailblazers would undoubtedly have secured a top 3 record in the Western Conference. At the conclusion of the first quarter, Fei-Che had amassed an impressive 20 points. A commendable feat, yet he remained dissatisfied. Damn it, if it weren't for Colessimo targeting me, I could have easily scored at least 30 points in the first quarter. Fei-Che had started strong, hitting 5 out of 6 shots, and had the Trailblazers not focused their defensive efforts on him, he could indeed have reached that 30-point mark. As the second quarter commenced, anticipating Old Sa's return to the game, Lin Yu decided to let Big Ben take the court first, planning to substitute Davis once Old Sa was off. During this quarter, Fei-Che found himself with limited opportunities, managing only 7 points. With Old Sa effectively contained by Big Ben, the momentum had shifted in favor of the Bullets, leading by an 8-point margin at halftime. As the second half began, Fei-Che missed his first 2 attempts, yet the Trailblazers displayed remarkable resilience. Rasheed Wallace and Robinson stepped up, gradually closing the gap. By the end of the third quarter, the score had evened out. Fei-Che attempted 10 shots during this period, but could only add 7 points to his tally, which was rather disappointing. His total score had reached 34 points, tantalizingly close to breaking his personal record of 36 points, yet he felt no joy. He had hoped to score at least 50 points tonight, if not 60, but with 3 quarters completed, he found himself stuck at just 34 points. Lin Yu felt a profound disappointment. It appeared that completing the affinity task for the fast car tonight would be an arduous endeavor. As the fourth quarter drew to a close, with only 3 minutes remaining, Lin Yu could distinctly sense a change in the fast car's performance. Its speed seemed to have accelerated. He quickly glanced at the attributes panel, and the speed attribute left him astounded. A staggering 101 points. This was without the additional 5 points from the sensation of guilt. Could it be that the opposing team had assigned a shooting guard to match up against the fast car, prompting the system to categorize it as a shooting guard? Lin Yu speculated internally. In a flash, the fast car executed a mid-range shot, and Lin Yu watched in awe as its speed attribute soared to 106 points. With a previous score of 95 points already deemed historic, Lin Yu surmised that with this current speed attribute, the fast car could effortlessly clinch the gold medal in the Olympic 100-meter dash. Chapter 52. The regrettable Little O'Neal. On the court, the fast car resembled a luxury sports car racing at lightning speed. This extraordinary velocity not only endowed the fast car with an unparalleled fast break capability, but it also significantly enhanced its ability to draw fouls. The faster the pace, the more challenging it became for opponents to react. In just 3 minutes, the fast car's sudden stops had already resulted in 2 fouls called on Anderson and 1 on Liddell. The fast car's scoring surged, and by the halfway point of the fourth quarter, it had already amassed 13 points in this segment, bringing its total to 47 points, including the previous 34. Hey, Harvey. Rod is about to surpass your record of 48 points. Have you offended the coach lately? It seems you have barely seen the court, Legler whispered to his fellow benchwarmer. General Harvey. Harvey waved his hand dismissively. Offend the coach? I am a general. I have fought battles my entire life. Is it not permissible to take a brief respite? On the court, the player known as Flying Car continued to score wildly. A minute later, he drew a foul from Old Sa under the basket and executed a remarkable 2-1 play. With this 3-point shot, he officially surpassed the 50-point mark in personal scoring. With 5 minutes remaining in the game, given his current fiery form, it seemed effortless for him to add another 10 points. However, fate took an unexpected turn. During the subsequent offensive play, after a sudden stop, his left leg cramped. Remarkably, despite executing numerous abrupt stops throughout the match, he had only now succumbed to cramping, which could be considered fortunate. The ball had already been released before the cramp struck, but it failed to find the target. Fortunately, Ben secured the rebound, prompting Lin Yu to call for a timeout. While cramps are not deemed a serious issue on the court, it was clear that Flying Car could no longer remain in the game. At that moment, the Bullet team held a mere 6-point lead, and Lin Yu was still aspiring to challenge for the second place in the Eastern Conference. Every victory was of utmost importance. Hobbling on one leg, Flying Car made his way to the sidelines, his gait resembling that of Gollum from The Lord of the Rings, creating a somewhat comical spectacle. Upon reaching the sidelines, he unexpectedly leaped onto Lin Yu, and had it not been for Ben's quick reflexes, Lin Yu might have been toppled to the ground. You are the best coach. I adore you. It is my honor to serve you. As long as you don't trade me away, I will be devoted to you for life. Despite knowing that reaching 60 points was beyond his grasp, the prospect of hitting 50 points sent him into a frenzy of joy, and he fervently embraced Lin Yu. Showering him with affectionate kisses, Lin Yu felt a shiver run down his spine, as the overly affectionate demeanor of Fish left him with goosebumps. Ah, weren't you supposed to be riding on Kalekamo's face? Why has it turned into riding on mine? Hey, that's a bit excessive, isn't it? You may kiss. But please refrain from licking. Lin Yu could even feel the dampness upon his scalp, wishing fervently to summon to bin and hurl the vehicle into the audience. Ding. The affinity with Rod Strickland has increased. The current affinity stands at 90 points. Considering the rise in affinity, Lin Yu decided to endure. In the final minutes of the game, he deployed the alien castle onto the court, alongside Marshburn, to enhance the overall defensive intensity. When the referee blew the final whistle, the Bullets emerged victorious, albeit narrowly, winning by a mere 4 points. Lin Yu exhaled deeply. The victory in this match was somewhat arduous, almost allowing the 50-point lead to become a mere illusion. In the NBA, there are no weak teams. Despite Lin Yu's relentless efforts, the roster of the Bullets, while remarkably close to perfection, is not truly invincible. Even against formidable teams like the Trailblazers, one must acknowledge that even the most mediocre teams can turn the tide if they find their rhythm. During the post-game handshake, Lin Yu exchanged a brief handshake with Carlissimo. Devoid of any dialogue, he harbored a strong aversion to Carlissimo's foul-mouthed demeanor, particularly when directed at his own players. Such behavior only serves to intimidate one's own. Had Carlissimo possessed the courage to verbally confront opponents from the sidelines, Lin Yu might have regarded him with a modicum of respect. As he extended his hand to Jermaine O'Neal, a wave of regret washed over him. Previously, Lin Yu had contemplated persuading Unseld to facilitate the trade for Marsh while also considering the acquisition of the young O'Neal, since the latter had been languishing on the bench with the Trailblazers and would not require excessive bargaining chips. Regrettably, the Bullets were already replete with power forwards. Even Rasheed Wallace had been dealt away by Unseld, making it improbable that he would have any interest in the underdeveloped O'Neal. Moreover, during the rookie combine, O'Neal's strength tests were dismal, his bench press barely reaching 100 kilograms, which further diminished Unseld's regard for such a feeble interior player. Fortunately, O'Neal's continued obscurity with the Trailblazers meant that Lin Yu was not in a rush to trade him. In fact, the longer he waited, the less he would need to relinquish in the deal. The operation in Portland was a resounding success. Gentlemen, I may not be able to take the court against the Jazz in the next game. I'm counting on you all, he remarked with a grin while applying an ice pack to his calf in the locker room. Damn it, facing the Jazz is the worst. Their home fans are the epitome of poor decorum. Legler, having had unpleasant encounters with the fans in Salt Lake City, harbored considerable disdain for them. Fans? Let them hurl their insults. I'll simply pretend I didn't tee here. What truly disgusts me are those old geezers. They deserve nothing less than contempt. If you've ever been matched up against Stockton, you'd find the Jazz fans almost endearing in comparison. I've lost count of how many times he tripped me up with his foot, and the worst part is that you can't retaliate. One conflict and Malone's brutal elbow could send you straight to meet your maker. The racer sighed and remarked that the old ones he referred to were, of course, the formidable duo of Malone and Stockton from Utah, who could be deemed the specters of the league. If one were to find an idiom to encapsulate the essence of the Utah duo, colluding in mischief would be most fitting. Malone embodies the fierce and untamed wolf, while Stockton represents the cunning and treacherous fox. The number of players wounded at their hands is simply unfathomable, including several top-tier superstars. The smiling assassin, Isaiah Thomas, provoked Stockton over a spot on the Dream Team, only to be nearly sent to meet his maker by a vicious elbow from Malone, requiring 40 stitches. David Robinson, the admiral of the Spurs, was rendered unconscious beneath Malone's brutal elbow. In that moment, he may have truly glimpsed the divine. Another unfortunate soul from the Spurs was the later big fundamental, Tim Duncan, who received a direct kick to the face from Malone, leaving him in a dazed stupor. The connection to his expression perhaps not coincidental. Even more tragically, Robert Horry was struck in the groin by Malone's foot. Not even Michael Jordan was spared from Malone's elbows. Despite Malone's notorious deeds, he ranks merely second among the league's 4 notorious villains, with Stockton reigning supreme at the top. The Utah duo is often referred to as the Utah Twin Elbows, and Stockton's elbows are no trifling matter. Contemporary diminutive point guards stand no chance against his assaults. Beyond his elbows, Stockton employs numerous underhanded tactics, cunningly operating within the referee's blind spots. His level of filthiness was such that even Jordan could not tolerate it, publicly declaring Stockton's playing style excessively dirty. It is worth noting that during his confrontations with the bad boys of Detroit, Jordan never specifically condemned the Pistons for their dirtiness, highlighting the extraordinary extent of Stockton's transgressions. "Fear not, for I am here," proclaimed Big Ben, habitually raising his arm to flex his bicep. Indeed. With Big Ben on our side, what do we have to fear from Malone? I am eager to witness whether Malone's elbow proves stronger than Big Ben's fist. Should a conflict arise on the court, I implore the rest of you to swarm in and assist me in giving Stockton a thrashing. I shall reward each of you with a Rolex, and I assure you, I will keep my word. The racer is putting his money where his mouth is, and it is likely that many point guards in the league share his sentiments. This is not to suggest that the racer is petty. After having bested Peyton and Penny, he bore no resentment towards them. It is simply that Stockton has become so detestable, almost a public enemy among point guards. Nevertheless, we are here to play basketball, not to brawl. Lin Yu waved his hand to interrupt the topic, for he certainly did not wish for anyone to face suspension, particularly not to Ben. The Bullet team aspired to victory, and DeBen's significance was undoubtedly on par with Weber's. Should DeBen be suspended, it could jeopardize their pursuit of securing the second position in the Eastern Conference. However, if the opposing side were to overstep their bounds, we would not hesitate to take action. When the moment calls for it, we shall strike. Lin Yu added another remark. After spending a night in Portland, the time had come for Saturday, and Lin Yu led the team on a flight to Salt Lake City. The thought of not seeing Xia Yunshi again this Saturday left him feeling melancholic, uncertain if he would ever catch a glimpse of her next week. Upon arriving in Salt Lake City, the team engaged in an afternoon training session. The game against the Jazz was scheduled for Sunday evening at 7:30 p.m. Lin Yu found himself in a bittersweet predicament. Tonight at 8 p.m. was when his random aura would activate, yet the match had already been underway for half an hour, and his aura would only begin to refresh then. As the clock approached 7, Lin Yu led the Bullets onto the court. Sloan and the Jazz players cast curious glances at him, having observed Lin Yu's rise to prominence lately, often finding his name gracing the pages of newspapers. To date, Lin Yu had coached 16 games, boasting an impressive record of 14 wins and 2 losses. The Bullets players were experiencing a surge in their performance metrics, showcasing an array of exceptional statistics, prompting the Jazz to wonder about Lin Yu's capabilities. Upon observing Lin Yu, Sloan chuckled and shook his head. At first glance, it was difficult for him to reconcile Lin Yu with the role of an NBA head coach. With a remarkably youthful visage, a commanding presence, and a slender physique, he appeared somewhat out of place among the seasoned veteran coaches of the NBA. However, Sloan did not underestimate Lin Yu. As a veteran coach himself, he understood better than anyone that sheer luck could not account for the Bullets achieving a record of 14 wins and 2 losses. "Brothers," he addressed his team. "The Jazz are currently the top team in the West, second only to the Bulls. What does winning this game signify? It signifies that our Washington Bullets have ascended to the status of championship contenders, and no one in this league will dare to underestimate us any longer. Let us all muster our utmost focus. Victory is imperative tonight." Before the match, Lin Yu inspired his teammates with motivational words. Against a team like the Jazz, a little encouragement was indeed necessary. "Victory is ours. Victory is ours." The players echoed his fervor, their voices resonating throughout the arena. Such formidable morale caught the attention of the Jazz, whose roster was somewhat aged. Witnessing the youthful vigor of the Bullets ignited their own competitive spirit. Chapter 53 concluded with a splendid finale. Was that a three-pointer at halftime? Weber lost the jump ball to the Jazz's starting center, Greg Ostertag, and the Jazz initiated their offense. Ostertag, a towering white center selected by the Jazz as the 28th pick in the first round of 1995, stands at an impressive height of 7 feet 2 inches. This season, he has managed to average 7.5 points, 7.5 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game, while his scoring and rebounding figures can be described as merely adequate. Achieving these statistics in an average of 25 minutes of playtime is commendable, albeit not extraordinary. However, his average of 2 blocks per game is noteworthy. When adjusted to a 36-minute game, this translates to nearly 3 blocks per game, comparable to the likes of the tall and lanky Bradley. Many Jazz fans have begun to regard him as the successor to the legendary shot blocker, Mark Eaton. Both are exceptionally tall white centers, lacking in offensive prowess and rebounding strength, yet possessing formidable shot-blocking abilities. This comparison, however, may underestimate Eaton's abilities. During his second year with the Jazz, he played a similar amount of time as Ostertag but averaged an impressive 4.3 blocks per game, placing them in entirely different tiers. Stockton advanced the ball to the front court, while Castle quickly placed a hand on Stockton. At this point, Hand-checking had yet to be prohibited, allowing perimeter defenders to maintain contact with offensive players, effectively hindering their ability to change direction. Nonetheless, Castle's hand placement was merely a means of avoiding close proximity to Stockton. Wary of an elbow to the face, Karl Malone stepped up to set a screen for Stockton, enabling him to effortlessly shake off Castle's defense. Webber rushed over to assist in guarding Stockton, prompting Malone to pivot towards the basket, where he received Stockton's pass and executed a mid-range jumper that swished through the net. During the Bullets' offensive possession, Castle backed down Stockton. Castle is a rather unique point guard, reminiscent of the Nuggets' Mark Jackson, whom the Bullets had previously faced, primarily utilizing his back-to-the-basket game. The widely known Barkley rule, pertaining to the 5-second back-down count, is officially known as the Mark Jackson rule. Castle is a master of this technique, with some even dubbing him a back-down virtuoso. As he pressed against Stockton, Castle exerted force to push him back a step, intending to leverage the momentum for a turnaround jumper. However, before he could execute this move, Stockton's iron grip fiercely clutched Castle's waist, causing him to wince in pain. This unexpected grip thwarted Castle's planned maneuver, forcing him to pass to Jalen Rose, who attempted a three-pointer but failed to convert, with Malone claiming the rebound. In the Jazz's subsequent offensive possession, Webber hesitated between whether to assist in guarding Stockton or to continue shadowing Malone. This brief moment of indecision allowed Stockton to find an open shot, which he confidently converted for 2 points. When Webber turned to take his shot, Malone successfully defended him, and even Big Ben failed to secure the rebound. On the Jazz's next possession, Malone was unable to establish position, allowing Castle to stay tight on Stockton, while Webber lost his dilemma of whether to assist or continue defending, closely following Malone. Just as Lin Yu thought he could successfully defend, Jazz shooting guard Jeff Hornacek swiftly arrived to set a screen for Stockton. This play mirrored the backcourt two-man game often employed by the Bullets. After the screen, Stockton delivered the ball to Hornacek, who sank a three-pointer. Lin Yu watched from the sidelines, his head spinning with frustration. The relentless pick-and-roll strategy was indeed a formidable challenge. As the players on the court flitted about in disarray, Lin Yu himself felt at a loss. If the Jazz had merely been off their game, it would have been one thing, but he firmly believed that his team's rebounding prowess should not be inferior to that of the Jazz. However, right from the outset, the Jazz players seemed as if they were equipped with a targeting system, hitting 3 consecutive shots with alarming precision. With the score sitting at 7-0, Lin Yu refrained from calling a timeout, for he understood that doing so would yield little benefit. The Bullets, whether under Coach Linham or in his own stewardship, had practiced defensive strategies against the pick-and-roll. The current predicament was not merely a product of the players' defensive shortcomings. Had the speedy player been present, Stockton would not have had the luxury of executing the pick-and-roll with such ease. The speedster's agility was a crucial asset in countering such plays, allowing him to maintain defensive positioning effortlessly. In contrast, Castle lacked this kind of speed. If he possessed elite quickness, he would not find himself resorting to back-to-the-basket maneuvers. Additionally, it is worth noting that the league still prohibited zone defenses at that time, a restriction that would not be lifted until 2001. And zone defenses are also a powerful tool against the pick-and-roll. The Jazz's sustained prominence in the Western Conference, anchored by their pick-and-roll effectiveness, was not easily dismantled. Fortunately, Jalen Rose soon showcased commendable performance, basking in the glow of this week's accolades, even if he could not maintain the euphoric state continuously. Facing off against a defender like Hornacek, notorious for his defensive lapses, Rose still managed an impressive offensive efficiency. After 7 or 8 minutes of play, Sloan called a timeout. With the Bullets trailing by 8 points, had it not been for Rose's scoring spree, the deficit might have ballooned further. "Coach, I can't take it anymore. I'm at my limit," Castle lamented as he exited the court, lifting his jersey and revealing a pained expression. As Lin Yu and his companions gazed intently, they collectively gasped in astonishment. They beheld Castle, whose waist was adorned with a deep bruise, and with his extraterrestrial visage. He could easily pass for an alien without the need for any makeup. Despite the overwhelming pressure one must endure, if you do not stand firm, who else will? Fish, clad in formal attire, lounged on the bench, uttering a series of sardonic remarks. "It was originally your responsibility to endure. I now have ample reason to suspect that you are feigning a cramp," Castle exclaimed, his face flushed. "Feigning a cramp? I am on the brink of scoring 60 points. Am I a fool? Regardless, you must endure today, as no one else can bear your suffering." Fish retorted incredulously. "I am not Jesus. Why should I suffer? If you want me to endure, You must promise to share half of the starting position with me in the future. Castle, one of the renowned Big Three of the Timberwolves, undoubtedly harbored a temper akin to that of Garnett and the Madman. Who knows if I can withstand it? Just as Fish and Castle exchanged fierce glares, a faint voice emerged from the bench. Lin Yu turned his head and saw that the speaker was Ray Jackson. You? What can you possibly bring to the table? You can't even match Legler, Fei Che remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Ray Jackson. Weber, standing nearby, interjected, not wishing to see his good friend suffer on the court. Ray, you can't handle it. I can. Ray Jackson's gaze grew resolute, his voice resonating with determination. You can't. I can. As Lin Yu beheld this scene, his mind nearly faltered, questioning whether he had inadvertently stumbled onto the set of CJ7. Are we filming a movie here? He pondered. Ray, you should go for it. I have faith in you. Indeed, if there were anyone on this planet who could hold their ground against Stockton, it would undoubtedly be you. Leverage your strengths and safeguard yourself. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lin Yu and Ray Jackson exchanged hearty laughter. As the pause came to an end, Castle, whose waist bore the marks of a fierce grip, was replaced. He gazed at Ray Jackson as he took the court, feeling an unexpected sense of tragic valor, as if he was sending himself off to battle. During the Jazz's offensive possession, Ray Jackson approached Stockton, his defense so close that their faces nearly touched. With the prowess of a gifted rapper, his mouth moved with the speed of an electric motor, delivering a rapid-fire barrage of words that left Stockton momentarily dumbfounded. Lin Yu could hardly discern the words spat by Ray Jackson, yet the expression on Stockton's face indicated that they were undoubtedly devastating. In a fit of exasperation, Stockton gripped the ball with his right hand while his left hand lunged toward Ray Jackson. Just as he initiated the move, Ray Jackson swiftly retreated a step. Observing the newfound space before him, Stockton raised his hand in preparation to shoot, only to find Ray Jackson advancing towards him once more, closing the distance. Whenever Stockton sought to grasp, Ray Jackson would retreat. Whenever Stockton aimed to shoot, Ray Jackson would press closer, all the while hurling insults. As Lin Yu beheld this scene, his suspicions deepened, leading him to ponder whether he had unwittingly stepped onto a film set, albeit this time not for CJ7, but rather for the 9-ranked Sesame official. I leaped forth, only to retreat once more. Come at me, you fool. Stockton, seething with frustration, gritted his teeth, yet found himself powerless against Ray Jackson. After all, a physical confrontation would only result in his own detriment. Malone dashed over to set a screen, while Jackson, displaying commendable speed, certainly surpassing Castle, navigated through Malone's human barrier, closely trailing Stockton. Although the defensive efficiency may not rival that of Castle, it at least afforded Castle a moment to catch his breath. When the first quarter had elapsed 10 minutes, Stockton was substituted out, prompting Lin Yu to promptly reinstate Castle. 3 minutes into the second quarter, Stockton returned to the fray, with Ray Jackson swiftly rejoining the battle. Lin Yu had been fixated on the passage of time, eagerly awaiting the emergence of the new aura. Though a match lasts for 48 minutes, when accounting for timeouts, intermissions, halftime breaks, free throws, and fouls, it typically extends to a minimum of 90 minutes. The first quarter had already consumed 20 minutes, followed by a brief intermission, and after 3 minutes into the second quarter, the clock displayed 7:59. Please wait 30 seconds for the random aura extraction, blared the jarring system notification. Lin Yu's heart raced with excitement, as this marked his inaugural experience with a random aura during an ongoing match. Passive Aura 1, Shield of Sanctity. This grants immunity to any injury-causing damage for the player in the third position on the court, effective 3 times per match. Passive Aura 2, Return to the Past. This allows a designated player with any level of affection to potentially evade injury-causing damage with a 50 chance. Passive Aura 3, Perfect Finale. This applies to any player on the court, excluding those in the 4th and 5th positions, enabling a 3-point shot from the edge of the jump ball area. This effect lasts for 4 attempts, with success rates of 30 for the first, 50 for the second, 70 for the third, and 100 for the fourth. This aura can only be utilized once. Lin Yu's small brain once again shrank as he stared blankly at the 3 newly assigned halos. What was this? A long-range shot from beyond the arc? A 3-pointer near the half-court line? Moreover, achieving a perfect hit on the 4th attempt? The accuracy of the 3rd attempt was also an impressive 70%, meaning that as long as luck wasn't exceedingly unfavorable, he could at least score 2. To score 2 half-court 3-pointers in a single game was a notion Lin Yu couldn't even dare to contemplate. If fortune favored him further, that 50% chance might also align perfectly, an absurdity that transcended even the realm of good luck. Should that 30% probability on the first attempt also convert? Lin Yu genuinely feared he might be whisked away into a cinematic absurdity that could hardly be depicted in film. Chapter 54. Everything Returns, The Monster Unleashed. The perfect finale. An epitome of invincibility. Might just be the most overpowered Halo skill Lin Yu had randomly acquired since his arrival. While other Halos might influence the outcome of a game, this perfect finale would undoubtedly alter the course of the battle. Regrettably, the perfect finale could only be employed once. Should he use it tonight, he would be unable to access it again for an entire week. Aside from the perfect finale, the skills of Holy Shield and Time Rewind proved rather inconsequential. Players are seldom easily injured. Minor injuries are hardly a concern, and major injuries are rare. Over the course of a season, out of 400 players, only 3 or 4 might encounter a serious injury. Furthermore, the effects of these two skills were redundant, even in the unfortunate event of a severe injury. A single Holy Shield would suffice. With tens of thousands of Halo passives, it was inevitable that many would exhibit similar effects, a situation Lin Yu had foreseen. However, these seemingly trivial skills held immense value in Lin Yu's hands. He had been contemplating how to help Marsh overcome his mental block. He considered employing Xia Yunqi's method, compelling Marsh to confront the basket and enhance his physical resilience. Yet, what if Marsh were to sustain another injury, already grappling with his mental demons? Should he be injured once more, Marsh might be rendered virtually incapacitated. Lin Yu certainly cannot just about Marshbin's professional career, having traded for him. One must take responsibility for his career. Now that he possesses these two protective Halo skills, how can Marshbin still sustain injuries? To say nothing of on-field damage. Even if a nefarious individual were to storm the arena brandishing an AK-47 and fire a shot directly at Marshbin's forehead, he would undoubtedly emerge unscathed, creating a medical marvel. Lin Yu promptly called for a timeout and substituted Murray for Marshbin. Jamal, take a seat beside me. I have something to discuss with you. Marshbin, somewhat socially anxious, usually occupied the edge of the bench. Brother, you entered the league in '93. This year must be your contract year, right? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. This remark cast a shadow over Marshbin's expression, for indeed, this was his contract year. Once the current season concluded, he would need to negotiate a new contract. Had he maintained the performance level of his sophomore year, averaging 24 points, he would have been eligible for a contract commensurate with that of a player like Weber. Yet, what was the reality now? With an average of merely 3 to 4 points per game, despite his exceptional defensive skills, no team would be inclined to offer a substantial contract to a perimeter role player. The best he could hope for in his upcoming contract renewal was a salary of around $2 million per year, with over 20 games remaining in the season. Even if they reached the Eastern Conference Finals, the total games played would barely amount to 40. This might well be his last opportunity to secure a lucrative contract for the upcoming season. Do you not wish to take a chance? Lin Yu softly inquired. Mash sighed and shook his head. Coach, I understand your intention. You wish for me to increase my shooting frequency. Unfortunately, I find myself unable to do so. Lin Yu furrowed his brow. Can't you do it? Why is it impossible? What are you truly afraid of? Afraid of being injured again and subsequently cast aside by the NBA? To have your life irreparably ruined, left destitute and wandering? This time, Marsh did not respond. His expression one of bitterness, uncertain of how to answer Lin Yu. What are you afraid of? If you truly suffer another injury, I shall support you for life. Lin Yu, somewhat irked, raised his voice, his words catching the attention of the surrounding players. All eyes turned towards Lin Yu and Marsh, their expressions a mixture of confusion and intrigue. Marsh gazed at Lin Yu, astonished by the warmth of his words. Next, you will take the court. I will ensure all players clear the way. You are to drive towards the basket without concern for anything else. If you do not score, we shall lose tonight. Lin Yu declared, then called for a long timeout. Gathering his teammates around him, Lin Yu spoke, Brothers, for the remainder of the game, the ball shall be passed solely to Jamal. No one else is permitted to shoot. Create space under the basket and provide Jamal with opportunities to penetrate. The players exchanged glances, bewildered at the notion of relinquishing all ball control to Marsh. Wasn't he typically uninvolved in the offense? What strange wind had blown through today? Ding. Marsh's favorability increased, current favorability at 70 points. Helping Marsh regain his ambition, he would grace tomorrow's headlines. Lin Yu felt a surge of joy. It appeared that Marsh still harbored fond memories of his former self. However, he required a gentle nudge from others. Now, by compelling him in this manner, Lin Yu not only evoked no ire from Marsh, but also significantly enhanced his favorability. The mission had already been activated. To Lin Yu, this task seemed like a gift. Gracing the headlines? What a trivial challenge. As long as Marsh stood at the half-court line and attempted for consecutive three-pointers, even if none found the net, he would undoubtedly make the news. Let me give it a try. My friends, if we end up losing because of this, do not blame me. Marsh understood that he had no avenue for retreat and could only acquiesce to Lin Yu's plan. Try? Jamal, the player you are matched up against, Brian Russell, is a second-round draft pick from your year. You suggest trying? Dominate him. There is no alternative. Go, go, go. Unleash your prowess against Russell. Lin Yu clapped enthusiastically to rally Marshburn, who took a deep breath, poised to unleash his potential. As the timeout concluded, the game resumed, with Ben being substituted out and Davis taking the fifth position. The remaining players spread out, leaving the area beneath the basket unguarded. Without overthinking, he charged forward. No one could halt the onslaught of the beast. Lin Yu continued to encourage Marshburn from the sidelines. Marshburn's gaze grew resolute as he eyed Brian Russell before surging forward. With no finesse whatsoever, he relied solely on his physical prowess to overpower Russell, clearing him aside as he darted towards the basket. Just past the free-throw line, Marshburn propelled himself into the air, and amidst the astonished gazes of the spectators, he executed a powerful two-handed dunk. What a play! Just like that. Lin Yu cheered loudly, genuinely elated for Marchand. The significance of that dunk transcended mere points on the scoreboard. It would aid Marchand in rediscovering his former self. The players on the bench joined Lin Yu in celebration, with Legler waving a towel like a helicopter rotor. In that fleeting moment, an indomitable spirit sparkled in Marchand's eyes. The once unstoppable force on the court was truly back. In the subsequent possession, Hornacek sank a three-pointer. Lin Yu is no longer concerned about the dynamics of the game. His sole desire is for Marsh Bin to regain his vigor. Even if they were to lose this match, he would accept it wholeheartedly. Moreover, could they truly be defeated? With a perfect finale, should the score remain within reasonable bounds, a swift reversal is entirely possible. The Bullets team continues to create space in the paint, providing Marsh Bin with opportunities to drive towards the basket. In the previous possession, Brian Russell had underestimated the situation. It was common knowledge that Marsh Bin was not involved in the offense, and he had not anticipated Marsh Bin's sudden surge to the rim for a thunderous dunk. This time, Russell exercised caution, allowing Marsh Bin a step of leeway to prevent being outmaneuvered. With clarity in his gaze, Marsh Bin steadily advanced with the ball, stepping just beyond the three-point line before launching a shot. Swish! Russell caught a step away, was unable to react in time to block the shot as Marsh Bin made a clean mid-range jumper. Sloan furrowed his brow. He could not comprehend what Lin Yu had just orchestrated, nor could he fathom why Marsh Bin had undergone such a transformation, his offensive fervor suddenly so pronounced. Lin Yu hurriedly examined Marshburn's attribute panel. Jamal Marshburn, strength 88, speed 84, vertical 87, low post offense 63, perimeter defense 92, rebounding 75, shot blocking 78, stealing 81, mid-range shooting 87, three-point shooting 84, free throw 85, passing 61, ball handling 80, driving 84. He has returned. Everything has returned. The monster is unleashed. A sense of accomplishment surged within Lin Yu as the lineup he meticulously crafted for the Bullet team officially found its rhythm. The starting five exhibited a comprehensive prowess, devoid of any apparent weaknesses. In the ensuing moments, Marsh demonstrated the formidable capabilities of a top-tier small forward on the defensive end. He rendered Russell incapable of receiving the ball, while on offense, he became a veritable kaleidoscope of scoring techniques, effortlessly deploying a myriad of offensive strategies. Some have likened Marsh to a future version of Carmelo Anthony, noting the numerous similarities they share. Both excel in shooting, are adept at scoring from the post, and possess commendable ball handling skills that enable them to effectively penetrate the basket. However, in Lin Yu's perspective, a distinction remains, at the very least. Anthony lacks the defensive tenacity exhibited by Marsh. Beep, beep, beep. Sloan could no longer tolerate the situation and promptly called for a timeout. Although the Jazz maintained a lead, Marsh was gradually encroaching upon their advantage, necessitating action to curtail his influence. Following the timeout, the Jazz made an adjustment to their lineup, substituting Brian Russell with power forward Antoine Kyle. Lin Yu believed that Sloan had arranged for Kyle to match up against Marchand, considering that Kyle was the type of power forward who favored the perimeter. However, as the game commenced, he was taken aback to see Malone defending Marchand while Kyle was tasked with guarding the perimeter-oriented Davis. Malone is renowned as one of the most formidable power forwards in NBA history, yet in the early stages of his career, His playing style resembled that of a small forward akin to Chris Webber. Webber, known as the most flamboyant power forward in history, also played as a small forward during his time with the Bullets. Thus, Malone occupying the small forward position was not entirely out of place. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Marsh Bin might be elbowed by Ma Long. Yet, when he considered the two protective auras surrounding him, could they not safeguard Marsh Bin? On the court, Marsh Bin exuded unwavering confidence. Even when faced with Ma Long, he remained undeterred. The Bullet team spread out, allowing Marsh Bin to engage Ma Long one-on-one. Initially attempting to back him down, Marsh Bin quickly realized he could not overpower Ma Long. He then stepped back, feigning a jump shot, which lured Ma Long closer. Seizing the opportunity, Marsh Bin utilized his speed to dart past Ma Long and surge toward the basket. Ma Long pursued relentlessly, and as Marsh Bin leaped at the hoop, Ma Long followed suit, reaching out with his large hand to swat the ball away. In midair, Marsh Bin executed a deft maneuver, avoiding Ma Long's block with a subtle pullback, and managed to flick the ball toward the basket. The basketball danced on the rim several times before finally settling into the net. Thud. Marsh Bin pounded his chest triumphantly, radiating an aura of dominance. And without even casting a glance at Ma Long, he brushed past him, shouldering him aside. Lin Yu's expression shifted in surprise. He sensed that Marshburn harbored significant grievances towards Malone. Could it be that Malone was the one responsible for Marshburn's injury from years past? Curiosity piqued. Lin Yu inquired of the players and assistant coaches nearby. Does anyone know which team Marshburn faced when he was injured this season? The veteran assistant coach, Bernie, awkwardly cleared his throat and replied, "Well, it was against our Bullets." "Ah, then there's no issue," Lin Yu thought, feeling somewhat at a loss. He had initially assumed that Malone was the culprit behind Marshburn's injury, only to discover that the perpetrator was none other than himself. Such are the peculiarities of life. Bernie spoke the truth. Marshburn did indeed sustain his injury during a match against the Bullets, and now, due to Lin Yu's unforeseen circumstances, he had been traded back to the Bullets, where he was reclaiming his former glory. Chapter 55. Marshburn's 4 shots shift the balance. Marshburn's audacious actions sparked intense discontent from Malone. In truth, Marshburn's behavior was not entirely out of line. It is commonplace for players to celebrate a challenging basket with a few shouts and then to assert their presence by shoving aside the defender. However, the distinction lay in Malone's elevated status, while Marshburn had gradually dwindled to a third-tier player over the past 2 years. When a third-tier player dares to provoke a superstar, it is undeniably a challenge. Did Marshburn still perceive himself as a third-tier player? During the span of the half-quarter, he had already scored 12 points. Reclaiming his monstrous form, he was indeed a premier small forward. As the Jazz initiated their offensive play, Malone reached out for the ball, clearly intent on isolating Marshburn. His approach was straightforward, employing his formidable strength to bulldoze his opponent and execute a close-range shot. Naturally, in the process of his advance, he would use his elbows to clear a path, a signature maneuver honed over years of dominance in the league. When Marshburn attempted to defend closely, Malone unleashed a powerful elbow strike to Marshburn's chest. The referee, observing the severity of the action, called Malone for an offensive foul, such as the privilege afforded to superstars. Had a lesser player executed a similar move, they would likely have incurred a technical foul. At that moment, Big Ben rushed forward, positioning himself between Marshburn and Malone. Taking a couple of steps to confront Malone, Malone spat curses while Big Ben remained silent, steadfastly pressing against Malone with his chest and forehead, suggesting that a confrontation was imminent. Marshburn quickly grasped Big Ben, urging, "Ben, relax, I'm fine. I don't even know why. It doesn't hurt at all. Carl, have you forgotten to eat? Is that all the force you can muster?" Such words were akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. Malone attempted to shove Big Ben aside to settle the score with Marshburn. However, Big Ben was unwavering, ensuring Marshburn was well protected. To avert further escalation, Sloan promptly called a timeout. This was their home court in Salt Lake City, and he was keen to prevent the situation from deteriorating. After all, what advantage would the Jazz gain from a brawl? It is evident that Big Ben is not an adversary to be trifled with. On the Jazz side, the only player of true combat prowess is Malone. Stockton, though admirable, lacks the same capacity. As for players like Hornacek, they are either too seasoned or simply not formidable enough to engage in a tussle. The crux of the matter is that, regardless of the outcome, be it victory or defeat, the Jazz are the ones who ultimately suffer. The suspension of either Malone or Stockton would entail a monumental loss. The repercussions of a single suspension could equate to an entire season's salary for Big Ben. Lin Yu stood by the sidelines to welcome Marchand as he exited the game. Good man, I always knew you could do it. Ever since you joined the Bullets, you have never let me down. Lin Yu embraced Marchand and lauded him exuberantly. Moved by the heartfelt words, Marchand replied, Coach, I can feel that everything has returned. Thank you. You are truly the best coach, without exception. Regardless of what happens in the future, I will always serve you. Given Marchand's typically reticent demeanor, his ability to express such sentimental sentiments is a testament to the profound gratitude he harbors for Lin Yu. Now, for the upcoming moments. You will defend against Ma Long's offensive plays. If he dares to elbow you, retaliate in kind. We neither seek trouble nor shy away from it. Should there be a suspension, it is as it is. I will cover all penalties and losses incurred. Lin Yu confidently stated that there were over $1 million lying in his bank account. No, how could we let the coach foot the bill? This expense is on me. Weber quickly interjected. Marsh felt increasingly moved. What kind of life had he experienced with the Mavericks? Engaging in a constant struggle for power with Jim Jackson and Kidd, he had never encountered such a team atmosphere. Under Lin Yu's leadership, the entire Bullets team resembled a close-knit family, with players displaying remarkable unity. As the timeout concluded and with the arrival of Big Ben, it was evident that the Bullets could no longer maintain their offensive momentum and would have to resort to conventional plays. Upon returning to the court, Malone exhibited a more restrained demeanor. The game continued in this manner, with the Jazz, as the top team in the West, proving to be a formidable force. Even with Marsh awakening to his potential, the Jazz still held the upper hand on the court. Through this match, Lin Yu became acutely aware of the gap between himself and elite coaches like Sloan. Was the Jazz's roster impressive? Excluding the dynamic duo from Utah, their lineup was rather unremarkable. Even when considering the duo, the Bullets roster appeared superior on paper. However, the Jazz managed to dominate the Bullets in gameplay, illustrating the true value of a top-tier coach. Moreover, Lin Yu recognized that the Bullets might struggle to execute pick-and-roll strategies, even if they attempted them. The effectiveness would pale in comparison to that of the Jazz. The primary reason was the lack of a point guard akin to Stockton. While Fast Break possessed considerable talent, his defensive capabilities, playmaking skills, and court vision fell short by at least 2 tiers compared to Stockton. In standard pick-and-roll situations, Fast Break could perform adequately. But against the Jazz's intricate multiplayer screens and intricate plays, he faltered, either failing to find a target or being unable to release the ball in a timely manner. Coming to this realization, Lin Yu sighed in resignation. It seemed the Washington Bullets were unable to implement mainstream strategies in the league. The game progressed into the latter half of the fourth quarter, with the score standing at 78-86, the visiting team in the lead, and the Bullets trailing by 8 points. Both teams maintained a relatively slow pace, resulting in decent shooting percentages but low overall scores. Lin Yu did not hasten to utilize the perfect finale. Should this match result in victory, the opportunity to employ it could be preserved for future contests. However, if the closing moments revealed no glimmer of hope for triumph, Lin Yu would not forfeit the chance to conquer the Jazz. As the top team in the Western Conference and second in the league, defeating them would carry profound significance. Just as Lin Yu inspired his players with motivational words, a victory over the Jazz would signify their genuine ascent into the ranks of the league's elite. Such an achievement would undoubtedly elevate the team's morale and bestow a psychological advantage in their encounters with other opponents. Lin Yu patiently waited for over 3 minutes before calling for a long pause. At this moment, the point difference stood at 5. With merely 2.5 minutes remaining in the game, should the match continue under normal circumstances, it would prove exceedingly challenging for the Bullets to recover those 5 points. Given this predicament, it was imperative to unveil a perfect finale. This evening, Marsh had already amassed 28 points, a tally equivalent to the sum total of all his previous games since joining the Bullets. Once the players exited the court, Lin Yu beckoned Marsh to the far corner of the bench, waving his hand. Jamal, do you believe in me? Lin Yu's voice was barely a whisper, audible only to Marshburn. All right, I need you to run to the center line and attempt a 3-pointer. Will you do it? Huh, coach, that joke isn't funny at all. Marshburn's expression shifted from confusion to sheer terror, questioning whether Lin Yu had been possessed by some malevolent force. This is no jest. I am utterly serious. Trust me this time, you will not regret it. Lin Yu continued to coax him with an enticing tone. Coach, what exactly are you trying to accomplish? A 3-pointer from the center line? That's utterly absurd. However, if you insist, I might give it a shot. Despite his bewilderment regarding Lin Yu's intentions, Marshburn was certain of one thing. Lin Yu would never lead him astray. Good. Remember, you must shoot from the jump circle, and you have to take 4 attempts. This is our little secret. Do not mention it to anyone. If anyone inquires, you can say whatever you like. Just do not bring me into it. Lin Yu was acutely aware of the absurdity that was about to unfold, thus he wished to evade the spotlight of public scrutiny. A player attempting 4 3-pointers from the half-court line could be attributed to either a moment of reckless enthusiasm or youthful folly. However, for a coach to orchestrate such an audacious move, instructing a player to attempt 4 shots from the half-court, bordered on madness. As the timeout concluded, both teams returned to the court, with Marsh already stationed at the jump ball area at center court. Upon receiving the ball from Castle, Marsh couldn't help but glance at Lin Yu, who offered a subtle nod, as if encouraging him to take the shot. Marsh inhaled deeply, deciding to cast aside any doubts. Lin Yu would not lead him astray, and there must be rationale behind his directive. At that moment, he faced no defenders, as no player would dare encroach upon the jump ball zone to guard a small forward. After gathering his thoughts, Marsh leapt and took the shot. The over 10,000 spectators were rendered speechless, questioning their own senses. Was Marsh truly attempting a 3-pointer from half-court? The bewilderment was not limited to the fans. Players and coaches alike gaped in astonishment, as though witnessing a ghost. The resounding thud of the extremely long-range shot met the backboard, failing to graze the rim. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who perceived Marsh's act as mere folly. Even in the face of a scoring deficit, such a ludicrous attempt seemed unwarranted. Even the typically stoic Sloan couldn't suppress a chuckle, for after decades of coaching, he had never witnessed such a shot. While half-court attempts did occur, they were typically executed in the dying seconds of a game when no other options remained. With ample time still on the clock, Sloan was utterly perplexed by Marsh's intentions. On the court, Malone and Stockton exchanged derisive remarks, believing Marsh was scrambling in desperation. If it had been a player of higher caliber in such a situation, they would assuredly refrain from attempting a second half-court shot. Yet Marsh, in his rebellious spirit, seemed to thrive on the ridicule, growing ever more resolute. The Jazz commenced their offense, leisurely running down the clock for over 20 seconds before Malone took a mid-range shot that failed to find the mark, allowing Big Ben to secure the rebound. Castle, having just received the ball from the sidelines, turned to see Marsh standing at half-court, and to his astonishment, he noticed Marsh signaling for the ball. This was a request he deemed utterly out of the question. Castle silently admonished himself, contemplating whether it would be prudent to have Lin Yu take Marsh to see a psychiatrist post-game. Was this not the epitome of insanity? Give it to him. Pass it to him. Lin Yu shouted from the sidelines, while Castle inwardly cursed his fate, questioning the sanity of the team he had been traded to. It seemed that not only the players were unhinged, but the coach was also far from normal. Despite his frustration, Castle passed the ball to Marshburn, as he lacked the standing to defy the coach's orders. After receiving the ball, Marshburn took a deep breath, clearly preparing for another long-range shot from the midfield. Observing this, Malone made a gesture towards Marshburn that reeked of condescension. Provoked by the slight, Marshburn wasted no time and leaped to take the 3-point shot. The ball traced a perfect arc through the air, heading straight for the hoop, and under Lin Yu's watchful gaze, it swished cleanly through the net. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Marshburn had indeed made the shot from midcourt. No one laughed at him this time. Instead, they gazed at the player who had just achieved the extraordinary with looks of disbelief. Lin Yu exhaled deeply, observing that Marsh Ben had indeed been fortunate. His first shot had merely a 30% chance of success, so a miss would have been entirely reasonable. Yet, he managed to score with a 50% probability shot. Malone clapped his hands and approached Marsh Ben, smirking as he remarked, "What a lucky fellow you are. Do you dare to continue shooting?" "Why not?" Marsh Ben, buoyed by the confidence from his successful midcourt 3-pointer, recalled Lin Yu's encouragement to attempt 4 shots. Even without Malone's taunts, he was determined to persist. During the Jazz's offensive possession, Stockton, though unable to score, drew a foul from Castle, converting one of 2 free throws to secure a point. The deficit had narrowed to just 3 points, with less than a minute remaining in the game. Once again at midcourt, Castle, without needing Lin Yu's prompting, willingly passed the ball to Marsh Ben. "Go ahead, I won't guard you. I'll just stand here and watch you shoot," Malone said with a sardonic grin. His apparent nonchalance concealed a cunning strategy. With only a 3-point gap, the outcome of the game remained uncertain. Should Marsh Ben continue to launch 3-pointers? He surely could not believe he would keep succeeding. Such an approach would deplete the Bullets' possession, thereby solidifying the Jazz's chances of victory. Without uttering a word, Marsh Ben raised his hand and shot. Swish. Another midcourt 3-pointer. The spectators, no longer merely shocked, wore expressions akin to those who had witnessed a supernatural event. Some even traced crosses upon their chests. It was uncanny. One midcourt three-pointer could be attributed to luck, but 2 consecutive hits? Was that truly explainable by mere fortune? Those 2 three-pointers had completely erased a 5-point deficit. As the Jazz commenced their next offensive, they meticulously managed the clock. Ma Long received a pass from Stockton and made a mid-range jumper, putting the Jazz ahead by 2 points, with only 13 seconds remaining for the Bullets. You've lost. Unless you can replicate that kind of shot, Ma Long declared, still skeptical of Marsh Ben's ability to continue his streak, despite the 2 successful midcourt attempts. Marsh Ben, with a disdainful smile directed at Ma Long, felt an inexplicable surge of confidence, convinced that his 4th midcourt three-pointer would certainly find its mark. Positioned once more at midcourt, he refrained from shooting impulsively, waiting for the timer to tick down to 3 seconds. Ma Long found himself in a dilemma. Should he advance to defend? He feared it might be a trap set by Marsh Ben. A foul would be a costly mistake. Yet, the urge to guard him was accompanied by an ominous intuition. 5, 4, 3. As the timer flashed 3, Marsh Ben released the ball. With such a distant shot, the moment the basketball swished through the net, the referee's whistle echoed. A 100 success rate, how could it possibly miss? Swish. A game-winning shot. The newly unleashed monster, with 4 shots sealing the fate. Marsh looked incredulously at his hands, pondering what he had just accomplished. Had he truly made 3 consecutive three-pointers from midcourt? More precisely, what had Lin Yu done? Marsh couldn't help but glance towards the sidelines, where Lin Yu seemed to be fully aware of the outcome, his gaze filled with reverence. Malone was dumbfounded. Stockton was bewildered, Sloan was in a daze, and everyone else was equally astonished, staring blankly at Marsh. This was undeniably one of the most miraculous days since the inception of the NBA, with even some atheistic fans wavering in their beliefs. Indeed, the history of the NBA has witnessed numerous outrageous events, but 3 consecutive midcourt three-pointers? That was simply too explosive. Chapter 56, The Return to the Capitol. Cleansing the court amidst the throngs of teammates, Marsh, in a daze, descended from the court and approached Lin Yu. Lin Yu approached and gently patted him on the shoulder. Leaning in to speak softly, "My friend, do not overthink it. Remember, what transpired just now was merely a stroke of good fortune." Marsh nodded silently, his heart tumultuous. Was it truly just luck? What kind of fortune could lead to such an outcome? Ding. Jamal Marsh's affinity has increased. Current affinity stands at 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly captivated a player, earning a charm point. Current charm value is 11 points. Lin Yu was utterly bewildered. What was happening? According to reason, the favorability task should only be completed tomorrow, as the requirement was to follow the headlines of tomorrow's news. Yet, unexpectedly, Marsh's favorability surged dramatically from 70 to a perfect score of 100. Lin Yu discerned that Marsh's gaze was peculiarly intense. It transcended mere affection or respect, resembling the reverence of a devotee beholding their deity. Perhaps this was the reason for the surging admiration he felt. Nevertheless, there was no need to ponder excessively. The ultimate goal was to fully conquer Marsh's heart. As Lin Yu successfully endeavored to win over Marshban, he had already captivated 5 players, with both Fish and Jalen Rose reaching an admiration level of 90 points, poised for imminent conquest. During the team's family day, Lin Yu's admiration soared, yielding remarkable results. And he harbored an inkling that perhaps reaching a certain threshold of admiration might bestow upon him a delightful surprise. In the post-match handshake segment, Lin Yu approached Sloan. "Lin, I must concede that this defeat ranks among the most frustrating of my nearly 3-decade coaching career. I cannot even discern where we faltered." Sloan, significantly older than Lin Yu, possessed every right to address him as son or young man, yet he opted to simply use Lin Yu's surname, signifying his respect. As he articulated, throughout his extensive career, he had never encountered such an exasperating loss, having been undone by 3 successive three-pointers that concluded the game. "We were merely fortunate. It seems our Bullets have always enjoyed a streak of good luck." Lin Yu chuckled while scratching his head. "Luck? Indeed. Your Bullet team has enjoyed a streak of good fortune. Old Wes has been my friend for many years, and throughout his life, he has been accompanied by serendipity. However, I believe his greatest stroke of luck was choosing you as the head of the Bullet team. I even feel that the Bulls may not stand a chance against you. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity to meet on the grand stage of the finals this season." Sloan gazed at Lin Yu with admiration. Lin Yu's tactical adjustments during the game had earned Sloan's respect, though, of course, the last 4 midcourt three-pointers were an exception. Lin Yu promptly waved his hand, feeling that Sloan's assessment of the Bullets was somewhat excessive. Even though Lin Yu harbored immense confidence in the current roster, he would not be so audacious as to claim they could vanquish the Bulls. The concept of the Bulls' second dynasty is monumental. They are home to the greatest player in NBA history, the universally acknowledged GOAT, the basketball deity Michael Jordan. His prowess in both offense and defense is unparalleled, particularly in critical moments when he transcends expectations. Scottie Pippen is undoubtedly among the top 5 small forwards in history, and even the most discerning critic would struggle to find fault with him. As for the Bulls' formidable trio, the indomitable Dennis Rodman stands tall as a legitimate member of the NBA's 75 greatest players, a 7-time rebounding champion and a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year, along with an impressive array of selections for the all-defensive team. Rodman's defensive skills are formidable, unlike Ben Wallace. He excels not only in guarding the paint, but also in defending perimeter players like Chris Webber. Yet, it is his rebounding that truly shines, averaging 18.7 rebounds per game in a single season, with 6. For of those being offensive boards, such statistics seem almost unattainable in modern basketball. During the 1994-95 season, his final year with the Spurs, he achieved an astonishing rebounding rate of 29.7, a level that defies comprehension, akin to a bug in the system. How formidable is Wallace's rebounding? Even in his peak season, he could only muster a rebounding rate of 23. At first glance, Rodman's average of 18.7 rebounds may not seem impressive, especially considering Wilt Chamberlain's multiple seasons of averaging over 25 rebounds. However, the methods of calculating rebounds in the ancient era were markedly different. A single game could yield 150 rebounds, while modern basketball typically sees around 80. Chamberlain's career rebounding rate stands at 18, which roughly equates to Wallace's, not accounting for the overall disparity in player levels across eras. In terms of rebounding, Rodman undoubtedly surpasses Chamberlain. One could assert that Rodman is the greatest rebounder in NBA history, with no equal in this regard. Possessing such 3 extraordinary players is enough to instill a sense of despair. Yet, the Bulls are also bolstered by numerous fierce competitors, including the European magician Tony Kukoc, Steve Kerr, who holds the record for the highest three-point shooting percentage in history, Ron Harper, a defensive stalwart who transitioned from a swingman to a point guard, and even the Chief, Parrish, currently contributing to the Bulls. Even Luke Longley, the towering center who could be reduced to tears by Jordan's criticisms, boasts defensive efficiency that ranks among the top 10 centers in the league, despite his seemingly modest statistics. This is a monstrous team, until they truly face off. Lin Yu would refrain from making any grandiose claims about the Bulls. After conversing with Sloan for a while longer, Lin Yu led his team back to the locker room. Marsh still bore a numbed expression, struggling to recover from the earlier shock. What exactly is happening with our Bullets team this week? Jalen scored 51 points, Rod had 50. And we achieved a perfect record of 4 wins, including a victory over a formidable team like the Jazz. This is hardly outrageous. I can grit my teeth and accept it. However, tonight, I simply cannot bear it. 3 consecutive three-pointers from the same position? Weber's words prompted nods of agreement from everyone in the locker room, each of them eager to grasp how Marshburn had managed, or rather, what he had been thinking, because it defies reason for anyone in that position to attempt 4 three-pointers. Hey, Jamal, why don't you say something? You ought to explain this to us. Otherwise, I might have to seek a priest. For it's evident you must have sold your soul to the devil to have made those 3 shots. Ever since Jalen Rose consulted the divine, he too has become somewhat superstitious. Marshburn, coming back to his senses, shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "Don't ask me. I have no idea what happened. It just unfolded naturally on the court, and even during my last shot, I could strongly sense that it was destined to go in. Well, regardless, we won. Did we not?" The others sighed in silence, recognizing that this exchange captured the very essence of assistant coach Bob's wisdom. Lin Yu felt a sense of relief nearby, fearing that Marshburn might betray him, which would lead to an awkward situation. Just as Marshburn had stated, regardless of the circumstances, they had triumphed in the match, securing an impressive 8 consecutive victories, elevating the Bullets to 5th place in the Eastern Conference, and they were merely a single win away from surpassing the 4th-place Hawks. With a lavish record of 15 wins and 2 losses, which Lin Yu had achieved since his arrival, even he found it hard to believe. After completing 4 consecutive away games, Lin Yu was prepared to return to Washington, determined to address the scandal surrounding the Yellow Rumor incident. Indeed, he intended to confront Ben Jeers, who would undoubtedly have to face the repercussions of his gossiping. Although Ben Jeers had dismissed Lin Yu, he bore no significant resentment towards him. After all, Lin Yu had dozed off during the meeting, which was an act of disrespect in itself. It was only natural for Ben Jeers to assert his authority by terminating Lin Yu's position. As for Lin Yu's joking remark about firing Jeers as soon as he became the head coach, that was merely a jest, as a head coach does not possess such authority. However, in light of the yellow rumor incident, Jeers was inescapably doomed, and even if Lin Yu wished to spare him, Unseld would certainly not let him off the hook. The older generation, steeped in tradition, often found it difficult to accept matters concerning the LGBTQ community. If Unseld were to find out, he might very well harbor intentions of eliminating Jeers. At the post-game press conference, Lin Yu chose not to attend, allowing Old Joe to escort Marsh Ben in his stead. Once the conference concluded, the Bullets boarded a flight to Washington in the early hours of the morning. On Monday at 10 o'clock, Lin Yu arrived at Unseld's office. "Well done, for consecutive victories. You've even taken down the Jazz. I wouldn't be surprised if we clinched the championship this year," Unseld exclaimed, feeling as if he were dreaming. Just a month ago, the Bullets had endured 4 consecutive defeats. Yet under Lin Yu's leadership, they had achieved an astonishing record of 15 wins and 2 losses. By the way, Ju-Won is set to return. Have you considered how to integrate him back into the team? Unseld suddenly furrowed his brow. The team's remarkable performance had demonstrated that the Bullets seemed to thrive regardless of Howard's presence. Unseld acknowledged this reality, yet he was reluctant to accept it. Given that Howard was a player he had signed for over $100 million, it's quite a dilemma. If Jamal hadn't exploded, I could have moved Chris back to the small forward position and had Ju-Won start at power forward. But Jamal scored 37 points in the last game, hitting 3 mid-range threes. I simply cannot bring myself to bench him now. Lin Yu furrowed his brow and sighed. It was not that he doubted Uncle Hwa's capabilities. Rather, he believed that the starting lineup of the Bullet team simply did not have a place for him. Was Uncle Hwa truly stronger than Weber? Could he surpass Mashburn? Once Mashburn unlocked his offensive potential, in terms of overall offensive and defensive prowess, he ranked among the top 3 small forwards in the league, surpassed only by Pippen of the Bulls and Hill of the Pistons. Damn it, I feel so anxious right now. Surely, I cannot have a player signed for $100 million sitting on the bench, can I? Why am I so unfortunate? If only I hadn't competed with Pat Riley back then, I wouldn't be in such a predicament now, lamented Ansel. Lin Yu was rendered speechless. Are you still unfortunate? It is widely acknowledged throughout the league that a fool is often favored by fortune, and your luck seems to be extraordinarily abundant. You must devise a strategy, Lin, to ensure Ju-Won secures a starting position, not only as a starter, but also to make his statistics appear more appealing. Otherwise, we will find ourselves unable to trade him next season, and you grasp my implication, do you not? Judging by Ainseld's tone, it seems he is preparing to sell Uncle Hwa next season. To fetch a handsome price, Hwa's statistics must be impressive. A player with $100 million contract cannot afford to average merely 10 points and 4 rebounds. Surely no naive investor would take him on. Very well. I shall speak with Jamal or Jalen. Additionally, there is another matter that I believe warrants your attention. Lin Yu recounted the incident involving the fabrication of rumors during the away game against the Bulls to Anseld. Damn Ben Jars, I shall take his life. Anseld's face flushed with rage as he slammed his hand on the table, shouting in fury. Mr. Anseld, we do not yet possess evidence to prove that Jars is responsible for the rumors, Lin Yu replied, shaking his head. Evidence? Must we have evidence for this? If it isn't him, then who could it possibly be? Come with me. Anseld, unwilling to wait even a moment longer, led Lin Yu directly to the scout's office. Lin Yu followed closely behind, suddenly recalling the adage that suspicion, once aroused, establishes guilt. Regardless of whether Benjes was the source of the rumors, Anseld declared him so. And thus he was, regardless of any denial. Chapter 57. May I steal a kiss? The scouts had a designated office area located on the 2nd floor of the club building. Bang! Anseld forcefully kicked open the door to the conference room, storming in with Lin Yu in tow. At that moment, Juz was in a meeting with the scouts, and upon witnessing Anseld's furious demeanor, he immediately sensed impending doom. Damn it, Juz, you're fired. Get out of my sight at once. If killing weren't a crime, I would reduce you to mincemeat right now. Anseld bellowed at Juz, offering no explanation and demanding his dismissal outright. The room fell into a suffocating silence, with everyone holding their breath, daunted by Anseld's wrath. None daring to utter a sound. Why, Mr. Anseld, what have I done wrong? Are you dissatisfied with this year's scouting report? I can prepare another one, Juz stammered. Aware that although the scout supervisor's salary was modest, he could still pocket some funds from the team's travel expenses, and with minimal work required. It was a position well suited for a quiet retirement. What have you done wrong? You've done nothing at all. I simply overindulged in donuts and wish to dismiss you. Anseld, of course, would not mention the salacious rumors in front of so many people, as he could not afford to lose face. It's because of Lin Yu. Isn't it? Damn it, Lin Yu, must you take this to such extremes? Just glared at Lin Yu, realizing he was resigned to his fate. He knew all too well Ansel's character and that he was surely doomed today. Indeed, it is because of Lin Yu. He is to take your position as scout supervisor. Now get out of my sight. Ansel wished he could physically eject just from the conference room. Lin Yu stood aside, his face contorted in disbelief. How had he suddenly become the head of scouting? The responsibilities of the head coach were already enough to give him a headache. He was constantly busy, scarcely finding time to breathe. Now, he was also tasked with overseeing the scouting operations. In front of everyone, he could not undermine Ansel's authority. So he chose to remain silent. After Jaz left the meeting in disarray, Ansel pulled Lin Yu aside and addressed all the scouts in the room. From now on, Lin Yu will be your direct superior. He has the authority to dismiss any of you at his discretion. Focus on your responsibilities and refrain from uttering unnecessary words. With that, Ansel patted Lin Yu on the shoulder and said, "This is now in your hands." The scouts exchanged glances, their minds racing as they contemplated whether they had previously crossed Lin Yu in any way. After a moment of reflection, they realized that they had had no prior interactions with him, which brought them some relief. Lin Yu was previously an external scout, seldom residing at the club and having hardly exchanged a word with many of its members. Reflecting on the monthly scout meeting held a month ago, it was during that time that Lin Yu, after being dismissed, had made a vehement statement that everyone present had dismissed. They could not have imagined that Lin Yu would not only return but would also ascend to become their direct superior. Director Lin, perhaps you could outline our tasks for the upcoming month of March? An older scout remarked, with a hint of flattery in his tone as he addressed Lin Yu. Lin Yu possessed the memories of this body and was no stranger to the work of a scout. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Let us commence preparations for the 1997 draft report. Although our draft rights have been sold to the Mavericks, one can never tell if we might trade for them again in the future. You shall prepare the draft report, and Mr. Unseld will serve as a reference. The scouts nodded in agreement, eagerly retrieving their notebooks and hastily scribbling notes. Lin Yu found it amusing. He had only uttered a couple of sentences, yet they deemed it worthy of meticulous documentation. In the morning, the players rested, while training commenced at 3 in the afternoon. The upcoming game against the Jazz made Lin Yu acutely aware that the Bullets were ill-equipped to execute a pick-and-roll strategy. While they could certainly attempt it, the effectiveness would pale in comparison to that of the Jazz. Given this, it seemed futile to invest time in such tactics. Sitting courtside, observing Bernie drill the players, Lin Yu was struck by an amusing realization. It appeared that the Bullets did not require a specific strategy. What truly suited them was having Big Ben dominate the paint, while the other players relied on their individual skills for scoring, incorporating only a few simple pick-and-roll plays at most. On the defensive end, tactics were unnecessary. The current mandate was for players to engage in one-on-one matchups without the allowance of zone defense. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu dismissed the players and made his way to Unseld's office. He intended to resign from his position as head scout, as his coaching responsibilities were already quite demanding. Even if they refused to accept his resignation, surely they could offer a salary increase? It was unreasonable to receive one salary while performing two roles. Upon arriving at the general manager's office, Lin Yu found Unseld absent but encountered Karma instead. "Hey, Lin, do you remember our agreement? How about tonight?" Karma approached Lin Yu with a light jog, her eyes sparkling with affection, as if she were greeting a long-lost lover. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon the surging waves, swallowing hard as he silently uttered an apology to Mr. Ansel. Moments later, he arrived at a French restaurant, driving a Porsche 911 with Karma by his side. The striking combination of handsome men and beautiful women invariably draws attention, particularly as Lin Yu has garnered a degree of fame in Washington, both great and small. During their meal, Karma exhibited no peculiar behavior. However, once they ventured to the cinema post-dinner, her demeanor shifted. She began to tease Lin Yu, playfully caressing him and occasionally leaning in to exhale heavily in his ear, leaving him quite flustered and distracted, to the extent that he couldn't recall the film they had just watched. As time slipped past 9 o'clock, Lin Yu drove Karma home. Upon arriving, she sat in the passenger seat, playfully tugging at his arm and asking with a coy smile, "Lin, would you care to come up for a glass of water?" Lin Yu certainly dared not, for he was unaware whether Karma resided alone or with the Answered family. Should he venture upstairs for a mere glass of water? Encountering Answered would surely lead to dire consequences. Perhaps another time. I have a competition tomorrow and truly need to return for some rest, Lin Yu politely declined. Ah, what a pity it is. You shall miss the surprise I meticulously prepared for you, said Karma, deliberately revealing the lace at her waist. Lin Yu felt as if he were on the brink of losing his sanity. The heat was unbearable. He had never encountered such an intoxicating scene in his past life, yearning to pounce on Karma like a famished tiger ready to devour its prey. Nevertheless, he decided to postpone his desires for another day. Lin, may I steal a kiss from you? Karma's luscious, alluring lips were already drawing closer to Lin Yu. No, do not extend your tongue. After the harrowing experience with the reckless driver, Lin Yu quickly reminded himself. After bidding farewell to Karma, he drove home, aware that he had a considerable amount of work awaiting him in the coming days. The following morning, Lin Yu rose early and placed a call to old Joe. Treating the statistical analyst to a meal? Perhaps presenting a small gift? Old Joe was taken aback upon hearing Lin Yu's intention to engage with the statistical analyst. Having navigated this industry for decades, he had never encountered anyone so eager to curry favor with a statistician. Each team's home venue is staffed with a statistical analyst. Yet these individuals are not part of the team's official roster. Rather, they are third-party personnel appointed by the league. Lin Yu's notion was to have the worldly wise old Joe engage with the statistical analyst, fostering a cordial relationship that might yield advantages for the Bullet team during home games. For instance, the assessment of assists often hinges entirely on the mood of the statistician. Discerning fans would note that NBA players frequently accumulate more assists compared to their FIBA counterparts. This discrepancy primarily arises from the NBA's more lenient criteria for assist statistics, where any intentional pass leading to an uncomplicated score counts as an assist. What constitutes an uncomplicated score? This, after all, is subject to the personal judgment of the statistician. Even if a single assist can be added to a player's record over the course of a game, it is still a notable gain. Moreover, the data regarding blocks could also see an enhancement. Consider those fingertip blocks that alter the trajectory of the basketball only minimally. To the untrained eye, it is difficult to ascertain whether any change has occurred, and thus the role of the statistician becomes paramount. However, cultivating a good rapport with the statistician would undoubtedly bear no influence on the outcome of the game, as scoring remains an objective metric. Lin, I finally comprehend why, despite your brief tenure, the players hold you in such high regard. You are a coach who genuinely prioritizes the well-being of your players. Had I encountered a coach like you in my youth, I would have certainly reached the caliber of Larry Bird. I possess every skill that Bird has. The only distinction lies in my unique approach to passing. What sets me apart from Bird? Old Joe's frustration grew as he spoke, harboring deep resentment towards the Lakers. In his perspective, his journey to Europe was a direct consequence of the disparaging evaluations he received from Lakers head coach Harris and president Jerry West. Lin Yu was reluctant to criticize old Joe. At his age, dwelling on such matters seemed futile. It would be far more prudent to focus on nurturing Kobe. Indeed, nurturing Kobe was paramount, if only he could join Washington. Our initial desire to play for the Lakers stemmed from the allure of Los Angeles as a bustling metropolis with significant exposure, though, in retrospect, that may not have been a wise decision. Old Joe appeared contemplative, his thoughts veiled in mystery. After old Joe departed, Lin Yu summoned Marshburn and Jalen Rose to his office. Please, take a seat. You must have heard the news about Zhu Wan's comeback. To have a player with a $100 million contract relegated to the bench would render Mr. Unseld a laughingstock throughout the league. Thus, regrettably, one of you will have to make a sacrifice. Lin Yu sighed and spoke. Both players were acquired through his own efforts, making it difficult for him to choose who should take on the role of a substitute. I can take the bench, coach. After all, it was I who inadvertently caused Zhu Wan's injury. Moreover, Jamal has only just begun to regain his form, and he is more deserving of a starting position than I am. Being a substitute is of little consequence. After all, our playing time would likely be similar. Just as Marsh was about to speak, Jalen Rose had already voiced his agreement. Lin Yu nodded, realizing that this was the only feasible arrangement for the time being. Marsh, although originally a small forward, exhibited a playing style akin to that of a shooting guard, complemented by his exceptional physical prowess and remarkable athletic talent. When deployed as a shooting guard, his offensive and defensive effectiveness could potentially surpass that of a small forward. During his tenure with the Mavericks, he primarily played the three position due to the presence of Jim Jackson on the team. This week, the Bullets had 4 games lined up. On Tuesday night against the Pistons, Wednesday against the Raptors, Friday against the Suns, and Saturday against the Timberwolves. The schedule was rather peculiar with back-to-back games, yet fortunately, all were home games, sparing the players from the fatigue of travel. Lin Yu placed particular importance on the upcoming match against the Pistons, as he was uncertain about the feasibility of challenging for the second seed in the Eastern Conference. Thus, a playoff encounter with the Pistons remained a possibility. This game would serve as an opportunity to gauge the Pistons' intensity and prepare psychologically for the postseason. As the game commenced, Lin Yu fielded a starting lineup comprising Big Ben, Uncle Ho, Weber, Marsh, and the Flash. Right from the outset, Weber received a pass from the Flash and swiftly transitioned the ball to Uncle Ho. Given their long-standing camaraderie, he naturally wished to help the recently returned Uncle Ho accumulate impressive stats. However, Uncle Ho was quickly thwarted by a towering block from Ratliff, and after the Pistons' point guard, Lindsey Hunter, recovered the ball, he assisted Hill, who successfully sank a mid-range jumper. Lin Yu's expression was one of bitterness. Uncle Ho truly did not regard Ratliff as a worthy opponent. How could such a shot be casually attempted? Ratliff, still merely a sophomore, had already displayed extraordinary shot-blocking prowess. Even if he had not yet reached his peak, Uncle Ho's mid-range shots, executed on tiptoes, were easily swatted away. Should Ratliff attain his prime, he would become a veritable blocking phenomenon, capable of achieving an astonishing block rate of 10.4. While even the pinnacle season of the great Ben Wallace barely reached 6 or 7. Chapter 58. Infighting in the locker room having been thwarted by a ferocious block at the outset, Uncle Ho grew increasingly anxious, repeatedly seeking the ball to take on Ratliff one-on-one. Weber, ever the loyal ally, would immediately pass the ball to his good friend Uncle Ho whenever he had possession, disregarding his own personal statistics. As the game progressed, Lin Yu's demeanor darkened. He discerned that Weber and Uncle Ho could not coexist on the court. They were akin to business partners whose collaboration only led to mutual detriment. Uncle Ho found himself on the receiving end of several emphatic blocks, while Weber, preoccupied with passing, failed to score himself. By the conclusion of the match, Lin Yu faced the somber reality of a defeat, as the Bullets succumbed to the Pistons by a margin of 5 points on their home turf. Of the 3 halos available this week, the sole one capable of enhancing player abilities had already been utilized, leaving only 2 protective halos that could not alter the outcome. In the final moments of the game, Lin Yu even deployed the famed Fab 5 from Michigan, hoping Weber's three-point shooting could turn the tide. Unfortunately, not only did they miss, but the lack of defensive intensity in the backcourt allowed the Pistons to score a mid-range jumper in the last 3 seconds, transforming what could have been a 3-point deficit into 5. Uncle Ho had a satisfying night, amassing impressive stats with 31 points and 11 rebounds. Logically, one could not fault him for the team's loss, as such numbers were commendable. Yet, he bore the blame nonetheless. With a shooting line of 12 for 27 and 7 for 9 from the free throw line, the figures appeared reasonable at first glance. However, these were merely superficial. He had blocked Ratliff an astounding 6 times, and blocks do not count against shooting attempts, implying he had taken 33 shots to achieve those 12 successful baskets. Lin Yu was even led to believe that Pistons head coach Doug Collins was also bound to an entirely passive system, which would randomly lead to the Knoxian guillotine. Otherwise, it would be utterly incomprehensible how Uncle Ho could be thwarted so many times. Even those 11 rebounds possessed little value, as only 1 was an offensive rebound, while the remaining 10 were largely collected thanks to Ben Wallace securing the position for him. Lin Yu had always believed in a saying that stated the only drawback of expensive items is their cost. However, he has now come to realize how naive and simplistic his thoughts were in his previous life. Grant Hill's performance tonight instilled a sense of urgency within Lin Yu. Facing Weber's defense, Hill amassed an impressive 26 points, 7 rebounds, and 15 assists. Notably, the Pistons like a true point guard. Lindsey Hunter plays the position but does not fulfill the role of a traditional point guard, resulting in almost all offensive plays being orchestrated by Hill. This is evident from Hunter's average of merely 1.9 assists this season. Should they encounter the Pistons in the playoffs, Lin Yu harbors little hope of defeating them. Upon returning to the locker room, the players were dejected, their faces etched with frustration. Their 8-game winning streak had abruptly ended, and the longest winning streak in the history of the Bullets was a mere 11 games. In truth, had the Bullets managed to overcome the Pistons tonight, breaking the franchise's winning record would have been an effortless task. What on earth are you two doing? Are you flirting on the court? The frustration was palpable. Damn it. I worked tirelessly all night and only managed to tally 4 assists, barely a fraction of Hill's output. The frustration surged within the fast car. The team's defeat was already disheartening enough, but the meager statistics of 7 points and 4 assists further exacerbated his displeasure. He found himself closely guarded by Lindsey Hunter, rendering him nearly incapable of seizing a decent scoring opportunity. While it is generally acceptable for a point guard to score less as long as they contribute significantly in assists, Fast Car's passes to Weber were all redirected to Uncle Ho, leaving him unable to accumulate any assists. Similarly, his passes to Marshburn were futile as Marshburn was preoccupied with backing down his defender. After an exhausting night, not only did they lose, but he also ended up with only 4 assists, which left Fast Car utterly disgusted. Rod, what do you mean by that? Are we the reason for the team's loss? I scored over 30 points while you only managed 7. Do you even have the right to criticize me? Uncle Ho, in his first game back, was pleased with his own performance, but Fast Car's remarks incited his ire. Is scoring over 30 points such a remarkable feat? Last week, we played 2 games with over 50 points each and won all 4. How is it that upon your return, we suffer a defeat? We had even planned to break the franchise's winning record. Fast Car stood up, unperturbed by Uncle Ho, and began to mock him. Upon observing the unfolding situation, Lin Yu sensed that matters were about to take a turn for the worse, and conflict within the locker room seemed inevitable. As anticipated, the moment Fei-Che spoke, Weber's displeasure became evident. Rod, no one desires to lose. Your words are utterly excessive. Excessive? I could offer you something even more outrageous, if you wish to hear it. Earning over $9 million a year, which is 3 times my salary, you ought to contribute meaningfully. Fei-Che, emboldened by an unknown source of confidence, had effectively severed ties with Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua, infuriated to the point of losing his composure, rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Fei-Che, who stood his ground defiantly, poised for a confrontation. It was only when Ben and others hurriedly intervened that they were separated. Once distanced, the locker room divided into 2 distinct factions. Standing beside Uncle Hua were his loyal Michigan 5 brothers, including Jalen Rose, along with Tracy Murray and Jaren Jackson. On Fei-Che's side, a considerable number had rallied, including Ben, Leg Brother, Harvey, Davis, and the less prominent Galen Nixon. Ben, grateful for Fei-Che's past assistance, wished to spare him embarrassment, while Leg Brother and Davis supported Fei-Che for his ability to aid them on the court, particularly Davis, who knew no sinner would dare offend a point guard. Harvey's support for Fei-Che likely stemmed from previous grievances with Uncle Hua, while Nixon shared a similar sentiment. The extraterrestrial duo, Castle and Marchand, refrained from involvement, choosing to stand behind Lin Yu. Lin Yu was infuriated, his anger reaching a boiling point. Everyone's silence. What are you trying to do? Fighting in the locker room? Step aside. I want to see if you 2 dare to throw a punch. If it comes to that, I'll drive you both to the boxing gym and let you settle it there. Witnessing Lin Yu's fury, the crowd instinctively recoiled, especially the fringe players who understood the repercussions of inciting the head coach's wrath. Apologies, Lin, I acted impulsively. Fei-Che, a straightforward character, quickly offered an apology upon seeing Lin Yu's wrath, raising his hands in a gesture towards Uncle Hua. This action left Uncle Hua in a precarious position. He harbored no goodwill towards Lin Yu and bore a certain resentment, wishing for his downfall. Had it not been for Lin Yu's arrival, Uncle Hua would have been enjoying a comfortable life, drawing a hefty salary while coasting along with Weber, feeling no pressure from the team's defeats. However, with Lin Yu's entrance, his easy days came to an end. The team's performance soared, morale skyrocketed, and almost every game showcased explosive statistics from various players. Meanwhile, he, the highest-paid athlete on the team, felt increasingly like an outsider, plagued by sleepless nights for the past fortnight. Deep down, he was reluctant to show weakness in front of Lin Yu. Weber, well acquainted with his brother's sentiments, noticed Uncle Hua's silence and stepped forward with a gentle cough. Coach, Juwan has been injured for quite some time. It's only natural for him to be feeling down and irritable. I apologize on his behalf. Lin Yu sighed inwardly, contemplating that Uncle Hua must have saved the entire galaxy in his past life to have a brother as commendable as Weber. Since Weber had already stepped forward to offer his apologies, Lin Yu saw no reason to hold Uncle Hua accountable any longer. After all, he had become an outsider to the Bullet team. Once this season concludes, even if Ansel does not trade him, Lin Yu would undoubtedly devise a way to part with him. He had even formulated a plan. Should the Lakers express interest in Uncle Hua, he would propose a trade for Kobe. If the Lakers showed no inclination, he would turn to the Raptors, where there was a significant possibility of acquiring McGrady in return. Currently, our Bullet team lacks a captain. Therefore, I hereby appoint Rod and Chris as the team captains, and I will report this to the league tomorrow. Followed by an official announcement. Lin Yu suddenly made a perplexing decision. Just a moment ago, he was on the verge of a brawl in the locker room, and the next moment, he was contemplating appointing a team captain. Not every NBA team has a captain, primarily because the selection is fraught with difficulty. Choosing the wrong individual can easily lead to internal discord within the team. Consequently, teams exercise utmost caution when designating a captain. For instance, in the future Los Angeles Lakers. Due to Kobe's unique status, he stood alone as the captain, while during the same period, the Hornets were led by Chris Paul. The Denver Nuggets, on the other hand, had 3 co-captains, Kenyon Martin, Carmelo Anthony, and Chauncey Billups. This illustrates that a captain symbolizes the team's hierarchy, typically representing the designated leader. Ding. Rod Strickland's favorability has increased, currently at a maximum of 100 points. The host has successfully formed a perfect bond with a player, earning 1 point of charm, bringing the current charm level to 12 points. Following his success with Marchand, Lin Yu has now perfectly endeavored with the Flash. The latter was in dire need of such a team status, and upon hearing of his appointment as captain, his admiration for Lin Yu surged dramatically. This marks the 6th player Lin Yu has successfully captivated. However, for Lin Yu, this was merely a delightful surprise. His sole purpose in appointing the captain was to diminish Uncle Hua's influence within the team. Within the locker room, thoughts varied. Some rejoiced for the Flash, while others worried for Uncle Hua. After losing to the Pistons, the following evening, the Bullets prepared to host the Toronto Raptors. Established in 1995, the Raptors had only played 1.5 seasons. Besides the talented Damon Stoudemire and the formidable Marcus Camby, the roster consisted of either unwanted players from expansion drafts or those found in the free market, rendering their overall strength quite feeble. Logically speaking, given the current lineup of the Bullets, a match against the Raptors should have been a straightforward victory. Yet, when the game commenced, the Bullets did win, albeit with great difficulty. The root of the problem still lay with Uncle Hua. It seemed he was rather unfortunate. In his first game back, he faced the shot-blocking phenomenon, Ratliff, and in the subsequent match, he encountered another shot-blocking titan, Camby, both of whom played the power forward position, directly matching up against him. In the previous game, Ratliff had blocked 6 of his shots, and in this contest, Camby managed to swat away 4. Had it not been for Marchand's explosive performance, scoring 36 points, the Bullets might have truly stumbled into defeat. Unseld sensed that the situation was amiss and promptly summoned Lin Yu to his office to discuss strategies. What should be done now? The trade deadline had passed, and it was untenable to keep him off the court, however. Reducing his playing time would lead to a decline in his statistics and diminish his trade value, allowing him to play. I fear we might lose to any team in the league, including the Celtics and Spurs. With a furrowed brow, Ansel lamented, what else can be done? If we have him play as a substitute, it would be a loss of face. When facing weaker teams, let him start to maximize his stats against stronger teams. He should be rested. For now, this is the best compromise Lin Yu can devise. In Chapter 59, Ascending to the Divine, Uncle Hua made his return in 2 games, showcasing impressive statistics, 30 points and 10 rebounds in the first match, followed by 28 points and 12 rebounds in the second. Fans, upon seeing these figures, might mistakenly believe that Uncle Hua was exceptionally formidable on the court. In the final 2 games of the week, the opponents were both Western Conference teams, the 6th-seeded Timberwolves and 7th-seeded Suns. In Lin Yu's view, both teams were merely mediocre. Their win totals would only place them 10th in the Eastern Conference. At 7:30 p.m. on Friday, the match against the Suns commenced. Lin Yu chose to have Uncle Hua start, as the Suns lacked a formidable power forward, leaving no reason for Uncle Hua not to assert his advantage. The true strength of the Suns lay in their backcourt. Under the leadership of head coach Danny Ainge, they had acquired Jason Kidd, forming a luxurious backcourt alongside Steve Johnson, both Hall of Fame point guards. Even more astonishing was the presence of Nash, who was also on the Suns, adding a 3rd Hall of Fame point guard to their roster. Interestingly, Nash, like Little A.O., had little prominence in the early stages of his career. Lin Yu had already included Little A.O. in his future recruitment plans, and Nash was certainly no exception. The value offered by both players was exceedingly high. Should the Bullets trade Murray for one of them, the opposing team would likely demand additional compensation. Securing and nurturing either player for 2 years would yield significant elite talent. After several minutes into the game, Lin Yu began to feel a pang of sympathy for Fish. In the match against the Pistons, he had played with a heavy heart. Subsequently, in the game against the Raptors, he managed to achieve 16 points and 10 assists, which was somewhat acceptable. However, tonight, he was matched up against Kidd. During his tenure with the Mavericks, due to the peculiarities of his playing style, Jason Kidd's defensive efficiency appeared rather inconspicuous. However, upon joining the Suns, his defensive prowess was magnified significantly. If Gary Payton is heralded as the finest defensive point guard in the league, Kidd undoubtedly claims the second position. The fast break was utterly stifled, unable to advance the ball, and could only seek opportunities to pass to Marshburn. The advantages of Marshburn playing the shooting guard position became evident, as the Suns employed a dual point guard system. The diminutive 185 centimeters point guard, Steve Johnson, found it nearly impossible to withstand the pressure exerted by Marshburn. In truth, the strategic acumen of Suns head coach Danny Ainge was commendable. He refrained from having Kidd directly match up against Marshburn. Otherwise, the Bullets would have enjoyed advantages at both guard positions. The Bullets' frontcourt dominance was even more pronounced. Uncle Ho did not face the likes of shot-blocking titans such as Ratliff or Camby this evening. Instead, he contended with the 198 centimeters undersized power forward, Ceballos, who, bolstered by a commendable shooting touch, truly found his rhythm. When the final whistle blew, the Bullets triumphed decisively over the Suns, with Uncle Ho achieving an impressive 13 out of 18 from the field and 5 out of 7 from the free throw line, amassing an astonishing 31 points with remarkable efficiency. Bang! The following morning, Lin Yu was engrossed in reviewing the draft report submitted by scouts in his office. The NCAA's March Madness had commenced, prompting all teams to dispatch scouts, resulting in a steady influx of new draft reports to headquarters each day. Howard stormed into the office with great fervor, eliciting an irritable expression from Lin Yu. "Lin, what do you mean? Why have you decided to rest me?" Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon Howard's eyes, articulating each word with precision. "I am the head coach. Do players require justification for rest? Furthermore, are you certain that you need a reason? I fear that should I disclose it, you may find it difficult to confront." Howard, incensed, retorted, "I am eager to hear your justification. In the previous 3 matches, I averaged 30 points and 10 rebounds. Can you find a power forward in this league with superior statistics than mine?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu chuckled derisively. "In those 2 matches prior, you allowed 11 blocks. You truly wish to overlook that? In the game against the Suns, while matched against Ceballos, even Ben could score 30 points over him. Do you believe that? Resting you is meant to preserve your dignity. Do not be ungrateful." Lin Yu possesses a fierce temperament, and it is quite extraordinary for him to display any semblance of cordiality towards Howard, who has come to confront him with such indignation. Ever since that incident in the game against the Mavericks when Howard restrained Weber from intervening in the altercation with Mason, Lin Yu's fondness for him has plummeted into a freezing abyss. "I have served under Bullet for so many years," Howard continued to bellow. Lin Yu shook his head and asked, "What do you wish to express? You joined the Bullets in 1994 and partnered with Chris in your inaugural season, securing a dismal total of 21 victories. Do you know what my record has been while coaching the Bullets for over a month? An impressive 17 wins and 3 losses. I must candidly inform you that had it not been for the impending trade deadline, you would already have been traded away. The only reason you remain a starter, enjoying ample playing time, is out of respect for Mr. Unseld. I am merely allowing you to start against weaker opponents to pad your statistics. Should you prefer not to uphold any semblance of dignity, I can readily confine you to the bench to guard the water cooler." Lin Yu directly confronted Howard, believing it to be a fortuitous development. It was better for Howard to recognize the reality sooner rather than later, to avert potential troubles in the future. Shortly after Howard's departure, within half an hour, Weber arrived. Lin Yu initially believed that Weber had come to plead on Howard's behalf. He was indeed capable of such actions. However, it appeared that Weber was entirely unaware of the true reason behind Howard's rest. The team had stated that Howard was being rested due to his recent recovery from injury, necessitating ongoing observation. "Coach, for tonight's game against the Timberwolves, may I have the freedom to shoot at will? I wish to test that young fellow's abilities. How does he command so many more All-Star votes than I do?" The young fellow Weber referred to was, of course, Garnett. Last season, Weber had been sidelined, never having faced the rookie Garnett. In the first half of this season, Weber was absent for the matchup against the Timberwolves, leaving him without a precise understanding of Garnett's prowess. Of course, but do exercise caution. That young man is not as simple as you might think. In Lin Yu's recollection, the direct confrontations between Garnett and Weber consistently showcased Garnett's dominance, even though he was merely in his sophomore year. If Weber were to underestimate his opponent, it would not be surprising for Garnett to deliver a severe defeat. "Coach, you underestimate me profoundly. In this game, I shall score 50 points over him," he boasted. In his second year, he averages 17 points and 8 rebounds, while I achieved 18 points and 9 rebounds in my rookie year. Just watch my performance. I will surely reduce that young man to tears on the court. Weber was confident in his abilities, as he was entering the 4th year of his career, firmly in his prime, and had little regard for the merely 20-year-old Garnett. At 10:30, the game between the Bullets and the Timberwolves concluded. Whether Garnett shed tears remains unknown, but Weber was on the verge of doing so. His performance was exceedingly poor, making 4 out of 14 attempts with only 6 rebounds to his name. Garnett's performance was not much better, hitting only 2 out of 11 shots. This truly was a mutual debacle, as both players' statistics were considerably underwhelming. Fortunately for the Bullets, their overall roster far surpassed that of the Timberwolves. Ben Wallace contributed 7 points, 16 rebounds, and 4 blocks, while Mashburn added 22 points, 4 rebounds, and 4 assists. Jalen Rose returned to the starting lineup, and his synergy with the team proved effective, as they collectively scored nearly 40 points. Frustrated, Weber sulked back to the locker room following the handshake ceremony. Lin Yu smiled, fully understanding Weber's sentiments. The player he had previously underestimated, Garnett, had managed to compete on equal footing with him tonight, undoubtedly causing Weber some distress. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he had boasted in front of Lin Yu, and now, such a performance left him with little dignity. The week's schedule had concluded, with the Bullets achieving a commendable record of 3 wins and 1 loss, now standing equal with the Hawks in the Eastern Conference. Although due to tiebreakers, they remained in 5th place. This week's aura was quite formidable. After all, a perfect finale is a remarkable skill that cannot be dismissed lightly. Additionally, the 2 protective skills allowed Marsh to reclaim his peak performance. Tomorrow would be Sunday, and Lin Yu began to anticipate the aura of the 7th week, curious about what surprises it might bring. The upcoming week held 4 away games against the Philadelphia 76ers, the Indiana Pacers, the New York Knicks, and the Chicago Bulls. Indeed, after Lin Yu's arrival, he finally had the opportunity to engage directly with the Bulls. Lin Yu was acutely aware that if the 7th week's aura failed to manifest any exceptionally advantageous bugs, the chances of their team, the Bullets, succumbing to the Bulls would soar above 80%. This Bullets squad struggled significantly against the Jazz. Had it not been for the extraordinary performance of the perfect farewell, they would have already lost that match. The overall composition of the Bulls roster was far superior to that of the Jazz, and their strategies were considerably more challenging to counter. Lin Yu felt no confidence in securing a victory against the Bulls. Early the next morning, the players of the Bullets set off for Philadelphia. That evening, Lin Yu sat quietly in his hotel room, awaiting the refresh of the new week's aura. In the weekly random aura selection, the host was asked to wait for 30 seconds. Passive Aura 1, Dragon Bloodline, which enhances the stamina recovery of the 4th position player by 1 per minute and boosts power attributes by 5 points. Passive Aura 2, Fearsome Roar, which allows the center of the team to emit a roar, reducing all attributes of the opposing center by 3. Passive Aura 3, Ascendant Steps, which randomly selects a non-activated player from the current roster. When they are in the starting lineup, their attributes are increased by 1 in the first quarter, 5 in the second quarter, 10 in the third quarter, and 20 in the fourth quarter. Lin Yu was startled and leaped from his bed. An increase of 20 in all attributes? This seemed exceedingly formidable. Take a versatile player like Weber, whose attributes are predominantly above 80. If he were to receive such a boost, many of his attributes could approach or even exceed 100. The critical aspect is that this enhancement is not a one-time use like a perfect farewell. It can be utilized 4 times over the course of this week's 4 games. Unfortunately, the conditions for usage are rather stringent, extinguishing Lin Yu's thoughts of exploiting loopholes. It is limited to non-active players on the current roster. If the term current were omitted, Lin Yu could easily place Weber, Dabin, and Marshburn on the inactive list. Presently, the inactive players on the Bullets team include 3 individuals, Jaren Jackson, Galen Nixon, and Jamie King. The reason for their inactivity is their lack of prowess. Jaren Jackson, however, is somewhat of an exception. As an undrafted player from 1989 who has managed to remain in the NBA for several years, he possesses a modicum of talent. While he may not be able to secure a position as the primary substitute, he can serve as an emergency player should the starters or substitutes be injured. In contrast, Nixon and Jamie King are decidedly less skilled, lacking any special abilities. Ray Jackson may not be exceptional either, but at the very least, he has a charming demeanor. Nevertheless, even the least skilled NBA players should not be underestimated. Gaining entry into the NBA is no small feat. Jamie King was once a prominent shooting guard in the NCAA. As for Galen Nixon, Lin Yu was not well acquainted with him. when he first assumed the role of head coach for the Bullets. Lin Yu even mistook him for a mere janitor on the court, as he was so unremarkable. On Monday morning, Lin Yu gathered all the players to determine which of the three inactive players would be the fortunate one. Upon seeing Galen Nixon, Lin Yu felt a certain intuition, confirming that this unassuming figure was indeed the lucky candidate for ascension. The name of this aura is quite evocative. If one could enjoy its effects each night, it would certainly merit the title of Divine Ascent. Brothers, tomorrow night we will face the Philadelphia 76ers, and I plan to adjust the starting lineup. Galen, are you ready to take the starting position? Lin Yu smiled and inquired of Nixon, who stood utterly bewildered, frozen in place. Although he was not a novice, having participated in the draft back in 1994, where he was selected by the Hawks as the 7th pick in the second round, he was never signed by the team. It was only this season that he secured a non-guaranteed contract with the Spurs, but alas, his tenure was short-lived, leading to his release. Subsequently, Unseld signed him, likely to another non-guaranteed contract. Coach, are you serious? You want this country bumpkin to be the starting point guard? I would rather see Ben play. That would be far more acceptable, exclaimed Fish, astonished. He referred to Nixon as a country bumpkin, and no one took offense, not even Nixon himself. In China, such an appellation would surely incite conflict. Yet here, it was a different matter. The peculiarity of the situation stemmed from Nixon hailing from Arkansas, where players are often humorously dubbed as country bumpkins. Take Pippen, for instance. He was from Arkansas, and when he first joined the Bulls, Jordan derisively referred to him as a country bumpkin. Currently, the Grizzlies starting center, Bryant Levis, is nicknamed Big Country Bumpkin, while the later Austin Rivers was whimsically called Country Mamba or Country Bumpkin Kobe. All these players share their roots in Arkansas. The saying, a region nurtures its own, holds true, and indeed, players from Arkansas tend to embody a rustic charm. In contrast, Alabama, another agricultural state, produces players with a wilder demeanor, likely due to its livestock industry. Notable names like Barkley, Ben, and Ratliff from the Pistons are all Alabama natives, along with the later toughened Gerald Wallace and Cousin Cousins. Players from New York, on the other hand, exude flair, including legends like Jordan, Irving, Jabbar, Anthony, Marbury, and Mashburn. Now, as Nixon bore the label of country bumpkin, he felt no irritation, perhaps oblivious to it all, still questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination. Lin Yu actually wanted him to start? Rod, do you believe that Galen's stats tonight will be explosive? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. To what extent is it considered explosive? For me, scoring 5 points in a game qualifies. Fei Che, feeling disgruntled, responded that his previous week had been quite unfortunate. He had hoped to perform well this week, but his starting position had been usurped, and it was only natural for him to feel discontent. 20 points in a single quarter? Lin Yu calmly remarked with a smile. Fei Che chuckled. 20 points in a quarter? I'd sooner believe the earth is flat. Upon hearing this, Lin Yu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Fei Che genuinely believed in the flat earth theory? What astonished him further was the lack of any unusual reactions from the other players, who seemed entirely oblivious to the absurdity of Fei Che's statement. In his previous life, Lin Yu had come across a statistic claiming that 40% of Americans believed in the flat earth theory, which he had found ludicrous. Even though the American educational system had produced a considerable number of illiterates, he never thought it could be this outrageous. Now, he was beginning to believe it and understood why certain individuals were fervent supporters of such notions. It seemed to run in their families. Fei Che was merely making a jest. He was not truly dissatisfied over being benched for one game. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yu led his team onto the court and glanced towards the 76ers bench. The first thing that caught his eye was Allen Iverson, who sat there in deep contemplation, resting his chin on his hand. Even without any movement, he remained the center of attention. It was difficult to articulate the aura that surrounded Iverson, stubborn, melancholic, elegant, and rebellious. All at once. Look at that guy over there, always pretending to be the melancholic prince. What is so special about him? Fei Che remarked to Castle, who was beside him, unable to contain his disdain. Castle burst into laughter. You're just jealous. He just entered the league, and the shoe contract he signed is worth twice your total career earnings. A rookie point guard averaging 23.5 points, the highest in history. How does your rookie scoring compare? Fei Che, indignant, retorted, jealous? If I had his share of the ball, I could average 30 points in my rookie season. If I were to start tonight, I'd make him cry on his way off the court. Castle was in stitches, clutching his stomach with laughter. You really thought I didn't watch basketball when I was with the Mavericks? He once scored 40 points against you, Any 76ers fan you pull in will surely remember that game. Fei Che's face flushed with embarrassment. You insufferable wretch. If you didn't speak, no one would mistake you for a mute. Lin Yu listened attentively, his curiosity piqued by the intense disdain Fei Che harbored towards Iverson, only to discover that it stemmed from having been thoroughly outperformed by him. In his rookie season, Iverson displayed an extraordinary fervor, achieving 5 games with over 40 points, one of which astonishingly culminated in a remarkable 50-point performance, with Fei Che being one of the 5 victims. Furthermore, Fei Che's discontent towards Iverson was exacerbated by the latter's undeniable brilliance. Even before entering the league, he had secured a monumental 10-year, $50 million contract with Reebok. In contrast, Fei Che, after 8 years of play, had amassed a mere $11 million in total salary. This is a quintessential example of how envy can drive a person to madness, as the disparity in their fortunes became glaringly evident. Lin Yu cast his gaze towards the other players of the 76ers. Shooting guard Jerry Stackhouse, a junior to Jordan, possesses undeniable talent, yet his proficiency is somewhat lacking. He can effortlessly score 20 points, but his shooting accuracy is abysmally low, making him the type of player whose excessive attempts hasten the team's defeat, reflected in his dismal plus-minus rating. Power forward Derek Coleman, the first overall pick of the 1990 draft, was once heralded as a transformative player capable of dominating the league. However, his descent into alcoholism rendered him a shadow of his former self. Despite still boasting impressive averages of 18 points and 9 rebounds, no team is inclined to offer a lucrative contract to a player with such a troubled past. Center Scott Williams, however, was fortunate. Signed as an undrafted player by the Bulls in 1990, he became a part of their dynasty, clinching 3 consecutive championships and witnessing a meteoric rise in his value. Now, as a starter for the 76ers, his salary is comparable to that of the elite, a staggering 15 times that of Ben Wallace. Thus, it is evident that luck plays an instrumental role. Had Scott not secured his place alongside the Bulls, he may well have been cast aside by the league long ago. Lin Yu cast a keen gaze upon the Philadelphia 76ers forward, Clarence Weatherspoon, observing him with an intensity that surpassed even his fascination with Iverson. Weatherspoon's name resonated profoundly with Lin Yu. He was the first NBA player to penetrate the realm of Chinese entertainment, or perhaps one could say intrude. Rumors circulated regarding his alleged affair with a certain male singer of the Wang surname, accompanied by sensational tales of the singer seeking medical attention for a late-night incident. Such scandalous news, even within the realm of tabloid sensationalism, stood out as remarkably explosive. Lin Yu scrutinized Weatherspoon, attempting to discern the allure that this individual possessed. With a robust and stocky physique, his neck seemed nearly non-existent, rendering any comparison to the handsome Weber utterly futile. Even a motorcycle exuded far more charm than he did. Lin Yu could only lament the chaotic nature of the elite circle, where truly astonishing events could unfold. With the sound of the referee's whistle, both teams' starting lineups began to take the stage. Tonight, Lin Yu's starting roster included Dabin, Howard, Weber, Marshburn, and Galen Nixon. Ding! Galen Nixon's favorability rating has increased, currently standing at 80 points. Lin Yu was caught between laughter and tears. It seemed that Nixon could hardly believe he was starting until just before the match. Suspecting that Lin Yu was playing a prank on him, which had stunted his affection towards Lin Yu. It was only when he truly stepped onto the pitch as a starter that he recognized Lin Yu's sincerity, resulting in a rapid increase in his affection. Being a player on the fringes, even less regarded than the renowned magician Sun Yu from Songzhou, his affection skyrocketed to an impressive 80 points. Lin Yu had a premonition that by the end of tonight's match, he would surely gain a few more charm points. When Iverson took the court and realized his opponent for the night was Nixon, he turned to glance at the bench where Fish was seated. Initially taken aback and then casting an irritable glare at Lin Yu. Lin Yu was taken aback, pondering whether Iverson had misunderstood something. Did he genuinely think that Lin Yu held him in contempt and deliberately sent a bench warmer to irritate him? Heaven forbid, Lin Yu was indeed a devoted fan of Iverson. He could annoy any player, but he would never dream of irritating Iverson. Weber won the jump ball, and the Bullets commenced their offensive play. Nixon played with extreme caution, to the point of being overly so. As he advanced the ball from the backcourt to the front, he defended against Iverson as if he were a thief, terrified of losing possession to him. After a clumsy journey to the front court, he dared not take a shot and hastily passed the ball to Weber. Upon noticing Howard signaling for the ball, Weber wasted no time in passing it over, which infuriated Lin Yu. There are those who are foolishly loyal, and Weber exemplified this absurdity. The shot did not go in, and the rebound ricocheted far away, ultimately being seized by Weatherspoon. As the 76ers began their offensive turn, Iverson cast a glance at Lin Yu before initiating a one-on-one against Nixon. How could Nixon hope to contain Iverson's dazzling footwork? He nearly stumbled as Iverson maneuvered past him. Once Nixon lost his defensive position, Iverson dashed to the basket, scoring effortlessly while also drawing a foul from Big Ben, subsequently converting the free throw. This scenario was entirely within Lin Yu's expectations. When Nixon's favorability rating was activated, Lin Yu had examined his attributes. His athletic gifts were rather mediocre. With only a speed attribute of 80 that was somewhat acceptable, and his perimeter defense was a mere 75. During the first quarter, he could only enhance his attributes by 1, so how could he possibly defend against Iverson? To expect Nixon to guard Iverson was akin to hoping that a mere mortal could vanquish the legendary Tang Seng and his 3 disciples. After approximately 2 minutes of play, Iverson had already scored twice against Nixon, prompting Lin Yu to call a timeout and substitute in Fei-Che. Wait, coach, you can't possibly make such a substitution. He got annihilated. Why throw me into the fray? Fei-Che had developed a psychological aversion to Iverson the last time they faced each other. Iverson had scored 40 points against him, even though the Bullets triumphed over the 76ers by 30 points in that match. What fan would care about the outcome of these two lackluster teams? They would only remember how Iverson had obliterated Fei-Che. Now, he was to face Iverson once again. And Fei-Che dreaded the prospect of a repeat catastrophe. You're taller and stronger than him, and your speed isn't significantly inferior. Just give him a step and defend against his drive. Lin Yu remarked, exasperated by Fei-Che's cowardice. Do you think he has Big Ben? He can shoot. Fei-Che lamented. With his shooting ability, if he manages to score 40 points over you, I will concede defeat wholeheartedly. Lin Yu's understanding of Allen Iverson undoubtedly surpasses that of Philadelphia 76ers head coach Johnny Davis. In the early stages of his career, Iverson's mid-range shooting ability was rather poor. Even at the peak of his performance, his close-range shooting percentage fell below 30%, while his mid-range accuracy hovered around 35%. Ironically, he managed to maintain a three-point shooting percentage exceeding 40%, though it was hardly exceptional. It was around 2005, just prior to his joining the Denver Nuggets, that he truly honed his mid-range game. Presently, Iverson's most lethal offensive weapon is his ability to penetrate defenses. When he drives to the basket, even if he does not score, he often finds himself at the free throw line. Chapter 61. 32 points in a single quarter, the springtime of a little man upon entering the game. He nearly shed tears after just a few minutes on the court. He felt as though Lin Yu was toying with him by assigning him the task of solely defending against Iverson's drives. As a result, Iverson's mid-range shooting proved deadly accurate. And within a few minutes, he had already scored 8 points over him. Lin Yu could only manage a bitter smile, attributing the misfortune to the ill-fated performance of Fei-Che, who happened to encounter Iverson's exceptional form that evening. With just 2 minutes remaining in the first quarter, Lin Yu substituted Castle in for Fei-Che. However, Castle's defensive efforts against Iverson proved to be rather ineffective, as his athleticism fell short in containing Iverson's penetrating drives. Fortunately, the Bullets maintained a slight advantage on the court, largely due to their superior roster. The matchup between Webber and Weatherspoon resembled a disparity in dimensions. The 76ers lineup was rather peculiar, with Weatherspoon, a shorter power forward, resembling the previously overwhelmed Ceballos, both standing at 198 centimeters and functioning as brawny forwards. After Coleman's arrival, Weatherspoon had to transition to the small forward position, which rendered him incapable of adequately defending against Webber. It was fortunate that Webber shared a considerable amount of ball handling responsibilities with Howard, otherwise, the Bullets' lead could have been even more pronounced. As the second quarter commenced, Lin Yu opted against allowing Nixon to take the court. Given his fundamental attributes, even a modest enhancement of 5 would not yield effects comparable to those of Fei-Che or Castle. In fact, Nixon remained confined to the bench throughout the entirety of the third quarter. At this moment, his spirits were utterly despondent. He had anticipated that starting tonight would mark a turning point in his career. A commendable performance as a starter could garner Lin Yu's attention, potentially securing him a permanent starting position or, at the very least, more playing time. With a stroke of luck, he might even earn a guaranteed contract with the Bullets. Alas, this dream had dissolved into mere illusions, as he found himself sidelined after just 2 minutes of being utterly overwhelmed by Iverson. Lin Yu noticed the look of frustration on Nixon's face and gestured for him to come closer. My friend, you will still take the court in the fourth quarter, and you will play the entire period. There is no need for you to feel disheartened. After this week concludes, your playing time may still be minimal, but I can assure you of a guaranteed contract for at least 2 years. Lin Yu gently patted Nixon's shoulder with a warm smile. Nixon's pupils dilated. Securing a guaranteed contract in the NBA was his sole dream, and he never expected Lin Yu to casually promise it to him. Relax a bit. While we await your turn to play, let us have a good chat. Which university did you graduate from? Lin Yu, concerned that Nixon's emotional turmoil might affect his performance in the upcoming fourth quarter, initiated a light conversation. To Lin Yu's surprise, Nixon became even more anxious, stammering, Butler Community College. Upon finishing, his face turned crimson, and he dared not meet Lin Yu's gaze. Lin Yu was taken aback. What is this? Is there really educational discrimination here in America? Prestigious basketball universities such as North Carolina, the University of Michigan, and Georgetown University are not only renowned for their basketball programs but also excel academically. On the other hand, community colleges are akin to vocational schools, which explains the hesitation and embarrassment that Nixon feels in voicing his thoughts. Surrounded by teammates from top-tier universities, even Jaren Jackson, who is in a similar position as a non-active player, proudly represents Georgetown University. Nixon inherently feels inferior. I am familiar with your institution. It is a commendable university. And I recall it has produced quite a number of NBA players, hasn't it? Lin Yu is indeed quite impressed by Butler Community College, an institution that stands out as a rarity among community colleges. It has produced exceptional talents such as the formidable Stephen Jackson, the tenacious Tony Allen, and the skilled Lin Yu. There is no need to elaborate on the prowess of Stephen Jackson, whose abilities place him among the elite small forwards. He is known for his fierce competitiveness and loyalty. Tony Allen is recognized as one of the premier perimeter defenders, capable of rendering a player like Kobe Bryant ineffective. As for Lin Yu, one might mistakenly assume he is a Chinese player, but in reality, his surname is Nailong, and his first name is Lee, possessing the caliber of a competent NBA starter. In all honesty, even the likes of Leg's brother and old Joe from Russell University would find themselves outmatched by Butler Community College. No, I am the first and only player to enter the NBA, Nixon remarked, scratching his head hesitantly. Lin Yu clapped his thigh, as this conversation brought him an unexpected delight. He had previously paid little attention to the 1997 draft, primarily due to the exceedingly high rankings of Duncan, Billups, and McGrady, making them difficult to acquire. In retrospective evaluations of the 1997 draft, Duncan undoubtedly occupies the top position. The rankings of Billups and McGrady, however, remain contentious, while McGrady's prowess is indisputable. Billups boasts a championship title and a Finals MVP award. As for the fourth position, there is no debate. Without a doubt, it belongs to the formidable Stephen Jackson. Lin Yu had never considered Wu Xing until Nixon mentioned him. It dawned on him that Wu Xing was also a rookie from the 1997 draft class, and a second-round pick at that, boasting exceptional value. This was akin to acquiring a near all-star player for nothing. He is not only skilled, but also loyal. A tremendous gain. My friend, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. Humble beginnings are not a disgrace. It is unwavering self-improvement that defines a true man. Lin Yu endeavored to translate this sentence into a more eloquent English, rendering it more grandiose. Upon hearing this, Nixon gazed at Lin Yu with eyes filled with admiration, as if Lin Yu had ascended to the ranks of philosophers like Nietzsche and Hegel in his mind. Ding! The favorability of Galen Nixon has increased, currently standing at a perfect score of 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly wooed a player, earning 1 charm point, bringing the current charm total to 13 points. The 7th player has been conquered, yet Lin Yu felt no sense of accomplishment. The endeavor had proven to be excessively effortless. Akin to the ease of charming a lady, such simplicity rendered the pursuit rather lackluster. As the third quarter of the game concluded, the Bullets maintained a 10-point lead. In the fourth quarter, Lin Yu directly placed Nixon on the court, having specially instructed him beforehand to take more shots without any psychological burden. Once Nixon stepped onto the court, Lin Yu examined his attribute panel. Galen Nixon, godly long fourth quarter enhancement status, strength 84, speed 96, jump 88, low post offense 47. Perimeter defense 90, rebounding 64, blocking 88, stealing 85, mid-range 88, three-point 84, free throw 102, passing 85, ball control 85, breaking through 88. Due to the fundamentally low attributes, even with a 20-point enhancement, few of Nixon's attributes surpassed the 90 threshold. Nonetheless, his current attributes were remarkably formidable, certainly superior to those of Speedster and Castle. Upon seeing Nixon return to the court, Iverson felt a twinge of anger, perceiving Lin Yu's actions as a slight against him. As the fourth quarter commenced, The point difference remained at 10, an entirely surmountable gap. With Nixon on the court, Iverson was confident that the deficit could be quickly erased. Did he truly believe that his performance this evening had not sufficiently impressed Lin Yu? Did he think that someone of Nixon's caliber could pose a threat to him? As Iverson's frustration deepened, it vanished after a mere exchange on the court. He realized he had gravely underestimated Nixon's combat prowess. Despite numerous attempts to break through, he found no opportunity, leading him to reluctantly take a shot that was almost swatted away. In stark contrast, Nixon's offensive maneuvers, particularly his high post backing, proved exceedingly difficult for Iverson to counter. Observing his unexpected advantage in direct confrontation with Iverson, Nixon's confidence surged, mistakenly believing that Iverson's stamina was waning in the fourth quarter, allowing him to dominate. As the minutes ticked away, Nixon, who had not scored in the first 3 quarters, erupted into a dazzling performance, continuously racking up points against Iverson. With such a fiery touch, and encouraged by Lin Yu to take more shots prior to the game, Nixon, as the point guard, seized control of the ball and launched an astonishing 10 attempts in just half a quarter, successfully netting 6 of those. Additionally, he sank 2 free throws, amassing a total of 14 points. Under Nixon's relentless assault, the Bullets' lead expanded significantly. Iverson had scored 29 points in the first 3 quarters but managed only 4 in half of the fourth. When the referee's whistle marked the end of the game, the Bullets' bench rose in unison, applauding Nixon for his extraordinary fourth-quarter performance. He had scored 14 points in the first half of the quarter, followed by an impressive 7 out of 12 in the latter half, along with 4 perfect free throws, culminating in an additional 18 points, bringing his total for the quarter to 32. This remarkable single-quarter scoring tied him with David Thompson's personal record and placed him second in history, just shy of George Gervin's 33 points. It is noteworthy that even Wilt Chamberlain's legendary single-game score of 100 included a mere 31 points in a single quarter. Lin Yu was acutely aware that Nixon was destined to shine tonight, yet he was taken aback by the magnitude of his performance, which nearly shattered the Iceman's long-standing record of over 20 years. The speedster was left in a state of disbelief, consumed by a singular thought. Would his starting position be usurped by another? Castle found himself in an even more precarious situation, originally a substitute. He now faced the prospect of becoming the substitute's substitute. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Yu intended to accompany Nixon to the press conference when an urgent call from Mr. Anseld interrupted him. "Lin, that young man is on a non-guaranteed contract. You must secure a guaranteed contract with him tonight. At the very least, for years, $2 million should suffice. Did you see that? He is yet another player I signed on a whim. My eye for talent is simply unparalleled." Mr. Anseld's excitement was palpable, his voice booming as he recounted watching the live broadcast of the game, particularly struck by Nixon's remarkable 32 points in the final quarter. "Mr. Anseld, a guaranteed contract is certainly essential, but it would be prudent to temper expectations regarding him." Lin Yu was acutely aware that once the effects of the ascendancy faded, Nixon would revert to being merely an edge player. He harbored concerns that Anseld might harbor excessive expectations for Nixon, prompting him to issue a precautionary warning. It was inevitable that a guaranteed contract would be signed. However, Lin Yu had no intention of nurturing Nixon's potential, as he had other plans. This week, he intended to orchestrate a breakout performance for Nixon, subsequently concocting a justification to shelve him. By the end of the season, perhaps he could find a naive investor willing to pay a handsome price for Nixon. Upon returning to the hotel that evening, Lin Yu received a contract from Anseld via fax and summoned Nixon to his room. Overwhelmed with emotion, Nixon's eyes glistened with tears. It had been nearly 3 years since 1994, and he had finally secured a guaranteed contract. Without even scrutinizing the contract's terms, he tremulously inscribed his name upon the document. Lin Yu was filled with myriad emotions. If all goes as expected, this would be Nixon's first guaranteed contract of his career, and quite possibly his last. Nixon has certainly been fortunate. Had he not been chosen by the system, he would have never had the opportunity to secure such a contract in his lifetime. In Chapter 62, what is Larry Brown in comparison? Trying to put on airs with me? Wednesday evening marked the game against the Pacers. Lin Yu believed he was blessed with a stroke of luck, making the defeat of the Pacers seem effortless. Thus, he placed Uncle Hua in the starting lineup. However, the outcome was disheartening. They suffered a significant defeat, with the Pacers triumphing over the Bullets by a score of 117-93, a staggering 24-point margin. Lin Yu sat helplessly on the sidelines, sighing as the Pacers exhibited an extraordinary shooting prowess, mercilessly overwhelming the Bullets with their relentless scoring. Reggie Miller dazzled the audience by sinking 6 out of 11 three-point attempts, amassing a remarkable total of 37 points. However, the real devastation came from Rick Smits, who executed 12 successful mid-range shots out of 14 attempts, leaving Lin Yu in excruciating distress. Earlier, the Pacers had engaged in a trade involving Jalen Rose and Georgi Murin, and Lin Yu had anticipated that Murin would not remain with the team. As expected, following the Bullets' defeat against the Nuggets, the Pacers dispatched Murin to Denver in exchange for point guard Mark Jackson, with a top-tier point guard in their ranks. Smits' offensive capabilities were magnified. Standing at an impressive 7 feet 4 inches, he possessed a soft shooting touch that allowed him to score effortlessly, particularly with a remarkably high shooting percentage. Tonight, the Bullets suffered greatly at his hands. Lin Yu was no stranger to Smits, who served as the draft template for Yao Ming. In a previous life, Lin Yu had even scoffed at Smits, questioning the caliber of player he was and why he deserved to be a model for Yao Ming. However, this evening, Lin Yu found himself thoroughly impressed. Smits indeed possessed remarkable talent. While his rebounding and low-post defense paled in comparison to Yao Ming's, and his low-post offensive capabilities were also lacking, his mid-range shooting was undeniably lethal, rivaling that of Yao Ming. The Pacers were not considered a strong team, barely scraping into the playoffs in the Eastern Conference, while the Wizards, after defeating the 76ers in their last game, had surged to 4th place in the East. It was evident how elated the Pacers were with this victory. Pacers head coach Larry Brown approached Lin Yu with a friendly demeanor, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Young man, a single loss shouldn't lead to such despondency." Lin Yu looked up to see Larry Brown's acerbic face. He stood up, intending to greet him, but Larry Brown continued speaking. "At your age, experiencing some setbacks is certainly not a bad thing. For instance, your formations and tactical adjustments tonight exhibit significant flaws. I believe that after this encounter, you will learn quite a bit. Wes and I are old friends. Last season he invited me to coach in Washington, which I declined, and unexpectedly, it fell to you." Young man. At that moment, Larry Brown's face was alight with self-satisfaction. If one were to speak of the most prominent figure in the league lately, it would undoubtedly be Lin Yu, who has led the Bullets to astonishing victories with an exceptionally high winning percentage. Moreover, his players frequently deliver performances that leave spectators in awe. Just a day prior, Nixon nearly shattered the NBA's historical record with a remarkable 32-point quarter. After leading his team to victory over Lin Yu tonight, especially upon witnessing Lin's dejected demeanor as he sat on the sidelines, Larry Brown was overwhelmed with a sense of accomplishment, unable to resist the urge to gloat a little. Lin Yu suddenly felt a wave of nausea in his chest, utterly repulsed by Larry Brown's demeanor. Some individuals possess an inherent rebellious spirit, and when subjected to manipulation, the first thought that arises in their minds is a dismissive. "What are you pretending for?" Lin Yu was precisely this type of person. The notion that enduring more setbacks could be beneficial, or that one could glean valuable lessons from the night, was met with his inner contempt. Winning a fluke game had merely inflated Larry Brown's pretensions. Already in a sour mood from the loss, Lin Yu found it exceedingly difficult to muster any semblance of cordiality towards Brown. "Oh, indeed, I have learned quite a bit. Mr. Brown, it seems I should take notes from you on the art of losing. Your experience in this realm is undeniably more extensive than mine." Lin Yu chuckled sarcastically. "You, Larry Brown, nearly choked on your own words," he said, pointing at Lin Yu, rendered speechless. "What is wrong with me? What do you wish to convey? You can't even make it to the playoffs, and yet you put on such airs. If I had the Pacers lineup, give me a month, and I could dismantle the Bulls." In a tit-for-tat manner, Lin Yu began to irritate Larry Brown. In truth, the Pacers roster wasn't particularly impressive, but Lin Yu was unconcerned with that. He prioritized aggravation above all. "You wretched little brat." Larry Brown's complexion turned ashen. Known for his notorious sharp tongue, he unleashed a torrent of profanity after being subjected to Lin Yu's mockery. In later years, the dunking champion Nate Robinson served under Larry Brown. Due to his diminutive stature, he was incessantly berated as a little brat. Eventually, Robinson could no longer endure the humiliation. He sought solace in the coach's office, tearfully pleading with Brown to cease the degradation. In an appalling display of insensitivity, Larry Brown publicly exposed Robinson's emotional plea before the entire team, further compounding the humiliation. It is no exaggeration to say that had Robinson not possessed a resilient mentality, such relentless derision could have led to dire consequences. Robinson recognized that he was no match for the established authority and only revealed Brown's abuses after retiring from the game. If Robinson were merely a cunning trickster, it might be excusable. However, He is universally acknowledged as an inspirational figure, having won 3 dunk championships at a height of just 168 centimeters. He never missed summer league games, striving to play as much as possible during the off-season, even compelling the summer league to retire his jersey. This serves to illustrate the depths of Larry Brown's cruelty. Lin Yu did not afford Larry Brown a shred of respect. Besides Brown's theatrics in front of him, Lin was acutely aware of Brown's despicable character. Upon hearing Brown hurl profanities at him, Lin's ire was ignited, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Brown, berating him. "You wretched old fool, what pretense are you putting on? After decades of coaching, how many championships have you secured in the NBA? Not a single one. And you dare to come here and act superior, with your team failing to even reach the playoffs?" The two coaches, one seasoned and the other relatively young, engaged in a heated exchange, pointing fingers at one another, leaving onlookers in utter astonishment. While the annals of NBA history are filled with peculiar incidents, this particular spectacle was unprecedented. In a fit of rage, Larry Brown seized Lin Yu by the collar, to which Lin responded in kind, gripping Brown's attire firmly. The players from both teams, sensing the escalating tension, hesitated to continue watching, realizing that a confrontation between the two coaches was imminent. It was Big Ben who first rushed in, his large hand clasping Brown's claw-like grip, squeezing firmly until Brown winced in pain and released his hold. "What transpired, Coach?" Big Ben inquired with concern. Lin Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Nothing had transpired except for a bite from an old dog. Larry Brown, in a fit of rage, reached out to scratch Lin Yu's face, only to be thwarted by a swift slap from Ben. Upon witnessing their coach being insulted, the Pacers players surged forward to confront the Bullets, with Reggie Miller, famed for his sharp tongue, unleashing a barrage of verbal assaults, spitting words with fervor at the Bullets roster. Reggie. Weber hastily pulled the last player from the back, Ray Jackson, to the forefront to volley back at Miller. On the court, the value of 100 Ray Jacksons would pale in comparison to that of Reggie Miller, yet in this verbal skirmish, Jackson surprisingly held the upper hand. The referees, who had already planned to unwind with a drink after the game, were taken aback when a conflict erupted post-match. They rushed into the fray, striving to separate both factions, fearful that a moment of folly could ignite a full-blown brawl. Both teams exhibited a measure of restraint. The Pacers were wary of the Bullets' young, muscular athletes, while their own squad comprised either seasoned veterans or the mild-mannered foreign player, Schmitz. Conversely, the Bullets were cautious, aware that they were in the Pacers' home territory, with over 10,000 fans still present. Ultimately, Jalen Rose and Antonio Davis, both former Pacers, positioned themselves to effectively divide the two sides. At that moment, Larry Brown's gaze towards Lin Yu was filled with venomous malice, akin to a sharp dagger poised to strike. Lin Yu cast a glance at Larry Brown, filled with disdain, scorn, and contempt, yet devoid of any trace of anger. A mere Larry Brown was hardly capable of provoking Lin Yu's wrath. In terms of credentials, Larry Brown was not inferior to Riley. However, when it came to accomplishments, Larry Brown fell short in comparison to Riley's singular achievement. Lin Yu dismissed Riley's account entirely, questioning the worth of Larry Brown, who dared to bark so audaciously. Ding. Jalen Rose's favorability has increased, currently at the maximum value of 100 points. The host has successfully and flawlessly charmed a player, earning 1 charm point, bringing the current charm value to 14 points. Ding. Anthony Davis's favorability has risen, now at 10 points. The consecutive system notifications brought a smile to Lin Yu's face. It seemed that Jalen Rose and Davis had also endured Larry Brown's ire during their time with the Pacers, likely having been scolded as little brats. Gaining a charm point and unlocking Davis's favorability felt like a tremendous profit. Let us proceed. Lin Yu cast a disdainful glance at Larry Brown before leading the team back to the locker room. As soon as they stepped inside, Jalen Rose erupted with laughter. "Coach, you are truly a warrior. That was incredible. I feel like Larry Brown will lose at least 3 years off his life after that encounter. Antonio and I faced our share of humiliation from him when we were with the Pacers. Don't be fooled by the righteous indignation of those Pacers players just now." Aside from Reggie Miller, I reckon the others were secretly delighted. Jalen Rose gave Lin Yu a thumbs up, genuinely admiring him. Not long ago, he had stood up for Weber, boldly confronting the league's mogul Pat Riley, and tonight, for reasons unknown, he had managed to infuriate Larry Brown to the point of turning his face a shade of blue. Reggie Miller? Lin Yu inquired with curiosity. Yes, that old man Brown treats superstars with a completely different kind of sycophancy. You can't imagine how he behaves around Reggie. When he hands Miller a bottle of water, he even has to twist off the cap, Jalen Rose said with a face full of contempt. Lin Yu felt his face flush with embarrassment, suspecting that Ross was subtly mocking him, as he had previously played the role of a scapegoat to quickly garner favor with the team. Ahem, have you all been subjected to his humiliation? Lin Yu coughed to mask his discomfort. Antonio Davis replied in a solemn tone, unless they are superstars, it is universally true. The other members of the locker room cast sympathetic glances towards the two former Pacers, struggling to fathom the hardships they had endured. Simultaneously, they silently rejoiced. For in comparison to Larry Brown, Lin Yu appeared almost saintly, treating everyone equally regardless of their status, be it a star like Weber or a marginal player like Nixon. Ding. Jaren Jackson's favorability increased. Current favorability is 10 points. Ding. Sam Castle's favorability increased. Current favorability is 20 points. Ding. Harvey Grant's favorability increased. Current favorability is 70 points. Ding. Tracy Murray's favorability increased. Current favorability is 70 points. Ding. Jamie King's favorability increased. Current favorability is at the maximum of 100 points. The host has successfully charmed a player, earning 1 charm point. Current charm value is 15 points. Lin Yu's expression was one of immense joy. He had never anticipated such a delightful surprise while vehemently criticizing Larry Brown. The approval ratings of numerous players ascended rapidly, excluding Howard, astonishingly. The remaining 14 players on the Bullets roster all experienced a surge in their favorability. Jamie King became the 8th player to be won over by Lin Yu. And the favorability quests for General Harvey and Murray were also activated. Just as Lin Yu was overwhelmed with happiness, the system notification chimed once more. Congratulations to the host. For every 5 points gained beyond an initial charm value of 10, the system will provide 3 random rewards, from which the host may select one. Lin Yu was elated. He had always believed that enhancing one's charm was not solely advantageous for attracting romantic interests, but surely held other benefits as well. Chapter 63. We do not only strike others, but also our own. After a brief wait of approximately 1 minute, the system finally stirred to life. Reward 1. $10 million, deposited directly into the host's bank account. Reward 2. Engaging in intimate relations with women will inevitably lead to pregnancy. Reward 3. Engaging in intimate relations with women will certainly prevent pregnancy. Lin Yu's facial muscles twitched as he anticipated that the rewards bestowed by the system would bestow upon him extraordinary abilities, perhaps the power to weave webs, breathe fire, possess X-ray vision, or even become invisible. If nothing else, an enhancement of his player attributes would suffice. After all, he was merely 26 years old, and with overflowing attributes, he might still have a chance to step onto the court. Yet, to his dismay, the latter 2 rewards were utterly perplexing. Opting for the second choice, he would transform into a human seed sewing machine, while the third option was even more absurd, saving him the cost of a sterilization procedure, approximately $2,000. Although he was presented with 3 choices, was there really a choice to be made? Naturally, he desired $10 million. In truth, the second option could be construed, in a certain light, as a form of superpower, disregarding the constraints of contraception, ensuring 100% probability of pregnancy. Was that not a superhuman ability? Yet, what would Lin Yu do with so many children? He had no intentions of conquering and expanding territory in America. I want $10 million. Lin Yu fervently repeated in his mind. Upon making his selection, his charm value reached 20 points, granting him a second opportunity for rewards. In Lin Yu's heart, he couldn't help but grumble. He hoped that the second opportunity for rewards would not present such options again. He desired something more substantial, a genuine superpower. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, discovering an unexpected windfall of $10 million would bring joy to anyone, and Lin Yu's total assets had now surged beyond $11 million. He pondered whether the sudden influx of such a significant sum might attract the scrutiny of the authorities, but he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that if they could trace it back, the system would be rather incompetent. The affinity tasks for General Harvey and Murray had already been activated, and Lin Yu hurriedly began to review them. The general, having been away from the battlefield for a considerable time, required at least 1 week's worth of starting appearances, with an average playing time of no less than 30 minutes. In the upcoming match against the Knicks, Murray was to start and was tasked with restricting Allen Houston's individual score to no more than 10 points. These 2 affinity tasks caused Lin Yu to furrow his brow, as neither seemed particularly easy. The general's current skill level was insufficient for a starting position, let alone maintaining 30 minutes of playtime. Lin Yu was still focused on securing victories for the team, aiming for a second-place finish in the Eastern Conference. Unless the opponents in the forthcoming week were all-week teams, he might consider attempting these tasks. As for Murray's affinity task, the challenge was even greater. Houston, the king of mid-range shots, was the offensive linchpin for the Knicks. Limiting his score to 10 points was no trivial feat from this task. Lin Yu could discern that Murray's relationship with his cousin Houston was far from harmonious. The next game would be against the Knicks, and Lin Yu contemplated giving Murray a chance to start and see if he could indeed restrict Houston's scoring to under 10 points. However, relying solely on Murray for this task seemed unrealistic. The following morning, upon arriving in New York, Lin Yu received a call from Outset. Hadn't the contract for Gallon been signed and faxed back? After Lin Yu answered the call, he inquired with curiosity, "I did not call to ask about that. Rather, I wish to know the situation between you and Larry Brown." "My dear, why would you provoke him if you claim to be unscathed? At least Riley usually maintains a semblance of gentlemanly decorum and is unlikely to confront you in public. Larry Brown, however, is an entirely different matter. He possesses no moral compass whatsoever. Can you fathom what he did last night?" He directly contacted Borling to inquire whether the invitation from the Bullets was still valid, indicating he could resign from his position with the Pacers at any moment to coach in Washington. Ansel's words sent a shiver down Lin Yu's spine. He was aware of Larry Brown's unscrupulous nature, but never anticipated it could descend to such depths. Should Borling indeed acquiesce, Brown might abandon the Pacers' mid-journey to rush to Washington. This was not unprecedented behavior for Larry Brown. After the Pistons clinched the championship in 2004 and advanced to the finals once again in 2005, while the core of the Pistons was fiercely battling the Spurs. What was he doing? As the head coach of the Pistons, rather than devising strategies to triumph over the Spurs, he was negotiating a contract with the New York Knicks. This scandal eventually came to light, leaving the Pistons' core players utterly disgusted. Even with the 2004 championship, he merely usurped the glory. The true architect of their success was Rick Carlisle, the future coach who would lead the Mavericks to victory with a singular focus. Carlisle had established the championship foundation for the Pistons, having already achieved the best record in the Eastern Conference in 2003, only to be dismissed due to conflicts with the team's upper management, thus allowing Larry Brown to seize the opportunity. What did Borling say? Lin Yu asked in a low voice. Ansel burst into laughter. What else could he say? He asked Larry Brown if he would accept a salary of $220,000 for 1 year. After that, there was nothing more. Larry Brown simply hung up the phone. Lin Yu found himself in a perplexing situation. Realizing that his modest salary might not be such a disadvantage after all, he resolved to act with greater caution. The intricate web of relationships within this league was daunting, with many individuals far beyond his reach. However, he felt confident in his ability to confront Larry Brown, assuring his companion that there was no need for concern, as he would stand protectively behind him, rendering Brown powerless against him. On the other hand, Anselm regarded Lin Yu almost as a son, unwilling to see him fall victim to treachery. For instance? Lin Yu inquired, curiosity piqued. To him, Anselm represented the pinnacle of power within the NBA, and the notion of individuals beyond even his influence was unfathomable. "I certainly cannot contend with David Stern. And then there's Stu Jackson, the general manager of the Grizzlies, who was appointed by Stern to oversee the team's formation. It would be wise to avoid any conflict with the Grizzlies. Additionally, there's George Shinn, the owner of the Hornets, a true demon capable of heinous acts. If you wish to avoid an unfortunate fate in a desolate area, it is best to keep your distance from him. Beyond these, you need not worry. You can provoke others with confidence, for I will shield you." Anselm's words sent a chill down Lin Yu's spine. While Stern and Stu Jackson seemed manageable, the mention of the Hornets owner felt alarmingly excessive. Lin Yu had indeed heard of George Shinn's scandals in his previous life. He had allegedly assaulted the team's cheerleader, Price, who was a married woman, and subsequently offered her $200 to solidify their transactional relationship. In the aftermath, Price and her husband pursued legal action against Shinn. However, they were no match for Shinn's formidable legal team. Not long after, Price's husband was tragically discovered in a suburban grove, having taken his own life. It was as if a genuine demon roamed the earth. "Very well, I understand now. I shall exercise greater restraint in the future." Lin Yu chuckled, wishing that Ansel would not constantly fret over him. At around 7 in the evening, Lin Yu announced the starting lineup for the night: Dabin, Weber, Marshburn, Murray, and Nixon. Both Murray and Nixon were to play merely as pseudo-starters, expected to take the court for a couple of minutes before being substituted. Murray's inclusion was aimed at fulfilling his favorability mission, while Nixon's participation was intended to allow him to bask in the glory of the divine elevation. In the previous match against the Pacers, Nixon had exploded for 18 points in the fourth quarter, showcasing remarkable scoring prowess. However, the Pacers had established too significant a lead in the first 3 quarters for Nixon to lead his team to victory. Nevertheless, his consecutive stellar performances had left the fans in awe, earning him the title of the King of the fourth quarter. Since Lin Yu took the helm, the previously overlooked players of the Bullets had begun to shine brightly. Daben's complexion was flushed with excitement, and Lin Yu understood the reason for his exhilaration tonight. He was to meet his benefactor. The venerable oak tree, Charles Oakley, was Daben's patron. Much like Nixon, Daben had once played at a community college, a level even inferior to Butler Community College. However, after attending Oakley's basketball training camp during his senior year, he was subsequently recommended to his alma mater, Virginia Union University, by Oakley himself. It could be said that the oak tree was Daben's original mentor, Ansel his secondary benefactor, and Lin Yu III. There is an old adage that says foolish people often enjoy foolish fortunes, and this sentiment is particularly apt for Daben, who has encountered a series of fortunate mentors that have propelled him to become a top blue-collar center in the league. The Bullets had previously faced the Knicks, but Daben had not been afforded the opportunity to play. This time was different. He was a starter. With Ewing absent, Oakley would take the center position, and Daben would face him directly in a contest of skill. As the referees blew their whistles, the starting players from both teams took to the court. The New York Knicks starting lineup featured the oak tree, Charles Oakley, at center, power forward Buck Williams, small forward Larry Johnson, shooting guard Allen Houston, known for his mid-range prowess, and point guard Chris Childs, the Terminator. In his previous life, Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing Charles. This fellow possessed an inexplicable sense of humor. He too emerged from humble beginnings as a rejected draft pick, yet he secured his place in the league through his fierce playing style. The moniker Kobe Terminator stemmed from an incident where he delivered a flurry of punches to Kobe, leaving him momentarily dazed, an embarrassing moment that marked one of the low points in Kobe's illustrious career. The notorious reputation of the New York gangsters was not unwarranted. At that time, Kobe was still young and reckless, and while others regarded him as a premier star, the seasoned veterans of New York paid little heed to such accolades. Just look at the starting lineup of the Knicks. Even before the game commenced, it exuded an intense sense of pressure, with not a single benevolent player among the 5. The legendary Oakley requires no introduction. Alongside Lambier and the Utah duo, he is counted among the 4 most feared players. Once a close protector of Jordan, Oakley's status in Jordan's eyes surpassed even that of Pippen. Without Oakley as protection, one can only imagine how many blows Jordan would have endured at the hands of the Pistons' bad boys. Players might dare to speak ill of Stern, but they would never utter a word against Oakley, for should he catch wind of it, his slap would be quite real. The tenacious Buck Williams has long been known for his rugged play style. One can only imagine the ferocity of an enraged ram, battling without mercy. Larry Johnson, known as Grandmama, is also a formidable contender. Previously, he had a rivalry with Mourning over the leadership of the Hornets, and eventually, both were traded away. When Mourning went to the Heat and Johnson joined the Knicks, their paths crossed in 1995, leading to Johnson body-slamming Mourning, an act that sent shockwaves through the basketball world, showcasing his terrifying combat prowess. Allen Houston, though appearing gentle in demeanor, was also at the forefront during brawls. In the epic confrontations between the Heat and the Knicks, he faced suspensions as one of the instigators. If Charles dared to unleash a series of punches on the renowned Kobe, who among the players would he hesitate to confront? Beyond the 5 starters, the bench was fortified with fierce warriors like Starks, whose combat ability was equally remarkable. This was all while Ewing was absent. When it comes to physical altercations, it seems no team in the league could rival the New York Knicks. As the starting players prepared to take the court, the venerable Oakley strode purposefully towards Ben Wallace, affectionately patting him on the shoulder. "Good lad, I knew you had it in you. Perhaps in the future, when people mention the University of Virginia, they will first think of you, Ben Wallace, rather than me, Charles Oakley." Ben, flattered, shyly scratched his head and replied, "It's my coach's brilliance. Without him, I wouldn't even be on the court." Oakley nodded. "Your young coach is quite remarkable. I heard that after your last game, he nearly came to blows with Larry Brown. Poor old Brown was almost rendered unconscious from the stress. And you, young man, last time you nearly disfigured Little Mason. You're almost akin to the Washington gangsters, while we are the old veterans of New York. And you are the young rascals of Washington." Big Ben, aware of the long-standing camaraderie between Old Oak and Little Mason, chuckled wryly. It wasn't Ti who initiated the altercation last time. Oh, Ben, do you genuinely believe that Mason and I share a close bond? Old Oak continued. If you had witnessed our Knicks scrimmages, you would know that we not only contend with our opponents, but also with each other. With that, Old Oak burst into laughter. The tradition of the New York gangsters dictates that when they cannot triumph through skill, they resort to physicality, a principle that equally applies to their intra-squad scrimmages, which often devolve into brawls. However, when conflicts arise during official matches, they invariably unite against a common adversary. Chapter 64. The largest brawl in NBA history as Oakley and Big Ben embraced. Murray and his cousin Allen Houston shared a brief and seemingly perfunctory hug, lacking any semblance of genuine affection. The tip-off was won by Webb, and the Bullets commenced their offensive. The Knicks advanced the ball to Marshburn, who was granted an opportunity to isolate. Originally a power forward, Big Mama had transitioned to small forward with the Knicks, making it challenging for him to defend the agile Marshburn. Marshburn began with a back-to-the-basket move before swiftly pivoting past Big Mama, launching a mid-range jumper from near the free-throw line that found its mark. This offensive possession for the Bullets lacked any semblance of strategy. It was purely a showcase of individual prowess. Similarly, the Knicks faced a comparable predicament, devoid of tactical execution. This was not an indictment of head coach Jeff Van Gundy's abilities. Rather, it was indicative of their roster's incapacity to implement a coherent strategy. Oakley and Big Mama were predominantly blue-collar players, while Houston preferred mid-range shots, often seeking a pick-and-roll from a teammate. As for point guard Charles, he was, in truth, not a true point guard at all, having always been registered as a shooting guard. The same could be said for Starks on the bench, who, despite playing the point guard position, was fundamentally a shooting guard. Much like the Pistons and Bulls, the Knicks were a team entirely devoid of a genuine point guard. Reflecting on the Suns, who boasted 3 Hall of Fame caliber point guards, Lin Yu could only lament the extremes of fortune. Those suffering droughts perish from thirst, while those drowning are overwhelmed by floods. Houston's mid-range attempt missed, but Big Ben secured the rebound, and Oakley, far from being irate, praised Big Ben enthusiastically during the transition. The Knicks once again passed to Marshburn. In a near duplication of the previous offensive sequence, Marshburn utilized a back-to-the-basket maneuver, spinning past Big Mama for another mid-range score. Subsequently, Big Mama received the ball near the free-throw line, attempting to back down Marshburn, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Big Ben. Up court, the Knicks assisted Murray, who successfully converted a mid-range jumper. Lin Yu wore a smile at the corners of his mouth, seemingly enjoying a stroke of good fortune this evening. The players exhibited remarkable finesse, unlike the previous match where defeat came inexplicably. However, he harbored concerns about the expression on the elder's face, which had grown somewhat grim after Marshburn scored twice against him and was subsequently blocked by Dabin, leaving him with diminished dignity. Nevertheless, Lin Yu believed the situation was manageable. Dabin and Oakley shared a mentor-student relationship, while Murray and Houston were cousins, suggesting that the two teams were unlikely to erupt into a severe conflict. After 2 minutes of play, Lin Yu opted for substitutions, bringing in Fly Carr and Jalen Rose. Recently, Fly Carr had been struggling, but upon entering the game tonight, he displayed an insatiable desire to attack and found his rhythm, successfully scoring against Charles consecutively. Naturally, Fly Carr was known for his loquaciousness, and after outplaying Charles, he began to engage in banter. While others may fear the notorious New Yorkers, Fly Carr felt no trepidation, being a local himself and a former Knicks player, having shared the court with Oakley and Ewing. Unfortunately, Fly Carr misjudged the atmosphere, believing that as a former star and an ex-Knick, he could exchange some playful banter with Charles. "You ought to thank me for leaving the Knicks, otherwise your abilities wouldn't even qualify you for the starting lineup," he quipped after scoring against Charles once more. What was meant to be a harmless taunt, common in the NBA, where hundreds of similar remarks are exchanged daily, ignited a fierce anger in Charles. In the ensuing possession, as Fly Carr brought the ball up court, before he could even attempt a shot, Charles elbowed him in the chest with a not overly forceful blow. Nevertheless, Fly Carr felt humiliated. What caliber of player dared to elbow him? He promptly retaliated with a shove. In most other teams, such an incident would culminate in a brief exchange of insults, followed by a technical foul from the referee. However, the New York gang differed from others. After being shoved, Charles charged forward, launching a barrage of punches that landed squarely on Fly Carr's face, knocking him to the ground. Marshburn, who was nearby, felt a surge of anger at witnessing Fly Carr's considerable misfortune. Fly Carr had always prioritized passing to him on the court, and seeing him so brutally attacked compelled Marshburn to take action. He took a running leap and executed a flying kick that struck Charles in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. Larry Johnson, the elder, had been seething since the start of the game. Upon witnessing Marshburn's assault on his teammate, he felt compelled to intervene. Despite not having a close relationship with Charles, and perhaps even having had their own altercations during practice, he lunged forward and tackled Marshburn to the ground, ready to unleash a flurry of punches. Jalen Rose, observing the scene, marveled at the elder's strength. If Morning could be taken down, a punch of such magnitude would surely send Marshburn straight to the ICU. He disregarded everything else and hurriedly rushed forward, attempting to pull the elderly lady away from Marsh. Before he could succeed, Allen Houston had already landed a direct punch on Rose's forehead, causing him to feel dizzy and nearly lose consciousness. Weber's eyes widened in fury as the team leader and Rose's dearest comrade, witnessing Rose suffer such a blow, spurred him to dash into the fray. Buck, the Ram, tackled Weber from the side, and the two tumbled to the floor. The Bullets were at a disadvantage, and Big Ben's eyes turned red with rage, especially as he recalled the times when the flying car had stood up for him. He charged out from under the basket and barreled straight towards Charles, delivering a flurry of heavy punches before grabbing Charles by the collar and tossing him aside. Oakley sighed. He, one of the notorious four, had become the only player on the court who wished to avoid conflict. However, with the chaos already unleashed, he could not remain a bystander. As Weber rose to his feet, Oakley knocked him down with a single punch and then charged at Marsh, delivering another blow that sent Marsh crashing to the ground. Big Ben, witnessing his brother being taken down consecutively by Oakley, seethed with anger. But the remnants of his rationality warned him against striking Oakley, who was his benefactor and mentor. With no option to confront Oakley, Big Ben unleashed all his fury on the other Knicks players. The court descended into utter chaos, with the flying car bearing the brunt of it, pinned beneath the elderly lady and subjected to a merciless barrage of punches from Charles. Lin Yu was enraged. Merely a minute prior, he had contemplated that this match would unfold without conflict, given the familial ties between the two teams. Yet, to his astonishment, a sudden upheaval transpired, especially upon witnessing the chaos. As the racing car was mercilessly battered, its intake struggling to breathe, he could no longer remain seated. Lin Yu sprang onto the stage with a swift movement, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick aimed at the elderly woman's head. This forceful strike sent her sprawling onto her back, resulting in a gash across her brow and a spray of blood. Charles was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that the head coach would charge onto the field amidst the fray. What astonished him even more was that Lin Yu, after toppling the elderly woman, turned and launched a punch in his direction. Charles ducked to evade the blow, then retaliated with a solid hook that landed squarely on Lin Yu's face. In an instant, Lin Yu felt as if he had been struck by a bulldozer, sprawling backward onto the floor. His physique was no match for an NBA player, unable to withstand even a single blow. The coach, upon witnessing Lin Yu being knocked down by a punch, the players on the bench, known as the Bullets, surged onto the court. They were acutely aware that their entrance at this moment would likely lead to a suspension, yet the urgency of the situation overshadowed their concerns. Assistant coach Old Joe, unencumbered by such reservations, was the first to rush onto the court. He saw Charles, in a frenzy, preparing to pummel Lin Yu, and hastily intervened to restrain him. In his rage, Charles paid no heed to anything else, unleashing a flurry of punches directed at Old Joe, who, in turn, quickly found himself battered. His son, Kobe, had yet to endure Charles's wrath, yet here was Old Joe, taking the brunt of the assault. Old Joe, possessing a fiery temperament, leveraged his height and weight to launch himself at Charles, and the two became entangled on the ground in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, General and Legs, along with others, rushed to join the fray, but amidst the chaos, they were at a loss, knowing only to confront any Knicks player on the court. Knicks head coach Jeff Van Gundy trembled as he recalled countless instances of large-scale brawls throughout his career. The infamous altercation with the Heat in '95 could even be deemed historically significant. However, compared to the scale of tonight's melee, that incident seemed trivial. Unable to remain seated, he hastened onto the court, followed closely by the Knicks players from the bench. The small arena was now crowded with nearly 30 individuals, over half of whom bore injuries from the tumult. Lin Yu was struck into semi-consciousness by Charles's powerful punch, now lying motionless on the floor. Coach Dabin rushed to Lin Yu's side, leaning over him and shouting. With only 3 referees present, it was impossible to quell such chaos. The technical staff and security personnel surged onto the court, further crowding the area, and it took considerable effort to separate both parties. Who did this, coach? Dabin roared in fury, his heart aching at the sight of Lin Yu's condition, scanning the court in search of the culprit. Cough. Ben, do I look disfigured? After being stunned by a powerful punch, Lin Yu finally regained his composure after a considerable amount of time. Upon seeing Dabin's eyes glistening with tears, he was deeply moved. Dabin, with an expression of unrestrained joy, exclaimed, "Coach, I thought you had been killed." Lin Yu's expression was one of embarrassment. After all, he stood a respectable height of 1.80 meters, yet he found himself utterly defeated upon entering the arena, collapsing at the first encounter. With Dabin's shout echoing in his ears, Lin Yu wished fervently for a hole to swallow him whole. In truth, he was being overly modest. While he focused solely on his own misfortune, he had momentarily forgotten that he had also struck others. His kick had nearly felled the elderly lady. Thankfully, she had survived. I'm not dead. I'm not dead. Quickly help me up. Lin Yu, with the support of Dabin, struggled to rise to his feet. He quickly caught sight of the fierce and brutal gaze of the auntie. Having suffered a severe setback, she was now bloodied and appeared utterly wretched. The referee frantically blew the whistle, initiating the expulsion of players. After a prolonged outburst, the referee was astounded to discover an astonishing fact. Both teams had activated a full roster of 12 players, all of whom had surged onto the court, resulting in a chaotic melee involving 24 players, with no one spared. Not only the players but also the coaches, Lin Yu and Old Xiao, had joined the fray and would undoubtedly face expulsion as well. With all players dismissed, how could the game possibly continue? A profound silence enveloped the arena as fans stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. As ardent supporters of the New York Knicks, they had witnessed their share of brawls, yet the scale and severity of tonight's chaos far exceeded their wildest imaginations. It could be asserted that since the inception of the NBA, no such astonishingly large-scale brawl had ever transpired. With so many individuals injured, the floor was stained with blood, appearing akin to the vivid red of the Bulls' court. Knicks fans felt as though they were not merely watching an NBA game, but were instead present at the front line of World War II, witnessing a brutal and catastrophic battle. They were even oblivious to the cause of this melee, only recalling that it had ignited when Charles elbowed Fei Che, triggering a conflagration of chaos akin to wildfire. Chapter 65. Stern's Fury. Fei Che Marsh mobilizes Lin Yu. You shall not leave this arena tonight. The auntie, Larry Johnson, seethed with rage after suffering such a grievous loss, threatening Lin Yu with his finger pointed accusatorily. Come over and test it. Let us see whether your head is harder than my fist. Dabin stood resolutely in front of Lin Yu, glaring at the auntie with a menacing intensity. He bore several claw marks on his body, and his jersey was nearly torn to shreds, revealing his formidable musculature, standing there like a Spartan warrior. Enough, enough. Let us return to the locker room to tend to our wounds. Rod's condition was dire, necessitating a swift retreat to the locker room. The two elderly assistant coaches of the Bullet team, both over 60, had nearly succumbed to heart attacks in the chaos, urgently intervening to prevent further deterioration of the situation. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, he glanced at the speeding car. The situation was indeed dire, his gaze unfocused, his face smeared with blood. Let us go. We shall settle this account another time. Lin Yu shot a fierce glare at Charles. If anything were to happen during the game, Charles would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Upon returning to the locker room, Lin Yu was filled with concern as he surveyed his teammates, each bearing the bruises of battle. These were not merely players. They were his brothers, suffering greatly in New York during this away game. The team had been battered, with Marsh limping on a wounded leg and sporting a gash above his brow, while Jalen Rose had bloody lips and a swollen left cheek. Weber had endured 2 powerful punches from Oakley and a vicious elbow from the Rams, leaving him in a dreadful state. Old Joe fared no better, at his age. He was no match for Charles, and during their grappling on the floor, he had lost a significant clump of hair, resembling a balding man. The substitutes had also taken their share of blows, particularly Brother Legs, whose frail physique had led to a misfortune where a punch had struck his nose, leaving it crooked. Lin Yu himself was not in much better condition. His left eye was swollen, and even now, his vision was clouded, with a throbbing headache to accompany the pain. As the team began to recover, witnessing the unfortunate state of their comrades filled him with guilt. Brothers, I am truly sorry for dragging you into this, he lamented. Marsh quickly shook his head. Rod, what are you saying? We are brothers. These injuries are but a trivial matter. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be me. Had I restrained myself and not delivered that flying kick to Charles, the situation would not have escalated so dramatically. Then it seems the fault lies with me. Jalen chimed in, wincing as he spoke due to the pain in his lips. The room erupted in laughter, the previously oppressive atmosphere lightening considerably. What had transpired was in the past, and the team understood that dwelling on it served no purpose. Brothers, you are all remarkable. Regardless of whether we emerge victorious or face defeat tonight, at least we did not falter. We dared to stand up against the New York veterans. For years, they have ruled with an iron fist, instilling fear in others, but we are not afraid. Lin Yu proclaimed loudly, when one loses a horse, how can one know it is not a blessing? After everything that transpired tonight, the team is more united than ever. Defeat? We have clearly emerged victorious. It must be that the old ghosts of New York fear us. The coach was truly formidable. Even I felt a headache watching that kick. Larry Johnson has surely lost face, and Morning is undoubtedly celebrating with champagne tonight. This was their home court. When they come to ours next time, we certainly must not show them mercy. What is there to fear from the New York gang? Did we not shatter them tonight? The players, forgetting their physical pain, engaged in spirited conversation. Old Bernie and Old Bob stared at each other in disbelief. Did they truly have the leisure to engage in idle chatter? Were they unaware of the grave consequences of tonight's events? Stern must have already learned of the incident, and one can only imagine his fury. With all 24 players from both teams embroiled in the fray, if suspensions are to be handed down, none will escape unscathed, especially given that many were injured tonight. The severity of the situation will undoubtedly invoke Stern's wrath. In fact, after the players exited the court, the referees had already contacted the league's special assistant, Adam Silver. There was no other choice. All players were ejected according to the rules, and the game could not continue. Nearly 20,000 fans remained in the stands, waiting for a resolution, and the referees had to act swiftly. Upon receiving the call, Silver was taken aback. He wondered if the referees were joking. Fights among the Knicks were commonplace, and player ejections were normal, but the notion that all 24 players had been ejected was beyond his belief. It sounded utterly preposterous. He turned on the television to witness the live coverage, and the announcer's words left him astounded. The referees were not lying. Indeed, everyone had been ejected. He could not afford to delay, even for a second. Such a monumental incident was beyond his authority to resolve, so he quickly called Commissioner Stern. What? 24 players ejected? Listen to yourself. Is that credible? We can discuss this tomorrow. Stern, having just fallen asleep, was irritable upon being awakened. Mr. Commissioner, it's true. There isn't a single player left on the court, and the fans are still sitting here. We must provide a solution. Silver was on the verge of tears. Despite Stern's suggestion to postpone the discussion, if this matter were to be addressed tomorrow, Stern would undoubtedly take it out on him. You're not joking? Damn it. This can't be true. What on earth happened? Stern, well acquainted with Silver, immediately sensed that the situation was dire upon hearing his tone. Silver proceeded to inform Stern of the brutal brawl that had unfolded on the court. Upon hearing this, Stern, in a fit of rage, hurled the wine glass from the nightstand to the floor, utterly incensed. Throughout the years, he had treated the Knicks as if they were his own flesh and blood. From the infamous envelope scandal to aiding the Knicks in securing the first overall pick, Ewing, during the draft, and his ongoing favoritism towards the Knicks. It was evident that if he had not shown such bias, the New York franchise would not have dared to act so brazenly. The mere prospect of a suspension would have been unbearable for them. Given that the league headquarters resided in New York and Knicks owner Dolan was one of the NBA's wealthiest benefactors, whose television network constituted a significant source of revenue for the league, it was easy to infer Stern's stance on the Knicks. However, the violent altercation instigated by the Knicks that evening had catastrophic ramifications, leading Stern to question whether his previous partiality towards them had been a grave mistake. How severe are the injuries to the Washington Bullets players? Stern inquired with palpable concern. He was acutely aware of the underhanded tactics and temperament of the New York franchise. And knowing that the Bullets were comprised of mostly young players, he feared that someone might sustain a serious injury, exacerbating the situation further. Stern's deputy, Silver, hesitantly responded, Mr. Commissioner, from what I gather, it appears that the Bullets players emerged victorious, while the Knicks suffered considerable losses. The new head coach of the Bullets, Lin Yu, had engaged in the fray, nearly delivering a kick that would have sent Larry Johnson to the afterlife, although he himself received a punch and seemed to have lost consciousness. This information was relayed to me by the referees, but the exact circumstances remain unclear. Stern was taken aback. He had a recollection of Lin Yu, a 26-year-old Chinese coach who frequently graced the headlines. How could he not remember? Yet, the Lin Yu he remembered was a polite young man, seemingly incapable of physical confrontation. The notion that he had participated in a brawl, nearly sending someone to their demise, struck Stern as absurdly laughable. He simply could not accept it. What shall we do now, Mr. Commissioner? We cannot keep the fans waiting indefinitely, Silver urged anxiously. Stern found himself in a quandary. The absurdity of the situation was unprecedented in NBA history, and he was at a loss for how to proceed. Should they adopt the rule of expelling players for excessive fouls and have both teams select 5 players to return to the court to complete the game? That was out of the question. Both sides were too emotionally charged, and who could guarantee that they wouldn't engage in another brawl upon re-entering the court? After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Stern arrived at a reluctant decision. Let us cancel the game and issue refunds to the fans for the Knicks. Silver nodded in agreement. This seemed to be the only viable option. When shall we schedule a rematch? He inquired. This was the final encounter between the two teams for the season. Rematch? Do you truly believe that if these two teams were to face each other again, they would not continue the fight? This is not merely a conflict between two players. It is a deep-seated enmity between two teams. Should they meet again in the near future, another confrontation is inevitable. Now we can only hope that the two teams do not encounter each other in the playoffs. Otherwise, I will have to be present on site, keeping a vigilant watch. Stern sighed. What about the suspension punishment? Should we lean towards one side? Silver inquired tentatively. No, both teams can leave a few players to compete. But anyone else involved will face severe penalties. After the suspensions, they will also incur maximum fines. By the way, you must be present on site. I know those Knicks all too well. Having suffered such a significant loss, they will not let it go easily. You need to oversee the situation to prevent it from escalating further. I do not want tomorrow's headlines to report a shooting incident in the NBA. Go handle this now, and announce the punishment plan by tomorrow morning. I will call Wes. They have been getting a bit out of hand lately. With that, Stern hung up the phone and dialed Unseld. In the visiting locker room of the Knicks, the team doctor for the Bullets was bustling about, tending to the players' wounds. Many had sustained injuries to their heads from punches or elbows, and it would be best for them to go to the hospital for further examination. Concussions are no trivial matter. Jamal, your leg also requires continuous monitoring. The team doctor worked diligently for nearly an hour, finally finishing the bandaging of everyone. What should we do now? Old Joe asked from the side, perhaps swayed by Lin Yu's earlier valor, as he now referred to him differently. Let's return to the hotel and rest. We will address everything tomorrow, Lin Yu replied with a frown. The repercussions of tonight's fierce battle are too severe. Lin Yu could already foresee the gravity of the punishments they would soon face. With all 5 starters having engaged in the fray, suspensions are inevitable. Even the 7 substitutes, who may not have actively participated, will face suspensions if they merely set foot on the court during the altercation. Even I, as the head coach, and Old Joe, as the assistant coach, are likely to face an 80% chance of suspension. The losses are immeasurable. Lin Yu originally aimed to secure the 2nd position in the Eastern Conference. However, following the recent widespread suspensions, this ambition has evidently become unattainable. Fortunately, Lin Yu has a contingency plan, and with the outbreak of this fierce battle, his alternate strategy has also evolved. Initially set to confront the Miami Heat as the 7th seed, Lin Yu now aspires to rise to the 6th seed, facing the New York Knicks in the first round and sending them fishing. Lin, are we safe to go out now? They 1T block us in the parking lot. Will they? The timid and apprehensive old Bob expressed his concerns. Feiche scoffed. Block us in the parking lot. They play in New York. Do they truly think this is their territory? I grew up in New York and have lived here for 20 years with a single call. I could rally 100 street brothers. Jamal, what has that expression on your face? Don't you believe me? Marsh Ben quickly shook his head. I believe you. But your brothers aren't from the city. I've grown up in the heart of New York. Let me call my people. With that, Marsh Ben retrieved a large mobile phone from the closet and began reaching out. Although both he and Feiche are New Yorkers, he hails from the city while Feiche is from the suburbs. Seeing this, Feiche felt compelled to act. He too took out his large mobile phone to start calling his own crew. Lin Yu was speechless. Goodness, is this about to turn into a gang confrontation? He was aware that many local NBA players, particularly African Americans, often emerged from the depths of the streets, surrounded by various gang figures during their upbringing. Once they achieved fame and fortune in the NBA, they tended to lavish their gang associates with financial support, maintaining extremely close ties. Whether it was the likes of Fast or Marshawn, they could indeed summon a crowd, and surely, the numbers would be substantial. Individuals like Big Ma and Charles, who played in New York, had no solid foundation. If they dared to confront the Bullet team tonight, it would undoubtedly end poorly for them. Chapter 66. The largest suspension in NBA history. Barely 15 minutes had passed when Marshawn's phone buzzed incessantly. They've arrived, brothers. Let us head to the parking lot and see if these New Yorkers truly have the gall, he declared, his expression fierce. Having suffered a significant defeat tonight. With a bruised face and a knee struck by Big Ma, he was fortunate to have dodged swiftly. Otherwise, his career could have been jeopardized. Jamal? Let us not escalate this too far. We cannot resort to knives and guns. This is not a film, old Bernie interjected. His mood akin to that of a dog in the sun, having stepped out for a game that was rapidly devolving into a gang brawl. Rest assured, I am not foolish. I merely wish to show those individuals that New York City is not theirs to dictate, Marshawn declared with an aura of dominance, making Lin Yu wish he could drape a black trench coat over him, reminiscent of a character straight from Shanghai's underworld. As the group proceeded to the parking lot, they indeed encountered a scene that timid old Bob had predicted. Big Ma had led a contingent to block the Bullet team's bus. Among this group were Knicks players and staff, totaling nearly 20 individuals. However, Oakley's absence was notable, indicating his disinterest in further involvement. Lin Yu, I told you that you would not leave this arena tonight, Big Ma said, her head wrapped tightly in bandages, rendering her threatening demeanor somewhat comical. Lin Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Larry, given your current predicament, your harsh words seem rather ineffectual. No sooner had he spoken than a group of burly African-American men, adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, hurried over, embracing Marsh one by one in greeting. The expressions of the older woman and her companions changed dramatically as they realized that they had unwittingly transformed from hunters into prey. Completely unaware that Marsh was a local New Yorker, Fish, nearly frantic, cursed his brother for his delayed arrival. The two sides faced off for about 5 minutes until Fish spotted a black Cadillac entering the parking lot, and he instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His brother had arrived. Dre, why are you the only one here? And you arrived so late. If I had been kidnapped, your tardiness would only serve to collect my remains, Fish said, expressing his dissatisfaction to the newcomer. The more Lin Yu gazed at the individual before him, the more familiar he appeared, resembling the esteemed European deity. Could this be none other than Dredrick Owen, the father of Irving? I accelerated to 180 miles per hour, nearly smoking the accelerator. Others will arrive shortly. What on earth transpired? Who has done this to you? Old Irving's expression darkened with anger. He and Fish had grown up together, sharing a childhood. And witnessing Fish being battered in New York filled him with both sorrow and fury. Fish waved his hand, pulling old Irving closer to Lin Yu. Boss. This is my brother, Dredrick Owen. Since you've already signed Jamie King, why not consider signing Dredd as well? I can assure you of Dredd's prowess. He is far superior to Jamie King, being the second best in the history of Boston University. Lin Yu nearly vomited blood in front of the speeding vehicle. You have been beaten to such a state, yet you still contemplate securing benefits for your brother? Your loyalty is truly commendable. Very well, however. The salary will undoubtedly be the base pay. Any additional remuneration, even if I wish to provide it, would certainly not meet with the approval of our boss, Bolin. How does an annual salary of $150,000 for a 2-year contract sound? Lin Yu readily agreed within 3 seconds. His prompt acquiescence was certainly underpinned by his own rationale. Firstly, the Bullets were on the verge of facing a significant suspension, and based on Lin Yu's understanding of Stern, it was clear that the forthcoming measures would be quite severe, potentially leaving only 5 players on the team while the rest faced bans. Old Irving's abilities were undoubtedly lacking. Otherwise, he would not have failed to secure a position in the NBA. However, at his age, he was indeed in the prime of his career. And in terms of immediate impact, he would not be inferior to Jamie King. As Flying Car remarked, since Jamie King had signed, why not sign old Irving? Additionally, Lin Yu was genuinely curious about what kind of person old Irving was, capable of nurturing someone as resilient as the legendary god of basketball. Old Irving stood there, speechless, his body beginning to tremble slightly. As a professional player, after graduating from college without a path to the NBA, he played for 2 years in the Australian League without making a name for himself before returning to America. He never imagined that at nearly 30 years old, he would still have the opportunity to enter the NBA and even secure a 2-year guaranteed contract. Overwhelmed with emotion, old Irving was left almost speechless. Flying Car embraced old Irving, saying, "You should head back now, pack your belongings, and bring the kids directly to Washington. You can stay with me for the time being." Lin Yu was deeply moved. Although Fei Che sometimes displayed a sharp tongue that irked others, he undeniably deserved the title of a good man. Not long after old Owen's departure, a stream of vehicles entered the parking lot, from which emerged a group of burly men, all childhood companions of Fei Che. As dozens, if not hundreds, of unfamiliar figures congregated in the parking area. The aunt and her companions found themselves at a loss. What should they do now? Should they slink away in embarrassment? If word got out, how would they face the world? Xiaohua's appearance proved to be a great relief for the Knicks players. As they collectively exhaled in relief, "Lin, the game has been cancelled, and there will be no rematch. You all should return and rest," he announced. "Larry, what are you doing here?" Xiaohua inquired, his expression displeased. Given the situation, did the aunt intend to confront the bus of the Bullet team in the parking lot? If Stern were to find out, he would likely erupt in fury. The aunt scoffed and led her group away, with Xiaohua following suit, leaving Lin Yu somewhat disgruntled. He had been contemplating how the aunt would conclude the evening's events, only to have Xiaohua unexpectedly come to his rescue. After spending a night at the hotel, Lin Yu awoke in the middle of the night feeling nauseous and queasy. Though not a medical professional, his common sense indicated that these could be symptoms of a concussion. Charles's punch had been excessively forceful. Lin Yu's physique was hardly equipped to withstand such a blow. Early the next morning, as Lin Yu was just rising, he heard old Bernie knocking at the door. "Lin, the league's disciplinary decision has been announced," he said, handing Lin Yu a newspaper. Upon receiving the news, Lin Yu glanced at it and nearly choked in disbelief. The penalties were exceedingly harsh. The Bullet star, Ben Wallace, faced a suspension of 13 games, while Marsh was sidelined for 9 games, Jalen Rose for 7 games, and Weber for 7 games as well. Interestingly, among the starters, it was the player from the fast break who received the least suspension, merely 3 games. Perhaps this was due to the severity of the beating he endured, having been taken down before he could even retaliate. On the bench, Leg's brother was suspended for 6 games, Jaren Jackson for 3 games, Murray for 4 games, Antonio Davis for 4 games, and Castle for 4 games, with 5 starters suspended and an equal number from the bench. The Bullets found a total of 10 players facing suspension. Moreover, these 10 individuals were also subjected to the maximum fine permissible under current regulations, which amounted to a staggering 15,000. Additionally, those not suspended, such as Nixon and General Harvey, were also fined 15,000 each. Ben Wallace, having previously incurred a fine of 10,000, was now faced with another 15,000 penalty, with his total salary this year being merely 150,000, and after taxes, he would be left with less than 90,000. These 2 fines could potentially lead him to bankruptcy. Similarly, players like Jamie King and Ray Jackson, who were also on minimum salaries, found these penalties far more severe than the suspensions themselves. Following the players' sanctions, discussions regarding penalties for Lin Yu and Old Joe ensued. Lin Yu was suspended for 10 games and fined